Murphy obtained a system, and since then, he's been radiating an aura of deadly intent while mastering various criminal skills. He now visits the police station more often than his own home. On film sets, he's the most unsettling presence in the eyes of the audience. He is a dangerous individual who doesn't seem to be acting. Yet, it is this very person who always steps in at critical moments to bring the real criminals to justice. Facing the suspicious gaze of the police officers, Murphy innocently spreads his hands and says, "Why are you looking at me? Isn't it only natural for a model citizen to help the police boost their performance?" He walks the gray areas, using the most villainous demeanor to do the most righteous deeds. Chapter 1. The Root of All Evil. On a beautiful, sunny day, Officer Mujin, who had recently taken up her post, began what should have been an ordinary and fulfilling day. In an ordinary city, an ordinary police officer's life should consist of mediating neighborhood disputes and handling household registration documents. After all, the public security environment here has always been reassuring. However, there are always exceptions that shatter this peace. The young female officer looked at the familiar young man before her, put down the case file in her hand, and couldn't help but let out a sigh tinged with helpless laughter. "Why is it you again?" The young man, Murphy, nodded gravely, forcing an apologetic smile onto his face. "What a coincidence." Officer Mujin rubbed her temples and sighed. "This is a police station. Seeing me here is not a coincidence at all." She scrutinized Murphy from head to toe, her tone filled with disbelief. "I've only been on duty for a month, and I've seen you 4 or 5 times already. What, are you planning to get an annual membership here, or pay monthly?" "Monthly? Does it include meals?" Murphy asked reflexively, his tone so sincere it was hard to stay angry. "Is it expensive? Is that the point?" Mujin was momentarily stunned by his leap in logic before sighing again, her tone softening. "Murphy, I know you're a good person, and you've done brave things. But this frequency isn't a bit too high. Do you have a natural talent for attracting trouble?" Murphy looked utterly innocent, spreading his hands. "I don't know." In truth, he knew perfectly well. Ever since 6 days ago, when that thing called the role-playing system appeared out of nowhere, his peaceful life had vanished without a trace. At first, he thought he was the chosen one, finally blessed with a golden finger to turn his life around. But he soon realized that this golden finger might not be all. It was cracked up to be more like a cheap alloy mixed with tungsten, something that might even stunt your growth if you handled it too much. The system's rules were simple. Draw a card to obtain a character identity and skills, survive for 7 days with that identity card, and permanently acquire one of its skills. It sounded incredibly appealing. In this land bathed in the light of the rule of law, what difficulty could there be in surviving 7 days peacefully? Moreover, there's no harm in having extra skills. Learning more could never be a bad thing. But reality ruthlessly taught him that free things often come with the highest price. This damned system dealt him a crushing blow with the very first card. Identity. Buddhist monk active skills mastery of Buddhist doctrines. How can a Buddhist monk not understand Buddhist teachings? Upon learning, become familiar with all Buddhist scriptures, engage in philosophical debates, and accumulate merit through salvation. Compassionate heart. When witnessing the suffering and injustices of the world, you must step in to help. Force trigger. Irresistible. Wrathful Vajra. Even Buddha has moments of wrath. Physically deliver those who deserve to pass on. Passive skills. Equality of all beings. I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone here is trash. Slightly increases intimidation against evil-aligned characters. Kindly demeanor. Radiate an aura of an enlightened monk, significantly increasing initial goodwill from those around you. Moths to a flame. Good people are like candle flames, naturally attracting malice. The probability of malicious events occurring around you greatly increases. Each skill seemed unremarkable on its own, but when compassionate heart and moths to a flame were combined, the effect was stepping outside guaranteed encountering trouble, and encountering trouble made it impossible not to intervene. What kind of suffering was this? And they called it a Buddhist monk? They might as well rename it Walking Conan, Disaster Edition. Even the elementary school detective wasn't this outrageous. At first, he naively underestimated the power of moths to a flame, until he set the glorious record of visiting the police station 4 times in 6 days. 6 days. 4 times. Did anyone know how he had survived those 6 days? The first time he intervened to stop a robbery, if not for the wrathful Vajra skills saving him, he would have been gutted by the desperate criminal's dagger. Did anyone know how important an intact kidney was to a young man? At the time, Murphy was streaming tears while whacking the criminal's head with a wooden stick head picked up from Wakno Shear. It wasn't that he wanted to cry, but when compassionate heart was forcibly triggered, the overwhelming sense of guilt as if he had witnessed all the sorrows of the world instantly shattered his mental defenses. The feeling was so intense that even 100 years later, when he turned to ashes, he'd have to scatter his own remains and say, "I really deserve to die." Thus, the bystanders witnessed a handsome young man crying his eyes out while beating someone up with remarkable ferocity. The scene was so bizarre that even the beaten criminal didn't look as wronged as he did. The video of that incident was still circulating on a short video platform, with titles like shocking, "Handsome guy cries while beating someone up. The reason is surprisingly heartwarming physical." The comment section was even more colorful, with guesses ranging from emotional entanglements to drama in the gay community. It wasn't until the police issued a statement that Murphy was somewhat cleared as the weirdo who cries while doing brave deeds. The fact that he could walk out of the police station politely after 4 visits in 6 days was largely thanks to the kindly demeanor passive skill. Now, as long as he kept his mouth shut, he radiated an aura of compassion and solemnity, making it hard for anyone to associate him with a villain. But that didn't help much. He was only Bunyan, a Buddhist monk, not an actual one. Real monks needed to beg for alms, and he needed to eat. He proficiently completed the statement process in less than an hour. Murphy walked out of the police station, his stomach growling, and saw a tall, sharp-looking woman in a tailored skirt suit leaning against a car, arms crossed, waiting for him. Murphy immediately wiped the overly detached expression off his face and obediently approached her. Sister L. Sister L, whose real name was El Chuncio, was Murphy's agent. She had a no-nonsense personality, but the entertainment industry had worn down her edges over time. She remained relatively unknown in the industry. Her eyes scanned Murphy like lightning, her tone unreadable. "Not bad this time. Jiang Xiaoyu's agent just called me. To express gratitude, they're throwing you a bone. Take it and make it count." Jiang Xiaoyu was the female lead he had saved during the onset poisoning incident. She was a rising star with significant traffic. Murphy had merely happened to see someone's suspicious tampering with her water bottle and intervened out of forced kindness. Later tests revealed the bottle contained paraquat. Murphy's intervention had essentially saved Jiang Xiaoyu's life. Although it's only the 5th male lead, it's a proper supporting role in director Wang's film. If you perform well, it could open doors for you. El Chuncio glanced at her phone, speaking rapidly. "I have other matters to attend to." "You." Her eyes landed on Murphy again, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. "I heard director Wang's film is a suspense thriller. You're current. Tone it down a bit." She paused, adding in a nearly helpless tone, "Remember, you're there to sell your face, not to save the world." With that, El Chuncio opened the car door, and with the roar of the engine, she sped off. Murphy raised a hand to touch his face, feeling somewhat helpless. A few days ago, when he first entered the police station with the Buddhist monk aura, El Chuncio was so startled by his drastically changed demeanor that she nearly called a mental hospital. She didn't have many artists under her, and Murphy was the most handsome and promising one, the one most likely to make it on his looks alone. If he were to suddenly renounce the world and become a monk, her already lukewarm career would likely face even tougher times. Back then, Murphy had to explain it away as getting into character method acting. El Chuncio was skeptical, but had to accept it. After all, she had never seen what real award-winning actors looked like when they immersed themselves in roles. Changing one's aura probably counted as normal, right? Murphy calculated in his heart. It was already the 6th day. By tomorrow noon, he could shed this damned Buddhist monk identity and seamlessly transition into the new film set. This was the only silver lining in these gloomy days. Just thinking about it made Murphy feel like life was worth living again. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he briskly walked toward his rented apartment in a corner of the city. Before tomorrow noon, his best strategy was to seclude himself in his room and tough out these last miserable hours. Murphy currently lived in an old, dated neighborhood. It was remote, with few amenities nearby. Its only advantages were cheap rent and decent security. Most residents were elderly people enjoying their retirement or poor office workers like him, struggling to make ends meet. Murphy undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. His current savings were barely enough to sustain him on plain boiled noodles for 3 meals a day. If he could to add a packet of pickled vegetables, it was a rare feast. The payment from his current extra role hadn't come through yet, so he had to continue tightening his belt. However, once he joined director Wang's film set, he'd have access to regular boxed meals. The thought of steaming hot boxed meals with vegetables and meat nearly moved Murphy to tears. Hooray! Chapter 2. Old friend, it's you again. Although Murphy desperately wanted to lie low and endure these final hours of the Buddhist monk state, the audition for director Wong's film was scheduled for the morning. He had no choice but to brace himself and head out. And in his heart, he prayed to all the gods, and Buddha shopping this morning would pass without incident. If there really was a God in this world, he clearly hadn't heard the prayer of someone who only turned to him in a time of need. Of course, it might also have something to do with the fact that the prayer didn't have a fixed faith to begin with. In any case, shortly after he left his neighborhood in the morning, he witnessed an argument on the roadside. A young woman, dressed fashionably and exquisitely, and a middle-aged woman with a simple appearance and sun-darkened skin were fiercely fighting over a stroller. Murphy initially planned to walk past without getting involved, but the young woman, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, suddenly shouted at him, "Hey, you in the black jacket. Please help me call the police. This person is a human trafficker." Murphy's steps halted. The compassionate heart passive was already subtly activating, an irresistible urge compelling him to intervene. He turned around, calmly assessing the scene before him. The young woman, though panicked, had clear, bright eyes, and her tone was urgent yet coherent. The middle-aged woman, on the other hand, looked like a typical rural laborer, her face flushed red with anxiety as she repeatedly insisted, "No. You're lying. This is my child, my family's." Her words were sparse, coming off as clumsy and feeble. Even without the Buddhist monk state, Murphy would never stand by and do nothing when it came to human traffickers. But at this moment, with both parties telling different stories, it was hard to judge based on appearances alone. He silently pulled out his phone. By now, passers-by had been drawn by the commotion, gradually forming a small circle around them. The young woman and the middle-aged woman continued to tussle over control of the stroller. Seeing that she was losing the argument, the middle-aged woman suddenly seemed to remember something. Frantically, she pulled out a cheap phone hanging around her neck and brought up a photo, showing it to everyone. It was a picture of the very same stroller with a sleeping child inside. "Look, this is a photo I took of my child," the middle-aged woman cried, her voice choked with tears. This young woman, so young, how could her heart be so cruel? Snatching a child in broad daylight. The photo was like a stone thrown into calm water, instantly stirring waves among the onlookers. "Look at her, dressed so nicely. How could she do such a wicked thing?" a loud-voiced man in the crowd exclaimed. Suddenly, all suspicious and scrutinizing eyes turned toward the young woman. "No, she stole my photo. She took a picture of my child without permission." The young woman's defense seemed pale and weak in the face of this ironclad evidence. She was on the verge of breaking down, once again casting a pleading look at Murphy. "Call the police. Please, hurry up and call the police." At the same time, a middle-aged man and woman squeezed out from the crowd, appearing very kind-hearted. They tried to mediate, saying, "Don't fight over the child, talk it out properly," but they subtly positioned themselves between the young woman and Murphy, forming a vague encirclement. At this point, Murphy still couldn't be 100% sure who the real mother was. But one thing he could be 100% sure of. His eyes sharpened. In a flash, he stepped forward, reached out, and unceremoniously pulled the stroller out from between the two struggling women, placing it securely behind him. This move stunned everyone. Under the crowd's shocked and uncertain gazes, Murphy raised his phone, the screen displaying a dialed emergency number. In a calm, clear voice, he spoke into the phone. "Hello, I'm near the streetlight at 75 Fongchao Road. I found a child. There are two women here, both claiming to be the child's family. I can't verify their identities and request police assistance." That's right. He didn't know who the real mother was, but he knew for sure he wasn't the child's father. In that case, handing the problem over to the professionals was the best solution. The dispatcher on the other end was clearly taken aback for a moment. Missing child reports weren't uncommon, but the description of finding a child with two mothers confronting each other was quite novel. After calling the police, Murphy clearly noticed that the young woman, as if finding a pillar of support, instantly stabilized emotionally. She simply stood guard by the stroller, silent. The middle-aged woman and the later arrived, kind-hearted couple, however, quickly exchanged glances. The flicker of panic and viciousness in their eyes didn't escape Murphy's notice. Sure enough, the next moment, the situation abruptly changed. The middle-aged man lunged at the stroller, reaching in to grab the child and make a run for it. Making their move, Murphy snorted coldly inwardly. He had been prepared for them to act desperately. The moment the man bent over, Murphy swung his arm. The well-worn phone in his hand, like a black short whip, cut through the air with a whoosh, accurately and ruthlessly striking the back of the man's head. The spot he hit was carefully chosen area near the cerebellum and brainstem, which controls the boat's balance and movement. With the wrathful Vajra skill enhancing him, this strike carried force far beyond an ordinary person's. Smack! A crisp sound. The man saw stars. A sharp pain accompanied by intense dizziness overwhelming him. His legs gave way, and he collapsed face first onto the ground, temporarily incapacitated without even a grunt. Murphy had deliberately held back most of his strength otherwise. That strike could have shattered the man's skull. As the man fell, Murphy moved like lightning. He stepped forward, his arm extending gracefully like an ape's, and steadily caught the frightened child, who was about to burst into tears from the man's grasp, cradling the child in his arms. The child was about a year old, with big, dark eyes wide open, a look of confusion on its little face, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. The two women, seeing their accomplice subdued in an instant, turned pale and tried to slip away through the crowd. "Stop them! They're in this together," Murphy shouted. At this, the surrounding crowd finally fully grasped the situation. Their earlier suspicion instantly transformed into anger at being deceived. 7 or 8 hands immediately reached out, grabbing and firmly restraining the two women trying to flee. Seeing the child's snatcher decisively taken down, the young woman's tightly wounded nerves finally relaxed. Tears burst forth like a dam breaking. She reached out, wanted to take the child from Murphy's arms. But Murphy, holding the child, sidestepped slightly, avoiding her hand. The young woman, tears still streaming down her face, looked at him in stunned confusion. Murphy's face still carried the gentleness brought by kindly demeanor, but his eyes were unusually serious. He spoke word by word. "As I said, before the police arrive and confirm identities, I cannot verify either of you. For now, the child is safest with me." Only then did the young woman remember what he had said when calling the police. She opened her mouth, but ultimately silently withdrew her hand, her tears flowing even more heavily. Murphy, already handsome, appeared even more reliable and upright under the influence of the kindly demeanor aura. The child in his arms seemed to sense this safety as well. Not only did it not cry, but it also babbled and reached out a small hand, trying to grab his collar. The kind-hearted bystanders formed a circle, surrounding the 3 ashen-faced traffickers, Murphy and the others, waiting for the police cars to arrive. Before long, the familiar sound of police sirens approached from the distance. A police car stopped, and 2 officers quickly stepped out. One was an experienced older officer, and the younger one was Murphy's old acquaintance, Officer Mujin. As soon as Mujin got out of the car, her eyes swept over the 3 subdued individuals, Murphy holding the child and the crying young woman. Finally, her gaze settled on Murphy. The corners of her mouth twitched into a complicated smile, her tone laced with teasing. "Not bad, Murphy. Expanding your business scope? Yesterday, you came in yourself. Today, you're opting for door-to-door service?" Murphy could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. All of this was thanks to that damned moths to a flame and those despicable human traffickers. The Xinjiang bystanders eagerly recounted the incident, especially how Murphy had decisively called the police, seen through the scheme, and taken down the perpetrator with one strike, adding their own embellishments to the story. After hearing the account, both officers' expressions turned serious. This was no longer a simple case of a missing child. It was an attempted group child trafficking case with severe implications. They had only brought 1 police car, which was just enough to fit the 3 traffickers. But Murphy and the child's mother, after her identity was verified, still needed to go to the police station to give detailed statements. Murphy expressed his full cooperation, but also mentioned that he had an audition at Director Wang's set soon and might need to coordinate the timing. The older officer understood, stating that the situation at the scene was clear, there were many witnesses, and Murphy could come later to complete his statement. Officer Mujin, however, smiled and pulled out her phone, saying to Murphy, "Come on, big hero, let's exchange contact info. At this rate, next time something happens, just contact me directly. ITLL probably make dispatching officers more efficient." Murphy, "At afternoon today, once I shed this damned state, the sea will be vast for this fish to leap, and the sky high for this bird to fly." However, no matter how rich his inner monologue, reality was harsh. Murphy obediently took out his phone, ready to scan the code. But the moment the screen unlocked, he froze completely. In the heat of the moment earlier, with no handy weapon nearby, he had had to use his old comrade of a phone as a brick. Now, the already frail phone screen was marred by a vicious crack, spreading like a spiderweb across almost the entire surface. The touchscreen was already unresponsive. The sound of the screen cracking seemed to echo in Murphy's heart. He lowered his head, looking at the shattered screen, then raised his eyes to the sky. Instantly, his eyes reddened. Chapter 3. Joining the crew, this mobile phone has accompanied Mo Fei through countless moments, both significant and trivial. The most crucial task before switching devices is to obliterate the browser's history. Mo Fei felt a pang of sorrow. However, despite his old friend being in such a dilapidated state, it could still function, albeit with half of the screen rendered useless. What a minor inconvenience, he thought. Fighting back tears, he attempted to operate it, and was relieved to find that adding friends was still feasible. The young officer, surnamed Su, was thus saved under the name Officer Xiao Su. Upon seeing Mo Fei's shattered phone, Officer Xiao Su expressed his astonishment. It still works in such a condition? Mo Fei tenderly caressed his dear companion, replying, "You wouldn't understand. My bond with it was forged through a myriad of trials and tribulations. How could I abandon it simply because it bears scars?" Officer Xiao Su retorted, "Clearly, it's a matter of not having the funds to replace it. Yet you speak so eloquently. Had I not learned about your situation during my recent visit to the station, I might have believed your words. In any case, after adding each other as friends, and amidst the young woman's profuse gratitude, Mo Fei hurriedly made his way to the film set. This time, he generously hailed a taxi. Although he was financially constrained, some expenditures were non-negotiable. For instance, after stalling on the road, taking a taxi to the filming location was essential to avoid tardiness. The taxi driver appeared to be an honest middle-aged man, glancing at Mo Fei through the rearview mirror. It was still before noon, and Mo Fei exuded an aura of benevolence, as if no matter their actions, forgiveness was guaranteed. The driver's thoughts began to wander, and the meter started to tick at an alarming rate of 15 times the usual speed. Mo Fei cast a languid glance at the meter, forcefully poked at his phone, and opened the newly added chat with Officer Xiao Su to send a voice message. "Officer Su, when I come by this afternoon to give my statement, may I report this overcharging phenomenon?" The driver's eyelids twitched in response. Before long, Officer Xiao Su replied with a voice message laced with evident amusement. "Of course. You've nearly met our station's quarterly quota this week. If you wish to extend your business to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, I shall be your guide." Once the message concluded, Mo Fei noticed the meter's frantic pace had slowed to a more reasonable rate. It seemed the driver had regained his composure, which pleased Mo Fei immensely. As for Officer Xiao Su's jest about expanding business, the young officer was clearly being humorous. Once noon struck, such predicaments would cease to exist. With this thought, Mo Fei's spirits soared. Approaching midday, he arrived at Director Wang's film set. Director Wang was a portly middle-aged man who had once carved a niche for himself amidst chaos through commercial films. His works may not always win accolades, but they invariably draw audiences. For Mo Fei, merely appearing in one of his films was akin to striking gold. This time, Director Wang was helming a suspenseful survival thriller, narrating the tale of a group of young explorers who venture into an abandoned village only to encounter a psychopathic killer. Ultimately, only the female lead survives, only to discover that the killer is, in fact, the male lead, leading to their mutual demise. The plot was not overly complicated, following Director Wang's style. It was destined to be a standard fast food cinema piece, entertaining but forgettable. Mo Fei assessed that while the film would likely perform well at the box office upon release, its ratings would probably remain modest, which had become a hallmark of Director Wang's works. The film's pivotal role was that of the male lead, who needed to transition from a gentle and reliable persona to a frenzied maniac upon the revelation of his true nature. Jiang Xiaoyu had offered Mo Fei the role of the fifth male lead, an understated character within the main cast, possessing minimal dialogue and screen time, yet described in the script as the most handsome and aloof member of the team. While not critical, it provided ample opportunity for Mo Fei to repay a favor. Upon entering the set, he sought the director's approval. Upon seeing Mo Fei's visage, Director Wang declared that no audition was necessary. The role was merely a decorative one, and Mo Fei's presence alone sufficed. As the aloof male lead, even without expressions or lines, a good appearance was all that was required. However, Director Wang seemed somewhat conflicted about how to articulate Mo Fei's essence, pondering whether his demeanor could be less benevolent. One might mistakenly think that a monk had joined the main cast. Glancing at the time, Mo Fei noted he had an hour and a half before his card would change. He gestured an okay to reassure the director. "Rest assured, I will be ready when filming begins." With that assurance, Director Wang let the matter rest. The filming pace in Wang's crew was always rapid. Commercial films thrived on speed. Quick shooting, rapid editing, swift releases, prompt returns, and ultimately, rapid forgetfulness. The morning preparations were completed, and Mo Fei managed to snag a boxed lunch from the set. After receiving the script, he settled in a corner, awaiting the afternoon shoot. While consuming the overly greasy stir-fried peppers and meat, he scoured the script for his lines, preparing to memorize them. Is that so? No way. Run. That was it. Mo-Fei set down his lunch, his eyes vacant. No wonder director Wong said there was no need for an audition. Throughout the entire film, this character's dialogue amounted to less than a single line from the female lead. Even a mute could be replaced with post-production voiceovers. He sighed and discarded the disposable lunchbox into the trash, eagerly anticipating noon. As time passed, Mo-Fei watched as the Fozi card gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Before he could even muster a smile, a dark light coalesced into Kaitingshu. Identity, Kaitingshu active. Mastery of blades, regardless of size. All blades are your finest allies. Wield them by your side. Anatomical expertise. In these times, one must possess knowledge to deliver a fatal strike. Passive, outlaw. One cannot evoke such a feeling in others without having taken a few lives. Relish the awe in humanity's gaze. At large, do true fugitives exist? When lingering in the shadows, one's presence diminishes. Retain skill, moth to the flame. After reading this, Mo-Fei felt a wave of darkness wash over him. While Kaitingshu was one thing, the combination of skills presented no glaring issues. Yet, why was the skill retained from Fozi, the perplexing moth to the flame? He didn't even seek angry vigor king or equality of all beings, let alone mastery of Buddhist law. Why moth to the flame? A 1 in 6 chance, and he ended up with this misfortune. A heavy aura of resentment enveloped Mo-Fei. The crew had already begun calling for the actors to assemble using a loudspeaker, and upon spotting Mo-Fei, the staff member faltered momentarily. Someone call the police. Chapter 4. Kaitingshu. The staff's voice echoed throughout the entire set, rousing Mo-Fei from his brooding state. Coming to his senses, he realized that the entire crew was collectively gazing at him. Mo-Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. Is there something on my face? The crew members failed to perceive any oddity in Mo-Fei and redirected their attention to the staff member with the loudspeaker. The staff member, too, felt awkward. Upon seeing Mo-Fei, he had felt as though he'd encountered a venomous snake in a dark, damp environment, sending chills down his spine. Now, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead as he instinctively uttered the alarming phrase. However, upon closer inspection, it appears to be merely a young man who is strikingly handsome, yet somewhat unremarkable and shy. All gathered, the staff called out. Mo-Fei, begrudgingly fixated on Fei Ifu Hua, found himself powerless against it. The accompanying skill descriptions were equally vexing. He wondered if he should indulge in a little levity or mockery, contemplating whether he might seek out a dump truck to end it all in a dramatic fashion. Angrily attempting to intimidate the card yielded no results. Clearly, intimidation was futile. He resigned himself to the notion that it was better to endure than to perish. Every day lived was a day gained. Director Wong, accustomed to shooting fast food films, was not one to fuss over details. Gathering the cast in the morning and setting up an altar for incense in the afternoon sufficed for the commencement ceremony. Mo-Fei was still grappling with the additional skill of Kaitingshu. This card did not exude an aura of virtue. When Foz emerged, it radiated like a beacon of light. Yet would Kaitingshu not be apprehended as a fugitive? In the past week, Elchuanxiu had already rescued enough individuals. Anymore, and he might face ire. He infiltrated the makeup room to catch a glimpse of himself in the mirror. Under the influence of Fay Kwang too, Mo-Fei's demeanor darkened significantly. In the morning, he had emanated a saintly aura, seemingly capable of forgiving all the world's sins. Yet now, the reflection revealed a man with drooping eyes, an indifferent expression as if he disregarded all laws, with a flat mouth that hinted at potential violence. Mo-Fei startled himself, nearly recoiling in shock. The contrast was so stark, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. He extracted his phone, wishing to take a selfie to send to Elchuanxiu and the newly added young officer. The former might demand his assistance, while the latter could potentially seek his arrest. A precautionary measure was prudent. The heavens bore witness that he had done nothing but enjoy a meal, presenting himself as a model citizen. Mo-Fei aimed his phone at the mirror, the cracked screen distorting the image, forcing him to frown and adjust repeatedly. The makeup artist, noticing a peculiar figure taking pictures in front of the mirror, approached and tapped him lightly. "Hey, buddy, it's the actress's makeup time. Could you please step aside?" Mo-Fei glanced at him, and the makeup artist's expression froze. Wasn't the antagonist the male lead? Had the male lead already donned the final villain's makeup, whose artistry was so skillful that it appeared unsettling? Mo-Fei quickly realized, upon observing the makeup artist's expression, that he was no longer the beloved monk of yore, but rather a figure likely to face the justice of Kaitingshu. He hastily donned an exaggerated smile. I apologize. This is my first time in such a large production, and I was merely curious about the makeup room. I shall take my leave now. He bowed repeatedly, moving towards the exit while fervently hoping that this makeup artist harbored no thoughts of alerting authorities or reporting to the director. If he lost this opportunity, El Chuancio would surely be furious. The makeup artist furrowed his brow, suddenly reaching out to stop him. Wait. Mo Fei's heart skipped a beat, maintaining his lowered posture. Fearful of startling this innocent staff member, unexpectedly, the makeup artist approached him earnestly, producing his phone. Hey, let me take your picture. Mo Fei, bewildered, looked up. Huh? Your makeup is spot on. The makeup artist's face bore a mix of fear and admiration, embodying the sensation of being at the apex of the food chain, capturing the essence of innate dominance. Director Wong's vision of a kaleidoscopic darkness had finally materialized. The makeup artist was nearly moved to tears. The final reveal of the male lead transforming into the antagonist was crucial, and they had struggled to convey the deep-seated fear that Director Wong desired. Truthfully, the makeup artist contemplated whether the male lead should actually commit a few murders to achieve the desired effect. Was this something that could be fabricated? Now, witnessing Kai Tang show Mo Fei, the makeup artist felt a renewed sense of possibility. The kaleidoscopic darkness, the resplendent brilliance of white. Director, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me. Although Mo Fei was unaware of the makeup artist's exuberance, he was relieved that she displayed no fear. As for cooperating for the photograph, that was trivial. As the makeup artist snapped away, she did not forget to drag him before Director Wong to showcase this extraordinary feeling. Such a sensation was rare, a visual impact that defied description. The makeup artist firmly believed that the essence conveyed through the lens would always fall short. Only by witnessing it in person could one truly appreciate its depth. You stay here. I'll call people, the makeup artist insisted, pressing Mo Fei into a chair, barely containing her excitement as she shouted outside, Director Wong, you must see this incredible treasure I've discovered. Hearing the makeup artist's voice, Director Wong impatiently adjusted his earpiece. Is it a stunning actress or exquisite skin? You should spend more time watching makeup tutorials instead of making a fuss. Neither. The makeup artist exclaimed, gesticulating wildly. I have found the very feeling you described. Follow me. Director Wong, sighing in resignation, begrudgingly trailed behind. If you're just rambling, you're in for trouble. As Director Wong approached the makeup room with the artist, she gestured dramatically. Tada! Wong's breath caught in his throat. Mo Fei leaned against the chair, disheveled locks partially obscuring his brow, lips pressed into a thin line, exuding an air of dissatisfaction. Goodness, that somber expression paired with discontent. Who was he planning to eliminate? He felt a momentary flutter in his chest, turning to the makeup artist. Who is this person? The makeup artist faltered, her face blank. Huh? Isn't he an actor? Realizing that silence would only lead to misunderstandings, Mo Fei instinctively forced a smile. Director, I am the male lead number 5 you interviewed this morning. My name is Mo Fei. At that moment, Director Wong recalled. Male lead number 5. A recommendation from a friend. Previously, he had not encountered this demeanor. Director Wong remembered initially mistaking him for a monk seeking alms. How had he acquired such a notorious reputation in the span of a single meal? Chapter 5. Severed Limbs. Director Wong was perplexed. Since the individual had been introduced by a friend, surely he could not appear so brazenly if he had indeed committed a crime? Yet, this very demeanor rendered him unsuitable for the original role. Who would believe that a cold-faced beauty could resemble a murderer? The protagonist might have been more fitting. Director Wong crossed his arms, resting his chin on them as he scrutinized Mo Fei from head to toe. He was a proficient director, brimming with creative ideas. Witnessing Mo Fei's downcast, expressionless state ignited a flurry of inspiration in his mind. Disturbing, utterly disturbing. A deranged killer must embody such eccentricity, typically concealed within the throngs of people. Yet when glanced upon unexpectedly, one would be struck by their sinister aura shrouded in darkness. This was precisely the deranged killer he sought. Someone who, when traversing the streets, would prompt passers-by to instinctively wish to detain him. That was not a deranged killer, merely a fierce-looking bystander. Although Director Wong had conceived a novel idea, the crew had already assembled to commence filming, and altering the script at this juncture could set off a chain reaction. Not to mention, should Mo Fei's character be elevated, the screenwriter would surely be exasperated, and the other lead actors would voice their discontent. The investors would not let him off easily either. The production team was not a dictatorship ruled by the director. Everyone needed to earn a living. Filming according to one's whims could lead to a plethora of famished directors, actors, and screenwriters traversing the globe. Director Wong let out a sigh and inquired, "Who is your agent?" Lu Chuchio, Mo Fei promptly introduced himself. Director Wong nodded in recognition. Ah, her. I have not heard of her before, but we can discuss it further when the contract is signed. At that moment, Director Wong hesitated. Sensing the unspoken cue, Mo Fei added, my name is Mo Fei, with Mo representing the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and Fei signifying reckless behavior. Ah, Xiao Mo, Director Wong chuckled heartily, albeit sensing an oddity in the exchange. What a splendid name. I eagerly await your performance. Mo Fei reciprocated the laughter. I shall rely on your guidance. However, Director Wong's smile faded slightly. I understand that you young folks, brimming with talent, do not wish to be overlooked. Yet, the reality is that we must take our time. When we commence shooting, temper your enthusiasm. There will be further opportunities for collaboration, understood? Mo Fei, caught off guard by the director's sentiments, blinked in confusion. Temper my enthusiasm? Director Wong nodded. I empathize with your feelings. Possessing talent yet being relegated to merely leveraging good looks can be frustrating. Many actors have traversed this path. So do not rush to showcase your abilities. Mo Fei's expression gradually became blank. Director Wong patted his shoulder, encouragingly stating, you possess an admirable aura fitting for a psychopathic killer. We may collaborate again in the future. Let this scene suffice for now. At last, Mo Fei grasped the underlying message. Director Wong assumed he was dissatisfied with the role of a mere decorative figure, striving to assert his prowess over fellow actors to secure a higher status. In truth, Mo Fei was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. He had no qualms about playing a decorative role. After all, it required minimal effort for a paycheck. Although the prospects were dim, he was currently subsisting on instant noodles, hardly in a position to ponder the future. However, this misunderstanding appeared to be a rather fortuitous one, as neither the makeup artist nor the director had considered reporting it. Moreover, judging by Director Wong's tone, there would be subsequent projects to follow, alleviating concerns about financial instability. Mo Fei, contemplating the situation, smiled more broadly. Rest assured, Director. Your expectations are my goals, absolutely. Observing Mo Fei's attitude, Director Wong's expression softened considerably. Should this individual become overconfident in his talents, he would indeed have to reconsider his involvement. Numerous talented individuals abound, and there is no necessity to invite someone with an inflated ego for the sake of personal irritation. It now appeared that if this person performed well, he could be retained for the next project. In this era, finding an actor who meets the trifecta of attitude, skill, and appearance, all while being reasonably priced, is far more challenging than finding a suitable partner. Mo Fei retreated to a corner to reflect upon himself, particularly his rather unfortunate skill set. His passive abilities were wholly uncontrollable. Seizing the opportunity before filming commenced, Mo Fei retrieved a small mirror from his belongings, striving to adjust his facial expressions to appear less brooding. A grown man, unnoticed in a secluded corner, engaged in a variety of facial contortions before the mirror, grinning, grimacing, and smirking. The third male lead, having inadvertently witnessed this spectacle, cautiously approached, intent on alerting the director to investigate Mo Fei's medical history and criminal record. Surely, he did not appear to be of sound mind. Mo Fei, upon realizing minimal improvement, set the mirror aside and glanced at his phone. He had kept his device on silent while on set, and it displayed an incoming call from Lu Chuqiu, as it was his first time on such a large production. Even with her numerous responsibilities, Lu Chuqiu would likely find time to make an appearance for a brief introduction and contract signing. He surmised she might be calling for directions. Contemplating whether to return the call, he hesitated, noticing his phone screen was shattered with cracks resembling shards of glass. He feared that if he dialed, this old friend might cease to function entirely, rendering him completely unreachable. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, a piercing scream erupted from the direction of the makeup room. The sound was shrill and jarring, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, striking directly at the eardrums. All those bustling about the set ceased their activities, collectively gazing toward the makeup room. Director Wong was the first to react, exclaiming, "What on earth happened?" A masked girl standing at the entrance of the makeup room stammered, There is. Director Wong, growing impatient, strode over. "What is there? Is it a bug? Why the commotion? Can you refrain from creating unnecessary trouble for me?" Upholding the principle of avoiding disturbances, Mo Fei stealthily followed along the wall. Inside the makeup room, the atmosphere seemed relatively calm, with the girls huddled together for warmth. The issue, however, arose from the props room adjacent to the makeup area. The prop master, a burly man, stood there, his face a mask of terror as he pointed at an arm on the ground, exclaiming, "This isn't I doing. I didn't create this." Director Wong glanced at the scene. Was it unusual to find an arm in a survival horror production? If it was not his creation, then so be it. Why the panic? He approached to pick up the arm, intending to toss it back into the props pile. However, upon grasping it, he instantly sensed something was amiss. As an experienced director, he had encountered various props, yet none felt like this. The texture was far too soft. The prop master, a mix of fear and admiration on his face, said, "Director, this is not my handiwork. It appears to be real." Chapter 6. Do not judge a book by its cover. What in the world? Director Wong exclaimed in abrupt astonishment, flinging the arm away. A stocky middle-aged man nearly leapt half a meter into the air, his hands trembling. Where did this come from? Director Wong, clutching his heart, remained shaken. The prop master, regaining composure, stated, "I have no idea. This is an arm, not something like hair or nails that one can casually find. This could lead to severe legal consequences." Mo Fei, observing the flying arm, found his interest piqued. He approached with curiosity, examining the appendage while speaking. Judging by its size, thickness, and hair, it likely belonged to an adult female. He crouched to inspect the severed end, noting clear signs of trauma. It had been removed while the individual was alive. Director Wong's facial muscles twitched. Severed? How can you tell? Quite simply, Mo Fei explained, pointing to the severed end. Observe the bone. The jagged edges and remnants of flesh indicate it was hacked off multiple times. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers began to tremble uncontrollably. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Mo Fei quickly added, "There is no need for excessive fear, judging by these marks. The assailant would need to lift the blade high to dismember, indicating a lack of strength. He demonstrated by raising his hand. Be cautious. A group of 3 or 5 robust individuals could likely subdue them with ease." "You just mentioned an assailant?" The prop master cautiously raised his hand to inquire. "Isn't that a bit presumptuous? What if the person is still alive?" Mo Fei blinked, pointing to the other segment of the arm, specifically the hand. "All the fingers are crushed. Do you understand what that signifies?" The prop master ventured a guess. "Does this mean the person severed their hand due to finger injuries?" This time, the spectators ceased their trembling, their gaze collectively shifting toward the prop master. Their expressions conveyed their incredulity. Mo Fei raised his index finger and shook it. "Incorrect. Think carefully. What do we find on fingers?" "Fingerprints." Director Wong suddenly comprehended. This was to obliterate their fingerprints? "Correct," Mo Fei affirmed. Cast a knowing glance at him. When one is alive, to sever one's own arm and obliterate fingerprints, the intentions of such actions become glaringly evident. The grotesque act of dismembering and the destruction of identification renders the victim untraceable, thwarting any investigative efforts by the police. As stroked his chin in contemplation, he surmised that even if other body parts were discovered, they would likely yield no valuable information, and certainly, the head would be missing. He paused, realizing his assertion was too categorical, and added, "Or rather, it is unlikely that a complete head would be found." With that, he began to retrieve his phone. Director Wong was astutely perceptive of his actions and immediately inquired, "What are you doing?" "To report the incident," replied matter-of-factly. "Are you suggesting we should ignore this?" He gestured towards the severed arm. Director Wong turned pale at the sight. Reporting it would delay filming, yet failing to report would be impossible to conceal, especially with so many witnesses. Moreover, if the owner of the arm sought him out without a report, what then? Those of a certain age often harbor superstitions. Contemplating this, Director Wong waved his hand, saying, "Report it," slid his finger across the screen, producing a shard of glass. Instead of dialing the emergency number directly, he opted for a WeChat call. The call connected swiftly, and the youthful, energetic voice of Officer Xiao Su resonated through the receiver. "Hello. When will the good citizen come in to file a report? That young lady left you a token of gratitude and a banner, you know." Upon hearing the mention of filing a report, the surrounding crowd's demeanor shifted. They were eager to apprehend this suspected criminal. However, upon hearing the latter part about the token of gratitude and the banner, they regained their composure. "Ah, so it's not illegal. That's a relief." Unbeknownst to, he had narrowly escaped being subdued on the ground, cheerfully responding to Officer Xiao Su. "Sure, I'll come over once I finish here. By the way, I'm at the film base. Does this matter fall under your jurisdiction as well?" Officer Xiao Su's tone grew markedly serious. "Yes, what happened over there? Poisoning? Or secret filming? Or have you caught any human traffickers?" "I'll head over immediately." Hastily interjected. No, it's not anything that sinister. It's quite simple. Our crew discovered an arm." Officer Xiao Su seemed incredulous. "What did you say?" "An arm." Considered it, and added, "It doesn't appear to be a mere prosthetic." His words were sufficiently diplomatic yet direct. Officer Xiao Su clearly understood. leaving him with a request for the address before ending the call. Once he finished the call, Director Wong cautiously posed a question. So, are you well acquainted with the police? Reporting an incident and conversing with them seems rather natural for you. Is that typical? Reflecting on his recent frequency of visits to the police station, nodded slowly. Quite familiar. The surrounding spectators, including Director Wong, were suddenly filled with respect. Generally, unless one has a relative in law enforcement, who would be so intimately acquainted with the police. Connecting this with his reaction upon witnessing the severed limb and his overall demeanor, the crowd's imaginations began to run wild. Director Wong's imagination ran the wildest. In the film industry, a lack of creativity is unacceptable, although this incident was shocking. It also sparked a flood of inspiration. At the very least, Director Wong was no longer afraid. He even considered consulting his screenwriter partner to draft a script. While waiting for the police to arrive, Director Wong, following suggestion, ordered everyone to vacate the props area to preserve the scene. In truth, the scene had already been significantly compromised. The arm had passed through the hands of both the prop master and Director Wong, tossed about, erasing any potential evidence. Nevertheless, certain formalities must be observed. When Chuanxiu arrived at the set, she sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the crew. Everyone bore an indescribable, peculiar feeling, as if they were not merely filming a survival drama, but were already ensnared within one. Chuanxiu had never encountered a crew of this caliber, and uncertainty plagued her mind. Could this be a quirk of a renowned director? She casually approached a staff member to inquire, "Excuse me, do you know where is the one auditioning for the role of the fifth male lead today?" The staff member, initially displeased by being stopped, transformed into a figure of reverence upon hearing Chuanxiu's words. "You mean?" Chuanxiu was puzzled by the staff member's reaction and hesitantly nodded. The staff member pointed in a direction. "Over there," he asked with Director Wong. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Chuanxiu moved towards that direction, faintly hearing the staff member murmur about how one should not judge a person by their appearance. Chapter 7. Signing the contract. The atmosphere on set was exceedingly strange, leading Chuanxiu to formulate numerous theories, including but not limited to her precious little one being eyed by the director for potential quid pro quo arrangements, or her dear darling facing bullying from other actors due to his striking looks, or being subject to repeated humiliation due to a lack of connections. With these thoughts, Chuanxiu mentally prepared herself to encounter a profoundly distressed. As she rehearsed in her mind the tone to convey her defiance against authority, she was greeted by the sight of seated with Director Wong, sharing laughter over cups of tea. Chuanxiu's mind momentarily short-circuited. What is this scene? Where is her precious little darling? He looks perfectly normal, and this person seems entirely unaware of fear. He had not appeared anxious at the police station, and now he was casually chatting with an esteemed director capable of blacklisting them with a mere word. Chuanxiu struggled to comprehend. Initially, she had not recognized as a social butterfly. He had seemed like a reclusive homebody. While she was grappling with her existential crisis, noticed her, and his smile brightened. "Jia, you're here." Director Wong followed S gaze. Indeed, he had never encountered this young manager before. Chuanxiu realized it was not the time for daydreaming and stepped forward to engage in pleasantries with Director Wong. "It's an honor to finally meet you. My little must have caused you some trouble." Director Wong waved his hand. "Trouble? I should say that has brought me many pleasant surprises. By the way, we haven't signed the contract yet, have we?" Director Wong turned to the script supervisor, shouting, "Get me a contract for the fifth male lead." Jiang Xiaoyu had recommended. And now Director Wong's satisfaction confirmed the arrangement. Upon hearing about the contract signing, S' smile became even more genuine. "Once the contract is signed, does that mean I will receive a salary?" Chuanxiu elbowed him. "Is that how you should speak?" Director Wong chuckled, patting his belly. "Yes, of course. I'm not some avaricious capitalist withholding wages. It's just that the upcoming shooting will be a bit rushed, so we must make efficient use of our time. Let us wrap this up quickly. It's only the first day, and we've already encountered an arm. Who knows what else we might discover? Perhaps a shattered skull? How unlucky. I have time to spare." S murmurs were abruptly interrupted by Chuanxiu's sharp gaze. In this industry, maintaining appearances is paramount, even in the absence of scheduled work. One cannot speak so candidly. Director Wong, having navigated through many years, was well acquainted with these unspoken rules but remained unperturbed. He retrieved his phone from his bag. "Let us exchange WeChat contacts. Perhaps we will have opportunities to collaborate in the future." Chuanxiu was nearly overwhelmed by this delightful surprise. Director Wong's stature, combined with her presence, could indeed propel one to great heights. Chuanxiu, feeling somewhat dazed, fumbled with her phone, added Director Wong as a contact, and whimsically prefixed her name with 3 as pinning the conversation to the top of her chat list. Mo Fei, unfazed by their antics, perused the freshly printed contract, feeling quite satisfied upon reaching the salary section. While it could not compare to the earnings of top-tier stars, it certainly surpassed the meager wages of manual labor. Farewell to the days of living paycheck to paycheck. Mo Fei's joy was palpable, eliciting a twinge of embarrassment from El Chuanxio, who remarked, "Apologies, Director Wang. This is Mo Fei's first time in a major production, and she may be overly excited." "No worries," Director Wang replied, his gaze fixed on Mo Fei, filled with admiration. After all, who does not appreciate the allure of money? El Chuanxio quickly changed her tone. Indeed. Mo Fei, you must learn from Director Wang." Mo Fei contemplated whether to repair her phone or simply acquire a new one, nodding politely. Once the contract was signed, a police car entered the film studio. It had been merely 6 or 7 minutes since Mo Fei had reported the incident, demonstrating the efficiency of Officer Su and his team. Other crews, hearing the sirens, were filled with curiosity. Which group had encountered trouble this time? Was there an issue with the rigging, or perhaps someone had spotted a celebrity and decided to stir up trouble? The other directors, irritated, shouted, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a police officer?" After spending years on set, you might as well expect to see the police or even the disciplinary committee. They urged everyone to return to filming, reminding them that every moment wasted was money lost. The human tendency to seek entertainment was evident. To preserve the crew's tranquility, Director Wang swiftly issued a gag order. Otherwise, paparazzi would swarm the area, making it nearly impossible for the police to navigate through. The officers on the scene included Officer Su, whom Mo Fei had seen earlier that morning, alongside a senior officer and a middle-aged man carrying a case. This time, they appeared quite serious. The senior officer immediately inquired about the whereabouts of the arm, the identity of the first discoverer, and the circumstances surrounding its discovery. Officer Su, camera in hand, snapped photographs of the props, while the middle-aged man, donning gloves, carefully placed the arm inside the case, which emitted a cloud of vapor. An inappropriate thought crossed Mo Fei's mind. Aside from chilling the arm, perhaps it would also be effective for cooling sour plum juice. El Chuanxio, having frequented the police station in recent days to assist Mo Fei, managed to maintain her composure upon encountering the officers, pulling Mo Fei aside to inquire about the situation. However, it was clearly not the time for gossip. The senior officer began by questioning the props master, who explained that the arm had been mixed in with a collection of limbs used for props, a necessity for a production involving intense action. Upon starting the shoot, the props master had decided to inspect the items, intending to sort through them. As they rummaged, they discovered the unexpected. Typically, prop limbs are crafted from wood or plastic, with higher quality versions made from silicone. The close-up shots in post-production usually focus on fingers, and the arms, covered in fabric and fake blood, do not require meticulous detail. However, this particular arm was remarkably intact, albeit with the fingers severely damaged. The props assistant, initially believing it to be a defective piece, was startled when she touched it and realized the unsettling reality of its weight and texture. Those who work with props are keenly aware of the difference between the real and the fake. A blood-curdling scream escaped her lips, startling the entire crew, including the props supervisor, who was left in shock. In the past, they had joked about the possibility of inadvertently including a real limb among their props. But now reality had turned their jest into a chilling truth. Officer Su circled the vicinity, noting that the props room, still in disarray from the initial setup, would appear to an unknowing observer as nothing more than a junkyard. With so many people coming and going, there was little evidence left to follow, necessitating a review of the surveillance footage. Director Wang resigned himself to the grim reality, lamenting the inauspicious nature of encountering such a situation on the very first day of filming. The first day of shooting had been irrevocably compromised. The unexpected appearance of a severed arm, while horrifying, paled in comparison to the true terror of not working and thus not earning a living. The arm did not belong to him. It was his own survival that was at stake. Director Wang understood this better than anyone. He had once been in dire straits, churning out subpar films to keep his crew afloat, and he had no qualms about his love for money. In this industry, without financial backing, nothing holds value, and having wealth does not guarantee worth. Once the arm was taken away, the crew resumed filming. They were determined to complete the day's work swiftly. Director Wang felt an unshakable premonition. If they did not hasten, further complications might arise. However, it was clear that the day's shooting was effectively over. The senior officer, surnamed Tang, was experienced enough to manage the situation, maintaining control while simultaneously calming the crew's anxiety. Officer Su, on the other hand, adopted a more serious demeanor. Unlike previous encounters with Mo Fei, where he had exchanged playful banter, this time his expression bore no trace of amusement. After questioning the crew, the officers sealed off the props room, preparing to return for an examination of the arm. Just as they were about to leave, Mo Fei suddenly called out to them, turning to Director Wong and asking, "We won't be filming today, will we?" Director Wong, unsure of the intent behind her question, nodded, "Yes. I will rearrange the schedule for tomorrow. Please come in early." Mo Fei acknowledged this and approached Officer Su, inquiring, "May I hitch a ride in the police car?" Given that she would need to return to the station to complete her report, it seemed more practical to travel by police vehicle and save on taxi fare. Officer Su glanced at Officer Tang, who nodded in approval, allowing her request. El Chuanxiu watched in bewilderment as Mo Fei eagerly climbed into the police car. Unsure of what had transpired, was it possible that the girl was secretly involved in a crime drama and needed to gather material? "Little L," Director Wong remarked, noticing El Chuanxiu still standing there. "Aren't you going to follow her and see what's going on?" El Chuanxiu turned, feigning composure. "No, it's fine. Mo Fei is quite resourceful. She doesn't need my constant supervision. Besides, I have other artists to attend to, so I won't intrude." With that, El Chuanxiu hurriedly left the scene. Did this reckless child forget that she had an agent still present? Moreover, to board a police vehicle in broad daylight could lead to complications if captured by the press. El Chuanxiu mentally chastised Mo Fei repeatedly, but could not resist sending her a message to inquire about the situation. Mo Fei replied promptly with a cheeky wink emoji. Seeing this, El Chuanxiu felt reassured, though her desire to scold Mo Fei intensified. In the police car, Officer Su was driving while Officer Tang occupied the passenger seat. The middle-aged man with the cooler sat in the back alongside Mo Fei. Noticing the shards of glass protruding from Mo Fei's phone screen as she replied to her message, the middle-aged man could not help but ask, "Young lady, are you an actress? Aren't actors supposed to earn a good income? Is this the phone you use?" Mo Fei smiled, ready to respond, but Officer Su interjected, "Brother Zhang, you may not be aware, but this morning we apprehended several human traffickers, and it was her single phone that helped us take them down." Officer Xiao Su wore a faint smile on his face. "Oh, that young mother noticed your situation. The new phone and the banner are at the police station. Remember to take them with you when you leave." Mo Fei's eyes sparkled for a moment. "A new phone?" Officer Xiao Su chuckled. Indeed, it's a thoughtful gesture on her part. Due to Mo Fei's heroic act, Officer Xiao Su held a favorable impression of him. However, Mo Fei noticed that Officer Tang in the passenger seat had remained silent, occasionally glancing at him through the rearview mirror. The scrutiny felt less like that directed at an ordinary citizen and more akin to an assessment of something potentially harmful. Upon arriving at the police station, Mo Fei did not need prompting. He poured himself a glass of water, took a piece of candy from Officer Xiao Su's desk, and confidently made his way to the area designated for giving statements. Were it not for the necessity of documentation, he could have easily completed his statement independently. A female officer on duty, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy treats our station like home." Officer Tang, puzzled, turned to ask, "Does he come here often?" The female officer nodded in response. "Yes, Captain Tang, you were on a business trip last week. He was here frequently to report incidents. When he first came in, we even remarked on how he resembled a celebrity, but we've grown accustomed to it now." A thoughtful expression crossed Officer Tang's face. The case involving the human traffickers was straightforward, and Mo Fei quickly found himself in the reception area admiring his new phone. Officer Xiao Su, while shaking the banner, recounted, "This morning, that mother posted photos of her child on social media, which happened to catch the eye of those opportunistic traffickers. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have been able to articulate her plight even if she had 10 mouths." He handed the banner to Mo Fei. "Let's take a picture for publicity." Mo Fei obliged, standing beside him with a goofy grin. Officer Xiao Su, upon seeing the completed photo, teased, "The last time I saw you, you appeared so indifferent. What changed?" Mo Fei maintained his silly smile. "I'm just considering my own safety." In his current state of Jack the Ripper, he knew that failing to smile exaggeratedly could lead to being restrained by the officers in the station. This is indeed the safest place in the world, he thought to himself. Officer Xiao Su chuckled, "Are you worried about anything else?" Mo Fei inwardly mused that he was only wary of these champions of justice. He examined the new phone gifted by the young mother. It was a simple phone, but he was pleased with its weight. Once he acquired a sturdy phone case, it would serve him well should he need to use it defensively. With joy, Mo Fei inserted his SIM card into the new phone, rolled up the banner, and tucked it under his arm. "Now that everything is settled, I shall take my leave," he said, his smile almost frozen in place. Officer Xiao Su, having encountered a gruesome scene for the first time since his appointment, had his mind elsewhere and merely waved him off. Go on, go on. After exiting the police station, Mo Fei was called back by Officer Tang, who said, Mr. Mo, please hold on. Mo Fei had not expected to be stopped so close to the exit, and his expression faltered for a brief moment. However, he quickly adjusted to a playful tilt of his head. What's the matter? Officer Tang hesitated for a moment, his expression serious and tinged with caution. The earlier playful demeanor had vanished, replaced with a more sinister undertone. After years of experience, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, and Mo Fei did not seem as simple as he appeared. There was an air of criminality about him. Chapter 9. A crack. Officer Tang concealed his wariness and smiled amiably. I just heard about your deeds, Mr. Mo. I must say, your life has been quite eventful. Mo Fei was aware that he had frequented the police station 4 times in the past week, now 5. This record was somewhat exaggerated, and he rubbed his nose, feeling slightly awkward as he replied, I've had some bad luck recently. Officer Tang suppressed a scoff, internally questioning whether it was merely bad luck or something more insidious. At present, Mo Fei appeared adept at disguising his true intentions, possibly exhibiting traits of a performative personality. Such individuals were the most troublesome, as they were difficult to pin down. He retrieved his phone, tapping a few times before presenting the QR code to Mo Fei. How about we connect on WeChat? If you encounter any troubles, you can reach out to me. Mo Fei, surprised, responded, I've already added Officer Xiao. Officer Tang extended his phone slightly, his tone teasing. Friends are never too many. Or do you think I'm inferior to that fellow? With the conversation having reached this point, Mo Fei could only silently pull out his phone and add Officer Tang. As he did so, Officer Tang casually leaned in to take a look. The new phone appeared pristine, showing no signs of issues. Officer Tang did not expect to discern anything at a glance. After Mo Fei completed the addition, he pointed towards the street. Shall I take my leave now? Take care, Officer Tang replied with a smile, appearing quite friendly. Watch out for traffic. Mo Fei jogged away from the police station. Once Officer Tang could no longer see him, his expression immediately turned cold. Master, Brother Zhang is calling you over for the results. Officer Xiao Su hurried to Officer Tang's side. Upon seeing his expression, he couldn't help but exclaim, What kind of face is that? Did you meet your future son-in-law? Officer Tang shot him an irritated glare. Are you very familiar with that Mo Fei? Not really. Officer Xiao Su recalled. He's an actor. He has had some misfortune, but he's of good character. He sensed something unusual in Officer Tang's inquiry and leaned in closer. What's wrong? Do you think he is suspicious? Just a feeling. Perhaps I'm mistaken, Officer Tang replied, unwilling to elaborate further. It was merely a hypothesis, and he decided to wait for clearer evidence before discussing it further. Has the report been submitted? What did old Zhang say? As Officer Xiao Su shifted the conversation back to business, his demeanor became serious. This matter is quite significant. Higher-ups will be coming. Officer Tang's expression hardened. Let us go? Meanwhile, after leaving the police station, Mo Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the Jack the Ripper incident. But upon entering the police station, he had felt an uncomfortable pressure, akin to a demon entering a church or an angel descending into hell. However, this visit was not without its rewards. Mo Fei felt the weight of the new phone in his pocket and couldn't help but smile. Good deeds are often rewarded. His old friend could take a break, and the banner could serve as a free wall decoration. With the contract signed and the payment received, he could treat himself to some spicy hot pot soon, perhaps adding a couple of extra eggs. Life was truly looking up. As Mo Fei hummed a tune, he prepared to walk back to his old neighborhood. Though the journey was a bit lengthy, he had no other plans, and taking a taxi felt too extravagant. While on the way, his new phone chimed. Pulling it out, he discovered a notification from the bank. Director Wang's efficient style had resulted in his payment being processed immediately after signing the contract. Mo Fei beamed at the sight of his balance finally exceeding 3 digits. He counted multiple times, confirming that he wouldn't have to worry about expenses for the next half year, nearly bursting into laughter. Passers-by who caught sight of his joyful demeanor instinctively veered away. After all, a mentally unstable person could be dangerous. Better to keep their distance for safety's sake. Mo Fei paid little mind to the opinions of others, gleefully bouncing along, when he suddenly heard some rustling sounds from a nearby alley. Paused his steps, surveying the narrow alley that could hardly be described as deep. Perhaps shadowy corner would be a more fitting term. It was slim and narrow, cluttered with debris and refuse, allowing one to see straight to the end. Just as he was doubting whether his passive skill had made him overly sensitive, a faint noise emanated from the depths of the corner. Countless tales in this world have imparted the lesson that excessive curiosity is not a virtue. And while altruism is a noble trait, it does not always serve one's own interests. Whatever lay within, it was prudent to step away swiftly. With a hand on his fluttering heart, continued onward. The streets on a weekday were already sparsely populated, and the shadowy corner drew even less attention. After 10 minutes of watching from across the street, resigned himself to picking up a stick to venture forth. He vowed to call the police immediately if he were to find a bloodied man lying there. If it were something else, he would assess the situation first before deciding to alert the authorities. After all, he had 2 police officers saved in his contacts. His previous passive skill had only led him to various civil disputes and criminal cases, so he instinctively imagined whatever lay inside to be terrifying. However, when he finally squeezed into the shadowy corner and beheld a curled-up figure on the ground, nearly blending into the inky surface, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Using the stick, he prodded the thing, and suddenly a pair of green eyes appeared. Was the abyss gazing back at him? Nearly stumbled backward, thinking of Cthulhu or some indescribable entity. Having experienced the card system and the misfortunes of his passive skills, he had developed a belief and trepidation towards the supernatural. Even without evidence of such beings, he remained in awe. Fumbling for his phone, he wondered whether this was something the police should handle. Just as he was about to dial Officer Xiao Su, the abyss emitted a feeble sound. Startled, dropped his phone, and in the glow of the illuminated screen, he realized that what he had thought was an unknown entity was, in fact, a pitch-black cat. The cat appeared to be in poor condition. Curled in a corner with its eyes shut, its dark fur serving as camouflage. No wonder he had failed to notice it earlier. With the mystery resolved, his racing heart calmed significantly. He bent to retrieve his phone, only to discover a new crack on the screen. Sighing in dismay, he glanced at the still silent black cat on the ground and scolded it. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't startled me, my phone wouldn't have cracked." He tucked his phone back into his pocket and removed his jacket, wrapping the cat entirely within it. As it was lifted, the cat's green eyes widened in surprise, displaying a remarkably human-like expression. Chuckled mischievously. "From now on, your name shall be a Tiao Xian." In Chapter 10, A Remarkable Day, a Tiao Xian displayed either an alarming state of lethargy or an exceptionally amiable disposition. Once cradled in his arms, it made no attempt to resist, closing its eyes in contentment. A tranquility that sparked envy in. This cat seemed far more at ease than he was. As he passed a garbage bin, he was momentarily tempted to discard it. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that if he did so, he would only have to retrieve it later. Resolved, he navigated to the nearest veterinary clinic, where the doctor examined a Tiao Xian and delivered grim news. S. expression turned pained as he contemplated the costs. He was acutely aware of the financial burden. The expenses were rapidly approaching 2 months' worth of rent. This cat could no longer be called a Tiao Xian. It was now worth 2 months. At this rate, the time frame would only extend. The veterinarian, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Appeared shrouded in a dark cloud, his eyes downcast as if contemplating whom to confront today, then lifting them as if he had decided on a target. His lips moving as if to declare a list of victims. The veterinarian felt apprehensive but bravely continued. "The kitten has several broken bones and some inflammation. It will require hospitalization, and the subsequent treatment costs will be substantial." As he spoke, the black cat lay on the table, its head raised, its green eyes fixated on them, exuding an air of intelligence. S. expression hardened. "Treat it. I have already taken it in. I cannot let it slip through my fingers now." He gazed into the cat's eyes, filled with indignation. "You calculated this precisely when I just got paid, didn't you?" The black cat elegantly licked its paw, turning its head away. "Don't pretend you don't understand." Glanced at the bill presented by the veterinarian, his vision darkening momentarily before brightening again. Fortunately, despite the steep costs, they were manageable. Worst case, he would have to forego meat and eggs in his hot pot for a while. The veterinarian, seeing him regain his composure, felt relieved. It was surprising to discover that this seemingly indifferent individual harbored compassion for small creatures. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The veterinarian felt somewhat reassured. "Sir, please leave your contact information. I will notify you when the kitten is ready for discharge." "Notify me?" asked perplexed. "Why would you notify me?" The veterinarian appeared equally confused. "You are the owner. Of course, I must inform you." No. Waved his hands. "I found it by the roadside. I am not its owner." The notion of not being its owner caused the veterinarian's expression to shift subtly. These days, there were individuals with twisted psyches who abused small animals, and there were those who would mistreat them only to later seek treatment before resuming their cruelty. Sensed the unspoken implications in the veterinarian's gaze, but could only swallow his discomfort. The cards Jack the Ripper and Buddha's Child represented 2 extremes in the initial goodwill of passersby. One appeared to be anything but a good person, while the other seemed entirely benevolent. felt a pang of bitterness but had no choice but to endure it. He forced a smile. Indeed, I found it by the roadside. He emphasized the words by the roadside. Displaying the banner he had carried, he added, "Look, I found it while returning from receiving this honor." The veterinarian briefly glanced at the banner, which bore the words of commendation for bravery, then offered a polite smile. "Ah, I see. You are truly a good person." The sentiment sounded devoid of sincerity. Rolled up the banner, abandoning any hope of further explanation. The black cat on the table had somehow shifted into a lying position, its head directed towards him. He could distinctly perceive mockery in its feline visage. This creature, for which he had already expended a portion of his earnings, was mocking him. Locked eyes with the cat before smiling at the veterinarian. "Actually, I intended to adopt it. Do you have any pet supplies?" The cat's pupils dilated in surprise. Felt a surge of satisfaction. Standing at the entrance of the veterinary clinic, clutching cat food and litter, he was still reeling from the realization that he, as a human, had been provoked by a cat into a moment of impulsive adoption. Not only that, but he had also spent nearly 10,000 yuan on treatment and supplies for the sake of this feline. His heart ached with a subtle pain. The pang of conscience was absent, but greed throbbed painfully. He trudged home with heavy steps, berating himself inwardly. Indeed, a little paycheck had inflated his ego, while the discovery of life and death in a corner had caught him unprepared. However, had he not received that payment, he would not have had the inclination to investigate what lay within the shadows. As events have unfolded, he could only console himself internally, believing that the black cat must indeed bring fortune. An old saying goes, "Cats bring wealth while dogs bring prosperity." Alas, the pangs of financial distress enveloped Mo Fei. By the time he returned to the vicinity of his old community, twilight had already set in. At this hour, most people had returned home for dinner, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Mo Fei trudged toward the community, burdened with 2 large packages, when a van brushed past him, startling him into a momentary distraction from his woes. The van's reckless driving, particularly in a densely populated residential area, nearly caused an accident without a hint of deceleration. Today had already been eventful enough. Mo Fei had even planned to release some electronic fish to accumulate merit, wishing to avoid any trouble. Yet, being bullied at his doorstep was intolerable. The cat mocked him, while the vehicle did the same. In a fit of indignation, Mo Fei flung the 2 hefty bags of cat food and litter aside, tossed the banner as well, and took off in pursuit, hastily picking up a piece of broken brick from the roadside greenery. Although it was improbable to catch up to a vehicle on foot, he could compel it to halt. With a swift glance, he hurled the brick with all his might, striking the van's rear windshield and shattering it completely. The van's speed decreased momentarily. Mo Fei anticipated a confrontation, but to his dismay, the vehicle merely slowed down briefly before accelerating away. Standing amidst the exhaust fumes, Mo Fei felt somewhat foolish. He retrieved his phone and sent a voice message to Officer Xiao Su. "I believe I've encountered yet another predicament." Officer Xiao Su responded almost instantaneously. "Do tell." "I just smashed a car's rear windshield, and the driver fled without stopping." After a moment's thought, he added, "He did slow down, surely aware of the damage inflicted. I suspect he might be driving under the influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so evasive." In this day and age, those lacking civility often hold power. A person who would not slow down even when nearly hitting someone could hardly be expected to repent. Such individuals, upon having their vehicle damaged, would likely assault someone to extort a hefty sum. The fact that he sped away only indicated his guilt. Officer Xiao Su, evidently in agreement, messaged back, "License plate number. Location, I'll have traffic check it out." Upon reading this, Mo Fei couldn't help but smile, feeling like a member of the vigilant community. However, the next message from Officer Xiao Su brought his smile to a halt. "If the other party is innocent, you'll be liable for damages." Mo Fei's smile faltered, and he begrudgingly returned to collect the cat food, litter, and banner. As Chapter 11 titled The Serial Killer unfolded, Mo Fei returned home, utterly exhausted, too weary even to boil noodles. He contemplated for a long time the unfamiliar food delivery app on his phone, ultimately mustering the courage to knock on Grandma Zhang's door downstairs. Grandma Zhang, a solitary elder, typically spent her days at home. Mo Fei occasionally assisted her with minor tasks, and sometimes, when he ran out of supplies, he would shamelessly visit her for a meal, which she always welcomed. Just as in this instance, despite not giving prior notice, the little old lady greeted him with warmth, even preparing a couple of dishes for him. Watching Mo Fei eat heartily brought her joy. "Eat more, dear. Good boys are getting too thin," she said affectionately. Grandma Zhang cherished Mo Fei, admiring his handsome appearance and polite demeanor, her face beaming with maternal affection. "Eat more. It's good to see you like this." Just the other day, I thought you were going to become a monk. Mo Fei choked on his food, forcing a sheepish smile. In truth, he did not feel like a law-abiding citizen. Grandma Zhang nudged the plate, encouraging him to continue. He devoured his dinner with fervor and dutifully washed the dishes before retreating to his room. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. He had changed his phone card, reported in, rescued a cat, and even taken a stand for justice, embodying the spirit of community vigilance. It had been a day rich in variety. Mo Fei silently prayed for the following days to be less eventful. After all, life was not a film, and real suffering could be perilous. As night enveloped the city, some succumbed to slumber after work, while others toiled under the bright lights of overtime. The police station welcomed a new wave of weary visitors. Officers Tang and Xiao Su had received news earlier in the afternoon that a special task force was on its way, and soon. A black SUV rolled into the precinct's courtyard. From the vehicle emerged 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, all appearing fatigued. Officer Tang recognized the headlights signaling their arrival and went out to meet them, accompanied by Officer Xiao Su. Among the group, a middle-aged man clearly took the lead. Upon seeing Officer Tang, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Tang Xin? Officer Tang, equally astonished, replied, Li Qianbei. He quickly composed himself and introduced, Senior. This is Su Tiansheng, who graduated just 2 years ago. Xiao Su, this is Li Tsangyu, who once mentored me in criminal investigations. Li Tsangyu waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. We are all comrades here. Where did you find the dismembered limbs? Lead me to them. The special task force that Li Tsangyu brought was specifically investigating these dismembered remains. Recently, reports had surfaced from the public regarding the discovery of severed body parts at various locations. Initially, the bodies were unrecognizable, but the situation escalated to the point of finding dismembered remains, a particularly heinous crime. Moreover, the locations of the body discoveries indicated that the perpetrator was not operating from a fixed location, but was mobile. Li Tsangyu had been working on a case in Lin City and, upon receiving news of this situation, promptly rushed over. The defining characteristic of this killer was the meticulous erasure of the victims' identities. Fingerprints, facial features, and personal identification were the most direct and convenient means of confirming a victim's identity. In an age where genetic testing was not yet universally applied, verifying these victims' identities was akin to scaling a mountain. Furthermore, from the partially confirmed identities of the victims, it became clear that the perpetrator was committing crimes indiscriminately, targeting vulnerable groups such as women, the elderly, and children, with no discernible pattern beyond this tragic commonality. This made the investigation particularly challenging. Who could know when this individual would strike again? Nonetheless, even in this chaotic scenario, Li Tsangyu had gleaned some insight. The fact that the perpetrator targeted women, the elderly, and children implied a lack of physical ferocity, but a ruthless disposition nonetheless. A map of the body discovery sites revealed a trajectory primarily along the national highway, indicating that the killer had traversed this route to reach the city. To date, the various body parts pieced together suggested at least 23 victims. Li Tsangyu furrowed his brow, and those accompanying him mirrored his concern. 23? Officer Xiao Su exclaimed in disbelief. The number was horrifying, especially in peaceful times. What manner of person could be so depraved? Thus, we must exert every effort to apprehend this killer and bring him to justice, Li Tsangyu declared, striking the desk with his fist. They had all sworn to protect the safety of the people and their property. Each criminal was a slap in the face to their commitment. For the sake of the victims and their own convictions, they could not afford to let this killer go free. Awakening to the morning light, Mo Fei climbed out of bed, his hair tousled and his demeanor somewhat dazed. He had spent the night dreaming of a future filled with survival games, where mornings in the precinct were met with chaos and bloodshed. Fearful, utterly terrifying, Mo Fei wiped his face, reassuring himself that dreams and reality are opposites. This meant that he would surely lead a stable life from now on, never to see the inside of a police station again. After bolstering his spirits, Mo Fei glanced at the balance on his card, feeling invigorated by the promise of a new day. He donned a white tracksuit and flashed a bright smile at the mirror. The reflection grinned back with a sinister undertone. It was all quite dismal. Mo Fei rubbed his cheeks and forced another smile. Although a bit exaggerated and foolish, at least it exuded friendliness. Life is indeed fraught with difficulties. Mo Fei hurried to the filming location, and fortunately, the journey was uneventful this time. Director Wang had spent the previous night revising the script with the screenwriter. Painfully aware of past missteps, he believed that starting on a down note was inauspicious, so he decided to fill the scenes more robustly. Even Mo Fei's character transformed from a cold, superficial ornament to a vibrant and sunny figure. This revision was meant to reduce the frequency of NGs. After all, since he was merely an ornament, a few extra lines were inconsequential. When Mo Fei received the new script, he nearly burst into tears. Damn it. He had to memorize lines and could no longer slack off. The pay remained the same, but with more dialogue, this might have been a boon for other actors. However, Mo Fei preferred to utter the fewest words possible while still earning the same amount. Yet now that the script was distributed and he had already spent his money, he had no choice but to comply. The day's shooting proceeded surprisingly smoothly, with no unexpected incidents. Aside from the third male lead occasionally casting furtive glances at Mo Fei. Seemingly intimidated, everything else was normal. Director Wong heaved a sigh of relief. At this pace, they could complete filming in just over a month. He intended to visit the temple again to pray, hoping to avoid further calamities. Mo Fei had completely cast aside the chaotic matters and, during his free time, struck up a rapport with the elderly man distributing meals, attempting to secure an extra boxed lunch each day to take home. Chapter 12. Prevention. To be frank, the boxed lunches provided by the crew were not particularly palatable. Greasy and lacking in lean meat. Even the picky eaters were repulsed by the oily stench. However, Mo Fei was not discerning. He was easy to please when it came to food. No matter how unappetizing the boxed lunch was, could it possibly be worse than plain noodles? Don't be ridiculous. The crew typically prepared a surplus of meals, so logically, taking an extra portion should not be a difficult endeavor. Yet the elderly man looked at Mo Fei with suspicion, refusing to relent easily. The old man was wise, not foolish. He could see right through Mo Fei's aura of misfortune. The meals were not worth feeding to a dog. Mo Fei felt disheartened, his demeanor becoming even less appealing. The old man guarded the boxed lunches fiercely, resolutely refusing to yield. Mo Fei pouted, powerless to change the situation, and returned to his spot in despair. Director Wong, seated on a soft stool, couldn't help but turn to the assistant director and inquire, "Are our boxed lunches really that delicious?" The assistant director replied honestly, "They're quite mediocre." "Then why is he in such a state?" Director Wong gestured towards Mo Fei, questioning the fuss over a mere boxed lunch. He had never seemed like a good catch, and now he looked even gloomier, as if he might sprout mushrooms in the rain. The assistant director replied thoughtfully, "Perhaps he harbors a deep affection for our crew. As for the notion of being too poor to pack a meal, unthinkable. He had just received his pay the day before." Neither of them could fathom that someone could be stingy enough to seek free meals even when financially stable. After all, they were genuinely unappetizing. The downcast Mo Fei quickly regained his spirits, for he was now the most promising talent under Chuanxiu. She had promised to pick him up from the set every day, also hoping to establish a rapport with Director Wong. The last time they spoke, they agreed to collaborate again when the opportunity arose, and she hoped it wasn't just empty talk. As soon as Mo Fei hopped into the car, Chuanxiu began calling out to people. Her voice echoed through the winding streets, sending chills down her spine. No matter how long she spent with Mo Fei, she could never get used to his capricious nature. Some people act sweetly like a gentle knife, while others wield their charm like a poisoned blade. "What do you want to eat? Just say it." Chuanxiu understood Mo Fei's character well. He clung to opportunities like someone who had never seen money before, seizing every chance to mooch food and drink. However, this time she would receive a commission, so treating him to a meal was no burden. Mo Fei grinned, "Lands how Lamian." Chuanxiu revved the engine and jokingly scolded, "Such a lack of ambition." Although Mo Fei loved to sponge off others, he was quite discerning. He only ate hearty, inexpensive meals and never exploited anyone. Relationships, after all, must be nurtured carefully. Lands how Lamian always served generous portions, and after finishing 2 bowls, Mo Fei patted his belly contentedly. Chuanxiu watched with wide eyes. "If you gain even a bit of weight, you'll have to start dieting." Mo Fei shrugged off her concern. He ate a lot, but he often left feeling unsatisfied. Poverty does not lead to obesity, nor does stinginess. After their meal, Chuanxiu left him to walk back, claiming it was for digestion and weight control. After all, Mo Fei truly relied on his appearance in his profession. By the time he finished work, the sky was already pitch black, and after dinner, the stars twinkled overhead. Walking along the road, Mo Fei found a certain poetic ambience. As long as nothing else went awry, today would be perfect. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he chastised himself internally. Such thoughts should not be entertained. The more one thinks, the more likely it is to manifest. Murphy's Law. Unfortunately, he had been a moment too late in self-correction. Approaching the old neighborhood, he found himself in the same spot as yesterday, where the same van zoomed past him once more. The rear windshield still bore the cracks he had caused the day before. For a moment, Mo Fei doubted whether he had crossed into another time. However, unlike yesterday, the van came to a halt. The door swung open, and two men emerged. Dressed plainly like laborers, Mo Fei could instantly perceive the menace in their eyes. It was something he had seen in the mirror these past few days, and it was difficult to overlook. Mo Fei slipped his hand into his pocket, fumbling to open WeChat and contact Officer Xiao Su or Officer Tang. For an average person, this might have posed a challenge. However, aside from essential applications, Mo Fei's phone contained nothing else, and the screen bore yesterday's crack, which surprisingly helped him access WeChat. Unfortunately, accurately reporting the incident was unlikely. The two laborers approached him menacingly, brandishing wooden sticks, clearly intent on assaulting him. A disdainful smile spread across Mo Fei's face. This smile momentarily slowed their advance, leaving them puzzled as to whether he had a trick up his sleeve. Sensing their hesitation, Mo Fei bolted towards the old neighborhood. Those fools. Why exit the vehicle to confront him when they could simply run him down? They wielded sticks, but nothing could compare to the speed of a car. A minor collision could send one to the hospital, while a higher speed could lead one to the crematorium. A stick would be utterly useless compared to the swift press of the gas pedal. Yet, this good citizen would never take pity on those scoundrels. Sooner or later, he would send them all to the station to boost Officer Xiao Su's record. As he silently berated them, Mo Fei raised his voice in a scream. Although the two individuals harbored intentions of delivering a violent beating, they seemed to have some reservations, ultimately opting to depart in a van instead of pursuing. Within the old building, someone disturbed by Mo Fei's commotion pushed open a window and exclaimed, "What are you shouting for? Go away if you have nothing to do." Had those two individuals chosen to chase after him, Mo Fei would have engaged in a verbal altercation, uttering provocative remarks such as, "If you have the guts, come down and confront me. I have friends behind me." However, as they did not pursue, Mo Fei retracted his head, obediently fell silent, and returned home. Nevertheless, the situation still raised some concerns. Sitting on his bed, Mo Fei opened WeChat and messaged Officer Xiao Su. "The van from yesterday has reappeared today, and they still wish to assault someone. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I almost got beaten up." This time, Officer Xiao Su did not reply immediately. After the exhausting night spent searching, the team was busy again today, conducting further investigations and seeking additional body parts while verifying missing persons information. In short, they were overwhelmed with work, wishing they could stretch a minute into 120 seconds. Mo Fei waited for a while, realizing that it was indeed inappropriate to trouble them over such a trivial matter. However, this incident served as a reminder. With that troublesome passive moths to the flame scenario present, similar troubles would likely become a regular occurrence in the future. One must remain vigilant. Mo Fei glanced around his home. A kitchen knife? That could backfire, potentially turning him into a statistic for Officer Xiao Su. A wooden stick? Inconvenient to carry and too conspicuous. In these times, it is indeed rare to find items that can be carried legitimately for self-defense. Mo Fei pondered as he pulled a box from under his bed. Inside lay various useless items, including magazines from years past and a plastic water cup. As he rummaged through, he found what he sought, a rusted U-lock. Chapter 13. The second unfortunate soul. Do not underestimate this U-lock. While it may appear unremarkable, serving merely as a psychological comfort during Mo Fei's days of riding an electric bike, it is heavy and fits well in hand. The U-shaped handle offers a perfect grip, and the lock's solid metal head, when swung, can inflict considerable harm. Its rust adds the risk of tetanus, thus doubling its lethality. Most importantly, this object is not classified as a controlled weapon, requiring no modifications and possessing a low threshold for use. Certain weapons, such as sharpened screwdrivers, fancy knuckle dusters, pepper sprays, or stun guns, imply intent to defend. Merely possessing them may lead to complications if an altercation results in injury to the adversary. The U-lock, however, does not carry such concerns. If someone intends to harm me, is it not entirely reasonable to grab a lock and counter with a knockout? One could hardly claim I was prepared for trouble. This makes it perfectly suitable for legitimate self-defense. Mo Fei felt quite satisfied. From now on, he would carry the lock to work, despite not even owning a bicycle. The lock had previously safeguarded the battery of his electric bike, which had been stolen after he could not afford to install a new one and subsequently disposed of. Reflecting on this, Mo Fei grasped the U-lock, and for a fleeting moment, his expression faltered. That little electric scooter had accompanied him from university to graduation. He would never forgive those who commit crimes. On set, Mo Fei's role was far less significant than that of the lead actors, often merely requiring a fleeting appearance, making it considerably easier compared to the starring roles. The discovery of dismembered limbs at the filming location, although swiftly resolved, had nonetheless unsettled the cast, leaving them somewhat out of sorts. Director Wong was visibly incensed. his eyes nearly bulging from frustration. Upon noticing the props team trembling and hesitant to approach the storage room, he had no choice but to commence filming exterior scenes to lighten the mood. This sequence involved a road scene where the main characters drove towards a desolate village, interspersing their journey with various proclamations and showcasing their complex romantic entanglements. Mo Fei observed the character relationships outlined in the script, finding them convoluted and overwhelming. Cliché. Yet, there was a hint of intrigue. He chuckled softly, burying his face in the script as he endeavored to untangle the web of connections. After the briefing, Director Wong set up the camera along a typically deserted stretch of road. Road scenes were scarce, and this one could be wrapped up within a day or two. This location was actually closer to Mo Fei's old neighborhood than the film base. He arrived, carrying the U-Lock, having taken a shared bicycle, modestly attired. Mo Fei, playing a minor role, was primarily there to serve as background. Excellent, he was quite content. The only downside was that during mealtime, an elderly man continued to watch him warily, as if fearing Mo Fei would rob him of his lunch. Was he that sort of person? However, the elderly man's scrutiny thwarted any plans of pilfering a meal. Mo Fei squatted by the roadside, eating his lunch. Although the area was cordoned off and no vehicles were expected, it was still prudent not to eat on the road for safety reasons. One must take responsibility for their own safety. There would be night filming later. He needed to stay alert. Director Wong cast a glance in Mo Fei's direction, who was intently focused on his lunch, and wondered if the meal was truly that delectable. Not far from that stretch of road, a disheveled figure staggered along, clearly in poor condition, clutching their ribs as they gasped for breath, dirt covering their body, and long hair cascading chaotically. Within a kilometer's radius, 2 laborers, armed with sticks, were pursuing the figure, following the trail. One of them cursed, "What were you thinking? A couple of hits and you're already scared out of your wits. If the goods are compromised, how will we sell them?" The other retorted defiantly, "You have to sell it before it's too late, right? Even if it ends up dead in our hands, it wouldn't matter. But not making money is a loss for us." The first speaker licked his lips, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. "Once we find it, beat it again. And hurry up and contact the buyer. Damn it, educated folks sell for a higher price and cause trouble." The fleeing individual understood that if they failed to escape this time and were caught, a grim fate awaited them. However, having eaten nothing but a bit of water for 2 days, coupled with a beating, they felt dizzy, their legs heavy as if laden with lead. Each step propelled only by sheer will. The roadside was overgrown with weeds, and the pursued individual could no longer discern the direction, relying solely on instinct to move forward. If one were to elevate the perspective, it would become evident that the distance between the pursued and the pursuers was steadily decreasing. Merely dozens of meters ahead lay the film crew, with a pair of watchful eyes concealed in the shadows. Just as the pursuers were about to catch sight of their quarry, a small figure sprang from the underbrush, tackling the pursued to the ground. The unexpected collision exacerbated the individual's injuries, causing them to black out momentarily and emit a muffled groan. Rough hands groped violently over the captured figure before a string of curses erupted. "What the hell, a guy? Why does a man have long hair? Damn it, you're a twisted freak." The assailant, after venting his frustrations, raised a carpenter's axe, preparing to finish off what he perceived as a pervert, just as the pursuers arrived. Upon witnessing this sudden emergence of a formidable figure, both sides hesitated. The unfortunate soul pinned to the ground gritted their teeth and managed to squeeze out a plea. "Brother, save me." This utterance ignited a spark. The 2 individuals in pursuit believed that the man wielding the axe was his brother, while the axe wielder assumed that the 2 with the sticks were his kin. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Although the man with the axe possessed a slender frame, he emanated a fierce and ferocious aura. Without uttering a word, he brandished the axe and lunged at the 2. Despite their experience in brawls and even human trafficking, they had never encountered such a life-threatening assault. They dodged and swung their sticks in an attempt to subdue him. Clearly, the axe wielder was a desperate outlaw. With one hand clutching the axe and the other grasping a stick, he targeted the one who had been captured, relentlessly striking him until blood flowed. The other, swinging his stick, landed several blows to the man's head, but he retaliated with another swift axe strike. The scent of blood quickly permeated the air. The unfortunate victim, gasping for breath, attempted to escape, but was met with increased ferocity from the axe wielder, who was determined to eliminate both before finishing off the effeminate individual and sending him down to reunite with them. A gust of wind blew through, causing Mo Fei, who was waiting for the scene to unfold, to sniff curiously. He glanced at the lunchbox vendor, who warily pressed down on the food cart. Mo Fei approached directly, inquiring, "Do we prepare our meals here?" Chapter 14. Reporting again, are you out of your mind? Do you think we prepare food on site? The lunchbox vendor scoffed at Mo Fei, explaining that they had pre-ordered meals which were transported in insulated boxes. If you have something warm to eat, be grateful to Director Wong. Not prepared here? Mo Fei stroked his chin, pondering the origin of the chicken in the lunchbox. The vendor's disdain grew even more apparent. Freshly slaughtered? Come on. Who has the time to cater to your picky palate? Ignoring him completely, Mo Fei cast his gaze outside the road. If the blood scent did not arise from the lunchbox, where could it possibly be coming from? Rationality warned him against meddling, as it was often a path to misfortune. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his feet. Grabbing a U-lock from the basket of a shared bicycle, he proceeded. The assistant director noticed Mo Fei vaulting over the road barrier into the wilderness and called out, "What are you up to, Xiao Mo?" Without looking back, Mo Fei shouted, "Taking a dump." The assistant director was momentarily taken aback. Taking a dump with a lock? In the desolate area, the two individuals lay motionless on the ground. The slender man with the dripping axe hurried towards his prey. Upon spotting the fleeing figure, he broke into a maniacal grin, raising the axe high. The long-haired man sensed the commotion behind him, his eyes filled with despair, yet he continued to move forward without looking back. It was at that moment that Mo Fei appeared before them, parting the wild grass to reveal this bizarre tableau: a fleeing beautiful girl and a man attempting to strike her down with an axe. The axe was still dripping with blood. Mo Fei's mind became overwhelmed. Logic urged him to turn and flee while alerting others. But his hands instinctively reached for his phone to unlock it and capture the scene. Unfamiliar with such a scenario, he decided to take a photo for posterity. The flash startled both individuals into momentary lucidity. The beautiful girl dashed behind Mo Fei, her hoarse voice succinctly conveying the situation. "P.S. A murderer, run." Mo Fei twirled the U-lock in his hand, smirking. What a coincidence. Both men instinctively imagined the next line. "I am too." The axe wielder, observing Mo Fei's demeanor and presence, felt an unsettling resemblance. He couldn't have killed anyone yet, and subconsciously, he grew wary. Grasping the beautiful girl's hand, Mo Fei turned and sprinted, shouting, "Director Wong, help. There's a snake. Everyone hurry." The girl was completely taken aback, dragged along for several meters. The axe wielder wore a puzzled expression. What on earth was happening? Director Wong and the others, startled by Mo Fei's outcry, were not only bewildered but also agitated. Is this never-ending? A limb severed at the film base. And now snakes outside. The crew's attention was fixated on Director Wong. He waved his hand dismissively. "Go handle it." Several brawny men, unafraid of snakes, nodded and grabbed some tools, heading towards Mo Fei. By the time the axe wielder decided to give chase, Mo Fei was already nearing the crew. He harbored intentions of dispatching them, but his stamina was waning, forcing him to glare hatefully in Mo Fei's direction before disappearing into the wilderness. The men equipped with various wooden boxes and folding stools, prepared to confront the snake, were equally perplexed upon seeing Mo Fei emerge from the wild with a long-haired girl. What was going on? You shout about a snake and drag a girl along. Is she by Sujin? As Mo Fei spotted the crowd, sensing strength in numbers, he halted, ready to speak, but the girl in his arms suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. Mo Fei instinctively caught her, only to feel an unusual muscularity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the prominent Adam S. apple. It was a man, an exceptionally handsome man. Mo Fei's mind overloaded once again. The crew members, noticing his lack of response, urged, "Mo Lauscher, what's going on?" Mo Fei opened his mouth, realizing he was just as clueless. The only one privy to the details had fainted. He could only recount what he had witnessed. Just now, a man with an axe tried to strike me, and I intervened. And then you, my unfortunate friend, shouted about a snake, right? The crew's expressions shifted. While they recognized the urgency in his call for help, a tinge of annoyance lingered. If it weren't for the current circumstances, they might have taken their tools and directed them towards Mo Fei's head. Feeling a chill creeping down his back, Mo Fei sensed discomfort. Standing idly was not an option. He adjusted the unconscious man's weight and suggested, "Shall we report this to the police?" Report again? Director Wong truly believed this production was cursed. On the first day of shooting, a report was made. Now, changing locations, another report? Glancing at the unconscious individual laid out on a military cot, he pinched his nose and resigned himself. Fine, let us report. After all, it was merely an attempted murder, which was preferable to discovering a body. Mo Fei nodded, promptly dialing Officer Xiao Su. The officer, accustomed to peculiar calls, assured him they would arrive as soon as possible. After hanging up, Mo Fei dialed for an ambulance, considering the injured party. While waiting, he stood and headed back toward the wilderness. Director Wong urgently called out, "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going to check the situation Mo Fei pointed towards the wilds. Although he had rescued someone, the source of that blood scent had yet to be identified. Curiosity gnawed at him. That maniac with the axe could still be nearby. Are you looking to get yourself killed? Director Wong felt his head pounding. With the chaos unfolding, everyone was on edge, refraining from even using the restroom for fear of encountering the axe-wielding man. Yet here was Mo Fei, brazenly venturing out alone. Did he not realize that solitary characters often met with grim fates in films? Director Wong was exasperated, wishing he could crack open Mo Fei's head to see if it was empty. Mo Fei chuckled lightly. Oh, but we can go together. If we stick together, he can't harm us. Otherwise, why do characters in films often split up? Director Wong was momentarily speechless, then forced a smile, nodding. All right. Who is willing to go with him? Raise your hand. The silence was deafening. A gust of wind swept by, adding an air of desolation to the scene. I clutched his U-lock tightly, sitting obediently on a wooden crate. A group of individuals had gone out to apprehend suspects. But one person venturing out did not necessarily imply the same. He was discerning in this regard. The location of the road was somewhat isolated, and the police car and ambulance arrived in quick succession. The officers were familiar faces, Officer Shiox and Officer Tiying, but there were also two unfamiliar faces accompanying them. Officer Tiying glanced at the unconscious individual and gestured for Officer Shio to follow the ambulance, then stood before MFI to inquire. We meet again, Mr. MFI smiled subtly. I did not wish for this encounter. Chapter 15. Wanted and bounty. Logically speaking, who would willingly call the police without cause? If there were a way to eliminate this unfortunate predicament, I would not hesitate to invest. Officer Tiying chuckled at MFI's words, opting not to comment. I heard you were the one who discovered this situation? MFI nodded. It was in the nearby wasteland. There was also an individual intent on attacking. He then retrieved his phone, opened the album, and showed Officer Tiying. It is him. The screen displayed a vast expanse obscured by weeds and a long-haired man. Yet the face of the axe-wielding assailant was still mostly visible. Officer Tiying remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing the screen before finally breaking the silence. Your first reaction upon witnessing this scene was to take a photograph? I shyly smiled. I had never seen such a thing. Officer Tiying observed the youth's somber smile, his gaze cold, while the words he uttered bore a semblance to playful banter. He swallowed hard. He had not encountered such a scene in over a decade of service. Send me that photo, Officer Tiying instructed, pointing to MFI's phone. If it's convenient, please guide me to the location. I turned to Director Wing, aware that any departure from the set required his approval. Director Wing's expression was as dark as a pot's bottom as he waved dismissively, akin to swatting away a fly. Go. Li Xingyi, who had accompanied Officer Tiying, stepped forward. I'll join as well. When MFI reported the incident, Li Xingyi was busy researching alongside Officer Shio. Upon hearing of the axe-wielding assailant, he expressed his desire to assist in the investigation. Throughout the journey, he remained mostly silent, observing Officer Tiying conduct the investigation without interference. With the two police officers in tow, I felt a surge of security and boldly ventured into the overgrown grass. The trio halted when they reached the spot where I had witnessed the axe-wielding man. He pointed to the previous position of the assailant. He was standing right there. There's blood on the ground. Blood? Officer Tiying furrowed his brow. At that moment, Li Xingyi bypassed him and crouched by the bloodstain, examining it before speaking. The blood is quite fresh. Was he injured? The latter question was directed towards MFI, who shook his head. It dripped from his axe. Li Xingyi's expression shifted dramatically as he uttered a warning to stay put and proceeded along the direction where the grass had been trampled. I had already surpassed his curiosity about the scent of blood. He was now more interested in Officer Tiying's response. Is this person your superior? I leaned closer, lowering his voice. For an ordinary person, such a manner of speaking would indicate a secretive conversation. However, MFI's proximity to Officer Tiying set off alarm bells within him. He suppressed the urge to handcuff MFI and offered a polite smile, mimicking MFI's posture as he leaned in to say in a loud voice, Feel free to ask openly. MFI grimaced, rubbing his ears as his mind buzzed. Officer Tiying exhaled deeply before responding. He is my predecessor. Oh, MFI nodded vigorously, realizing why he appeared so formidable. He sincerely gave a thumbs up, finding it far more enjoyable to praise the predecessor than Officer Tiying himself. Yet, upon observing MFI's demeanor, which suggested he had never been on the right side of the law, Officer Tiying's smile turned into a strained grimace. At that moment, the individual being praised emerged from the grass, his expression grave. Notify the team. There are 2 corpses over here. Officer Tiang's smile vanished entirely. The case had escalated dramatically at this juncture. Director W. Ng's expression darkened further. Although the incident did not occur within the film crew, it was merely a few hundred meters away. Furthermore, with no one else around, the entire crew was the nearest populace and would inevitably be questioned. Those unaware of the specifics assumed the police were merely inquiring about the axe-wielding assailant, but Director W. Ng, having lived a long life, was acutely aware of the differences in police conduct over the decades. It was evident that this was not merely a case of handling an assault. He understood that even if he grasped the truth, he could not expose it. Maintaining a facade was essential, otherwise, the crew would be thrown into disarray. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, glaring at MFI, who was mingling with the officers. He now realized that MFI was a harbinger of misfortune. On his first day on set, he had discovered severed limbs. And now he had stirred up this chaos by venturing into the grass. Initially, he feared actors might flee, leading to breach contracts. But now he regretted wanting to dismiss him due to the penalty fees. Director W. Ng simmered with resentment. He was a native of ZJ Ng, and old-timers from ZJ Ng had certain standards. MFI was clearly a jinx to this production. At that moment, MFI remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently revealed his ill-fated attributes. He was diligently cooperating with the officers in their investigation. As the first witness, and one who had even exchanged words with the axe-wielder, the officers regarded him with considerable seriousness. The photograph on MFI's phone was promptly confiscated. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, he found himself seated in a familiar spot. He calculated that the complications arising after the card exchange seemed even more troublesome than before. The black card, Jack the Ripper, indeed had its dark side. This time, the questioning officer was not one of the familiar personnel, but Li Si-Ying and another unfamiliar officer. During the exchange, MFI recounted the events he had witnessed in detail. Li Si-Ying spread out a stack of photographs on the table and asked MFI, "Can you identify the type of axe that the person you saw was holding?" MFI's photograph lacked any composition. The axe-wielder's hand was entirely out of frame, rendering identification impossible. The only option was for MFI to examine the array of axe photographs. After inspecting the assortment, he pointed to one and said, "It looks like this, but slightly smaller." Li Si-Ying pointed to that image and inquired, "Are you certain?" MFI nodded affirmatively. "My eyesight is 52 without correction. I can discern even if there are bits of flesh on that axe." Li Si-Ying glanced at the photograph. It was a single-edged carpenter's axe, quite similar to their previous conjecture regarding the weapon. Once the inquiries wrapped up, Li Si-Ying stood and expressed his gratitude to MFI. "Thank you, Mr. M, for your support in our investigation. Please be cautious while traveling. The suspect you photographed may seek retribution against you. Should you notice anything unusual, do not hesitate to inform us." MFI paused for a moment before replying. "Officer, does that mean this individual is considered a wanted criminal?" Li Si-Ying hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. "Yes, there is footage, a suspect, and a victim. It simply has not been officially announced yet." MFI's face lit up with joy. "What is the bounty?" Li Si-Ying refrained from revealing the amount. Chapter 16. JX ultimately, Li Si-Ying did not disclose the bounty amount. With an audacious demeanor, managed to enjoy a dinner at the police station. It must be said that the culinary offerings of the police cafeteria far surpassed those of the film crew's boxed meals, boasting a delightful aroma, a balanced assortment of dishes, and even fruits. This time, not only was his dinner covered, but he also had someone designated to drive him home. Officer Xiao Su, seated in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt and inquired, "Where do you live?" Standing outside the passenger door, hesitated. While it was certainly advantageous not to walk home, the prospect of catching a ride was even more appealing. However, the expression on Officer Xiao Su's face gave him pause. Sincerely asked, "Friend, is the police station particularly busy lately?" Officer Xiao Su placed his hands on the steering wheel, his face reflecting a sense of resignation. "Friend, I am the only one available here right now, unless you prefer to take a taxi back." Taking a taxi was an option, but cautiously inquired, "Will the fare be reimbursed?" Officer Xiao Su rolled his eyes and replied, "Get in the car." Once climbed into the vehicle and buckled his seatbelt, he mentioned, "I currently reside in an old neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. I will guide you." As the car started and exited the police station, let out a sigh of relief. Noticing his expression, Officer Xiao Su teased, "What's the matter? Are you feeling guilty about some misdeed?" "Misdeed?" Pondered, realizing he had committed none, and it was always misfortune that sought him out, leaving him no room to escape. Officer Xiao Su, in agreement, nodded. "Though I have only recently begun my tenure here, It is indeed rare to encounter someone like you, a familiar face who is neither a staff member nor a suspect. Pondered the statement, finding it difficult to discern whether it was a lamentation or a sarcastic remark. Truth be told, I never intended for this to happen, he reflected, recalling his past days and noting how he had grown accustomed to frequent visits to the police station. He couldn't help but click his tongue, recognizing the frightening nature of habit. Officer Xiao Su glanced at him and said with a smile, "If one day you fail to show up for a while, I will have to inquire about what transpired." Jovially responded, "That way, I won't have to worry about dying at home and no one coming to claim my body." Strangely enough, Officer Xiao Su remarked, this individual is not unappealing in appearance, nor does he seem dim-witted, yet his words often leave one at a loss. Oh, by the way, glancing at the pedestrians along the roadside, suddenly recalled something. Is the person who was rescued today all right? After a moment of hesitation, Officer Xiao Su, considering that was somewhat of an informed party, sighed and replied, "There are no major issues, merely some dehydration and minor injuries, with a fractured rib. After receiving treatment, there should be no significant concerns." "That is good to hear," exhaled in relief. Although the individual had caused him considerable shock on 2 occasions, being pursued was not his fault. The important thing was that they were unharmed. As they continued their conversation, S phone vibrated. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unlisted number. Answering, he was greeted by an unfamiliar female voice. "Hello, Mr. M.O. Your pet that has been treated at our hospital is ready to be discharged. When will you be able to come and pick up your little companion?" Fell silent for a moment. The voice on the other end pressed, "Sir? Oh, I will find time to come by in the next couple of days," replied evasively, ending the call. He had nearly forgotten about the unexpected guest who had been staying at the hospital under the guise of his pet cat. Given the limited space in the car, Officer Xiao Su overheard the conversation and teased, "I didn't realize you had a pet. A little companion, you say? That's an interesting name." Offered a wistful smile. "It's not just a little companion. There's also 2 months' rent." When Officer Xiao Su successfully dropped off at the entrance of the neighborhood, he gazed at the streetlights and recalled a previous message had sent him, calling out to as he stepped into the community. "By the way, I had my colleagues from the traffic division check on that vehicle you mentioned. It was not stopped at the intersection and turned out to be a clone plate." "How audacious for a cloned vehicle to act so brazenly," remarked, perplexed. "Is breaking the law something to be proud of nowadays?" Officer Xiao Su chuckled helplessly. "People are unpredictable. Just be cautious and reach out if you need anything." Nodded solemnly. He valued his own life above all else. Meanwhile, in a certain room of the hospital's inpatient department, the atmosphere remained lively. Officer Tang and Li Songyu were seated beside the bed of a recently awakened young man with long hair. The individual had just regained consciousness, and the officers had rushed over upon receiving the news. With victims, the officers maintained a kind demeanor. Officer Tang softened his tone. "What is your name?" The long-haired youth remained silent. Officer Tang offered a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Tang, Tang Xian, from the local precinct. This is Officer Li from the Criminal Investigation Unit. You can share anything with us. There is no need to be afraid." The long-haired youth continued to gaze at them without uttering a word. Officer Tang and Li Songyu exchanged glances, both sensing the challenge at hand. Initially, they had presumed this to be a female victim and considered sending a female officer to conduct the inquiry. However, the hospital records clearly indicated the patient's gender as male, prompting their direct involvement. Now that it was evening, would it be feasible to call in a more approachable female officer for overtime? Officer Tang pulled out his phone, preparing to call for assistance, when the long-haired youth spoke. "Where's the person who saved me?" Officer Tang responded swiftly. He has already returned after completing his statement. Upon hearing this, the long-haired youth averted his gaze once more. To be fair, the long-haired youth possessed striking features, exuding a beauty that transcended gender norms. His averted gaze evoked a sense of sympathy. Yet, before him stood 2 officers seasoned by various trials, unyielding to mere appearances. Li Songyu spoke earnestly. "Regardless of your difficulties, please feel free to express them. As public servants, we are committed to assisting you." "Indeed," Officer Tang nodded in agreement. "You must trust us." "It is not that I do not trust you," the long-haired youth replied, closing his eyes briefly. His voice was raspy as he continued. "I will share my story, but you must not inform my family, all right?" This request was somewhat unusual. Yet Officer Tang and Li Songyu had encountered similar situations before. Typically, individuals involved in such matters, whether those who had families yet engaged in illicit activities or youngsters who had run away from home, often expressed similar sentiments. Officer Tang smiled reassuringly. "We will respect your wishes, but it will depend on the severity of the situation." With a sigh, the long-haired youth began, "My name is Ji Xingyu. As you might have guessed, I have run away from home. Unfortunately, during my escape, I encountered a human trafficking ring. While assisting a pregnant woman, I was captured, beaten, and mistaken for female to be sold. I finally found an opportunity to escape, only to cross paths with a crazed individual wielding an axe. Ji Xingyu raised his head, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his features. And that was just the beginning. Chapter 17. The perpetrator identified. Ji Xingyu's narrative unfolded like a tale of ill-fated adventures, akin to a harrowing journey through the depths of hell. After leaving home due to a family dispute, he fell prey to a professional trafficking ring, enduring brutal treatment before narrowly escaping. In his flight, he encountered a maniac wielding an axe, only to find a passerby whose first instinct was to capture the moment on their phone, inquiring about his savior. Ji Xingyu sought to ascertain whether that individual had come to harm. After all, they had been his lifeline. If they had suffered any injury, he would be willing to assist with medical expenses and funeral arrangements. Li Tsangyu and Officer Tang gleaned the general sequence of events from Ji Xingyu's narration. The two deceased were human traffickers, accompanied by a driver who likely fled upon discovering the bodies. As for the perpetrator, Li Tsangyu suspected that the killer was the same individual linked to the series of murders they were currently investigating. Upon discovering the bodies hidden among the wild grass, Li Tsangyu noted that the faces of the victims had been brutally mutilated, and their hands had been crushed, reminiscent of the killer's previous methods. Had it not been for the killer's pursuit of Ji Xingyu, it was likely that he would have disposed of the bodies by dismemberment. This case also marked a rare instance of male victims in the ongoing murder spree, as the killer had previously targeted women and the elderly. If the killer had not mistakenly believed Ji Xingyu to be female, he might not have revealed himself. The thought of the murderer elicited a look of revulsion from Ji Xingyu, which Li Tsangyu astutely observed. He inquired, "Do you have any additional information regarding the man wielding the axe?" Ji Xingyu, expressionless, pointed to himself, saying, "Does him touching my chest count?" The first thing he did was grope, which speaks volumes about his character. Had Ji Xingyu not been a man, and if the two traffickers had not been pursuing him, he might have faced a fate of sexual assault followed by murder. This also aligned with previous findings that indicated some female victims had suffered sexual violence. Li Tsangyu felt increasingly certain. The killer had consistently operated along the national highway, and upon reaching the city, he had concealed himself near a less traveled road, waiting for an opportunity until he encountered Ji Xingyu. The next step was a comprehensive investigation. They possessed only one photograph of the suspect, devoid of any identifying details such as name, origin, age, or occupation. The challenge was significant, yet the killer's face was now exposed, a stroke of fortune. This time, encountering two adult males and killing them both suggested a loss of rationality due to bloodlust. Such a person deserved prompt apprehension and punishment. With this determination, the entire system sprang into action, resolute in finding the individual depicted in the photograph. The new day's dawn filtered through the translucent curtains, casting light upon Mo Fei's face. He lay with closed eyes, furrowing his brow, unable to mask his simmering anger. The light was unbearable, prompting Mo Fei to sit up and ruffle his hair in frustration. Following his return home with Officer Su, Lu Chuanxiu had called him to check in, a conversation that lasted over half an hour. While it was true that Mo Fei was the most promising and talented among her subordinates, he was also notoriously troublesome. Although rescuing someone mid-crisis was morally commendable, the world often does not operate on principles of morality. A film crew incurs costs daily. The purpose of filmmaking is profit, not charity. Given the current predicament, had Director Wang taken a firmer stance, Mo Fei could have easily found himself dismissed. If anyone held a grudge, a single remark could send Mo Fei back to tilling sweet potatoes. After a lengthy check-in, Lu Chuanxiu ultimately granted Mo Fei a 2-day leave, assuring him she would negotiate with the production team. Mo Fei had worked under Lu Chuanxiu since entering the industry, well aware of her temperament. When she checked in on him, the subject of her concern was likely the ancestral lineage of the axe-wielding man. As usual, they would grovel to her on set, only to curse the lack of humanity and talent once outside. Lu Chuanxiu was indeed a character, both furious and protective, with a keen sense of fairness. From every angle, Mo Fei had performed commendably, with no faults other than his youthful naivety. However, that naivety was often perceived as a cardinal sin by some. After finishing the call with Mo Fei, Lu Chuanxiu began to berate those who were solely driven by greed, then proceeded to draft a letter to Director Wang. Yet, it was important to note that Director Wang was merely an employee of the investors, wielding slightly more authority. Furthermore, despite initially being startled by the chaos, after a night's rest, he felt ready to face the situation once more. In his early years filming in Zijing City, He had often faced disruptions from unruly individuals. Some shoots had seen armed intruders storm the set, threatening the cast and crew. This film had rekindled those memories of tumultuous times, providing a thrilling experience. Mo Fei might have encountered misfortune, yet he had not committed any wrongdoing. He was simply a well-meaning fool, appearing untrustworthy yet performing commendable deeds. Director Wong sighed, ultimately deciding to reduce Mo Fei's screen time rather than dismiss him entirely. While cutting scenes was a significant setback for other actors, it mattered little to Mo Fei. His focus remained on survival, irrespective of lines or screen time. Fame was a matter of fate. With this passive acceptance, Mo Fei often reflected on how fortunate he was not to be a public servant. Being in a high-profile position with a penchant for trouble could truly become a burden. With Mo Fei's scenes cut, his remuneration remained unchanged, and he even earned a 2-day break. There was no justification for him to be upset. What truly irked him was a dream he had the previous night. In that dream, he played the hero, holding a soft, delicate hand, just as he was about to make a move, only to be met with a gruff, northeastern voice. "Brother, thanks." This abruptness startled Mo Fei. It wasn't that he held disdain for cross-dressing, but rather that he was unaccustomed to it, leaving him somewhat shaken. If the person's character was sound, he could certainly understand minor eccentricities. Mo Fei sat in a daze for a moment before rising to freshen up and eat. With 2 days of leave ahead, he was eager to visit a certain seamstress. Chapter 18. Xian Mao and the stalker Mo Fei tidied himself up and stepped out with his U-lock in hand. The moment he exited the old community, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if he were being observed. He glanced around but found nothing amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that only 2 types of individuals could be watching him, the killer or the police. Based on the appearance of the killer he had seen yesterday, he seemed ordinary and slight of build, not resembling someone with a well-organized plan. It was unlikely that an individual could discover the whereabouts of someone bold enough to photograph him in such a short span of time. Thus, the only other possibility was that the police were covertly protecting him. This realization was both unexpected and reasonable. At present, he and the long-haired man were the only 2 individuals who had encountered the killer, making it plausible for the murderer to target them. Keeping an eye on them would allow the killer to bide his time, requiring only one person to trail them, a cost-effective strategy. With this understanding, Mo Fei dismissed the feeling of being watched. Although being scrutinized was uncomfortable, it wasn't detrimental. He could cooperate with the police. Adjusting his mindset as a responsible citizen, he hopped onto a shared bicycle and pedaled toward the pet hospital, unaware that the observer was hastily following suit. After a few days of care, the condition of the seamstress had significantly improved. When Mo Fei arrived, she was leisurely grooming herself. The veterinarian greeted Mo Fei with a warm smile upon their meeting. Yi Tiaofeng's recovery was impressive, showcasing a delightful temperament and remarkable courage. Typically, animals that have suffered abuse tend to shy away from human interaction. Yet the veterinarian believed that Yi Tiaofeng was indeed the stray cat that Mo Fei had rescued. It was rather astonishing to discover that a man who appeared so fearsome could possess a heart as radiant as gold. Mo Fei found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the veterinarian's kind gaze. Perhaps influenced by his dreams, he felt as though the veterinarian's eyes were filled with an overly affectionate friendliness, akin to a romantic overture. Spotting the aloof Yi Tiaofeng, Mo Fei immediately scooped the cat into his arms, displaying an overwhelming affection. With this said, "Yi Tiaofeng should be just fine, right? I have prepared cat litter and food at home. May I take him back?" "Certainly," the veterinarian replied with a smile. "A little Xian cat, quite fortunate indeed." Mo Fei tilted his head in confusion. "Xian cat?" "Indeed," the veterinarian pointed at Yi Tiaofeng. "I only discovered this the next day. He may appear black, but in the light, you can see his fur is actually red." Upon hearing this, Mo Fei lifted Yi Tiaofeng, and under the illumination, the previously dark cat radiated a halo of crimson. "How remarkable," Mo Fei murmured, his eyes lighting up. Xian cats ward off evil spirits. The veterinarian paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. That belief does exist. This revelation made Mo Fei less apprehensive about Yi Tiaofeng startling him, especially after spending a substantial sum. He affectionately stroked the cat, exclaiming, "Ah, from now on, you shall be my family cat. I look forward to your companionship and protection." Yi Tiaofeng, with an air of elegance, nestled in his embrace and let out a modest meow. Witnessing this harmonious interaction, the veterinarian beamed with satisfaction and recommended various pet supplies, including a cat carrier, canned food, and toys. As Mo Fei stood at the entrance of the veterinary hospital, laden with bags, he felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. It seemed he had experienced this scene before. Was this place some kind of treasure trove? A visit here had cost him a month's rent. It appeared that hospitals, whether for humans or pets, were indeed quite formidable. Struggling to balance the weight of his bags while riding his bicycle was a challenge Mo Fei was reluctant to face. Opting instead to walk, Etiao Foam, being a young male cat, was not light, and combined with the assortment of items, it was a testament to Mo Fei's good physical condition that he was managing it all. As he walked, he sighed deeply, and a black and white vehicle with law enforcement markings pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing the familiar face of Officer Xiao Su. What a coincidence. Officer Xiao Su remarked with a smile. You seem quite burdened. Hop in, I'll give you a ride. Mo Fei glanced at him, and then at the car. Is this your personal vehicle? Not quite. Officer Xiao Su unlocked the door and explained, I was actually on my way to find you. The individual we rescued yesterday woke up last night and expressed a desire to meet you. He gestured invitingly. Of course, you can choose not to go. And I could use the vehicle for personal matters instead, considering it a wasted trip. Mo Fei squeezed himself and the cat into the car, fastening his seatbelt, and asked in confusion, Isn't it simpler to just call me about such trivial matters? The premise of calling is that you can actually get through. Officer Xiao Su chuckled. Do you think I took the vehicle out for fun? When he was unable to reach Mo Fei's phone, he had contemplated whether the perpetrator had come to retaliate. But Officer Tang had suggested that even if retaliation were intended, it would not happen so swiftly, and it was best to assess the situation first. Mo Fei checked his phone and sheepishly smiled. Sorry, I had it on silent. Having his phone on silent all the time made it easy to overlook various messages. Officer Xiao Su shook his head, indicating it was of no concern. So, would you like to meet that person? Sure, Mo Fei nodded, having no pressing matters at hand. Officer Xiao Su promptly took another route, continuing to chat casually. So you've adopted a cat? Yes, I found a Shin cat. Meant to ward off evil and bring good fortune. Haha. Peering through the cat carrier, Mo Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Although Officer Xiao Su did not subscribe to superstitions, he held no strong opinions against such hopeful beliefs. Many families in the police force sought talismans for peace of mind. It was merely psychological comfort. However, as Mo Fei gazed into the cat's green eyes, an epiphany struck him. Wait, you aren't sending someone to keep an eye on me, are you? If the police had dispatched someone for his protection, then Officer Xiao Su wouldn't have made a special trip just because he couldn't reach him. Officer Xiao Su was surprised by this assertion. No, if we had such an operation, we would certainly discuss it with you beforehand. He then realized the implication and his expression turned serious. Is someone following you? Mo Fei recalled the unsettling sensation he had felt when leaving, nodding gravely. If it wasn't the police, could it truly be the perpetrator? Yet that individual appeared to lack the capacity for such actions. Mo Fei murmured. If it really is the perpetrator. Officer Xiao Su exhaled slowly. I will inform my superior about this matter. You need not fear. We live in a society governed by law, and we are here to protect you. Mo Fei nodded slowly. Is there any update on the bounty? Officer Xiao Su raised an eyebrow in response. Chapter 19. The Fortune Cat. While Officer Xiao Su held a favorable impression of Mo Fei, the latter's inquiry regarding the bounty during serious matters was clearly inappropriate. As a diligent law enforcer, he maintained a light-hearted demeanor in everyday life. Yet he adopted a serious attitude when addressing critical issues. After all, they were dealing with a deranged criminal capable of murder, not a neighbor who might offer you sweets. Officer Xiao Su admonished Mo Fei for a considerable time, ensuring he understood the importance of not underestimating his opponent. However, the emergence of an unidentified stalker was indeed concerning. Upon arriving at the hospital, Officer Xiao Su escorted Mo Fei to Ji Xingyu's hospital room, knocked on the door, and announced Mo Fei's identity, before standing by to inform the precinct about the stalking incident. As Mo Fei entered the room, he saw Ji Xingyu, dressed in a hospital gown, with long hair cascading gently to the side of his serene face. The first thought that flashed through Mo Fei's mind was an understanding of why Ji Xingyu had been mistaken for a woman. Historically, the strategist Zhang Liang of the Western Han Dynasty was once praised for his beauty, illustrating that men could indeed transcend gender in appearance. While Mo Fei assessed Ji Xingyu, the latter was also scrutinizing him. Although they had crossed paths briefly in the wilderness, Ji Xingyu had been in poor condition and had not remembered Mo Fei's appearance. Now, however, Mo Fei looked quite presentable, not fitting the mold of a typical Good Samaritan. Nonetheless, as he was Mo Fei's lifesaver, Ji Xingyu maintained politeness and expressed his gratitude. Mo Fei had merely acted out of instinct, seizing the opportunity to perform a good deed. I don't even know your profession, Ji Xingyu remarked with a gentle smile. I should find a way to repay you in the future. Repay me? Mo Fei shook his head. You seem to be in no position to help yourself. Living well is enough. After which, he glanced at his phone to check the time. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be heading back. It would be a shame to waste my holiday not getting some rest. A hint of confusion flickered in Ji Xingyu's eyes. No need for repayment? None at all. Mo Fei waved his hand dismissively. It was not his intention to elevate the moral standards of humanity. Rather, he felt that Ji Xingyu appeared quite unfortunate himself. With little he could offer in return. Would it be an exchange of vows? Thank you. Mo Fei has adopted a mischievous little kitten. He truly cannot afford to care for a grown person. Ji Xingyu certainly did not anticipate that this seemingly sinister individual would possess a kind heart. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he is employing a strategy of feigned submission, yet for the moment, it appears he harbors no such intentions. Officer Xiao Su entered the ward after sending a message. How is the conversation going? Quite well, Mo Fei replied with a slightly foolish grin. Officer Xiao Su, may I be considered an assistant in this case? Is there any possibility of a reward? Not only is there a reward, but I can also apply for a good citizen certificate for you. Officer Xiao Su chuckled, playfully punching him. You must first take care of yourself before contemplating such trivial matters. Remember what I told you, do not act rashly. Mo Fei obediently nodded and then inquired. So, what is the bounty for the one wielding the axe? Has it been inquired about? Officer Xiao Su replied. Did you forget what I mentioned earlier? Are you in dire need of money? Ji Xingyu interjected from his position on the bed. Mo Fei's expression grew a tad more serious. I am not in desperate need of money. Rather, I seek to earn it. Ideally, I prefer quick money. Even better if it requires little effort. Unfortunately, the quickest and easiest ways to acquire money mostly reside within the criminal code. If one were to engage in such acts, there would be no hope for redemption. It is not feasible at all. Ji Xingyu nodded thoughtfully. Having met the individual, is it all right if I return home to play with the cat? Mo Fei still remembered the mysterious cat that had been placed in the car. It had been personally verified by the pet shop owner as a mystical cat. It could ward off evil, bring good fortune, and even bless him with wealth, a little god of fortune. Taking care of the god of fortune cat is surely more enjoyable than being here, watching over a handsome patient. Officer Xiao Su glanced at Ji Xingyu and, seeing no objections, nodded. All right, I shall escort you. Before leaving, Officer Xiao Su closed the door and reminded Ji Xingyu. We will apprehend the perpetrator swiftly. Ensure you rest well. Ji Xingyu smiled and nodded. Once the officer departed, he began contemplating how to assist his savior in earning money. Although Mo Fei had insisted it was unnecessary, Ji Xingyu's upbringing forbade him from remaining entirely ungrateful. However, as Mo Fei had pointed out, his current state rendered him incapable of aiding Mo Fei. Perhaps he could only return home. Ji Xingyu sighed. Such a significant incident would inevitably be difficult to conceal from his family. He might as well bow his head and accept it. This time, Officer Xiao Su not only delivered Mo Fei to the entrance of the community, but also helped him carry his belongings inside. The environment of the old community was not ideal, yet Mo Fei's room was tidy and well organized, with harmoniously colored furniture that created a pleasant atmosphere. Upon arriving home, Mo Fei opened the cat carrier, allowing the kitten to explore. New cats often exhibit stress responses, but this one certainly behaved differently. It wandered the room as if surveying its territory before finally lying down on the sofa, exuding an air of familiarity. Officer Xiao Su found it amusing. This cat appears quite imposing. Indeed, it is extraordinary, Mo Fei agreed, hoping it would bless him with great wealth and fortune beyond measure. Officer Xiao Su's expression suddenly stiffened, casting a warning glance at Mo Fei. If you intend to engage in any unlawful activities, think it through carefully. Neither I nor my mentor will overlook it. This is merely a hopeful wish, dear friend. Do not be so sensitive. Mo Fei waved his hand dismissively, pouring water and food for the kitten. It is best if that is the case. After making his statement, Officer Xiao Su looked around Mo Fei's home. Glancing out of the window, Mo Fei dutifully set out water and food for the kitten and, noticing Officer Xiao Su's actions, a light bulb went off in his head. Are you helping me check for hidden cameras and peeping devices? Officer Xiao Su shot him an exasperated glare. Yes, indeed. Mo Fei immediately offered him a glass of water. Here, esteemed officer, have some tea. Officer Xiao Su nearly choked on his drink. He regarded Mo Fei's mischievous yet handsome face, feeling as though he was dealing with a husky in human disguise. During their time at the precinct, both Officer Tang and Li Zhangyu had shared a common view of Mo Fei. This individual must be extraordinary. Officer Xiao Su had also begun to sense this. Nevertheless, no matter how he observed Mo Fei, he could not discern the exceptional qualities his predecessors had mentioned. This person was merely handsome, a bit mischievous, slightly eccentric, and perhaps had a few screws loose. Officer Xiao Su contemplated this, his gaze on Mo Fei becoming profound. Speaking of which, wouldn't it be safer to send such a person to a mental institution? However, looking at Mo Fei, who was grinning like a foolish dog, Officer Xiao Su sighed in exasperation. Fine, as long as he does not break the law, let him frolic for now. Chapter 20. Paparazzi? Setting aside professional concerns. Officer Xiao Su believed that forging a friendship with Mo Fei would be quite an enjoyable experience. However, he now had a responsibility for Mo Fei's safety. Allowing him to roam freely without a leash was evidently unsafe. Officer Xiao Su inspected Mo Fei's home, finding no hidden cameras or peculiar markings. This was indeed positive news. Regardless of who might be watching Mo Fei from the shadows, at least they had not yet extended their reach into his home. You should minimize your outings and remain vigilant regarding every visitor at your door, Officer Xiao Su advised earnestly, as if instructing an 8-year-old left alone at home. Mo Fei nodded vigorously, clutching a U-lock and asking, "If someone attempts to harm me, would calling for help be considered self-defense?" Officer Xiao Su paused for 2 seconds before responding. "You must allow them to strike first." He noticed the dawning comprehension on Mo Fei's face and could not help but add, "The definition of self-defense is quite complex. Do not make assumptions." Mo Fei signaled an okay gesture. "Rest assured, I will refrain from going out for the next few days and will study criminal law instead. First, I must master the foundational principles of entry that is essential for venturing into the world." For some reason, Officer Xiao Su felt an overwhelming sense of unease watching him. Despite his lingering discomfort, there were matters at the precinct that required his attention, so he reluctantly departed the old community. Mo Fei, true to his word, settled down and began to study criminal law. He had not approached a book with such seriousness in quite some time, and to his surprise, he found it rather enjoyable. The kitten, Yi Tiao Feng, yawned widely, roamed the room, hopped onto the sofa backrest, and lay down, its green eyes fixed on Mo Fei, with its tail swishing back and forth. Outside the old community, an individual observed the car leaving the premises. Once they confirmed that only Officer Xiao Su was driving, they retrieved their phone and sent a message. After a while, a new message arrived, consisting of only 3 simple words: "Keep an eye on him." The individual put away their phone and continued their surveillance. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Mo Fei truly adhered to his promise of remaining indoors, cooking instant noodles when hungry and nibbling on Yi Tiao Feng's cat food when bored. Fortunately, Yi Tiao Feng had a good temperament, showed no signs of distress, and even used the litter box without complaint. It would quietly lie in the corner, not making a sound even when its food bowl was empty, embodying an aura of indifference to life and death. Mo Fei believed that Yi Tiao Feng deserved to hold the first Buddha child card. A cat, so laid back. Truly, Amitabha. Director Wong, after a 2-day hiatus, once again found himself troubled by the shooting schedule. Before granting Mo Fei leave, he had been uncertain whether Mo Fei was the cause of his distress. However, the tranquility of the production crew during Mo Fei's absence left him with no choice but to believe it. Should Mo Fei return to work and cause another mishap, it would be irrefutable evidence. Director Wong, despite his admiration for others, would not engage in future collaborations. It is indeed a sign of age. Such stimuli are no longer bearable. After a 2-day respite, Mo Fei, who was to resume work, felt far from elated. The more he rested, the less inclined he was to return to work. However, he knew that if he did not fulfill his duties, El Chuanxiu would undoubtedly have his head. Mo Fei left home with just enough provisions for the day. El Chuanxiu specifically came to fetch him, pleading with this little tyrant not to stir up trouble. For if he did, they would all be in dire straits. Upon arriving at the filming location, Mo Fei offered a sincere apology and gratitude to Director Wong. Understanding the importance of maintaining proper etiquette, El Chuanxiu observed the docile Mo Fei, who was munching on a bun in the passenger seat, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. "If your incompetence leads to our ostracism within the industry." El Chuanxiu's smile turned ominous. "Do you believe I would take us both down with me?" Mo Fei felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing his bun. He smiled ingratiatingly. "I will certainly strive to do my best." Upon reaching the set, Mo Fei received his new script, which was considerably thinner than the previous one. In truth, he was not alone in this. Regardless of Mo Fei's supposed misfortune, Director Wong deemed the film inauspicious and believed that the sooner they concluded this ill-fated project, the better. Consequently, all actors had their roles reduced to varying degrees, with Mo Fei's being the most drastically cut. If it weren't for the involvement of another investor, Director Wong might have outright abandoned the project. Mo Fei's schedule for the day was densely packed, filled with scenes solely featuring him, making it quite evident that they wished for him to wrap up and leave as swiftly as possible. Mo Fei felt slightly overwhelmed. He merely desired a moment of respite. Was such a fierce retribution truly necessary? Nevertheless, despite the numerous scenes, his character was essentially a decorative one, lacking in technical demands. Fulfilling his role as a supportive character would suffice. To prevent a repeat of the incident where the third male lead broke down in tears on the first day of shooting, Director Wong specifically instructed Mo Fei to maintain a bright and cheerful demeanor, urging him to avoid any mishaps. Mo Fei gestured an affirmative okay. Observing the somewhat silly grin on Mo Fei's face, although he still did not appear to be the epitome of a good person, the other actors managed to regain their composure. Filming progressed unexpectedly smoothly, leading Director Wong to question whether he had been overly sensitive and agitated. What if the unfortunate events were merely coincidental? In a distant corner, a figure lurked, peering with intrigue. This vantage point allowed a clear view of the filming. A man donned in a vest and a cap, brandishing a camera, squeezed beside the observer, disregarding the odd looks he received, and adjusted his camera, exclaiming, "Ah, this angle is fantastic." After reviewing the photographs, the cap-wearing man turned to his companion, casually greeting him. "Bro, you're also a paparazzo? Why didn't you bring a proper camera? Just a pair of binoculars for work?" The other individual glanced at the high-magnification binoculars in his hands, but remained silent. "No money? No equipment?" The cap-wearer speculated, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we all start somewhere. But don't blame me for not guiding you. Director Wong's crew is notorious for their rapid shooting schedules. Whatever material we have, they finish filming before we can even release it. No future in this." The other man looked at him quizzically. "Then why are you here? Haven't you heard the news?" The cap-wearer was taken aback. "I thought you were well-informed and came here because something significant happened with Director Wong's crew. I didn't expect you to be completely oblivious and just barged in. Something significant?" The other raised an eyebrow. "What kind of significant event?" The cap-wearer instantly became wary. "I'm only sharing this because I borrowed your spot. Don't think about prying into my secrets." With that, he lifted his camera again to snap pictures of the crew, muttering, "It doesn't seem like there's much going on here." In Chapter 21, The Knife for Slaughter, no one in the crew noticed the reflections from the distant camera lenses or binoculars. Everyone was diligently engaged in their tasks. After concluding a scene, Mo Fei rubbed his cheeks, feeling as though his face had frozen in a smile. The next scene was his concluding moment in the film. Mo Fei's character, the fifth male lead, met his demise when he was pushed while fleeing, ultimately succumbing to a fatal stab. Mo Fei gazed at the script with a mysterious smile. How wonderful. Once filming concludes, he could return home to sleep. The first male lead, responsible for delivering the fatal blow, gripped the prop knife, hesitating as he observed Mo Fei's strange smile. According to the script, he was supposed to stab Mo Fei, and logically, the deranged killer role belonged to him. Yet Mo Fei appeared far more menacing. Would this strike lead to vengeance? The first male lead was conflicted. He had a promising future ahead. Mo Fei caught a glimpse of him and approached to greet. "Hello, senior." The first male lead smiled stiffly. Hello? Mo Fei eyed the fish-slaying knife in his hand and inquired, "You'll be using this to kill me, right?" The knife was long, single-edged, incredibly sharp, and had a visually striking appearance. The filming prop had a layer of transparent tape on the blade to prevent any actual harm to the actors. Mo Fei gazed at the knife with envy. "It's my first official rap. Can I take a picture with this weapon?" The first male lead's expression grew even more rigid as he handed over the knife. Sure, of course. He had filmed many scenes, but had never encountered someone wanting to take a picture with a weapon. Mo Fei, not preoccupied with the thoughts swirling in the first male lead's mind, took the fish-slaying knife, deftly twirling it between his fingers, exuding a flair that suggested mastery. The handle fitting comfortably in his grasp. His skilled manipulation of the knife presented a captivating spectacle for onlookers. "This is splendid," Director Wong exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "This motion is excellent. Elegant and striking. Xiao Mo, teach him that for the final cut." "Huh." Mo Fei, holding the knife, felt somewhat lost. "I can't teach. Isn't this something everyone knows? Stop spouting nonsense. Wrap it up, or I'll be forced to reprimand you." Director Wong had grown quite familiar with Mo Fei. Abandoning all pretense. "Do not hold back. I'll prepare a generous wrap gift for you later." Hearing about the generous reward, Mo Fei beamed, revealing his teeth. "Absolutely." He tilted his head towards the first male lead. "Senior, shall we practice?" The first male lead thought, does he genuinely not realize that his demeanor while holding a knife is unsuitable for being adorable? The first male lead, named Wu Miao, was of a similar age to Mo Fei, having debuted as a child star with a solid fan base. He possessed a foundational understanding of basic movements and techniques, making it reasonable to assume he could grasp a few knife-spinning actions. Mo Fei demonstrated a few spins to Wu Miao. The cold, white blade danced in his hands. And while the menacingly handsome figure gazed at the blade, an expression of eerie satisfaction and admiration crossed his face. Wu Miao swallowed nervously. In his years of attempting to transition his career, he had studied the works of many award-winning predecessors. Mo Fei's expressions, whether in horror or suspense films, felt entirely authentic, most importantly devoid of any semblance of acting. Senior, do you know the reason behind the design of the fish-slaying knife? Mo Fei's gentle voice pulled Wu Miao from his reverie. A smile graced his face. Please don't call me Senior, just call me Wu Miao. Very well, Wu Miao. Senior. Mo Fei responded with a smile, positioning the knife upright, gently caressing the blade, his eyes reflecting deeper admiration. The fish-slaying knife was slender, with a sharp tip, designed to penetrate flesh with ease. He bent the blade slightly. The fish knife possesses considerable toughness, allowing it to better conform to the contours of bones and the body. The handle is designed with a non-slip feature, ensuring a degree of friction even when wet with blood, making it more user-friendly. Generally, the blade of a fish knife measures around 20 centimeters, comparable to the thickness of human flesh, thus suitable for handling a variety of meats. The knife in Mo Fei's hand reflected a cold glimmer upon half of his face, prompting him to smile slightly. How about it? Do you have a better understanding of your lethal companion? Wu Miao maintained a smile, while subtly retreating 2 steps. I have gained invaluable insights. One learns as long as one lives. Mo Fei handed the knife to him. Then practice a bit. Wu Miao gazed at the fish knife in his grasp, perceiving it not as a fish knife, but rather as a hot potato. Help. Does Director Wong not check if actors have criminal records when casting? Recently, a severed limb discovered among the props couldn't possibly be his doing, could it? A paparazzo lurking in the shadows eagerly clicked away, capturing the entire scene of the film crew. Haha, this is juicy. The national brother is throwing shade at the newcomer. The paparazzo exclaimed, thrilled. Even though it wasn't major news, these few photos could fetch a couple of hundred to 1,000. A man with binoculars expressed confusion. This can sell? Newcomers are just that, newcomers. Even minor news can be troublesome. It's worth spending a little to buy it off, the paparazzo replied, content with his camera. Not every day do we catch scandals involving infidelity or drama. Our primary income comes from these small happenings, you know? The man nodded, pulling out his phone to send a message. What are you up to? The paparazzo felt a twinge of unease at the man's actions. Messaging my boss. After sending a lengthy text, the man looked up. Don't worry, the national brother you photographed. My focus is on the one across from him. There's no conflict. The paparazzo was momentarily speechless, perplexed. The one across from Wu Miao is a nobody. Why target him? As he pondered, the paparazzo suddenly recalled that some individuals in the industry enjoy playing games, whether to ruin someone's life, dig up dirt, or simply because the boss is a pervert. Although unfamiliar with the newcomer, he noted from the photos that the individual was quite good-looking, and encountering a deranged boss was hardly surprising. The paparazzo held no sense of justice in such matters. Everyone is out here hustling. To put it bluntly, we all operate in a gray area. Those who can live well won't engage in illegal activities. Individuals capable of such acts wouldn't hesitate to crush a small paparazzo. Ultimately, the less they knew about such affairs, the safer they were. The paparazzo fell silent and resumed taking pictures. The man observed him quietly, glancing at his phone again. After tailing for a while, he began to understand why the boss wanted him to keep an eye on this person. Based on the earlier display with the knife, it was clear that he was not a good person. His phone buzzed with a message from the boss, the content still succinct. Bring him to see me. The man tucked his phone away, unable to suppress a sigh. Initially, he thought his boss was merely idling by watching someone. Now it seemed he had a keen foresight. Chapter 22. Investment in an abandoned village. Under a dimly lit sky, a group of young men and women ran frantically along a dirt path. Behind them, figures clad in black, wearing masks and hats, pursued relentlessly, wielding a blood-dripping dagger. One young man stumbled and fell to the ground. The others attempted to turn back to help him, but the pursuers had already closed in, leaving them no choice but to flee. As the black-clad figures advanced, the fallen young man's face was etched with despair. A dagger pierced through his chest. He collapsed, gradually losing his breath. Cut! Director Wong called out. Wu Miao reached out to pull the fallen Mo Fei up, chuckling. Apologies for killing you once. Mo Fei, with a prop dagger still embedded in his chest, waved his hand casually. The sooner you die, the sooner you are reborn. He was still waiting for Director Wong's wrapped gift. At that moment, Director Wong sat in front of the monitor, deep in thought as he watched the footage. Following his usual quick shooting style, this take was sufficient, yet something felt amiss. The scene of Mo Fei falling and being stabbed certainly shouldn't end with a silly grin. Such a display would not fully encapsulate his dark aura, making it hard to believe he was someone who would easily perish. Just from Wang's perspective, he wanted to add a new angle. Turning him into an accomplice of the male lead would be quite reasonable. This thought ignited like wildfire, difficult to extinguish. Director Wang summoned the scriptwriter to share his idea. We don't need to reshoot much. Just a few close-ups and a shot of both characters appearing before the female lead simultaneously, and voila, we have an accomplice. The scriptwriter found this feasible. It merely required Mo Fei to work an extra day, for which he should be grateful. The scriptwriter hastily began crafting the new pages. Director Wang, with Mo Fei eagerly awaiting the news of the revised scenes, relayed the changes to them. This time, Mo Fei's role would be that of a fake death, thus foregoing the rap gift, and he would also face an unexpected increase in workload. Mo Fei's smile gradually faded. Wu Miao cheerfully congratulated him. Looks like we get to be colleagues for another day, huh? His laughter diminished under Mo Fei's emotionless gaze. Despite Wu Miao holding the highest status among the actors, he remained an ordinary person capable of fear. If even a film emperor were to encounter someone exuding such dark energy, they would likely feel trepidation. Director Wang, noticing Mo Fei's demeanor, appeared quite pleased. Well done. Xiao Mo, you quickly got into character. Today's performance was commendable. Keep it up tomorrow. Throughout the day, nothing untoward transpired on set. No dismembered bodies, no police. A return to normalcy, which satisfied Director Wang. Mo Fei calculated that not only had he unexpectedly increased his workload, but he also forfeited a rap gift. What a tremendous loss. In stark contrast was El Chuanxiu. Knowing his child was not unemployed and likely wouldn't be in the future, El Chuanxiu was overjoyed, declaring he would take him out for a seafood buffet. Wu Miao observed the previously dark-spirited individual brighten at the mention of seafood, marveling at the swift transformation. Truly befitting an actor. As El Chuanxiu exchanged pleasantries with Mo Fei and exited the filming area, a stranger blocked their path. Hello, Mr. Mo. Our boss wishes to meet you. Mo Fei and El Chuanxiu exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared confusion. May I ask who your boss is? El Chuanxiu inquired cautiously. The man hesitated briefly, maintaining a polite smile. You'll find out once you go. The boss hadn't specified whether he could reveal his identity, so it was wiser to do less than to do too much. I don't even know who your boss is. Why should I meet him? Mo Fei expressed discontent, refusing to comply. He then grasped El Chuanxiu's arm and attempted to bypass the man, muttering, "What a nuisance. This is delaying my meal." The man stood there contemplating, ultimately deciding to call his boss. On the other end, a calm male voice inquired, "What is the situation?" They refused to go, the man reported honestly. The boss sounded somewhat displeased. "If they want to come, bring him over. Do I need to teach you this?" "That's illegal, boss." The man reminded him, "And moreover, that fellow was skilled with a knife. I fear he might stab me." The boss fell silent for a moment and said, "Just tell him I wish to discuss work with him. Bring him directly to the restaurant." "Can I disclose your identity to him?" The man inquired. "Even an 8-year-old knows not to leave with strangers." "You may." After the boss uttered these 2 words, he hung up the phone. With such a seemingly whimsical boss, the man felt somewhat fatigued. However, considering that this was the individual who provided his salary, he managed to muster his resolve. The man once again caught up with MFI and the others, his smile widening a bit. "Ladies, our boss wishes to discuss a business collaboration with you. I hope you will grace us with your presence." The business matters had always been coordinated by LCH and Key. She eyed the man suspiciously. "Who exactly is your boss?" "JXNGN," the man replied earnestly. "You may search for his information online." LCH and Key opened a search engine with skepticism, and indeed, she found JXNGN's personal details. A businessman in his 40s, he managed several well-known clothing brands. "But I don't know him. Why would he want to collaborate with us?" LCH and Key queried, glancing at MFI. "Do you know him?" MFI shook his head in bewilderment. He only knew that he seemed to be on the verge of gaining employment. With his savings still intact, he was reluctant to start working again. The man, at a loss for words, replied, "You will understand once you meet him. The boss has already reserved a table at the restaurant. He is awaiting you. But we do not know your boss. Inviting us out of the blue seems rather rude." LCH and Key frowned. Although they were merely struggling actors and agents, they could manage their lives without entertaining such puzzling individuals. MFI nodded in agreement. Clearing his throat to ease the tension, the man said, "You need not worry. We are engaged in legitimate business. We simply wish to discuss a few matters and treat you to a meal." It was merely the boss's whimsical nature that prevented him from extending a straightforward invitation. Otherwise, it would not be so complicated. LCH and Key pondered for a moment before asking MFI, What do you think? MF I shook his head. It's up to you. If you don't want to go, we want tea, but if you wish to, I shall accompany you. He raised the U-shaped lock in his hand. If that person is negotiating in good faith, it will be splendid. If he harbors ulterior motives, I'll ensure you can escape. LCH and Key felt touched yet hesitant. Where did you learn such things? Very well, LCH and Key conceded with a nod. If what this man claimed was true and it was merely a discussion about work, they had no reason to decline. If it were something more unscrupulous, MF I could handle it with the lock. Chapter 23. A banquet worthy of celebration shall you. When that person arrives, should I face him with my left cheek or my right? Inside the restaurant's private room, a sharply dressed man paced restlessly around the round table, occasionally sitting on one side or the other, all the while adopting a pensive expression. How does this expression look? Is it intimidating enough? It should be sufficient to make that little star feel utterly submissive. JX Ingy sighed, offering a weary smile. There's no need for you to feign. Simply maintaining your current demeanor will be sufficiently intimidating. That won't do. Appearances must be upheld. JX Ng disagreed. What if he is someone greedy, seeking to repay kindness with malice or attempting to climb the social ladder? I've heard there are many such people among celebrities, their conscience long corrupted. That is unlikely. JX Ingy replied, his expression one of resignation. He is a good person. When I mentioned repaying him, he insisted it was unnecessary. JX Ng sprang to his feet as if jolted. How do you know he is sincere and not deceiving you? After all, he is an actor. What if he is merely putting on an act to ensnare someone as naive as you? Brother, please be more discerning. Were it not for JX Ing's injuries, JX Ng would have vigorously shaken his younger brother in hopes of awakening him to reality. You are handsome, talented in art, kind-hearted, yet so naive. Those swindlers outside thrive on deceiving simpletons like you. JX Ng earnestly advised. Why not come and assist me? You are studying art. You could work in the design department. Together, we brothers are stronger than anything. JX Ng leaned against his forehead, silently sighing. The weight of such concern was indeed burdensome, and it was the very reason he had left home. Brother, JX Ng looked at him earnestly. I am 23, not 13. I possess my own judgment and life. You need not worry so much. If you could truly take care of yourself, you wouldn't find yourself in such dire straits this time. JX Ng replied, shaking his head in resignation, poking JX Ng's ribcage. JX Ng winced at the touch, covering his injury and inhaling sharply. There you go, JX Ng continued shaking his head. I urged you to learn some self-defense, but you refused. I suggested you bring a bodyguard, yet you declined. You seem to enjoy getting into trouble. JX Ng recognized his fault this time, pouting in silence. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Boss, the guests have arrived. The man spoke, opening the door for LCH and Key and MFI, then closing it behind them as he exited. Upon seeing the familiar face of JX Ng within the room, MFI exclaimed, It's you? LCH and Key, taken aback by the striking appearance, leaned closer to MFI and whispered, How do you know him? I know him, MFI replied with a shy smile, recalling how he had saved him just before the holiday. LCH and Key understood then that this was not a banquet of treachery, it was likely a gesture of gratitude. With this thought, her posture straightened. They were in the right, and there was no way they would be at a disadvantage. JX Ng adopted a calm demeanor in front of others, rising to greet them. You must be MFI. Thank you for saving my brother. JX Ng also stood, smiling at MFI. I did not get a chance to introduce myself last time. My surname is JX Ng. This is my brother, JX Ng. I know who he is, MFI replied with a smile. I looked him up on my way here. You are even more handsome in person than in photographs. The two brothers of the J family, despite their age difference, bore a resemblance. Though JX Ng displayed the marks of maturity and experience that came with age, appearing more composed and dignified. Please have a seat. JX Ng gestured for them to sit before formally speaking. I invited you both here to personally express my gratitude for Mr. M.'s life-saving intervention on behalf of my brother. LCH and Key opened her mouth to offer polite remarks, but before she could, the indiscreet MFI burst into laughter. It was just a casual act. Haha. It's no big deal to invite us for a meal, by the way. Can we order now? JX Ng smiled at his brother, as if to affirm, see, I told you he was a good person. JX Ng's lips curled into a slight smile as he signaled the waiter to bring the dishes, then continued. Although my family is not particularly affluent, we understand the importance of gratitude. You are too kind, J-Boss, LCH and Key quickly replied. Little M truly acted on impulse to save him. He never thought of receiving any reward. I nodded along. Indeed, just treating us to a meal is more than enough. That will not suffice. JX maintained a gentle smile, his tone firm. Are you implying that you look down upon me? LCH and Key and I exchanged glances. Unsure of his intent, JX called out softly, brother. As the younger sibling, he understood his brother better. Ji Xingjian had once endured a period of hardship. Fully aware of the adage that while monetary debts are easily repaid, the debts of gratitude are much harder to settle. The fact that Mo Fei saved Ji Xingyu represented a significant favor. It would be ideal if he could simply pay a sum to absolve the debt. Ji Xingjian cast a warning glance at Ji Xingyu, aware that his younger brother was soft-hearted and easily deceived. In this day and age, being a good person is far from simple. Unless such a person possesses strength and backing, a single misstep could leave one with nothing but scraps. If his brother wished to be benevolent, Ji Xingjian resolved to become stronger, strong enough to provide a safety net for Ji Xingyu. Chuanxiu, observing Ji Xingjian's expression, cautiously inquired, so what are your intentions? Ji Xingjian fell into contemplation. Initially, he had considered offering a cash reward of 1 million directly. But Ji Xingyu insisted that this small celebrity embodied noble virtues and urged him not to be impolite with money. Thus, Ji Xingjian had to devise other means to repay the favor, perhaps by offering him a role in a film or a brand endorsement. As he pondered suitable opportunities for Mo Fei's gaze was fixated on the array of dishes being served, his eyes wide with yearning. The restaurant Ji Xingjian had chosen was a mid to high-end establishment, a place where Mo Fei would not even glance at the prices on a regular day. However, the prices of the dishes were entirely justified by their exquisite presentation. The 3 pounds of squirrel fish were meticulously filleted, fried to a golden crisp, with a thick, rich sauce drizzled over the fish, adorned with white sesame seeds that ignited one's appetite. Mo Fei felt his mouth watering, especially as a whole roast goose was placed on the table. Its glistening skin bore an enticing glaze, and when the chef expertly sliced the goose, the crisp sound echoed in the air. Mo Fei swallowed hard, unable to fathom how delectable it must taste. Chapter 24. A new job. Mo Fei's eyes were almost glued to the roast goose. The chef, aware of the intensity of his gaze, felt an immense pressure. Ji Xingjian noticed Mo Fei's expression and chuckled, let us eat while we talk. Chuanxiu felt utterly embarrassed by the spectacle. An outsider might have thought she was mistreating Mo Fei. Upon receiving the guest's order, the chef began to carve the goose. His skilled hands moved with grace, while Mo Fei's mouth was never still as he raved about the squirrel fish. Its sweet and sour flavor, tender meat, and melt-in-your-mouth texture, free of bones, compelled Mo Fei to indulge vigorously. The braised lion's head was rich in sauce yet light within, perfectly balanced with lean and fatty meat, garnished with scallions for visual appeal. Mo Fei buried himself in his meal. The 3-flavor fishball soup was clear and refreshing, the fishball springy, and the bean curd absorbed the broth, bursting with flavor in each bite. Mo Fei focused intently on his bowl of rice. Meanwhile, Ji Xingjian conversed with Chuanxiu. Initially, I intended to provide a direct monetary reward, but Xingyu felt it was inappropriate. I also have a friend who is a director of an online drama. I could sponsor Mr. Mo Fei to join the cast. What do you think, Miss L? Chuanxiu's eyes lit up. The male lead? Even if it's just an online drama, it's still the lead role. Ji Xingjian smiled softly. Of course. How generous of you. Chuanxiu raised her glass to toast, only to realize the table held nothing but soup. Mustering her courage, she declared, I shall toast with soup. Cheers. With that, she tilted her head back and drank the rest of her bowl. Ji Xingjian was pleased with the outcome of their discussion and turned to share a triumphant expression with his brother, only to find Ji Xingyu utterly transfixed by Mo Fei. Ji Xingjian furrowed his brow, perplexed by what was so captivating about that person. Following Ji Xingyu's gaze, he observed Mo Fei for a moment and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Mo Fei was wholly absorbed in his meal, exuding an overwhelming sense of happiness as if he were savoring some rare delicacy. Brother, Ji Xingyu tugged at Ji Xingjian's sleeve softly. I'm hungry. Ji Xingjian discreetly touched his own stomach, realizing he was as well. Logically, after discussing important matters, the next phase would be casual conversation and pleasantries. However, the Ji brothers were too engrossed in their meals to engage in chatter, and Chuanxiu was perceptive enough to recognize this. Besides, the food was undeniably delicious. The private dining room fell silent, the only sounds coming from the focused diners. This was perhaps the quietest table the chef had ever served, their reverence for the food embodying the dream of every chef. Once the whole roast goose was completely carved and served, Mo Fei immediately reached for the goose leg he had been eyeing for so long. According to the table's etiquette, the legs of chicken, duck, or goose were reserved for children. With two guests in their 30s at the table, surely he could claim one? Before El Chuancio could even give him a glance, Mo-Fei had already taken the goose leg and bit into it. The skin was sweet and crispy, the meat juicy, cooked to perfection, and richly flavored. Mo-Fei's eyes squinted with delight. Ji Xingyu watched Mo-Fei devour his meal, unable to resist swallowing hard at the sight. He preferred light flavors, enjoying vegetarian dishes and desserts, and found the roast goose potentially too rich. Was it truly that delicious? Hesitantly, he picked up a piece and tasted it. The flavor was passable, not overwhelmingly good, but acceptable nonetheless. The meal proceeded with mutual enjoyment, and as they were about to part ways, Ji Xingyu raised his phone to request Mo-Fei's contact information. Ji Xingzhan observed their interaction with a frown. To be honest, despite Mo-Fei's silence throughout the meal, he was not fond of this small celebrity. While professional bias played a role, there was an undeniable discomfort upon meeting him. Furthermore, his subordinates mentioned that Mo-Fei was quite skilled with knives, leading Ji Xingzhan to believe he had a troubled past. Such a person could not be a suitable friend for his kind-hearted brother, as he might lead him astray. Even though he was reluctant, Ji Xingzhan understood that now was not the time to interfere in his brother's friendships. Once they parted ways, Ji Xingzhan attempted to speak ill of Mo-Fei. That small celebrity lacks manners, constantly eating without uttering a word. Ji Xingyu, engrossed in his phone, replied without lifting his gaze, "That's quite all right. Being focused on eating is rather endearing. But doesn't he appear to be a good person?" Ji Xingzhan insisted, trying to present evidence. Xiao Wang saw him handling knives. Who practices that without reason? He is an actor. It's normal for him to possess some peculiar skills. Ji Xingyu put away his phone and smiled at Ji Xingzhan. But you said one should not judge others by their appearance. Just as Ji Xingzhan was about to respond, Ji Xingyu raised a hand to interrupt him. "Brother, I think I've found my muse. I'm feeling incredibly inspired right now." Ji Xingzhan was taken aback. "What?" "I've been contemplating how to depict the 7 deadly sins from Western mythology without appearing grotesque, while still highlighting the essence of the demons," Ji Xingyu exclaimed with excitement. "I now know how to illustrate gluttony. Let us hurry back." Ji Xingzhan found himself at a loss for words, compelled to nod with a frustrated smile. On the other hand, El Chuancio was equally elated. "This is wonderful. Good deeds truly bring good rewards. With this, you'll have no gap after completing Director Wang's project." Mo-Fei, still languidly lounging in the passenger seat, inquired, "What gap?" "Boss G has prepared you for the male lead in an online drama." LCH and Key, aware of F.I.'s notorious habit of zoning out during meals, explained that although the script had yet to be received, the debt of gratitude he owed was undoubtedly substantial. F.I. paused momentarily. "A web series?" "Indeed," LCH and Key casually remarked while driving. "Boss J is quite generous." He initially considered offering cash directly, but later deemed a project more advantageous. F.I. felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. Direct cash? That meant earning without labor, allowing him to remain at home for an extended period without working. If the sum were considerable, he could even return to his hometown to farm. What had he missed? "You think that's unwise too, don't you?" LCH and Key chuckled. "Living off handouts is not sustainable. Teaching one to fish is the true path." F.I.'s smile was stiff. "Ah, yes, indeed, a project is preferable." Could he still persuade Xinyi to reconsider? If he did, LCH and Key would undoubtedly be furious. F.I. returned home dejectedly, where a pair of emerald green eyes peered at him from the sofa crevice. "I'm not in the mood to play today," he stated, turning on the light and collapsing onto the sofa. A cat, soft and boneless, leaped down and sat on the floor, regarding F.I. with palpable disdain. Chapter 25. The capture operation at Director W. Ng's location. F.I. scenes had nearly concluded, with only the final shot remaining. He calculated that in 2 days, this unsavory character known as the Ripper would be replaced. Although he was uncertain what the outcome would be, it was certainly an improvement over the current old man who wouldn't even provide a meal. He vowed to cleanse himself and pray for a stroke of fortune, hoping for a wealthy card. With this thought, he lifted the cat. "Little fortune cat, this time it's all up to you." The cat, limp and unresisting, squinted its eyes, showing no sign of struggle. Humans, particularly those unpredictable ones, were all too common. F.I.'s final scene was an outdoor shoot. Director W. Ng had chosen a reputedly haunted, dilapidated building for filming. Not only was the location remote and the environment dismal, but even birds seemed to avoid it. Were it not for the busy crew, F.I. might have suspected that Director W. Ng intended to eliminate him out of spite. Dressed in a blood-soaked jacket, W. Mi-O wielded a knife, wearing the characteristic naive smile of youth. This place would make for an incredible escape room. The female actress, however, was less amused, repeatedly dousing herself with mosquito repellent. If I observed the eerie building with trepidation. Typically, such places were either occupied by vagrants or served as excellent venues for illicit dealings. Given his current streak of bad luck, what if he stumbled upon two groups in the midst of a drug transaction? Would he fight or flee? And if he did engage, he would have to report it. Officer Shio X was practically his most frequent contact now, having been the first to extort him after his identity was stolen. Moreover, he had heard that the police station was quite busy lately. He would be burdening them with unnecessary work. Wait, he was working overtime on set. That made it acceptable. Officer Shio X, as his friend, could certainly join him in this overtime duty. Besides, combating crime is a shared responsibility, after all. Chi. Officer Shio X suddenly sneezed while organizing equipment. Officer T-Ing swiftly loaded a magazine into his handgun, frowning at him. T-N-S-H-ing. Are you alright? Officer Shio X rubbed his nose and shook his head. It's nothing, just a sudden itch. An itch now is fine. But if you disturb the suspect later with an itch, you'll have no breathing room left, Officer T-Ing retorted harshly. Officer Shio X showed no sign of displeasure, his expression turning serious as he replied, that one T happened. Your magazines contain 3 blank rounds to ensure safety. Li Si-Ingi advised, holstering his gun. This opportunity is rare. The inspection team has worked tirelessly for 3 days to uncover this lead, so we must strike decisively. He paused, then continued, given the suspect's history of multiple offenses, if he resists, he can be shot on sight, including those 2 human traffickers. He is responsible for at least 25 lives. Although they had not yet confirmed the suspect's identity or background, such details paled in significance compared to the numerous lives at stake. The priority was to apprehend him for legal accountability. The inspection team was well aware of this. The location where J.X. Ingi was attacked was secluded, with minimal surveillance. Yet, through persistent effort, they managed to deduce some clues after 3 days of scrutinizing the footage. This was the closest they had ever been to the perpetrator. For someone so devoid of humanity, capturing him was imperative. If he fought back, he would be shot without hesitation. While the process might not be flawless, they could not afford to sacrifice their own for such a murderous maniac. Allowing him to escape was utterly out of the question. Li Si-Ingi's resolve hardened. This was Officer Shio X's first participation in a capture operation. And he was exhilarated, standing at attention and responding enthusiastically. Yes. Good. Li Si-Ingi nodded, surveying the assembled officers before issuing the command to depart. Excluding those on duty. Everyone boarded the vehicles. No sirens, no lights. They would proceed swiftly to the outskirts of the original J&W apartment site, and upon sighting the target, they were to detain him. All officers wore serious expressions as they echoed their agreement. Little did they know, this place was once intended by a developer for suburban villas. Within the crew, a group of actors squatted on the ground, idly chatting while the staff prepared. Over a decade ago, a real estate developer, swayed by rumors, had purchased this land and its surrounding area, believing it would become the city center. When he completed the construction, just as he awaited his fortune, the city center shifted elsewhere, leading to his overnight bankruptcy and a staggering debt, prompting him to leap from the building. WMO mimicked the fall with his fingers. Whoosh. Splat. The female actresses shivered, their faces displaying genuine or feigned terror. WMO reveled in their reaction and continued. The most terrifying part is, after the developer's suicide, many others, business owners and unpaid workers, also jumped from this building, totaling over 100 souls. At this revelation, the others gasped in shock. Only if I remained unfazed, cheerfully munching on seeds. WMO, feigning mystery, paused dramatically before saying, because so many died here, when attempts were made to redevelop the area, machinery would malfunction upon arrival. In the sweltering summer, workers would feel an icy chill upon entering the site, as if it were winter. As if I listened, his hand clutching the seeds stilled. Additionally, couples seeking thrills in the dead of night would often see the ghostly figure of the deceased developer and the restless souls of workers, forever staring, unable to find peace. At this point, the actresses were no longer frightened. Instead, they laughed and teased. Oh, so it's just a ghost story. I heard too many of those in school. I even slept on a mass grave. They all chuckled together. WMO initially intended to share a light-hearted tale to enliven the atmosphere, and with that goal achieved, he chuckled while scratching his head. Only I remained rooted in place, his complexion ashen, his hand trembling as he clutched a sunflower seed. Noticing his peculiar expression, WMO patted him gently. Osh, are you alright? Before he could finish his sentence, he observed MFI convulsing, as if jolted by an electric shock. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Chapter 26. A narrow path for enemies. MFI's demeanor was truly alarming. Had he not been speaking, WMO would have considered calling for emergency assistance. Hearing MFI's teeth chattering, he hurriedly reassured him. There are no ghosts, it's all fabricated. I just made it up. MFI, shaking, cracked a sunflower seed. Is it really fake? Fearing that his friend might suffer a fright, WMO wished he could raise his fingers and swear, I truly just made it up. Moreover, we are in a villa district, and the incidents of people jumping from buildings occurred in the neighboring apartment complex, which has no bearing on us. WMO's explanation was earnest. Upon hearing this, MFI finally ceased trembling and returned to his normal pace of cracking seeds. Thank goodness, I knew our world was materialistic. Indeed, WMO, relieved to see MFI's expression returning to normal, jested, who would have thought you were so afraid of ghosts, MLOsh? At this rate, you won't be able to film a ghost story. Not to worry, we can film, MFI replied nonchalantly, placing all the seeds in WMO's hand before standing up and brushing off his clothes. It is well known that ghost films feature no ghosts. WMO, momentarily taken aback, cracked seeds alongside him, silently nodding in agreement, unable to refute his statement. Just as he was about to place the first seed in his mouth, Director Wang's furious voice boomed, Action. What are you still doing cracking seeds? I didn't invite you here to snack. WMO, you're here to play the assassin, not the gossiping harpy. Toss those seeds aside. WMO, with seeds still raised and yet to cross his lips, protested, It's unjust. Director Wang paid no heed to his grievances and immediately began assigning tasks. When you run away later, be mindful of your positioning. Do not obstruct the leading lady's face. Also, lighting, set a half-bright, half-dark side light for those two psychopaths to highlight their darkness. And WMO, be a bit more expressive as the antagonist, while MFI, tone it down a notch. Understand the hierarchy? In the film crew, the director's authority reigned supreme, and all nodded in agreement. Director Wang, pleased, waved his hand, prepared to roll. Everyone took their positions. In truth, the story WMO had recounted was not entirely fabricated. The two dilapidated buildings were indeed constructed by the same developer. One side was a high-priced villa district while the other housed lower-priced apartments. The incidents of people jumping were factual, but they certainly chose higher floors. Specifically in the apartment complex, the supernatural element was merely WMO's embellishment. While they were fervently filming, a squad of armed police officers next door was systematically searching each floor of the apartment complex. It was already quite a feat for the inspectors to trace the axeman's whereabouts through surveillance, nearly straining their eyes. This was the outskirts. The density of cameras was nowhere near that of the city center. They also scanned the roads for vehicles, identified the owners through license plate numbers, and retrieved crucial footage from dash cams to infer the axeman's approximate location. There were only these two abandoned buildings in the vicinity, making them the most likely hideouts for the axeman. This time, they had tracked the axeman's movements, and he would either flee desperately or fight to the death. Everyone was holding their breath. The action at the apartment complex was swift, while the villa district buzzed with excitement. Ultimately, this scene, as envisioned by director Wang, was destined to be the most stunning and climactic part of the film. The cornered heroine, witnessing her beloved and most trusted hero standing before her, sought help but found him wielding a bloodied fish knife. As she realized something was amiss and recoiled in terror, she turned to see a figure in black behind her, unmasking to reveal the face of a long-dead comrade. Even if the heroine were a fool, she would comprehend that these two were conspiring together. Before her stood her most trusted boyfriend, and behind her was the object of every schoolgirl's secret affection, both now directing their blades toward her. If this scene were captured well, even if the film were a mere fast food production, at least this segment would endure, capable of being revisited later. Thus, every aspect of this scene needed to be executed flawlessly: lighting, setting, actors, and camera work. They rehearsed several times, yet director Wang always felt something was amiss. Dressed alike, under the same lighting conditions, MFI exuded a more potent aura of menace than WMO. This was particularly evident when the camera shifted from WMO to MFI, mirrored by the leading lady's reactions. Let's shoot on the first floor, director Wang suggested after a while. The leading lady, in a panic, escapes to the dilapidated building, attempting to evade the figure in black, only to encounter her supposed-to-be dead comrade brandishing a sharp knife at the staircase's end. When she turns in fear, she discovers that her pursuer is none other than her boyfriend. With that, director Wang nodded. This way, the focus remains on the leads, and the deranged individual upstairs will be less conspicuous. The deranged individual, MFI interjected. Hey, 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 you are the one who insisted on working overtime to revise the script. If it weren't for Director W. Ang's sudden whim, he would be at home, indulging in a foot soak while playing video games. Yet, as always, the director's authority prevailed on set. Everyone lugged the equipment to the first floor of the villa to find the right angle. MFI merely needed to appear at the top of the second-floor staircase. The camera would not capture the upper floor, and thus no crew members ascended. However, out of caution, MFI ascended to survey the area. If any stray cats or dogs appeared during filming, it would be them who faced Director W. Ang's wrath. Moreover, MFI was genuinely eager to wrap up and return home. As he ascended with the filming fish knife in hand, he noticed a dark stain on the cement steps that did not resemble paint. As MFI bent to examine it, a sudden rush of wind swept past him from behind. He looked up just in time to see a very familiar axe swinging toward him from behind. Had he not ducked, he would have been cleaved in two. MFI's gaze sharpened. The slight man wielding the axe had bloodshot eyes and a grotesque expression, gasping as he shouted, "Why won't you let me go? Why? I have hidden here. Why won't you let me go?" He shouted as he lifted the axe again, preparing to strike. MFI sidestepped to evade the third swing, stepping fully onto the second level. At this juncture, he and the axeman were on equal footing in their battle. As the old adage goes, strike while the iron is hot. If not, the effort wanes. After 3 misses, even an ordinary person would realize MFI possessed some skill. However, the axeman has now succumbed to madness, consumed by an overwhelming desire to slay everyone he encounters. The murderous intent etched on his face prompted MFI to furrow his brow in response. Nevertheless, he took a step forward, gripping his knife with determination, and thrust it directly into the axeman's chest at an unconventional angle. The blade of the fish knife plunged deeply into the axeman's torso, while the axe was raised high, suspended in midair. The axeman stared incredulously at the handle protruding from his chest, his expression one of disbelief. Onlookers from the first floor, drawn by the axeman's cries, began to ascend the staircase to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the scene, both petite women and burly men alike emitted simultaneous gasps of horror. What on earth is happening now? Director Wong bellowed impatiently. Is MFI rehearsing wrestling? If he hasn't injured his face, there's no need to scream so frightfully. No, it's not like that, Director Wong. The staff on the stairs trembled, exclaiming, MFI has killed someone. MFI, who had narrowly escaped death, retorted, no. Clarify who has killed whom. Hearing the staff's cries, others gathered at the staircase to investigate. According to eyewitness accounts later, MFI was clad in a black windbreaker, smeared with blood, his countenance dark and menacing, while a middle-aged man lay before him with a knife embedded in his chest. From the props to the scene's atmosphere, everything resembled a crime scene. Who could possibly remain unperturbed by such a sight? MFI felt more wrong than doughy, questioning why he had to dress in such a manner for the sake of filming, especially when the man on the ground had initiated the attack. Regrettably, no one could substantiate this fact at present. Observing the terrified gazes of the bewildered crowd, it was as if they had anticipated this day for MFI. Suffocation. A profound sense of suffocation. Director Wong, witnessing the scene, felt an even greater sense of dread. Brother, I beg you please. I have to kneel here. Your role isn't even substantial, yet you always manage to cause trouble. Are you sent by my enemies? Speak up. In the face of the crowd's scrutiny, MFI raised his hands, feeling aggrieved by Director Wong's accusations. I merely came to scout the location and nearly got killed by an axe. Who have I offended? Upon hearing his words, others finally noticed that the man on the ground still clutched an axe. Wu Miao, having pushed his way to the front of the crowd, exclaimed in disbelief, Did this man attack you first? MFI, feeling understood, nearly broke down in tears. Finally, someone comprehends my plight. His expression darkened further in his indignation. The onlookers instinctively took a step back. In that case, perhaps we should call the police and an ambulance? Someone timidly suggested, realizing that if they left the man as he was, he might indeed perish. All eyes turned to the axeman, who lay with a grievous wound. Despite the apparent severity of the injury, his chest still rose and fell visibly. He was alive, however, with a large object embedded within him. It was entirely reasonable for him to refrain from movement. The props team, after much deliberation, failed to comprehend. Didn't I tape the blade? How did you manage to insert it? MFI attempted to explain, but as he approached, the crowd recoiled. Wu Miao raised his hands in refusal. Go. Let us maintain a safe distance for the conversation. MFI, pouting in dismay, continued. The blade has been treated and won't cause harm. But the tip is still sharp. With some force and precision, Penetrating the human body is not an issue. His words, spoken so lightly, evoked memories of his deftness with knives, leaving no room for doubt among the audience. Observing their keen interest, Mo Fei approached the axeman and pointed at the knife handle in his chest, proposing, "Shall I pull it out and demonstrate once more?" "No, no, no, that's unnecessary. We understand." The staff promptly declined his suggestion, wishing to avoid further complications. Positioned on the periphery, another staff member raised their phone, declaring, "I've already contacted the police. The operator said they would arrive shortly." Director Wong shut his eyes in despair, sensing that this day was destined to be wasted. Mo Fei stood beside the axeman, silently kicking the axe further away. He found himself unable to leave and uncertain of how long he would remain there. In this desolate place, Officer Xiao Su likely wouldn't arrive swiftly. Gazing at the axeman, along with the knife handle protruding from his chest, Mo Fei felt an impulsive urge to slice open his torso. This urge was devoid of moral implications, purely an automatic thought. Much like a person standing at a height might contemplate jumping. His hands itched, and the more he looked, the more he craved to make an incision in the axeman. After all, Officer Xiao Su had yet to arrive. Surely a slight movement wouldn't matter? He thought to himself, bending his knees slightly, just as he prepared to crouch. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the abandoned villa. Clearly, a considerable number of people were approaching. The crew downstairs spotted a large group rushing towards them before Mo Fei did. Among the arriving officers, some wore plain clothes while others donned blue shirts. Yet each bore their equipment. Leading the charge was Li Songyu. He approached and inquired, "Did you call the police?" Director Wong, looking forlorn, gestured towards the staircase. "The individual is up there." Li Songyu nodded, leading two officers up the stairs while others remained with the crew and at the staircase, prepared to assist as needed. Wu Miao, experiencing this close encounter with armed officers for the first time, couldn't he help but lean closer to one of the policemen, asking, "You all came swiftly. Did you arrive by helicopter?" The officer, Xiao Su, smirked slightly. "No, we were just nearby." Who knew what they felt when they received a message about an assault next door while searching for a suspect? They thought they had missed the opportunity again. In an instant, heaven turned to hell. As Li Songyu ascended the stairs, gun drawn, he spotted Mo Fei, dressed entirely in black, dark as night, and smeared with blood, standing beside a fallen individual. He immediately shouted, "Police! Don't move! Hands up!" Had it not been for his years of experience as a criminal investigator, any rookie might have instinctively fired a shot. Chapter 28. Arrest and conviction. The commanding shout resonated with authority, causing Mo Fei's hands, which had just been lowered, to rise higher than before. "Officer, I am a law-abiding citizen." Mo Fei hastily proclaimed his identity. "I'm one of you." The officers following Li Songyu wasted no time in swiftly handcuffing Mo Fei behind his back. Had he not complied so quickly, they would not have hesitated to pin him to the ground to restrain him. As the suspect was secured, Li Songyu stepped forward to assess the victim. Upon seeing the man's face, Li Songyu's mind briefly short-circuited. The middle-aged man on the ground appeared to be the very suspect they had planned to apprehend earlier. How had he ended up here? Mo Fei, experiencing the first taste of being treated like a criminal, felt an overload of confusion while simultaneously wishing to take a selfie with his phone. Yet, with every movement, the nearby officers reacted as if they were on high alert, their hands hovering near their holsters. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Mo Fei immediately spread his hands to indicate that he harbored no ulterior motives. At that moment, Li Songyu had just finished examining the axe-wielding assailant. Though he had sustained a stab wound and lay incapacitated, he was still alive. Li Songyu struggled to comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. She sheathed her firearm and turned to Mo Fei, inquiring, "Did you do this?" Mo Fei earnestly attempted to convey sincerity through his gaze. "You may explain later," Li Songyu replied, calling for assistance. "Bring a stretcher for emergency aid. Leave a team to handle the aftermath." With so many individuals in the production crew, it was impractical to transport everyone back at once. However, the critically injured axe-wielding assailant and Mo Fei would certainly receive VIP treatment, enjoying first-class accommodations and flanked by two burly guards. Director Wong, witnessing Mo Fei being taken away, nearly choked in disbelief. Today's shoot was focused on Mo Fei and Wu Miao. With one of them whisked away, what was left to film? It would be absurd. He might as well be taken along too. This was infuriating, truly infuriating. Wong regretted not having detected any anomalies yesterday when he hastily expanded Mo Fei's role. Had he created a problem? Meanwhile, Mo Fei found himself seated in the police vehicle, flanked by muscular men, unable to rein in his thoughts, which wandered to the idioms of being caught between a rock and a hard place and facing insurmountable difficulties. This wretched humor, this unfortunate association. Unable to suppress a smile, Mo Fei allowed the corners of his lips to curve upwards. Lee Tsang-yu, seated in the passenger seat, scrutinized him intently. Not a single trace of that smile escaped his notice. The suspect, clad in black, handcuffed in the police vehicle, lowered his head to reveal an eerie grin amidst the presence of law enforcement. Lee Tsang-yu's instincts heightened. What are you smiling about? Surprised at having been caught smiling, Mo Fei felt somewhat embarrassed. Nothing. Nothing. Lee Tsang-yu was skeptical, scoffing. You can still smile in this situation. Your mental fortitude is impressive. Mo Fei rotated his rusty brain and graciously expressed gratitude. Thank you for the compliment. Sister LV says an actor must remain unflappable in the face of change. Lee Tsang-yu had encountered various criminals, yet he had never seen anyone so brazen while being escorted in Huagua. If he was not truly deranged, he must be mentally unstable. Presently, Lee Tsang-yu was more inclined to believe that Mo Fei was a concealed psychopath lurking within the production crew. Regardless, the fact remained that Mo Fei had harmed someone, and he would need to sit in the confession chair before any further discussions could take place. The police vehicle returning to the city split into two routes. One, led by Officer Tang, escorted the axe-wielding assailant to the hospital for emergency treatment, while Lee Tsang-yu took charge of questioning Mo Fei. Previously, he had been a witness at the station. Now, he had transformed into a suspect, a transition Mo Fei found slightly disconcerting. As he settled into the confession chair, the lights illuminated, and the officers took their positions. Mo Fei, accustomed to being questioned, answered Lee Tsang-yu's inquiries with unwavering sincerity, even to the extent of truthfully responding about the color of his underwear. From the evidence at the filming location and the testimonies of the crew, Lee Tsang-yu discerned that Mo Fei was indeed truthful. He genuinely wished to inspect the situation on the second floor, only to be ambushed by the axe-wielding assailant, resulting in a retaliatory injury. Yet, the primary concern lay in the sheer improbability of it all. Everything was far too coincidental. The crew that discovered the dismembered limbs was the same one that saved the sole survivor, and ultimately, it was the same crew that apprehended the perpetrator. Moreover, the individuals who rescued the survivor and subdued the criminal were the same. What were the odds of such a coincidence? Lee Tsang-yu could not ascertain whether such serendipity truly existed, but as a police officer, his duty was to scrutinize every coincidence and investigate thoroughly. The most apparent scenario was that Mo Fei had inadvertently discovered the axe-wielding assailant's south hiding place while filming, prompting the assailant to attempt to silence him, leading to Mo Fei's act of self-defense. However, Lee Tsang-yu sensed that this situation was far from simple. The sporadic aura of malevolence emanating from Mo Fei, that peculiar smile upon entering the vehicle, and his frequent visits to the police station all raised red flags. Moreover, Lee Tsang-yu's intuition warned him that Mo Fei was not as straightforward as he appeared. Meanwhile, upon receiving news from Director Wang, LV Chuanxiu almost gasped for breath. Was this a joke? Just yesterday, she had praised him, and now a grave incident had occurred? A matter of life and death. LV Chuanxiu yearned to assert that she did not know Mo Fei. However, she was the only one capable of bailing him out, and the contract rendered denial impossible. Had she foreseen such chaos, she would not have been tempted by Mo Fei's charm to sign him. Living a humble life with a few mediocre actors and a washed-up magician seemed far more sensible. Why pursue an unrealistic dream of being a top-notch agent? Indeed, desire is a devil. After considerable mental preparation, LV Chuanxiu eventually made her way to the police station to complete the necessary paperwork. Alas, Mo Fei was an orphan. Had she not caught a fleeting glimpse of him on the street and signed him, he might have become a content stay-at-home son-in-law by now. She had rescued his reputation from the clutches of wealthy women more than once. Had he not recently adopted a serene demeanor, seemingly renouncing worldly desires, only to later display a sinister countenance that deterred those wealthy women, they would have been too preoccupied to film. Ultimately, the only person who could intervene for Mo Fei was LV Chuanxiu. Currently, all evidence at the police station indicated that Mo Fei acted in legitimate self-defense, leaving no grounds for detention. After signing the documents, LV Chuanxiu successfully secured his release, though he would still be required to remain available for follow-up inquiries. Sitting in the vehicle, LV Chuanxiu took several deep breaths, reminding herself that Mo Fei was still young and innocent. Being in the station might frighten him, and she must not intimidate him further. You had better explain to me clearly why filming led you to the police station. LV Chuanxiu gritted her teeth. Are you playing with me? Mo Fei, still clad in the crew's attire, wore an expression of innocence. I was acting in self-defense, truly. In Chapter 29, Legitimate Self-Defense, Mo Fei's demeanor struck LV Chuanxiu as akin to a misbehaving husky refusing to acknowledge its wrongdoing. Despite having turned the house upside down, he could still feign ignorance in the face of accusations. LV Chuanxiu parked the car by the roadside and raised her hand. I told you about legitimate self-defense. I told you about altruistic bravery. I told you about the truth and the falsehood. Is engaging in a struggle with criminals something a pretty face should do? You should pay your dues, refrain from illicit activities, and, for goodness sake, abide by the law. Eating, paying for meals, crossing streets at traffic lights, and not spitting on the ground are all signs of good manners. Do you understand? Mo Fei, stunned by her reprimand, nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. What do you even understand? LV Chuanxiu was far from satisfied. Had it not been for their confinement in the vehicle, she might have kicked him. Mo Fei paused, replying, then I wouldn't know? You don't know? LV Chuanxiu was ready to strike again. Mo Fei, strapped in by his seatbelt, shielded his head and cried out, I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh, really? LV Chuanxiu retorted with a cold laugh. Then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong? Mo Fei was momentarily at a loss. He genuinely did not know what he had done wrong. Was saving a life wrong? No. Was combating a criminal wrong? No. So where exactly had he erred? Mo Fei cautiously replied, not stabbing him to death. Gasping, LV Chuanxiu pinched her brow, desperately inhaling. Is this even rational? Is this even rational? Seeing her reaction, Mo Fei realized that he had likely answered incorrectly. However, he truly remained oblivious to his own faults. L. Chuanxiu paused for a moment, raising his hand with the intention of striking this rebellious child awake. MFI, a grown man, huddled in the passenger seat, trembling and gazing at L. Chuanxiu with tearful eyes. L. Chuanxiu's hand, poised to strike, pressed against his chest. While it was shameful to feign cuteness, it proved effective. If MFI's expression had not been so disarming, L. Chuanxiu would not have recklessly signed him on back then. Closing her eyes, she silently recited the core values of socialism several times until her elevated blood pressure subsided, allowing her to quietly start the car. As the vehicle moved, MFI sensed that he was likely in the clear, confidently rummaging through the car for snacks to showcase. L. Chuanxiu felt a headache coming on. This fellow had a penchant for remembering only the pleasures and forgetting the punishments. Should such an incident occur again, he might just dare to repeat it. Yet, in these times, how many murderers could there truly be? One could only hope for a more peaceful future. Captain Li, the results of the axe examination have come in. The technician placed the document before Li Zongyu, revealing that the traces matched those of the previously discovered body parts. Moreover, at least 5 individuals' DNA had been detected on the axe. A mere comparison would suffice to close the case. Li Zongyu perused the document, nodding. How is the victim now? Prompt medical attention was provided, and he is not in serious condition. Officer Tang entered from outside, holding a medical record. After the surgery at the second hospital, I transferred him to Onkong Hospital. He handed the medical record to Li Zongyu, his expression betraying a lack of ease. Take a look. Officer Tang's demeanor clearly indicated to Li Zongyu that there was something amiss with this medical record. The technician, standing beside Li Zongyu, could not help but exclaim, fascinating. Generally, the area between the second and fifth ribs is perilous due to the presence of the lungs and heart. This stab landed between the fourth and fifth ribs, expertly grazing the pericardium without injuring the right lung. Such skill is remarkable. Indeed, it was remarkable. Officer Tang sighed, stating that if this were not mere coincidence, the assailant must have meticulously studied human anatomy and even personally dissected bodies. Li Zongyu began to sense that something was awry. What about the actor who injured the criminal? I have looked into it. Officer Tang's expression was resigned. I was an orphan raised in a welfare institution. He studied computer science at university and signed a contract with his current agent upon graduation, yet he had remained relatively obscure all these years. I also investigated his agent. There are no criminal records. So, you mean this is merely a coincidence? Li Zongyu placed the medical record on the table, gently rubbing his fingers together. Gazing at Officer Tang. What do you think? We lack evidence. One cannot condemn without proof. Officer Tang met Li Zongyu's gaze without flinching. However, I will keep an eye on him. If he exhibits any wrongdoing, I shall ensure he faces justice. Li Zongyu smiled with appreciation. Grassroots work can sometimes drain one's enthusiasm. Yet it was apparent that even though Officer Tang was no longer in criminal investigation, he still maintained his vigilance. With him watching over, Li Zongyu felt somewhat reassured. This time, it was a case of justifiable self-defense, and he had assisted the police in solving a case. Perhaps he might even receive a commendation for good citizenship. Li Zongyu recalled his earlier conversation with MFI and chuckled. He still desired a reward. The bounty was lost, But perhaps he could apply for a bonus after the case was closed. The axe-wielding man was a carpenter who fled after mistakenly committing murder in his hometown. Although he lacked formal education, he understood that fleeing by train was ill-advised, so he walked along the highway. Along the way, he encountered solitary women, succumbing to nefarious impulses, committing murder, robbery, and assault. Initially, he was somewhat flustered, but later, perhaps due to a lack of concern over his debts, he even resorted to dismembering and disposing of bodies. Given that these were crimes of passion, the perpetrator bore no relation to the victims, and the crime scene was in a sparsely monitored area along the highway. The investigation proved exceedingly challenging, had it not been for the crew filming on the road. And if MFI had not sensed movement in the weeds and gone to investigate, Ji Xingyu might have become the latest victim. In the absence of any evidence to suggest that MFI had orchestrated the situation, one could only conclude that the law of karma remains inexorable. Criminals ultimately face retribution. Until the investigation results were definitively established, MFI was temporarily blacklisted by director Wang. However, it could not be deemed a complete blacklist. MFI had already completed most of his scenes for the previous film, with only one segment remaining, a scene where he aimed to kill the female lead, only to be countered and killed by the male lead, marking the film's conclusion. Director Wang meticulously rehearsed this segment multiple times with Wu Miao and the female lead to ensure perfection before summoning MFI, completing the shoot in less than half a day before dismissing him. How unfortunate. MFI took the dismissal rather well. He received a wrap gift, which would cover several days' worth of meals. Not only had his work reached a temporary conclusion, but it was also time to change his card. With a probability of 1 in 4, excluding Lawless Outlaw, he could still be fortunate with any of the other 3. Ever since he acquired Lawless Outlaw, even the lunch delivery man ceased to grant him additional meals. Quite the loss. MFI meticulously timed his bathing and changing, even borrowing a stick of incense from Granny Zhang downstairs to light and pray earnestly before a crack. Oh, God, grant me wealth, wealth, or wealth. As the clock struck midnight, Jack the Ripper gradually faded away. Chapter 30. The Great Detective under MFI's eager gaze. A silvery light converged to form the 3 grand characters, DH and TN. Identity, Great Detective active, keen observer, some evidence lies within his sight, yet remains unseen due to cognitive issues unrelated to observation. Best partner, status, unactivated. A detective cannot perish alone. The creature with whom you have spent the most time in the past 7 days will become your best partner. Passive, case caffeine. What should excite a man is not solely an excavator. Cases can do so as well. Tactless, a rather unappealing flaw, but you need not learn in this regard. Retained skill, moth to flame, expertise in human anatomy. Upon the card's appearance, MFI's immediate focus was on the retained skill. Upon discovering it was expertise in human anatomy, he exhaled in relief. This was quite favorable. As long as he refrained from boasting, others would remain unaware of his extensive knowledge of human anatomy, facilitating his masquerade as an ordinary individual. He was an ordinary person to begin with. What nonsense were these foolish humans up to? A strange youthful voice suddenly echoed. MFI jumped, turning his head to survey his surroundings. What are you looking at? Never seen a cat before? What's with that pungent dog scent, suffocating the cat? This time, he heard the voice distinctly, right beside him. Yet, only a cat was at hand. MFI scrutinized the crack. The sleek black cat stretched lazily, its green eyes fixed upon MFI. What? Still staring? Uncultured human. Have you never seen such a handsome cat? These few words were steeped in an air of arrogance, leaving MFI incredulous that a mere cat could speak. If something seemed amiss, it must surely be the card's fault. MFI hastily examined DZH and TN's skills. He discovered that the second skill had indeed changed. Best partner, status, activated. A dog is humanity's best friend. Perhaps a cat is too? Of course, why isn't your partner human? Why isn't my partner human? A good question. Were it not for the card's intangible nature, I would have been tempted to tear it apart. It nearly mocked you by plastering the notion of your lack of friends onto MFI's face. Friends, friends. Even if they were friends, it is inconceivable that one would sleep at his abode. The creature that has spent the most time with him is merely a seam that shares his bed. As for the audacious remarks from the seam, MFI heard them but paid them no heed. It is akin to Gang Damu declaring war on Wu Chang. Upon hearing such proclamations, everyone merely laughed, with few truly preparing for battle. They are not even of the same caliber. The reclusive little creatures, like the aloof cats that, after being rescued by great strength, develop a rebellious streak, cannot be expected to possess the intelligence to understand gratitude. Engaging in such trivial disputes will inevitably lead to exhaustion. If it truly dislikes him, then neutering and releasing it would suffice. It is hardly a matter of great significance. He is not so petty as to hold a grudge against a mere cat. The abilities are secondary, the cards are paramount, and one must not fall into the trap of folly. Mo Fei meticulously pondered the cards. This time, the card appeared quite promising, devoid of any pitfalls. Aside from the last one, which bore a hint of slander against him, there was nothing else amiss. Moreover, it had inadvertently revealed a cat with a flair for theatrics. Mo Fei cast a sinister glance towards the seam. Once the time is right, I shall take you to your demise. The seam leaped onto the sofa, distancing itself, its feline face brimming with derision. The foolish little one is unaware of your cat lord's origins, is it? I shall not go into heat. Do you still have a background? Mo Fei raised an eyebrow, his expression more sardonic than the cat's. If you had a background, how could I have found you? Not going into heat merely implies you are a mere salted fish, a salted fish among cats. TSK. The seam flicked its tail. Who was it that was terrified upon first encountering me, rolling in fear? Who lay pitifully waiting for death? I did not compel you to save me. Wait, your cat lord requires no care from you. Repay your debts and depart. To an outsider, this scene appeared rather bizarre. A person arguing with a cat, and the key point is that the cat remained silent, making the person seem even more deranged. At the very least, Officer Su stood at the door for quite some time, hesitating to knock. Inside, Mo Fei's voice grew increasingly animated, sounding as if he were embroiled in an argument. Yet no one was responding. Could it be a phone quarrel? Officer Su hesitated but ultimately knocked on the door. The arguing ceased abruptly. After a moment, Mo Fei's voice inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I," Officer Su replied. "Su Tianqing, Officer Su." Mo Fei cracked the door open, poking his head out with a smile. "Officer Su, what brings you here?" Officer Su gestured towards the room. "Do you have guests?" "None." Mo Fei glanced back, seemingly seeing nothing untoward in the room, and opened the door wider, inviting, "Would you like to come in for a moment? Then I shall intrude." Upon entering, Officer Su was greeted by a faint yet distinct aroma of incense. His gaze fell upon a rather conspicuous stick of incense burning in the room. "This? It is for turning my luck around." Mo Fei interjected, "I've been a bit unfortunate lately, as you know." Officer Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, encountering so many incidents within a fortnight is something an ordinary person might not experience in a lifetime. From this perspective, Mo Fei's burning incense for fortune does not seem excessive. He could even be residing in a temple, having taken vows, and Officer Su would not find it strange. "I have come to discuss a few matters with you." After scanning the room for anything unusual, Officer Su continued, "The murderer you subdued has been transferred to the prison hospital, and the prosecution is underway." "Excellent." Mo Fei clapped his hands joyfully, "A criminal facing justice. A cause for universal delight. However, you have exceeded the bounds of self-defense." Officer Su continued. Mo Fei's smile faltered. "What?" Officer Su, observing his expression, suddenly burst into laughter. "Just joking. If I were here to arrest you, I wouldn't have come alone. Officers on duty typically work in pairs." Mo Fei's mind raced through the pertinent self-defense regulations, and Officer Su's jest had sent him on an emotional roller coaster. "This time, your assistance to the police in handling the case has been commendable. My superiors wish to apply for a commendation for you." Officer Su's expression turned serious. "I wish to personally thank you for your contributions to urban safety." His solemn demeanor compelled Mo Fei to adopt a more earnest attitude. "This is what I ought to do. Oh, this is what I ought to do." Mo Fei shot a sharp glance, and the scene calmly groomed itself. Officer Su, puzzled by the sudden shift in Mo Fei's demeanor, chose to respect each individual's peculiarities. As long as it does not harm society or disturb others, rolling one's eyes at a cat is hardly a concern. Officer Su smiled. "In a few days, I may need to trouble you to come to the station again. By the way, you previously messaged me about a van that had a confrontation with you near your neighborhood, followed by 2 laborers attempting to assault you the next day. This incident occurred several days ago, and upon being reminded, Mo Fei paused before nodding. "Yes, were they captured?" Officer Su's expression became somewhat indescribable. He pulled out his phone and showed Mo Fei a picture. "Is this the vehicle?" Mo Fei squinted at the image. It was a blurry snapshot from surveillance footage. But Mo Fei recognized the van's rear windshield, which bore a large spiderweb crack. He nodded affirmatively. "That's the one. I smashed that glass." Officer Su's expression grew even more complex. "What sort of expression is that?" Mo Fei scrutinized him, sensing something unusual. Does this vehicle indeed have a problem? Mo Fei had never been one to indulge in gossip, but Officer Su's demeanor was too nuanced. What initially seemed like a traffic matter, why was he so invested? There must be a case involved. Mo Fei's eyes lit up, invigorated as if he had just consumed coffee. Did someone die in that car? Officer Su pondered for a long while before placing his phone back into his pocket. The person you saved from that serial killer had encountered human traffickers before being pursued. Alas, a killer and a trafficker. Who could be more unfortunate than you? The Seam's voice was filled with mockery. Go sit elsewhere. Mo Fei retorted instinctively. Officer Su glanced around, seemingly realizing he was alone with Mo Fei. Hesitating, he pointed to himself. Should I leave? No, I wasn't referring to you. Mo Fei quickly clarified, shooting a glare at the Seam afterward. TCH, foolish one. The Seam scoffed before elegantly strutting over to the water bowl to leisurely lap up water. Mo Fei felt a surge of determination. His fists clenched resolutely. This was far from the ideal partnership. It was more akin to a debt-collecting feud. Nonetheless, although the murderer had been apprehended, several matters still required resolution. Officer Su did not dwell on Mo Fei's eccentricities, giving his arm a friendly pat. Recently, the human traffickers have been rather rampant. Be cautious when you go out. I can't believe this fellow is overthinking it. With your sort, not even 5 could manage a coherent brain. This time, Mo Fei managed to ignore the Seam and nodded earnestly. Understood. Officer Su smiled gently. Our department is busy. I'll take my leave now. Walk safely, and I shan't see you off. After bidding farewell to Officer Xiao Su, Mo Fei turned and revealed a sinister smile, skillfully picking up a sewing needle. Can you compete with me? He taunted, as he inflicted physical torment on his adversary while simultaneously undermining their spirit. You are but a mere kitten. How could you possibly contend with a human who occasionally occupies the apex of the food chain? Even if I have yet to reach the pinnacle among humans, subduing a little kitten like you is hardly a challenge. While Mo Fei showed no mercy, a contemplative glint lingered in his eyes. Officer Xiao Su had indeed brought significant information during his visit. The apprehension of a murderer marked a temporary resolution to matters. Yet he had also tasked Mo Fei with identifying a van and mentioned human traffickers. Furrowing his brow, Mo Fei recollected the text displayed in the corner of the surveillance images that Officer Xiao Su had shown him. He took out his phone to consult a map and discovered that the route depicted in the surveillance footage was less than 5 kilometers from where they had filmed a scene on the highway. Moreover, the timing was strikingly close, occurring just over an hour before he encountered Ji Xingyu. Officer Xiao Su wouldn't have presented a photograph for him to identify without reason, coupled with the fact that Ji Xingyu had fled after encountering the traffickers, suggesting that the van in question was indeed theirs. If this line of reasoning held, when the police arrived at the scene, Officer Li Zhangyu had discovered 2 bodies, precisely matching the 2 individuals from the van. The deceased were likely the 2 migrant workers Mo Fei had seen at that time. There was also a driver in the van, not mentioned, who may have fled upon sensing danger. It was typical for traffickers to operate as profit-driven entities, so the driver's escape was not unexpected. However, this raised the unsettling notion that abductions had seemingly surged recently. Mo Fei's furrowed brow deepened as a little Seam lay on the ground, observing him. Some people, worry over trifles. Mo Fei shot a glance at it, sneering. I never took you for one to indulge in proverbs. The little Seam retained its haughty and graceful demeanor. I wouldn't have guessed that a poor brat like you would care so much. Mo Fei ground his back teeth, contemplating how to savor cat meat. Is this a pet cat? It is clearly more like keeping an ancestor. I challenge you to a duel. I shall not bully a grandchild. I will cut off your rations. I have no interest in your tasteless food. Who besides a dog would eat it? It tastes quite good, merely a tad bland, Missouri Fei retorted. How about we both perish together? Foolish brat, perish together with a cat? In some areas, chaos ensued, while in others, a deathly silence reigned. Sister, have we been receiving too much recently? In a rural bungalow, a middle-aged man with a simple demeanor lamented to a middle-aged woman across from him. Last time, the 3rd family's fruit picker was caught, and now another has escaped. De Gang and Changzi have also met their end. The man complained as if lamenting a poor harvest. The woman, appearing as a kind-hearted farmer, spoke with a timid tone. That's your foolishness. You're utterly dim-witted. I finally secured a big order. If it goes well, we won't have to worry about selling goods in the future. If it goes awry, I still have to share profits with the suppliers. Those rural folk are picky when selling goods. Costs are rising, and you know this well. The woman took a sip of tea. Foreigners don't discriminate based on gender. It's all the same price, and even higher than what those rural folk offer. Where can you find such an opportunity? But the recent atmosphere is indeed tense. The man fidgeted, rubbing his hands anxiously. Since the Gang and Chang Zi met their end, those picking fruits below are becoming unsettled. Unsettled? The woman scoffed. They've been in this line of work It's not surprising if the heavens strike and a son is born without an orifice. Now they're unsettled? She looked at the man, her tone serious. If we can deliver, we'll prosper together. If not, we'll return to farming and eat from our own labor. Do you understand? Chapter 32. A minor show of authority. After finishing his scenes in Director Wang's production, Mo Fei found himself temporarily adrift. Although he was eager to visit the set, akin to a senior observing juniors undergoing military training, Director Wang did not afford him that opportunity. The filming location was kept secret from Mo Fei, with stringent measures in place to prevent any disclosure by actors or crew. This left Mo Fei somewhat speechless. Was it truly necessary? After all, he had merely rescued a persecuted youth from his team and apprehended a serial killer. What was so remarkable about that? Stingy. Drinking cold water, he muttered. At home, he was engaged in a verbal spar with the little Seam. When he couldn't comprehend cat language, he had thought it to be a quiet and lovely cat. Now that he could understand, its speech was filled with expletives. Listening too much had nearly led Mo Fei astray. If this habit were to be carried outside, it would be a wonder if he wasn't beaten. Look at you, with that cowardly demeanor. When the cat master roamed the world, which brat dared to lay a finger on me? I could handle its entire lineage. The little Seam, realizing Mo Fei understood its words, grew increasingly audacious. No more cat food. I demand cat cuisine. Cat cuisine must include a balanced diet, and after the meal, there must be dessert. Mo Fei himself wasn't that meticulous. After sneering at him, the little Seam scurried downstairs to Grandma Zhang's house to indulge in free meals. It was then that Mo Fei realized that the little Seam hadn't been eating poorly. It had been feasting on wild food outside before returning to nibble on a few grains of cat food. Thus, the cat food he had purchased was, in fact, consumed most by him as a snack. Darn it. Mo Fei chewed on the cat food vigorously when a message popped up on his phone. It was from Chuanxiu. She was aware that Mo Fei was currently in a hiatus and wanted to introduce him to the Ji family brothers, fulfilling the promise of casting him as the male lead. This was a splendid opportunity for advancement. Make sure to perform well, understood? Chuanxiu earnestly advised Mo Fei on their way to meet Ji Xingjian. The filming period for the web series was brief. If it coincided with the release of Director Wang's film, there might be some exposure, and perhaps Mo Fei could gain some popularity. With cheeks stuffed with the 3 flavored dumplings Chuanxiu had brought, Mo Fei gave an okay sign with his hand. With such a silly demeanor, if a trafficker were to abduct him, he would likely follow for a mere lollipop. Chuanxiu sighed wearily. She and Ji Xingjian met at his clothing company. Ji Xingjian owned several companies, with the one he was currently at focusing on high-end coats. Upon entering, one could see grand posters featuring models clad in cashmere trench coats, exuding charisma and elegance. Mo Fei stood at the entrance, contemplating the poster for a moment, as Chuanxiu marveled that the boy had finally developed a sense of style. She heard him say, "This boy isn't as handsome as Ji Xingyu." Chuanxiu retorted, "You've been staring for so long to arrive at that conclusion?" "Of course not," Mo Fei replied confidently, hands in his pockets. "I look better wearing it." Chuanxiu clenched her fist, recalling that they were outside, and decided to restrain herself from reprimanding the boy. Models, especially those for higher-end brands, were typically biracial foreigners or outright foreigners, predominantly Caucasian. What was this fellow prattling on about here? Gritting her teeth, Chuanxiu dragged this embarrassing creature inside, and, after informing the front desk of their appointment, found herself in Ji Xingjian's office. Ji Xingjian's office is adorned with simplicity, featuring a wooden desk, an executive chair, and a black sofa, perfectly embodying the archetype of a boss's office. Standing in the room is a man in a suit, his complexion appearing rather pallid. "You two have arrived. Please take a seat." Ji Xingjian gestures towards the black sofa. "Just a moment, I need to handle something." Chuanxiu and Mo Fei have no objections and obediently take their seats. After greeting them, Ji Xingjian's expression shifts. "The salaries I pay you are not meant for you to pose questions. The market demands my attention, designs require my revisions, factories need my oversight, and I must pursue copyright infringements. So, may I ask what labor you have provided for the remuneration I offer?" His tone is not particularly harsh. Rather, it conveys a sense of bewilderment. The man in the suit breaks into a cold sweat. Ji Zong, we come to work. Sometimes slacking off, arriving late, leaving early, showing favoritism, accepting kickbacks, suppressing newcomers, and even plagiarizing? Ji Xingjian calmly enumerates this list and delivers his final ultimatum: leave. I will contact the legal department to file a complaint against you. The man in the suit abruptly lifts his head, his pupils dilating as he becomes agitated. Ji Zong, grant me a chance. I am merely being slandered by others. He steps forward as he speaks. Mo Fei tilts his head and stands to block Ji Xingjian. Impulsiveness is the devil. Please remain calm and do not resort to violence. The man in the suit dismisses the words of an outsider, and the very fact that someone dares to obstruct him only fuels his anger. Upon hearing the mention of violence, he raises his fist and strikes towards Mo Fei's face without hesitation. Mo Fei smiles, sidesteps the punch, and counters with a swift maneuver, pinning the man in the suit to the ground. As the man flails on the floor, Ji Xingjian calls for security to drag him out, discarding him like a dead dog. El Chuanxiu wears a polite smile, though internally she feels torn. How to handle a troublesome child? Most likely, a good beating will suffice. No, perhaps with Mo Fei, it would be better to starve him for a few days. A mere beating would yield no results. After resolving the internal matter, Ji Xingjian shifts to a friendly demeanor and greets Mo Fei. Please sit. I hope you two are not offended. Though one should not directly speak of a company's affairs, El Chuanxiu is about to offer pleasantries when Mo Fei, seemingly innocent, interjects. Were you not intentionally leaving him for me as a warning? El Chuanxiu's smile falters, and Ji Xingjian raises an eyebrow. Mo Fei continues. Before we entered, the receptionist made a call. If you did not wish for us to witness this scene, you could have handled that person earlier or later. As for your motive for this action, Mo Fei gestures to his wrist. The businessman wears a Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Minute Repeater watch, a gift from your brother, correct? A watch worth millions is not tucked away, but worn daily, clearly for the purpose of ostentation. What, then, is he trying to flaunt? Clearing his throat, Mo Fei adopts an exaggerated tone. Ji Zong, your watch appears quite extraordinary. Mo Fei shifts positions, raising his wrist with a smile. Oh, you mean this? My brother gave it to me. Today's children simply do not listen when advised against buying such an expensive watch. He insisted on gifting it to me. But my earnings are merely for him to spend. Upon finishing his performance, he turns to the silent Ji Xingjian. In fact, you need not worry about my intentions towards Ji Xingyu. You could simply hand me 500,000, and I assure you I will promptly disappear from your lives. Chapter 33, Script not available. El Chuanxiu feels a chill in her heart. The pie about to be served is flying away, and she thinks, returning with Mo Fei, they might as well perish together. Your price is quite reasonable. Ji Xingjian scrutinizes Mo Fei, pondering if it is too low. Is my brother truly worth only 500,000? Mo Fei chuckles. For a role, I only receive a $10,000 fee. 500,000 is quite substantial. As an actor of such obscurity, he sometimes even has to pay to find work. Securing any payment is an incredible stroke of luck. Ji Xingjian nods. Very well. Previously, I intended to dismiss you lightly, but it appears you possess a modicum of merit. Hearing a hint of possibility for negotiation in his tone, both Mo Fei and El Chuanxiu cannot help but widen their eyes. What did you say? Self-awareness is indeed valuable. Ji Xingjian disregards Mo Fei's astonishment and tears a sheet of paper from the table, writing down a phone number. This is the director's number for that web series. You can contact him directly. El Chuanxiu, quick on the uptake, snatches the number before Mo Fei can react, her smile nearly splitting her face. Thank you, Ji Zong. Mo Fei protests. You are a big boss. How can you? He exclaims, hopping on one leg while clutching his knee. El Chuanxiu, beaming, retracts her foot from Mo Fei's toes. I truly appreciate your concern, Ji boss. We shall not impose further. Farewell. With that, she tightly grips Mo Fei's collar and forcefully drags him out. Ji Xingjian plays with a pen in his hand, allowing them to leave without protest. The 500,000 buyout proposed by Mo Fei sounds enticing. For him, spending such a sum to resolve matters is negligible. Not to mention, the flashy watch gifted by his brother is already worth over 4 million. However, Ji Xingjian does not act upon Mo Fei's suggestion. The reasons are complex, but primarily, Ji Xingjian has discerned a lack of menace in Mo Fei during this encounter. He and Ji Xingyu are siblings, having lost their parents early on. He raised Ji Xingyu as if he were his own son. Regardless of Ji Xingyu's aspirations, Ji Xingjian will wholeheartedly support him, which has resulted in Ji Xingyu navigating life with relative ease and little awareness of the darker aspects of human nature. Now, in his 20s, he remains naively foolish. Akin to a university student, it is possible that even the students in the student union possess more cunning than this brother. In such circumstances, despite Ji Xingjian's indulgence, he must contemplate how to instill wisdom in him. He cannot tether his brother to him for eternity, especially considering their significant age difference, barring unforeseen events. He will likely pass before Ji Xingyu. Upon his demise, it would be astonishing if Ji Xingyu's disposition did not leave him vulnerable to exploitation. As for the choice of who should teach Ji Xingyu a lesson, Ji Xingjian had not previously considered Mo Fei. A person bearing an air of danger is exceedingly perilous. Presently, devoid of any aura of menace, possessing some skills, being financially constrained, and displaying intelligence, Mo Fei is an ideal candidate in Ji Xingjian's eyes. A lack of funds can be remedied with money, and a clever individual, aware of limits, will not engage in immoral deeds that might implicate others. Those who can be managed with a firm hand coupled with kindness are the most valuable. Naturally, Ji Xingjian is not stingy with the benefits he offers. To ensure a horse runs well, one must feed it well, for he is, after all, a businessman. To demand work without compensation is akin to being a slave master. And what fate awaits a slave master? Pondering this, Ji Xingjian begins to call his younger brother, inquiring if he has eaten on time. While Ji Xingjian is in good spirits, Mo Fei is far from it. After being stepped on by a small shoe, he limps out of the clothing company, only to be forcibly stuffed into a car by El Chuanxiu, appearing as disheveled as a drenched animal, devoid of energy. El Chuanxiu, having secured the director's phone number, is too weary to fuss over Mo Fei's lack of decorum. Regardless, this extravagant folly has caused trouble more than once or twice. If it weren't for her remarkable intelligence, they would have perished from hunger long ago. As soon as he entered the car, El Chuanxiu promptly made a call. The receiver was a young man who, upon hearing El Chuanxiu's intentions, let out a deep sigh. There seems to be a slight issue with this matter. It may take some time. Mo Fei's ears perked up. If there were problems, that would be splendid. Ideally, after this matter falls through, Ji Xingjian would directly compensate in cash, allowing them to gain money without commencing work, which would be most fortuitous. El Chuanxiu felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling her past experiences of being rejected by various directors, and could not help but inquire, is it due to insufficient funding? Logically, if Ji Xingjian recommended this, he should have resolved any financial issues. Otherwise, who could possibly take on such a hollow endeavor? The young man sighed again. No, the funds are sufficient. It's just that there are some minor issues. In this world, money can resolve 80% of problems. How could a project with adequate funding still encounter other issues? El Chuanxiu pondered this and asked accordingly. Of course, there are. The young man did not shy away from answering directly. The funds are sufficient, but the actors are not confirmed, and there is no script, props, crew, lighting, makeup, or costumes. Aside from money, it seems there is nothing else. After hearing this, El Chuanxiu glanced at her phone screen, confirming that the number indeed belonged to Ji Xingjian, and courteously ended the call. She gripped the steering wheel, lost in thought. Although Ji Xingjian is not from the film industry and the director he found is not a major one, she could understand this. Having a rookie director is perfectly acceptable. However, from this phone call, it was not merely a matter of being a newcomer. Was the intelligence of the person on the other end of the line sound? Mo Fei's mood shifted from overcast to sunny as he dug out snacks to munch on. If that director was ill-prepared, he could at least delay the start of the project for a while. Though he might not escape the fate of commencing work, a temporary reprieve was still welcome. As El Chuanxiu listened to Mo Fei munching, she had no time to chastise him. She contemplated life for a while, and an idea suddenly sprouted in her mind. El Chuanxiu redialed the number. The young man remained calm on the other end, showing no signs of impatience despite being disturbed twice in quick succession. Director, it's like this. I have more than just Mo Fei as an actor under my command. I have several other artists. Would you like to take a look? In today's entertainment industry, where talent is abundant but opportunities are scarce, it would be remiss for El Chuanxiu not to advocate for her own people when encountering such a peculiar opportunity. The young man hesitated this time. I need to see the male lead first. If there is no leading actor confirmed for a script, anything the big boss decides will revolve around the male lead. If a few actors are selected who cannot blend with the male lead, then what could possibly be filmed? Chapter 34. The King in Prada. This request from the director was reasonable. After inquiring about his address, El Chuanxiu set off immediately, bringing along Mo Fei, whose mouth was still dusted with cookie crumbs. If this matter could be resolved, her few incompetent artists would finally have work. After driving for nearly an hour from the eastern to the western part of the city, they finally located the studio that the director had mentioned, situated in an area where rent was relatively affordable. Before exiting the car, El Chuanxiu specifically instructed Mo Fei to remain silent and refrain from unnecessary actions. If he ruined this opportunity, she would genuinely consider sacrificing him to the heavens. Mo Fei tossed a candy into his mouth and gave an okay gesture. Upon entering the studio, El Chuanxiu momentarily doubted whether she had come to the right place. The studio was quite spacious but sparsely decorated. Yet, the space was cramped, filled with various items that neither of them could quite comprehend. Half of the room featured foam sculptures of humans and dragons, a wool-felt Tyrannosaurus Rex towering over them. a thinker sporting a peculiar hairstyle, and a body sprawled on a recliner. No, the last one was not a corpse, it was a living person. The young man on the recliner appeared as if he had been drained of energy, sporting a disheveled mop of hair, black-rimmed glasses, and an unshaven face. El Chuancio tentatively called out, "Director?" After several seconds, the young man slowly sat up, peering through his messy hair and glasses, his voice laced with inherent lethargy. "Director? Oh, you were the one who called me earlier, right?" He brushed his hair aside and scanned the room, sluggishly retrieving a low cabinet and an oddly shaped stool from the clutter. "Please, have a seat." Upon seeing him, El Chuancio had already begun to question the reliability of this individual. However, despite his apparent dishevelment, his effort to find seating for them was surprisingly polite. Mo Fei dutifully sat on the low cabinet, while El Chuancio hesitated to sit on the stool, fearing it might collapse under her weight. Director. This is the male lead designated by Ji Zong. Please take a look." El Chuancio introduced Mo Fei to the young man. Mo Fei flashed a charming smile, revealing a full set of 8 teeth. The young man squinted at him. "No need to call me director. Just call me Xiao Qian. His appearance is acceptable, but I have yet to finalize the script." Xiao Qian casually grabbed a fabric dog head and hugged it close. "As you can see, I actually studied sculpture. Making films is purely a side endeavor for me." El Chuancio surveyed the surroundings. It was definitely artistic, yet she truly could not discern how these items related to sculpture. The young man seemed rather unreliable, prompting El Chuancio to ask, "So, Xiao Qian, your relationship with Ji Zong? He is the older brother of my classmate." Xiao Qian's eyelids drooped, giving him a perpetually sleepy appearance. Upon hearing I was making a film, he introduced me to a male lead. El Chuancio couldn't help but glance at Mo Fei, who still maintained his charming smile. Since they were already there, El Chuancio steeled herself and asked, "After seeing our Xiao Fei, do you have any thoughts?" Xiao Qian fell silent for a moment before earnestly asking Mo Fei, "Are you into men?" Cough, cough, cough. El Chuancio could not contain her violent coughing. Xiao Qian and Mo Fei quietly waited for her to finish. El Chuancio pressed her hand to her chest to steady her breath. "No, our Xiao Fei does not sell himself." Xiao Qian blinked slowly and replied, "I meant for the film. A romantic storyline between a man and a woman is too cliché and would not qualify. I thought, what if we changed it to 2 men? If the visuals evoke a stronger feeling and the dialogue conveys pain, it should pass." After Xiao Qian finished speaking, he looked at Mo Fei and asked, "Can you perform that?" Mo Fei continued to smile, remaining silent. Xiao Qian turned to El Chuancio. "Is he mute?" Before El Chuancio could explain, he nodded to himself. A relationship between a healthy person and a disabled person would be more artistic. No. Before the misunderstanding deepened, El Chuancio hastily clarified, "Xiao Fei can speak." She shot a glare at Mo Fei. "Speak." Mo Fei crunched on the hard candy in his mouth. His eyes filled with innocent confusion. "You told me not to speak." El Chuancio took a deep breath and forced a smile. "I was wrong. I forgive you." Mo Fei modestly nodded. Before El Chuancio's rationality shattered and she lashed out at him, Mo Fei addressed Xiao Qian. "Friend, since you currently lack direction, how about I offer you a few suggestions?" Xiao Qian nodded slowly. "Art films are no longer popular. The theme you mentioned could even be banned, which is not profitable." Mo Fei remarked, "What type of films are currently favored by the market?" "Action-packed, grassroots resurgence, sci-fi and fantasy, grand productions with illustrious stars and directors. Yet we possess none of these." Xiao Qian quietly added that we only have money, and I am indifferent to whether it can be broadcast. "But we care," Lu Chuanqiu exclaimed anxiously. "If we film something that cannot be aired, it would be better to have taken the money directly without all this fuss." Xiao Qian pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the need to consider the actor's expectations. "You may continue. In fact, I can provide you with a script." Mo Fei's face illuminated with confidence, proclaiming, "The devil wears Prada." The story unfolds as follows. A novice intern interviews for a position as the assistant to a renowned fashion mogul at a prestigious fashion company. Despite the skepticism surrounding him, he secures the job. From initial clumsiness and struggles to fit into the environment, he gradually masters every command issued by the fashion mogul, successfully transforming from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. However, he later realizes that in the course of his transformation, he has sacrificed many things he cherished: family, friendship, love, and his own identity. Ultimately, confronted with the choice between work and self, he opts for self. What do you think of this story? Xiao Qian listened intently and posed his first question. "What is Prada?" Mo Fei was taken aback. "I do not know either. It just feels like this story should be titled as such. I have always experienced peculiar dreams. Sometimes I am a thief, at other times I possess extraordinary abilities while gambling, and occasionally, I find myself in a yellow bodysuit fighting. This story derives from one of my dreams. Oh, Xiao Qian nodded. The story is complete, but where does the highlight lie? In the intern's transformation. Mo Fei grew animated. You mentioned that you are not short on funds, right? When filming the fashion segments, we should indulge in extravagance. The intern can start with a somewhat shabby wardrobe and later undergo a splendid metamorphosis. Furthermore, we could promote General G's clothing brand. In Chapter 35, Egg on the Road, Xiao Qian, an art student, began to summarize after hearing the proposal. You aim to highlight the impact of the materialistic fashion industry on an individual through the transformation of an intern, showcasing the brutality of the corporate world while reflecting the conflict between reality and one's original self. This will provoke public contemplation on whether, in our journey forward, we should choose to relinquish part of ourselves to continue evolving or pause to embrace our true selves. Mo Fei's mind momentarily stalled before he decisively nodded. Yes, exactly as you articulated. Xiao Qian also nodded slowly, quite intriguing. As you stated, if the subsequent plot developments are sharp and the visuals aesthetically pleasing, it could indeed become a film with meaningful insights and substantial returns. Lu Chuanxiu displayed a hint of delight. However, have you forgotten one crucial detail? Xiao Qian leisurely interjected. I intend to shoot a web series, not a film. Yet before our arrival, you did not even have a script. Mo Fei suggested again. Why not film a web movie instead? Xiao Qian contemplated briefly. That is not out of the question. The main issue remains that he currently lacks direction. Aside from the male lead Ji Xing, who was sent over, and the money, there is nothing else. He took out his phone to send a message. Lu Chuanxiu, intrigued, asked, What are you doing? Recruiting people. Xiao Qian replied earnestly. I have some senior classmates. Although they are not film majors, gathering a temporary production crew should suffice. They are not professional filmmakers. Mo Fei, having never seen such casualness, couldn't he help but inquire for an example. For instance, there's this classmate studying painting. Artists are quite sensitive to light and shadow, so he would undoubtedly excel at lighting. Xiao Qian continued, opening another chat window. And there's this senior girl studying product design. Packaging products and people should be similar, so having her handle costumes should be no problem. Lighting from a painting major, costumes from a product design student, and a director from the sculpture department. Mo Fei counted on his fingers, feeling as though Ji Laoj was digging a pit for him. One cannot phrase it that way, Xiao Qian corrected him. At least I will not default on wages. He paused before adding, if you can produce a complete script for this story, I will also pay you for your work as a screenwriter and ensure your name is prominently displayed. Excellent. Mo Fei clapped his hands, affirming the agreement. Although he was not a professional screenwriter, in this information age, the format of scripts is not difficult to acquire. One merely needs to fill in the content with a clear mindset. Mo Fei was not boasting. He remembered those dreams vividly and could recite them from start to finish. Creating a script should be a breeze. Seeing his confidence, Xiao Qian smiled benevolently. Wonderful, this means we have found a screenwriter. Lu Chuanxiu, having worked in the industry for several years, prided herself on having seen many film crews, yet she had never encountered one like this. From the director to the actors, it seemed no one was entirely normal. Is this the latest form of performance art? Even after exiting this excessively avant-garde space, Lu Chuanxiu could not comprehend how these two individuals' thought processes aligned. Is it possible that oddities share a unique mode of communication? She could not fathom. While Mo Fei had no intention of explaining, happily munching on the grain-teething stick that Lu Chuanxiu had specially purchased for him. It was typically bought by individuals seeking to manage their weight, as one piece could be nibbled on for half an hour, effectively controlling Mo Fei's snack intake. Xiao Fei, how many actors do you need for that script? Lu Chuanxiu inquired while driving. Mo Fei, with the teething stick in his mouth, mumbled an unclear response. We need quite a few extras, but the key personnel should be around 7 or 8. What do you think of the other few individuals under my supervision? Lu Chuanxiu had not yet abandoned her hope of elevating everyone to success. Mo Fei reflected on the appearances of her other small actors and internet celebrities, as well as that magician, and tactfully responded. Extras are fine, but the main roles are not. After all, it is a fashion film. Looks do matter significantly. Lu Chuanxiu felt that her judgment, along with that of her small actors, had been insulted and fell silent. This guy can truly infuriate one with his words. As the car traveled down a narrow road, a woman carrying a basket appeared by the roadside. With pedestrians present, Lu Chuanxiu instinctively slowed the vehicle. As they approached the woman, just as they were about to pass her, she unexpectedly raised her hand and hurled several eggs at the car. The eggs splattered against the windshield, yolks, whites, and shells flying everywhere, obscuring part of the view. Lu Chuanxiu nearly lost grip of the steering wheel, exclaiming in frustration, What is wrong with this person? After cursing, she intended to activate the windshield wipers to clean the glass. Mo Fei, witnessing this, nearly leaped from his seat. Don't. Yet his warning came too late. Lu Chuanxiu had already engaged the wipers. The egg whites spread rapidly under the friction of the wipers, mixing with the yolks into a mush, transforming what was merely a partially obstructed windshield into one that rendered the road completely invisible. Lu Chuanxiu lost her line of sight and panicked, slamming on the brakes. The powerful inertia propelled Mo Fei forward, with the seatbelt firmly restraining him in his seat. When the car finally came to a halt, Mo Fei clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lu Chuanxiu, dazed, took a few seconds to process before shifting the car into park and pulling the handbrake. Then turned to check on Mo Fei. Are you all right? Mo Fei pulled out a piece of paper, spitting out the half-broken teething stick and blood from his mouth. Managing a smile, bit my cheek. As he spoke, more blood flowed from his mouth. Observing the volume of blood, it was evident that the bite had been severe. Lch pointed to the hand he had pressed against his chest and inquired, "What about here?" I leaned back against the seat, tilted his head back to unfasten his seatbelt, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for driving slowly. Had this occurred at high speed, my ribs would have been shattered." His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed blood, and when he turned to Lch again, his face bore no extraneous expressions. "Stay here and call the police." "Call the police?" Lch echoed in bewilderment. Almost immediately, she watched as MFI retrieved a familiar U-shaped lock from beneath the seat, opened the car door, and stepped out. Instinctively, she unbuckled her seatbelt to follow, only to see several burly men emerge from either side of the road, their demeanor indicating they were not inclined towards civil discourse. Her movement faltered as she grasped the implication of MFI's words, and she hurriedly fished out her phone to alert the authorities. At this juncture, exiting the vehicle would only hinder MFI. Calling the police was her most significant contribution. After disembarking, MFI spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his expression icy as he regarded the aggressive men approaching. Chapter 36. The scene became chaotic in terms of presence. MFI was not any less formidable than the men before him. The four burly men exchanged glances and gradually closed in on him. The seatbelt had left MFI's chest aching, and his fury surged to a boiling point. His gaze swiftly scanned their throats, temples, groin, and eyes. With the right amount of force, targeting these areas could incapacitate an opponent without resulting in death. The key was to apply just the right amount of pressure. Too much force could be lethal. MFI tightened his grip on the U-shaped lock and took a few steps forward. He reminded himself not to damage Lch's car during the ensuing scuffle, as repairs would be troublesome. The burly men were taken aback by this lone figure's audacity to confront them. Feeling provoked, they charged forward with clenched fists. As the fists drew nearer, MFI swung the U-shaped lock to meet one of them. The sound of metal colliding with flesh was dull, followed by a piercing cry from the man. A hefty figure, nearly 6 feet tall, clutched his injured hand, wailing like a slaughtered pig, while the other 3 men momentarily lost focus. Seizing the opportunity, MFI delivered a swift kick to the groin of the second closest man. Feeling his shoe connect with soft tissue, the impact likely shattering it. The second man's face drained of color as he instinctively clamped his legs shut. MFI, capitalizing on the momentum, leaped and struck the man's chin with a straight kick, sending him crashing to the ground while he landed gracefully. In mere seconds, 2 of the adversaries had been incapacitated, and the remaining 2 regarded MFI with palpable wariness. MFI glanced at the U-shaped lock in his hand, the edges stained with a hint of blood. He nonchalantly flicked it away, and when he faced the remaining 2, his expression remained cold but carried an entirely different weight. One of the men produced a watermelon knife from behind, and without uttering a word, charged at him. Damn it, no sense of martial ethics. MFI turned and fled. The length of the knives posed a significant threat, far exceeding that of the U-shaped lock, and they wielded 2 of them. As the knife-wielding men pursued him, the first man who had been injured by the lock was regaining his composure, his forehead glistening with sweat as he gritted his teeth and prepared to join the fray, eager for vengeance. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the sound of a car engine starting pierced the air. The man turned to see a vehicle, its windshield smeared with egg, roaring to life. A woman leaned out of the driver's side window, one hand on the steering wheel and the other braced against the car door, locking eyes with the burly man. Lch shouted and pressed the accelerator, the car lunging forward towards him. In the instant of shock on the man's face, the vehicle, moving at 30 miles per hour, collided with him, though it did not send him flying. Instead, he clung to the hood, his expression twisting in pain as the impact aggravated his injuries. LCH and Key gritted her teeth and pressed the accelerator further. Had she been more timid before? She now found herself emboldened. I was being chased with 2 knives. Could a mere lock protect him? As the speed increased, the man struggled to maintain his grip on the hood and was gradually dragged beneath the vehicle. The wheels rolled over him, causing a jolt, and LCH and Key, shaken, returned to the cabin, slamming on the brakes, her hands trembling uncontrollably. It was her first time running over someone. The conflicting thoughts of having committed a crime and the realization of what it felt like to collide with a person spiraled through her mind. Taking a deep breath, she leaned out of the car again, adjusting the steering wheel to aim at the 2 men still pursuing MFI. At that moment, a pair of rough hands seized her shoulders, a powerful force attempting to drag her from the driver's seat. Turning her head, she recognized the woman who had initially thrown eggs at their car. The woman's face contorted with rage as she yanked LCH Key, while simultaneously pinching the soft flesh of her arms. Although LCH and Key appeared to be a typical office worker, she had once assisted MFI in confronting wealthy women and had broken free from 2 lecherous hands. Despite the woman's strength, LCH and Key, after a moment of panic, decisively lunged forward and bit her face. This was no longer a mere robbery. These individuals were intent on causing harm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, LCH and Key endured the woman's pinching and striking, refusing to relent, even tasting blood in her mouth. During their struggle, LCH and Key's foot eased off the brake slightly, her body still partially within the vehicle, causing her to be pulled forward. The woman, unable to escape LCH and Key's grip, was also dragged along with the car. The man who had been caught beneath the car earlier lay behind the front wheel. As the vehicle moved, the rear wheel rolled over him. The car jolted, and LCH and Key felt the tremor, causing the woman's face to be pulled, eliciting a louder scream. In the midst of being pursued, MFI cast a glance back, mirroring the actions of the 2 armed men. LCH and Key and the woman's predicament clearly exceeded their expectations. Observing them turn, MFI swiftly swung the lock back, striking one man on the back of the head. He controlled the force, ensuring it was sufficient to incapacitate without being fatal, but a serious injury nonetheless. As one man fell, the other reacted, wildly swinging his knife. MFI sustained a cut on his hand, blood seeping into his sleeve. With a determined gulp, he unleashed a spray of pink saliva at the attacker. The man instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. But MFI launched a multi-pronged assault, executing a swift kick to the groin, followed by a horizontal swing of the U-shaped lock, connecting squarely with the man's cheekbone. Another adversary collapsed. The previously downed man, still dazed, attempted to rise. MFI approached him, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, and observing the man's struggle to regain composure, flashed a deceptively kind smile before delivering a decisive blow. At that moment, all 4 burly men lay defeated on the ground. MFI remained undeterred and unhesitant, striding purposefully towards LCH and Key. LG, loosen up. LCH and Key was propelled by adrenaline, her emotions running high, rendering her oblivious to MFI's words. She could only focus on her grip. Matching the speed of the vehicle, MFI placed his hand firmly on the woman's shoulder, followed by a sharp sound of dislocated bones. The woman let out a cry, her arm drooping limply by her side. With the correct application of force, dislocation was deceptively simple. Chapter 37. Post-war management. MFI repeated the same maneuver, dislocating the woman's arms without further concern for her well-being, and softly urged LCH and Key, LG. It's all right now, it's me, SHIOFI. You can relax your grip. Let us pull over, otherwise, it might truly resemble walking a dog. LCH and Key's face flushed crimson from the adrenaline. Only upon hearing the latter part of his statement did she gradually loosen her hold, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. I've disgraced the dog. Her lower face was smeared with the woman's blood, giving her the appearance of someone who had just devoured a human, and combined with her unsightly grin, it could easily frighten even the bravest of friends. Faced with this scene, I felt not fear, but rather a sense of humor. I was referring to myself. His nonchalant demeanor somewhat calmed LCH and Key's agitation. She returned to the vehicle, her limbs trembling as she brought the car to a halt, even remembering to activate the hazard lights. I casually tossed the woman he had held onto the ground and began to count. 4 men and 1 woman. All down, indeed correct. He then pulled out his phone to check the time. Since the moment they had been pelted with eggs through the window, merely 10 minutes had passed. Originally in high spirits, the day had been ruined by these individuals. I cast a fierce glare at the still screaming woman. only to notice LCH and Key trembling as she retrieved a tripod from the trunk, laboring to position it 200 meters away. Noticing MFI observing her, LCH and Key shivered and explained, "I failed the first driving test several times before passing. I can't afford to lose points." MFI nodded in appreciation. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. His law-abiding nature attracted similarly virtuous individuals. "OFI, if I press someone down like that, would I be sentenced?" LCH and Key clutched her clothing, her face alternating between crimson and pale. "Probably not," MFI reassured her, citing Article 20 of the criminal law, which states that actions taken to prevent ongoing unlawful harm to oneself or others are considered justifiable defense, thus exempting one from criminal liability. But I left her in that state. She might be crippled. LCH and Key was overwhelmed by the intensity of her first encounter with such thrilling circumstances, nearly brought to tears. "Will there be any humanitarian sentencing?" MFI gazed at her in astonishment. "You're unaware of the definition of justifiable defense, yet ponder humanitarian sentencing? But I cannot fault you. The criminal law is quite voluminous. Not everyone can delve into it deeply." MFI puffed out his cheeks, feeling a slight reduction in the bleeding from his oral wounds, and continued to comfort her. "You've misunderstood. Humanitarian sentencing refers to leniency in severe crimes, not severity in doubtful cases. Moreover, the law specifies that defensive actions against violent crimes posing a serious threat to personal safety, resulting in injury or death to the aggressor, do not constitute excessive defense and incur no criminal liability. Rest assured." MFI contemplated before adding, "However, this special defense does come with conditions." LCH and Key urged him, "Quickly, tell me." "The first condition is the presence of a violent crime posing a severe threat to personal safety." MFI glanced at the group of brawny men. They had brandished a watermelon knife, undoubtedly meeting this criterion. "And the second?" "The first condition serves as a prerequisite, while the second pertains to timing." MFI meticulously observed the surroundings. A violent crime was indeed in progress, establishing the time frame. To put it simply, the aggressor must strike first. If we knock them down, we cannot strike again. LCH and Key imitated his scrutiny of the area and, confused, asked, "What are you looking for?" "Cameras." MFI sighed. Given that he had engaged them, there was a considerable chance they could be charged with mutual combat, and explaining the circumstances would be challenging. However, their audacity to act here indicated they had likely scouted the area, aware of the absence of surveillance. MFI added, "Without cameras, based solely on the CNS evidence, we still maintain justifiable defense. You need not worry." LCH and Key fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly rushing to the side of the vehicle, extracting a memory card from the rearview mirror and tossing it onto the ground, stamping on it several times. Unsatisfied, she rubbed it against the ground repeatedly before finally throwing the memory card far off the roadside. The minuscule card, subjected to such treatment, would be nearly impossible to recover. And even if found, it would merely be discarded plastic. MFI watched her actions with admiration, silently giving her a thumbs up. LCH and Key pouted. "I had it to guard against scams. Who knew that after all these years, scammers would overlook my modest car, while robbers would consider it fair game? Truly indiscriminate." Not long after she dismantled the dashcam's memory card, a police car with white and black markings arrived at the scene. Every district has its own police precinct. And this time, the responding officers were unfamiliar to MFI, unlike Officer Shiox. 2 unfamiliar officers were taken aback by the scene before them. Bodies lay strewn across the ground. A middle-aged woman bore a significant injury on her face, her arms twisted unnaturally as she wailed. Of the 2 remaining standing, one trembled uncontrollably, blood covering his chin, while the other covered his bleeding arm, silently spitting blood. The 2 officers exchanged glances and, in silent agreement, called for backup, along with an ambulance. After summoning assistance, they assessed the victim's conditions. Upon confirming that everyone was alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. The consequences of injuries versus fatalities are of an entirely different magnitude. It is preferable to avoid loss of life whenever possible. The more familiar officer attempted to approach LCH and Key to inquire about the situation. Tearfully, she recounted the events, even pointing to the eggs on her vehicle. The officers exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed, continually reassuring LCH and Key, praising her for remembering to set up the tripod and activate the hazard lights, indicating she must have learned well in driving school. Standing beside LCH and Key, the officer's presence instilled a sense of security. Yet she gradually became aware of the throbbing pain in her body. When the ambulance arrived, the attending physician was astonished by the scale of injuries. 5 individuals in a single vehicle? How could such damage occur? Had they lined up to cross the road only to be struck? However, as they began to carry the injured, noticing the watermelon knife beside one of the burly men, their demeanor shifted, becoming cautious and meticulous. This time, the statements were taken at the hospital. MFI received 4 stitches on his arm. Fortunately, the arteries and tendons were unharmed, leaving only scars without further complications. LCH and Key bore numerous bruises across her arms and torso from the woman's grasp, appearing quite alarming but expected to fade in a few days. Chapter 38. Human traffickers open wide. The doctor instructed, holding a small flashlight to signal MFI to comply. He obediently followed suit. As the doctor examined the interior of his mouth, he casually asked, "What happened?" "That's quite a severe bite." Engaged in a valiant struggle with the assailants. MFI raised his stitched hand, responding with righteous indignation. He would never concede that he had bitten himself during a sudden stop while snacking in the car. The doctor cast a glance at the officer standing beside him, who merely offered a smile without any further response. Understanding the situation, the doctor raised his hand to write a prescription. 2 stitches are needed, and after the procedure, it is essential to take anti-inflammatory medication daily while maintaining a light diet, avoiding spicy and stimulating foods, as well as abstaining from tobacco and alcohol. MFI signaled an okay with his hand. LCH and Key had been waiting outside. Her injuries did not require treatment, as she had already provided all necessary information to the officers earlier, except for the portion where MFI explained criminal law. The evidence gathered at the scene was unequivocal. The watermelon knife bore only the fingerprints of the burly man. It was apparent that 4 individuals had attempted to rob, only to encounter 2 formidable opponents. Thus, after tending to their wounds and collecting their identification numbers and contact information, the officers from the West City precinct allowed them to leave. LCH and Key's car was still smeared with egg, and she had no intention of driving for the time being. Instead, she opted to take a taxi to return MFI home. Seated in the back of the taxi, LCH and Key still felt a lingering sense of dread. The audacity of highway robbers these days is astonishing. "Driver, please exercise caution. Some people throw eggs at cars to trick you into stopping." Upon hearing this, the taxi driver began to chat. "Sister, I take it no one in your family has ever driven?" Seasoned drivers know the drill. It used to be chaotic. People would throw eggs at cars. Or you'd find an elderly or disabled person on the roadside asking for a ride. All of that was a ruse to get you to stop. Once you opened the door, you were done for. Experienced drivers know. LCH and Key found it hard to believe and turned to glance at MFI. He was applying an ice pack to his face, looking quite miserable. Indeed, the driver continued, "Back in the day, when people drove, they kept baseball bats and steel pipes in their cars. Few dared to flee without a good reason. However, with the increasing number of surveillance cameras, such incidents have become less frequent." "Did you two encounter something like that?" LCH and Key nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it was a close call." MFI interjected gloomily. "They weren't robbers." "Not robbers. Then what were they?" LCH and Key suddenly felt a chill. MFI glanced at the driver through the rearview mirror, then back at LCH and Key. "They were abductors." LCH and Key opened her mouth, unsure of how to refute that. After a brief silence, the driver's expression turned serious. "Yes, in the past, many people, along with their vehicles, vanished without a trace. Who knows where they ended up?" The rest of the ride was filled with silence from both LCH and Key and the driver, while MFI, with his stitched mouth and U-lock confiscated by the officer, could hardly muster any joy. By the time they returned to East City, both had skipped meals and lacked the energy to cook, so they decided to find a porridge shop near the old neighborhood. LCH and Key pulled MFI to a table near the entrance and quietly asked, "Are you serious about what you said in the car regarding abductions?" At that moment, the shop was empty, and they were in a position where the owner could not overhear them. MFI nodded. "How could that be?" LCH and Key subconsciously doubted that such a thing could happen to her, her first reaction being skepticism and denial. MFI asked, "Do you remember the day I went for the interview with Director W-ing?" LCH and Key nodded. "I remember. That day your team found an arm. Not that incident." MFI corrected her. "That day, just as I was heading out, I encountered a group of traffickers trying to abduct a child." "What?" LCH and Key nearly lost control of her volume. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Just then, the owner brought over their porridge. The two exchanged a knowing glance and fell silent. Once the owner left, LCH and Key shot MFI several reproachful looks. If it weren't for his injuries, she would have tugged at his ear. Why didn't he keep her informed about such matters? If this ever became public knowledge, she would have to handle the situation. There was too much going on that day. "I forgot." MFI feigned innocence. Rescuing a child, a broken phone, the interview crew, a new identity card. The discovery of an arm. and even rescuing a foul-mouthed cat. He truly could not be blamed for not reporting everything. With so many events, he wouldn't know where to begin. That's not the point. I slurped his porridge, his cheeks puffing up. The boy I brought back from the crew, JXingy, was also taken to the roadside by traffickers. LCH and Key was taken aback. After the porridge was served, she pondered for a moment before speaking. So, there are many traffickers out there. I nodded. You drive a Golf. If they were after money, they would target luxury cars like BMWs or Mercedes. But I'm not that young anymore. Would traffickers even be interested in someone like me? LCH and Key touched her cheek. No woman wishes to acknowledge her aging. Yet when compared to the threat to life, a little aging might be acceptable. Thus, I still harbor some doubts. I finished his porridge and looked at LCH and Key with bright eyes. She pushed her bowl toward him. Go ahead and eat. After such an incident, you should rest at home for a few days. I will explain things to Director Qian. I quickly devoured half of the porridge. Sighed. You should avoid going out too. I suspect this isn't the first time such incidents have occurred. LCH and Key raised an eyebrow. Oh? The reactions of the two officers at the scene after inspecting your car were too subdued. I licked his lips. The taxi driver who took us home had a more appropriate reaction. Using eggs to stop cars is an old trick. It's like if you, as a manager, saw a male star with long hair. Wouldn't you take a second glance and gossip about his hair? LCH and Key considered this and nodded in agreement. So, there must have been others who encountered similar situations before us. I set down his spoon, his eyes shining with both thought and excitement. Those who reported earlier probably did not confront those individuals directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be using the same tactic. People who reported to the police knew not to stop and not to use the wipers. They drove off and reported it, leading to a record of such tactics at the police station. So it wasn't surprising. LG, do you know under what circumstances traffickers would target adults? Trafficking women? LCH and Key offered a common response. But I was in the car. They could see me. I squinted and smiled. Under what circumstances would traffickers indiscriminately target both genders? Chapter 39. Organ trafficking. Can we skip the riddles? LCH and Key lightly tapped the table. I just experienced a scare, and now you're telling ghost stories to frighten me? Not ghost stories, I asserted firmly. There are no ghosts in this world. LCH and Key was struck by his ability to focus on the key points, surrendering. All right, then tell me, what is it? The value of adults lies in women's reproductive capabilities and beauty, while men's value is in their labor capacity. Of course, we cannot exclude the beauty of attractive men. I, having made his point, couldn't help but touch his face. Sometimes, having someone like this under your wing can feel rather helpless. However, I raised his voice slightly, leaning in close to LCH and Key. Do you know what common value exists between men and women? LCH and Key answered dryly. Beauty? I shook his head, a slight smile on his lips, whispering as if to entice. It's organs. LCH and Key instinctively swallowed, her heart skipping a beat. A chill ran down her spine. Are you saying someone is abducting people to sell their organs? LCH and Key lowered her voice in disbelief. But this is a society governed by law. Look at how you phrase that. I shook his head. Even in a lawful society, some people will still stray onto the wrong path. That's true. LCH and Key nodded slightly, yet felt a twinge of anxiety. How could they be so audacious without anyone intervening? I, however, remained composed. Of course, there are authorities who will take action, but the question lies in how long it will take to address the issue thoroughly. Generally speaking, matters involving organs and human trafficking do not remain confined to a single area. They often span across nations and even continents. He tilted his head in thought. In such a large-scale situation, if things do not proceed smoothly, it is likely that the authorities will tackle the problem while simultaneously investigating, possibly taking a generation to resolve it. LCH and Key's lips twitched slightly, although she was reluctant to admit it. She could not deny that events would likely unfold as I had suggested. It was truly pitiable for those who were targeted. If they were captured, there would be no hope for a good life. I should remain vigilant at all times. LCH and Key murmured to herself. How could such rampant behavior be allowed to continue? I found himself at a loss for other options. He was merely an ordinary citizen, fortunate in appearance, yet unfortunate in circumstance. Nonetheless, he steadfastly believed in the law and in public servants. His duty was to remain alert and to maintain a positive outlook. After this ordeal, I's name had gained notoriety in both the police stations of the eastern and western parts of the city. Each precinct had its own small network for communication. The capture of 5 individuals in the Western District was indeed a rare event. Officer Shiox, glancing at the incessantly buzzing notifications on his phone, jestingly pointed at the dialogue box and teased Officer T. Master, does that description not resemble MFI? What resemblance? Officer T. leaned back, squinting at the messages. A man and a woman had subdued 5 armed assailants? He widened his eyes in astonishment. Impressive. There is more. Officer X scrolled down and opened a picture. The comrades on the scene reported that when they arrived, all 5 assailants had already been subdued. The scene was quite shocking. Look, this is the lock used by that brave soul. 1 person, 1 lock, 1 miracle. Officer T. examined the image and then enlarged it. This lock looks quite familiar. Officer X retrieved his phone, nonchalantly responding. All U-shaped locks look like this worldwide. No, wait, I have indeed seen this particular lock. It is exactly this one. Officer T. furrowed his brow in recollection, asking, do you remember the last time I went on duty with Senior C. to the film crew? The time the highway reported an incident. Officer X thought for a moment. Ah, I remember, it was MFI's crew, right? Officer T. nodded. At that time, I noticed MFI had one of these U-shaped locks by his side. Officer X's mind raced. Understanding his master's implication, you are not suggesting that the 2 brave souls who tackled 5 assailants in the Western District are MFI, are you? A phone call would clarify that. Officer T. indicated his phone. Is that really necessary? Officer X shrugged, dismissing the idea. Even if it were true, what could be done about it? Could they forbid him from roaming the city? Besides, knowing his streak of bad luck, it was hardly surprising he found himself embroiled in such matters. As he spoke, he noticed his master's rather displeased expression and could not help but urge, Master, I understand that you are an experienced detective, and it is normal to harbor suspicions. However, we have investigated MFI several times, and there truly is no issue. As he spoke, he glanced at the new messages in the group chat, exclaiming, Goodness! 5 individuals, 2 with their testicles removed, 1 with a severe concussion, and another with a shattered hand and multiple crushing injuries. Officer X's eyes widened in disbelief. The least injured was that woman, who had dislocated her arms and had a significant chunk of flesh bitten off her face. The 2 officers exchanged glances, both feeling a chill run down their spines. After a moment, Officer X sheepishly remarked, however, the comrades over there said that this gang was composed of human traffickers, so they were not mistaken after all. Officer T.'s brow furrowed deeply. Human traffickers? The 2 exchanged astonished looks, simultaneously exclaiming, the traffickers apprehended a week ago. Another blunder, and they allowed 5 more to be caught. Are you all incompetent? The middle-aged woman retained her innocuous appearance, yet her words cut deeply. The burly man before her hung his head in shame, mumbling an explanation. MIY. This time we encountered formidable opponents. MIY smiled, her expression darkening. All 5 were captured. How formidable could they be? Huh. She slammed her hand on the table, her face flushed with anger. Did you manage to abduct someone in plain clothes? The burly man lowered his head, fully aware of the consequences of displeasing her. If not for her urgent need for recruits and their inability to meet her quotas, they would not have resorted to such desperate measures. I have told you, when selecting targets, choose the shy and inconspicuous ones, preferably those who have come from out of town to work. Such individuals could vanish for months without anyone noticing. MIY took a deep breath, calming herself. Now, thanks to this commotion, it was no longer safe to remain here. The burly man cautiously raised his gaze to gauge MIY's expression, tentatively asking, what about the goods? How about I deliver them all to you? MIY's face remained expressionless as she regarded him. The burly man shivered, hastily shaking his head. No, I lack the ability to do that. Those who could be taken have been. Those who cannot will be left behind. A fierce glint flickered in MIY's eyes. Not a single one can be allowed to live. The burly man quickly responded. Understood. Chapter 40. Case Consolidation. MFI, having been honorably injured, rested at home for 2 days. Upon his return, YTIOQ, a mischievous acquaintance, taunted him. Who did you cross paths with to end up in such a sorry state? If you share your story, you might just earn a favor from Grandpa M.O. MFI, with stitches in his mouth, was too weary to engage in banter. He flopped onto his bed and closed his eyes to sleep. Before long, he heard urgent knocking at the door, accompanied by Grandma Zhang's voice from below. Shofi, are you home? Are you all right? Shofi. MFI sat up, took a moment to gather himself, and opened the door. YTIOQing skillfully slipped inside. Grandma Zhang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. You're home. Thank goodness. Is your face swollen? MFI mumbled a vague response. Grandma Zhang paused, then asked, what has swollen? MFI gestured towards his mouth, waving his hands to indicate he could not speak. The initial effects of the anesthetic had worn off, leaving him with a sharp, persistent pain. Speaking would tug at the flesh inside his mouth. And while it might improve in a few days, he had no desire to converse at present. Grandma Zhang suddenly understood. Your wisdom teeth are inflamed. MFI. Well, if you put it that way, I suppose it is. He nodded decisively. You should eat light meals for the next few days. Grandma Zhang advised, her concern evident. Toothaches can become severe. How about I make some congee for you? You can come over and eat at my place. MFI displayed a deeply touched expression, opening his arms to embrace Grandma Zhang. His gesture amused her, causing her to chuckle. All right, as neighbors. We should help each other out. She pointed to Ytioqing, who had entered the room. If it weren't for Xioi going to my place and refusing to eat, I would not have realized you were having difficulty with your meals. MFI turned to look. Ytioqing shot him a haughty glance. Fool. Don't be too moved. MFI, feeling quite touched, offered a middle finger in response. After bidding farewell to Grandma Zhang, MFI secluded himself for 2 days. Once he felt his wounds had improved somewhat, he ventured outside. Fortunately, Ytioqing did not require cat litter, opting for the convenience of a squat toilet, even managing to flush it herself, thus saving MFI the trouble of cleaning and preventing the small room from becoming overly odorous. As MFI prepared to step outside, a feline companion approached him, asserting, CHG, with your physique, it's best to stay home. MFI smiled wryly, replying, I merely intend to take a stroll, not engage in any brawls. Undeterred, the cat insisted, then I shall accompany you. Accepting the stubborn creature's company, MFI exited with it. His purpose for venturing out was to procure a new lock. The previous U-lock had been confiscated by the officer, and it seemed unlikely he would be getting it back anytime soon. For precautionary measures, acquiring a new one was advisable. Although the new lock lacked the enchantment of tetanus protection, he could select a sturdier and heavier model. In a shop selling electric bicycles, he found a lock that met his satisfaction with its weight. At least this lock would prevent any burly individuals from rising again if struck. However, MFI had no intention of resorting to such actions. After all, it is wise to leave a margin for reconciliation. As he retrieved his phone to make the payment, he noticed a new red dot on WeChat. Upon opening it, he saw a message from the long-unseen officer Shi, eagerly summoning him. Glancing at the cat by his feet, he contemplated the message before squatting down to ask, I need to visit the precinct. Would you prefer to head home first? The cat responded with a disdainful gaze. What place haven't I been to? There is no location unfit for your esteemed feline grandfather. Lead the way. MFI gave it a thumbs up, and amid the shopkeeper's bewildered stare, the duo set off on a shared bicycle. As they rode, MFI pondered the implications of Officer Shi's previous mention of an impending award. The accolade itself was trivial, yet the accompanying monetary reward held significant value. Observing the increase in his bank balance brought an undeniable sense of security. With this anticipation, MFI arrived at the police station, greeting the gatekeeper with familiarity. After contemplating the new lock in his hand, he secured it to the front wheel of the shared bicycle under the watchful gaze of the station guard. The guard was taken aback. Having never encountered such audacity, he exclaimed, Young man, this is a shared bicycle, not your private vehicle. Locking it up is inappropriate. MFI tightened his grip on the key, his gaze resolute. You may condemn me on moral grounds, but I merely need to handle a matter inside, and will return shortly. The guard fell silent, contemplating MFI's boldness and self-awareness. MFI clasped his hands together, revealing a fresh stitch on his arm. I beg you, circumstances compel me. The guard felt both his rationality and emotions being tested. Closing his eyes, he relented. Go on, just don't let it happen again. Bicycles aren't expensive, you can buy one. MFI slipped away as the guard averted his gaze. Entering the office, MFI exchanged smiles and nods with familiar officers, accompanied by the striking black cat at his side, attracting attention wherever they went. The cat, elegant and deceptively charming, tempted the officers to reach out and pet it. Amidst the greetings, MFI took a seat beside Officer Shi without hesitation, stating, being handsome certainly brings popularity. Officer Shi was at a loss for words to respond to this remark. Officer T-ing approached MFI directly, asking, I heard you were attacked 2 days ago in the west of the city? MFI, expecting their awareness, nodded calmly, indeed. The cat leaped onto MFI's lap, its eyes fixed on Officer T-ing. What transpired? Officer T-ing scanned the feline, noting it was unadorned and unharmed. Is this the same cat from before? Officer Shi observed curiously, appreciating its beauty. This person has an eye for quality, he should befriend it. MFI disregarded the cat's presence and smiled. Yes, it can be quite troublesome to care for. a true grandmaster. As they were acquaintances, he felt no need for formalities. Officer Teeing pulled up a chair beside them, inquiring, "Do you know who those individuals were that attempted to stop you?" I replied candidly, "I know, they were abductors." Noticing the surprise on the officers' faces, he added, "Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, they are likely linked to those I previously reported." Chapter 41. A frightened bird, how do you know? Officer Teeing fixed a piercing gaze on MFI. He gently stroked the cat, tilting his head. "Are you suggesting I am affiliated with them?" Taken aback by MFI's forthrightness, Officer Teeing paused before responding. "I do not believe you are with them. Then you think I am not a good person?" MFI shook his head. "Questioning everything is prudent for your profession, but persistently suspecting the wrong individual is a waste of time." Officer Teeing, listening, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Are you implying that my suspicion of you is misguided?" "I never said that," MFI denied vehemently, flashing a bright smile. "You understand me well." Officer She observed the exchange with a sense of helplessness, feeling unable to interject despite being a fellow public servant. Gentlemen, we seem to have strayed off topic." Officer She interjected softly, "Let us focus on the traffickers." Officer Teeing maintained a serious demeanor, remaining silent. The cat observed with amusement, "Hurry up and argue." "I love it." MFI playfully flicked the cat's head before it could protest, saying, "Whether it's the three who previously abducted children or those who later attempted to rob me, even the group that kidnapped JXingy, their activities are all within the city limits. As the lowest tier of hunters, they must have a channel to offload their captives. Typically, a smaller city would have a single leader for such operations." As MFI spoke, his eyes began to sparkle with realization. Recently, there has been a surge in human trafficking within the city, indicating that the higher-ups may have initiated a new task. Otherwise, they wouldn't boldly attempt abductions in broad daylight. Officer Teeing observed MFI's expression and cautiously asked, "What do you think their purpose is in capturing people?" "Human trafficking, of course. Did you not consider that?" MFI responded incredulously. This was a deduction even an ordinary citizen could make. How could these professionals not see it? MFI eyed Officer Teeing suspiciously. "Are you testing me? What about the fundamental trust between individuals?" Officer Teeing was momentarily speechless, signaling to Officer She, "Come here." Observing the two whispering conspiratorially, MFI could not help but murmur, "What is it that a good citizen like me cannot overhear? Seems like you aren't well liked, are you, son?" The cat remarked without mercy. MFI playfully ruffled its fur, retorting, "Even if my popularity is lacking, it suffices to deal with you." As Officer She witnessed this scene, he thought to himself that, overall, MFI was quite likable, albeit occasionally eccentric. However, his mentor insisted there was something amiss, leaving Officer She in a predicament. "Teeing, how well do you know him?" Officer Teeing asked earnestly. Officer She pondered for a moment before responding, moderately. "I find him interesting, but he certainly attracts trouble." "This is hardly a concern. Our duty is to address complications." Officer Tang patted his shoulder with earnestness, emphasizing that since someone is troubled, one should confront challenges head-on, alleviating the worries of the public. Officer Xiao Su remained silent for a moment before retorting, "Master, are you suggesting that I should befriend him and go undercover?" "Going undercover is an exaggeration, but befriending him is indeed a possibility," Officer Tang replied candidly. "The last time I encountered him, he exuded a certain fierce demeanor, yet this time, that intensity seems to have waned. I suspect he has become more vigilant and adept at masquerading." Officer Xiao Su was perplexed by his mentor's apparent bias against Mo Fei and helplessly advised, "He is merely an actor. Perhaps his demeanor changed due to the role he is playing, and now he has returned to normal." Officer Tang nodded. "An actor, indeed, is more proficient at disguise. Alas, you have completely disregarded my words." Officer Xiao Su fell silent. Officer Tang discerned the implication in Xiao Su's expression and shook his head. "You are still young. Many high IQ criminals do not appear to be criminals at all, and some even possess excellent reputations and social standing. If a high IQ criminal harbors certain personality flaws, they often scorn moral laws, engaging in actions solely for the thrill. For instance, befriending a police officer and manipulating him. Or before committing a crime, seeking amusement by befriending an officer while simultaneously eliminating certain undesired criminals." As Officer Tang spoke, a contemplative expression surfaced in his eyes. "Considering this, if Mo Fei is still in that phase, perhaps by befriending him, you could guide him onto the right path." Officer Xiao Su pointed at himself, incredulous. "Me?" Officer Tang chuckled. "You young people can certainly connect." It settled then. Officer Tang glanced back, observing Mo Fei gnawing on a cat's head. Unable to fathom what thoughts occupied that mind. "I leave him in your care." Officer Tang clapped Xiao Su on the shoulder, imparting a weighty gaze. Extract more information from him. Encourage him towards virtue. Having said that, Officer Tang departed with a flourish. Officer Xiao Su failed to comprehend the potential malice harbored by someone so engrossed in munching on a cat's head, ultimately concluding that his mentor had indulged too much in novels, leading to a distorted perception. Read fewer online novels. He shouted at Officer Tang's retreating figure, aware that it would likely yield no results, before turning to sit at his workstation. At this moment, Mo Fei had ceased his gnawing and sat quietly in his seat, cradling a cat with an air of tranquility. Officer Xiao Su's thoughts were in disarray, unsure of how to initiate the conversation. Observing Xiao Su's struggle to find words, Mo Fei kindly reminded him, "We were just discussing organ trafficking." Officer Xiao Su nodded vigorously. "Right, organ trafficking. Regardless of the motives behind these traffickers' actions, our primary objective remains to rescue the abducted populace. However, we have interrogated those traffickers, and they refuse to divulge anything." Mo Fei, surprisingly unfazed, remarked, "The urgency of the demand suggests that the supplier possesses considerable means. However, your actions should indeed be expedited." Mo Fei shook his head slightly. "If you delay, those individuals may have little chance of survival." Officer Xiao Su's expression grew serious. "Do you have any leads?" "Not exactly leads, but merely observations of startled animals. You are more aware of their reactions than I am." Chapter 42. Hiding place. Startled animals abandon their nests. Those with substantial assets, unwilling to let others benefit, would rather destroy their own holdings than allow others to seize them. Officer Xiao Su clearly recognized the gravity of the situation. Mo Fei sighed. "In truth, this situation is partly my fault." Officer Xiao Su felt a shiver run down his spine. Surely he cannot be the hidden perverse trafficker my master spoke of. This time, 5 individuals were apprehended, undoubtedly alarming the traffickers. Mo Fei continued, "I fear we may have inadvertently stepped on the tail of the trafficker, causing him to become wary." Officer Xiao Su fell silent, offering consolation. "You are acting to protect your own safety and that of your friends. The blame lies solely with those criminals, not the victims. It's akin to a thin tail flicking. With bones so fragile, to return standing is sheer luck." Such comforting words, yet they sounded so drastically different, did they not? Mo Fei tugged at the cat's whiskers and inquired, "Is there a map here?" "Yes," Officer Xiao Su replied, standing to rummage through a cabinet, retrieving a city map to spread across the desk. Mo Fei picked up a pen and began marking several circles on the map. "Here is the location of my housing complex. This is the road where Ji Xingyu was rescued, and this is where I was intercepted." Mo Fei turned to Officer Xiao Su. "Are there other locations where traffickers have been apprehended?" Officer Xiao Su took the pen from Mo Fei and added a few more circles to the map. "None that are useful. We have tried, but the locations are too dispersed." The circles on the map indeed appeared scattered, ranging from the suburbs to the city center, making it difficult to pinpoint critical areas. Mo Fei studied the map for a while, drawing an oval shape centered around his current residence. This area, 20 years ago, was a bustling location. Yet it has gradually become desolate as the commercial district has shifted. There are also some aging residential buildings nearby. You might want to investigate there. Officer Xiao Su was puzzled. "Why this area?" "2 reasons. Mo Fei raised a finger. "I encountered the traffickers' van twice at the entrance of my complex, indicating a high probability of their passage through that route during this time." "And the second reason?" Mo Fei smiled slightly, evading the question. "What do you think of Ji Xingyu's appearance?" Although Officer Xiao Su did not comprehend the relevance of this question, he answered truthfully, "She is very beautiful. Such beauty is of high quality and commands a hefty price." Mo Fei revealed a mischievous smile. "If it were you, and someone near you caught a fish weighing dozens of pounds, would you not want to take a look and perhaps find a way to inflate the price? Are you suggesting that the trafficker operates in this vicinity?" Officer Xiao Su's eyes lit up, disregarding Mo Fei as he snatched the map and dashed off. Observing Officer Xiao Su's excitement, Mo Fei remained calm. After so many days, that trafficker had likely fled to another location to wreak havoc. What they were currently pursuing were merely traces of the abducted individuals. To capture the mastermind, one must dig deep. If you wish to find those individuals, you might inquire with your feline grandfather, a slender cat on the table declared with a hint of pride. "Back in the day, when your grandfather roamed the streets, you were still eating dirt. With a mere command from me, the entire city had my eyes and ears." Mo Fei looked at it in astonishment. "You possess such capabilities?" "Thanks to your abandonment," the cat replied curtly, seemingly uninterested in delving deeper into the matter, tapping its paw on the table. "So, what's the verdict? Are we doing this? Are there conditions?" "Well, it seems you've grown a brain." The cat's face morphed into a rather peculiar smile. "It's quite simple. You must wear a collar with a metal nameplate bearing your grandfather's mark, and you cannot remove it except while bathing. You truly wish to domesticate a human? Mo Fei could hardly fathom why a cat would harbor such lofty ideals. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he acknowledged, I, too, cannot choose my accessories while working. Except for bathing and working, Yi Tiaofeng appeared particularly amiable during this time. As long as you agree, I shall set off immediately. Mu Fei nodded, deal. With those two words, Yi Tiaofeng nimbly leaped down from the desk and swiftly exited the police station like a gust of wind. When Officer Xiao Su returned with his notebook, he found Mu Fei sitting alone in solitude, looking pitiful and helpless. Officer Xiao Su glanced around, puzzled. Where's your cat? I went to find someone. Mu Fei replied honestly. Find someone? Officer Xiao Su struggled to comprehend. Is that a metaphor? It's really gone to find someone. No need to worry, it can return by itself. Mu Fei flashed a harmless smile. I'm hungry. Has the cafeteria opened? When Officer Xiao Su swiped his card to treat Mu Fei to a meal and was about to escort him out, he casually asked, do you want me to give you a ride? To his surprise, Mu Fei waved the keys in his hand, grinning. No need, I have a car. Officer Xiao Su raised an eyebrow in astonishment. He remembered that Mu Fei's agent had a car, but Mu Fei himself did not. As Officer Xiao Su watched Mu Fei unlock a U-lock for a shared bicycle under the wistful gaze of the station's security, his incredulity peaked. It was becoming increasingly difficult to comprehend this person. He genuinely did not perceive him as a threat to society. At most, he might frighten small children. As he watched Mu Fei wobble away on the shared bicycle, Officer Xiao Su shook his head and returned to the precinct. That day, compassionate individuals who often fed stray animals, as well as those walking their pets, noticed that the little creatures were behaving unusually. Everyone was puzzled. It was not even spring yet, so why should they be neutered? Meanwhile, in a pig farm, a man slammed the entrance to the cellar shut and spat in frustration. Damn it, that woman runs off quickly, leaving the dirty work to us. He impatiently urged, is it ready yet? Two tall, thin men diligently stirred the concrete with shovels. One of them replied, almost. He hesitated and asked, but brother, are we sealing all this cargo? How else will you raise it? The man shot him a glare. Can you find a buyer with that woman gone? The city is on high alert. Dispose of it quickly and get out, you foolish pig. The thin man shrank his shoulders, silenced by the reprimand. Yet, the man felt a strange sensation of being watched. After surveying the surroundings, he picked up a handful of dirt and tossed it toward the wall. With a sharp yowl, a small cat darted away from the pig farm. Damn it! A dead cat. Chapter 43. The lighting technician and the clue Yi Tiaofeng had not returned all night. The next morning, Mu Fei glanced at his phone and discovered a message from El Chuanxiu. That director Qian spoke slowly, yet once he had a target, his execution was remarkably strong. In just 2 or 3 days, he had assembled the framework for a production team, and now they were merely awaiting the script to find actors. El Chuanxiu sent Mu Fei Director Qian's contact information for direct communication. Mu Fei sent a friend request, but Xiao Qian did not approve it immediately, likely preoccupied with other matters. After running his fingers through his hair, Mu Fei washed up and began preparing the script. The story was straightforward, testing both the actors' performances and the director's aesthetic sensibility. He wondered how Xiao Qian's taste would fare. Reflecting on the avant-garde artworks he had seen at the other party's studio, Mu Fei felt a twinge of anxiety. Given the current fashion standards, would he replace all the costumes with incomprehensible designs? Mu Fei sat at his computer for an entire day. The sunlight outside shifted from east to west, the dawn giving way to dusk, until he finally transcribed the dream in his mind without a single detail amiss. After sending the document to Xiao Qian, Mu Fei sighed in relief, only to later realize his stomach was empty. As he stood up to seek sustenance, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, followed by a dizzying whirl, and he collapsed to the ground. In his daze, Mu Fei seemed to hear the familiar sound of knocking. Perhaps he had fallen so loudly that it alarmed Grandma Zhang downstairs. However, this time, Mu Fei truly lacked the strength to get up and answer the door. Calmly, he awaited his fate, hoping Officer Xiao Su would arrive to collect his remains. Mu Fei's thoughts were in disarray when he felt something warm and sweet touch his lips, prompting him to instinctively swallow. A gentle voice floated into his ears, "Good child, take your time." After finishing the water, another piece of candy was placed in his mouth. Mu Fei opened his eyes, and through the haze, he saw a white-haired elderly woman, resembling an angel, smiling at him bathed in a warm glow. Goodness, has an angel crossed the line? Are such soul-stealing matters on Huaguo Earth not governed by the messengers of life and death? Mu Fei's mind was a whirl as he watched Grandma Zhang bustle about, preparing a fragrant bowl of shredded chicken noodles for him. Eat up, she urged. placing chopsticks in Mu Fei's hands. You young folks work so hard that you neglect your health. What will you do if you wear your body down? Driven by instinct, Mu Fei devoured the meal, filling his stomach. Once his mind regained clarity, he managed to express his gratitude. Thank you so much. You are my savior. Tears welled in Mu Fei's eyes as he spoke, while he continued to slurp the noodles. Grandma Zhang chuckled at his earnestness. You make it sound so grave. We are neighbors, and you have helped me a lot too, Xiao Fei. As they ate, Mu Fei curiously asked, Grandma, you don't have a key. How did you get in? Grandma Zhang pulled out a peculiar set of tools from her pocket and pointed to two slender iron rods, saying, I used these to pick the lock. She reflected wistfully. I haven't used them in decades. I thought I had forgotten how. Mu Fei stared at the tools. Then at Grandma Zhang, his mouth agape, huh? Grandma Zhang had strayed from the path in her youth, but those were bygone days. If I hadn't heard your commotion, I wouldn't have wanted to use them. With a calm demeanor, she returned the tools to her pocket, reassuring him, Don't worry, your lock is fine. It will work normally in the future. Mu Fei gave her a thumbs up, a chivalrous heart, loyal and true. Grandma Zhang laughed heartily. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Stay seated. I will answer, she said, her movements agile, not at all befitting her age. Upon opening the door, she could not help but admire the young man standing outside, exclaiming, What a handsome young man. Who are you here for? Ji Xingyu, flattered, felt his face redden as he politely replied, Hello, Grandma. May I ask if Mu Fei lives here? Due to his striking appearance, Ji Xingyu was not particularly fond of compliments, especially from strangers, as most would mistake his gender. However, Grandma Zhang clearly recognized him as male, which brought him greater joy than flattery. I'm looking for Xiao Fei. Grandma Zhang's realization prompted her to call out, Xiao Fei, your friend has come to see you. Friend? I have friends who visit? Mu Fei was intrigued as he carried his bowl to the door. Upon seeing Ji Xingyu, he slurped up the remaining noodles and greeted him with a harmless smile. Beautiful person, what brings you here? Ji Xingyu, observing Mu Fei's eating habits, could not help but touch his stomach. Grandma Zhang, sharp-eyed and warm-hearted, chimed in, The child hasn't eaten yet. Why not have a bite here? Ji Xingyu hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's fine. I came to discuss some work matters with Mu Fei. Having finished their meal, they resumed their conversation about work. Granny Zhang insisted on pulling the guests into the house, stating that there was a bowl of noodles ready on the stove. Ji Xingyu, lacking experience in dealing with elders, felt somewhat bewildered by the elders' enthusiasm. Mo Fei raised his hand, exclaiming, Granny, another bowl please. Granny Zhang laughed and scolded, Oh, come on, you can't eat so much after being hungry for a day. Mo Fei reluctantly lowered his hand and turned to Ji Xingyu, asking, What work do you want to discuss with me? I should let you know that your brother has already arranged a job for me. Overworking is not advisable. Ji Xingyu replied, I know. He took out his phone to show Mo Fei a message, saying, This is a message from Xiao Qian. I am now the lighting technician in your group. Mo Fei glanced at it and confirmed, Indeed. He raised an eyebrow. You're the one who studied art? Ji Xingyu nodded. Well, we should eat well before discussing work. Granny Zhang set a bowl, slightly smaller than Mo Fei's, in front of Ji Xingyu. Thank you, Granny. Observing Ji Xingyu's polite gratitude, Granny Zhang beamed. What a wonderful young person, much better than my old man. Ji Xingyu's eating posture was quite refined, though he felt a bit shy under the watchful eyes of the two. Mo Fei yawned and caught a glimpse of a shadow darting by. A cat, known as Yi Tiao Feng, sauntered into the living room, exuding an air of elegance, but was awkwardly bound by a tangle of ropes with a piece of paper attached. Granny Zhang, seeing its state, exclaimed, Xiao Hei, how did you end up like this? No worries, Mo Fei replied as he approached to untie it. I asked it to help me with some inquiries. All the information is on that paper. Yi Tiao Feng lifted a paw to lick it, muttering, What a mess. I almost got caught up with some troublesome fellows. Mo Fei unfolded the paper and half-heartedly praised, on behalf of Officer Xiao Su and the abducted individuals. I extend my thanks to your entire family. Chapter 44, The Rescue Operation. His insincere gratitude did not endear him to the cat lord, and even drew curious glances from the onlookers. However, Granny Zhang clearly had seen much in her life. Although she found it peculiar, her curiosity outweighed any surprise. When Ji Xingyu was studying abroad, he encountered people who would talk to cats, and even those who swore they would marry roller coasters. Though strange, he chose to respect it. Mo Fei examined the paper, finding it adorned with a haphazard array of lines, punctuated by several holes. He scrutinized it from different angles, yet could not decipher its meaning. Looking at Yi Tiao Feng, he decisively stated, I need a translation. This is a map, you fool. Yi Tiao Feng scoffed. The holes indicate possible hiding spots. How could you not understand something so simple? Garbage. Mo Fei stared at the map in his hand, thinking it would confuse even the city's planners. Who drew this map? If you tell me, I promise not to poison them. Yi Tiao Feng, uninterested, flicked its tail and sauntered off to the food bowl. A map? Ji Xingyu crouched beside Mo Fei to examine the paper. Seeing his interest, Mo Fei handed him the paper. Take a look. Ji Xingyu received the paper and furrowed his brow in thought for a while. The proportions are somewhat skewed, but I can roughly understand it. He looked up at Mo Fei and asked, Do you have any paper and a pen? Realizing translation was within reach, Mo Fei hurriedly produced a sheet of white paper and a pen for Ji Xingyu. With a few swift strokes, Ji Xingyu created a simple map. This is the East District, and this is the West District. As he drew, he explained that the person who created this map likely lacked cartographic skills. Hence many places were incorrectly sized. But if you call this a map, I can still draw it. In no time, Ji Xingyu presented a clean and attractive map. Compared to the one Yi Tiao Feng brought back, one resembled a child's doodle, while the other was a small-scale map, sold at a newsstand. Mo Fei pointed at the paper Yi Tiao Feng had returned with and asked, Where do the holes correspond to on this map? Ji Xingyu glanced at it and circled a few spots on the map. Granny Zhang leaned in to join the excitement, adjusting her reading glasses. Mo Fei immediately pulled out his phone to search for information. Ji Xingyu curiously inquired, What are you looking for? Is it a treasure hunt? He had seen people playing similar games abroad, but it seemed rare in their country. I'm looking for places where many people could be hidden. Mo Fei replied without lifting his head. Did you not hear about the recent disappearances? As a victim himself, Ji Xingyu's expression turned serious. Are you searching for where human traffickers might be hiding people? Mo Fei simply affirmed with a yes. Hiding people, Granny Zhang interjected. Pointing at the map Ji Xingyu had drawn, this location is a chemical factory dormitory, and this one is a warehouse at a steel mill. This used to be wasteland. But it seems a school has been built there in recent years. That area was purchased by someone raising pigs, and over there is a fish pond. Seeing that the two young men were listening to her, Granny Zhang displayed a benevolent smile. If traffickers are hiding people, they would definitely choose the pig farm. It smells awful, and the pigs are noisy. They consume a lot of feed and water daily, plus they have their own generator. Ordinary people wouldn't find that place. Mo Fei nodded. Then let's head there first. After speaking, he grabbed a U-lock and dashed off, but Ji Xingyu quickly stopped him. Wait, are you going alone? Mo Fei waved his phone. I can shake them off. Ji Xingyu was quite concerned about the traffickers, fearing they might not be easily dealt with, and hurriedly said, Let me drive you. In the blink of an eye, only one person and one cat remained in the room. Granny Zhang took off her reading glasses and beckoned to Yi Tiao Feng. Come on, Xiaohei. Granny will make you something delicious. Yi Tiao Feng walked gracefully beside the elder, creating a peaceful scene. Meanwhile, Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu hurriedly descended the stairs. While Mo Fei messaged Officer Xiao Su, he asked Ji Xingyu, Where's your car? Ji Xingyu pushed through a group of electric bikes and revealed a motorcycle, looking somewhat perplexed. I can't find my helmet. After Mo Fei sent the message, he looked up and his mouth twitched. Isn't your helmet just sitting on the bike? Yes. Well, it seems it's not coming back. Mo Fei was not surprised. Anything left unlocked here was essentially abandoned. Ji Xingyu could not comprehend. What do you mean? Mo Fei replied in a mocking tone. I thought no one wanted it, so I picked it up. He urged, if an elderly person took it, you won't be able to retrieve it now? We need to leave quickly. Ji Xingyu had a vague understanding, but could not grasp such behavior. However, without a helmet, encountering the police would result in being stopped and asked to post on social media. He mounted the motorcycle, still worried about the potential delay. Leave it to me. You just drive, Mo Fei insisted. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Ji Xingyu had never engaged in anything thrilling before, but now he felt a sense of excitement. With the roar of the engine, the motorcycle sped down the road. Once the speed picked up, Mo Fei realized that a helmet was indeed essential. Ji Xingyu, with his long hair tied up, found it whipping against his face like barbed wire in the wind. It was akin to torture. Mo Fei sat there, expressionless, enduring the onslaught. Just as Ji Xingyu had not exited the city limits, they were predictably stopped by a traffic officer. Ji Xingyu's heart sank, and he slowly pulled over. As the officer approached, he heard Mo Fei sniffling behind him. Comrade, my father is critically ill. Mo Fei took a couple of deep breaths, and then declared, I must go back to see him one last time. Ji Xingyu was witnessing someone boldly lying for the first time, and could not help but turn his head, only to be jabbed in the waist. He understood immediately, and quickly adopted a sorrowful expression. However, lacking any acting skills, his face remained expressionless. The traffic officer was taken aback, observing Mo Fei, a grown man, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Softening, he removed his helmet and handed it to Ji Xingyu, saying, Be careful on the road. He gestured to a colleague. who removed a helmet and handed it to Mo Fei. Go see your father first. Return it when you come back. Mo Fei, amidst his tears, expressed gratitude and nudged Ji Xingyu. Under the watchful eyes of the traffic officers, they donned the helmets and revved the motorcycle towards their destination. As the motorcycle disappeared from view, a colleague could not help but ask the traffic officer, "Aren't you afraid these two spirited fellows are just acting to deceive us? There are plenty of such fools since the rise of short videos. What if there really is an emergency?" The officer nodded, indicating his body camera. "I have recorded the license plate. If they are deceiving us, we can summon them directly." The colleague nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 45. The rescue operation. Ji Xingyu appeared to be a serene and handsome man, riding the motorcycle at a speed that fully pressed the upper limit. Due to the agility of motorcycles compared to cars, Ji Xingyu maneuvered wherever there was a path. Several times, Mo Fei doubted whether the road would be passable. Yet, Ji Xingyu deftly navigated through narrow corners. Within half an hour, they arrived at the pig farm, and Mo Fei was still somewhat dazed. "Brother, where did you get your driver's license?" He was nearly dizzy. Ji Xingyu removed his helmet, his complexion slightly flushed, Shanxing. The legendary 5D city. No wonder this fellow had such a remarkable sense of direction. "Are we going in to rescue someone now?" Ji Xingyu looked at the entrance of the pig farm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Mo Fei glanced at his phone. "Soon. But it's too dangerous for just the two of us to go in. Did you call for backup?" Ji Xingyu, tucking his helmet under his arm, began to pull out his phone. "Should I call some people over?" "No need." Mo Fei observed the black and white police cars approaching. They have arrived. The officers stepping out of the patrol car were Mo Fei's acquaintances, Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang. As soon as Officer Xiao Su got out, he hurriedly inquired about the situation. "Where did you get your information?" "Let's not worry about that now. Why are there only the two of you?" Mo Fei scrutinized them, his brow furrowed. "Weren't you supposed to bring more backup?" Officer Xiao Su was at a loss, explaining, "There aren't many people in the bureau, and we have law enforcement exams today. We came first, and reinforcements will follow." "Stop with the explanations. Where are the people?" Officer Tang interjected, directly asking. "We need to go in and look for them." Mo Fei replied to Ji Xingyu, "You stay outside and keep watch." Just as Ji Xingyu was about to say something, the three of them had already strode into the pig farm. The pig farm was of moderate size. As the three approached the pig pen, a staff member in work attire stepped forward, asking, "What brings you here?" Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang exchanged glances, both sensing the difficulty of the situation. They had no substantial evidence, and speaking directly would easily alert the perpetrators and possibly endanger the abducted individuals. Mo Fei, however, did not share their hesitations. He stepped forward and pointed at the staff, declaring, "They are from the Inspection and Quarantine Department, having received reports of sick and dead pigs here, and are here to assess the situation." The staff and the two officers were taken aback. The staff member examined them and noticed Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang's blue shirts beneath their jackets, which indeed gave them an air of authority. "But I haven't received any notification," he replied. "This is a surprise inspection," Mo Fei asserted with a stern face. "Old Tang and Old Su, let us inspect the pig pen first and then gather back at the office." The two officers followed Mo Fei's lead, playing along with his act. Mo Fei's fabrications could at most be considered as disrupting the normal operations of the establishment, which would result in a fine or a warning. It was certainly a lesser consequence than the two officers being caught in a lie. As for the officers lying, Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang had not uttered a single falsehood from the start, so how could it be called a lie? The staff member, likely unaccustomed to such scenarios, realized that generally, no one would venture into the pig pen without reason. He took out his phone to message his superiors while saying, "Well, please follow me." Mo Fei did not obstruct the staff's actions and inquired about the location of the office before heading there. "Wait." Officer Tang nudged Officer Xiao Su with his elbow. "I'll accompany him to the office. You keep a close watch over there." Officer Xiao Su nodded solemnly, understood. The office area was about 100 meters from the pig pen, with a small office in front and a feed storage room behind. Upon their arrival, a thin man in a coat was walking out. Seeing them, the thin man smiled and approached. "Are you from the Quarantine Bureau? How should I address you?" Mo Fei did not respond immediately. Instead, he scanned the man and pointed at his pant leg, asking, "Boss, have you been renovating here recently?" The thin man looked down, realizing that his pant leg was covered in gray dust. His expression changed as he lifted his foot to brush off the dust. "Oh, we inevitably step in some dust while working." Just then, Officer Tang's phone vibrated. He glanced at the message and turned his gaze toward the thin man, his eyes sharpening. "Boss, you're transferring this place yet still renovating?" While Officer Xiao Su and the farm staff examined the pig pen, The staff had been complaining about why they were still undergoing quarantine when the ownership was about to change. Was someone trying to acquire the farm at a low price? Officer Xiao Su felt something was amiss. The timing of the ownership change after the recent human trafficking incidents was highly suspicious. He immediately messaged Officer Tang. With years of experience, Officer Tang sensed something was off. "Boss, could you show us what areas you are renovating?" The thin man visibly swallowed hard. At this moment, it was clear to even a fool that he was in trouble. Officer Tang moved closer, one hand reaching towards his waist. "Boss, please cooperate." Just as Officer Tang was about to touch him, the thin man suddenly let out a loud shout and bolted towards the exit of the pig farm. Their instincts had proven correct. They had found the right place. Officer Tang reacted quickly, immediately pursuing him. Mo Fei did not follow but instead entered the office area, searching for any hiding spots. The thin man was surprisingly quick, and Officer Tang had previously sustained injuries while working in criminal investigations, making it difficult to catch up to him in a short time. Upon reaching the entrance, the thin man spotted Ji Xingyu standing by the motorcycle, and a look of wild joy spread across his face. To him, a mere woman posed no threat. The motorcycle was the perfect getaway vehicle. Fortune was on his side. Ji Xingyu also noticed them. It was obvious. Officer Tang was pursuing from behind, and the man running away was certainly not a good person. He stood tall, gripping the helmet firmly, ready for action, as the thin man charged towards Ji Xingyu. Attempting to shove him aside to seize the motorcycle, Ji Xingyu struck him in the abdomen with the helmet. The impact was akin to being struck in the abdomen by another's head, causing the gaunt man to double over and kneel on the ground, clutching his stomach. Officer Tang swiftly handcuffed the gaunt man, lifting him up and bellowing, "Speak up! Where are the others?" The gaunt man rolled his eyes defiantly, refusing to divulge any information. "Why are you the only one who emerged?" Ji Xingyu observed that no one else from the pig farm had come out and couldn't help but inquire. "What about the other two?" Officer Tang, recalling that Mo Fei was still in the office area, realized that this group of human traffickers could not be represented by a solitary individual. He could not allow a civilian to be entangled in such a perilous situation. Cursing under his breath, Officer Tang handcuffed the gaunt man to the police car and turned back towards the pig farm. Chapter 46. The rescue operation concludes. The layout of the small office was straightforward, and Mo Fei found no apparent places to conceal anyone. As he approached the warehouse, a man was exiting, grumbling. "Old Wu, why are you taking so long in the restroom? Did you fall in?" When he raised his head and spotted Mo Fei noticed the cement stains on his shoes. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Fei seized the initiative and delivered a punch to the man's face. Before the man could react, Mo Fei followed up with several more blows, sending him crashing to the ground. Suddenly, another burly man from the warehouse brandished a shovel and swung it at Mo Fei. Mo Fei deftly used a U-lock to deflect the blow and slid towards the burly man, striking his knee with the lock. The burly man's balance faltered, and he dropped to one knee, providing Mo Fei with the opportunity to deliver an upward headbutt to his chin. The force of the impact sent the burly man sprawling to the ground, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, the man Mo Fei had initially struck was recovering and managed to hook his arm around Mo Fei's neck, tightening his grip in a less-than-standard chokehold. Mo Fei immediately felt the pressure on his throat. He swung the U-lock behind him, attempting to strike the man, but his efforts were in vain as he stumbled backward. A gunshot rang out, abruptly halting the chaotic skirmish. Officer Tang stood at the doorway, firearm drawn, and aimed at the man choking Mo Fei. "Release him and surrender." Faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, the man gradually relinquished his hold. Mo Fei, clutching his neck and coughing, managed to rise. The situation had transformed into a 2-on-2 confrontation, but Mo Fei now had a firearm, significantly altering the balance of power. Officer Tang surveyed the warehouse, searching for ropes, and just as he was about to instruct Mo Fei to secure the two men, he witnessed Mo Fei raising the U-lock and striking both men on the back of their necks. His technique was proficient, capable of rendering a person unconscious with a single blow, albeit not entirely compliant with protocol, much to Officer Tang's dismay. "You," Mo Fei waved dismissively. "Don't thank me too much. I know you have no handcuffs left." Given the urgency of the situation, Officer Tang recognized that now was not the time to quibble over such matters. He holstered his weapon and began searching the warehouse. Within minutes, Officer Su arrived. Having heard Officer Tang's gunfire and knowing that trouble had arisen, staff members followed closely behind him, their faces a mix of confusion and terror. Mo Fei approached the staff, inquiring, "Are there any hidden rooms or cellars in this warehouse?" A staff member gestured towards the interior. "At the far end, there's an entrance to a basement, but the boss said it has been sealed for a long time." Officer Su, receiving this information, glanced at the two men on the ground, and produced a pair of handcuffs, handing them to Mo Fei. Secure them while I assist my master. Mo Fei signaled an okay with his hand, cuffing the two men together. If they regained consciousness and attempted to flee, he would be ready. After completing this task, Mo Fei leaned against the wall, panting, feeling that his recent physical exertions had exceeded his limits. The staff stood outside, hesitant to enter, quietly asking, "What happened?" "They attempted to rob pig feed." Mo Fei replied curtly, "Do you believe it?" The staff member shook his head vigorously. Who would rob pig feed with a gun? As they lingered at the entrance, sounds of chaos erupted from within the warehouse. Mo Fei discreetly kicked the two men a few times, cursing, "Heartless scoundrels." From that point on, the situation largely unfolded without Mo Fei's intervention. Police reinforcements arrived promptly. Almost as soon as the chaos erupted indoors, assistance arrived from outside. Upon receiving confirmation of the situation, the precinct dispatched additional support and ambulances. Thanks to everyone's efforts, over 30 adults hidden in the basement were rescued. Later, Officer Su recounted the incident with red-rimmed eyes. He and his colleagues had forcefully broken open the basement door, which had been sealed with cement, and the moment it opened, they were met with an overwhelming stench. The basement was cramped, densely packed with over 30 adults, none of whom could lie down. They had to eat and relieve themselves in the same confined space, and the odor was unbearable. The majority of the captives were adult men. There were no children and only a handful of women. Most of them were rescued in a state of near asphyxiation, their lips turning a deep shade of purple. Fortunately, they were rescued in time, and after receiving medical attention, all survived the ordeal. This incident caught the attention of higher authorities, prompting a nationwide crackdown on human traffickers. Yet, within the police force, one question remained unanswered. How did Mo Fei come to know the location of the traffickers' hideout? They questioned both Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu, and their accounts aligned, both attributing the information to a map brought back by a cat. A cat helped capture human traffickers? The officers felt as if their intellect and worldview had been trampled. Officer Tang, while drafting his report late into the night, sighed and began to analyze. Could Mo Fei also be involved in the dark web? Officer Su, who had directly participated, was also writing a report and, hearing his master's speculation, felt exasperated. "Master, he helped us with such a significant task. How can you still view him with suspicion?" Officer Tang shot him a glance. "Do you genuinely believe that the cat led him to this location?" Officer Su shook his head. "I don't believe it." Officer Tang scoffed. "Doing good and doing bad are not mutually exclusive. Some people commit heinous acts while simultaneously contributing to their communities. Others might steal but risk their lives to save a child from falling. People are not one-dimensional. If you trust only appearances, you will meet a tragic end." Officer Su nodded repeatedly. I understand. Officer Tang scratched his head, gazing at the report on his computer, feeling overwhelmed, a high-achieving student. "Come help me figure out how to articulate this. Why must I write so much more than you?" Officer Su, feeling resigned, approached. "Who told you to include an extra blank round?" After completing his statement, Mo Fei returned home and collapsed onto his bed, feeling a profound disinterest in further work at that moment. Likewise, after finishing his statement, Ji Xingyu was thoroughly inspected from head to toe by Ji Xingjian upon returning home. "Brother, you can't fight or lift heavy things. What are you meddling in?" "Oh, it was just a small effort," Ji Xingyu replied, his eyes sparkling with joy at helping others. "Brother, I'm a bit hungry." Ji Xingjian, feeling utterly helpless with his younger brother, donned an apron and began to prepare noodles for him. Ji Xingyu joyfully rolled around on the sofa, exhilarated by the day's thrilling and novel experiences. It seemed he had forgotten something, but he decided to let it go until tomorrow. Chapter 47. A helmet that sparked entanglement the following day. As Ji Xingyu intended to find Mo Fei to discuss the script, he discovered 2 traffic police helmets still left in his car, his mind buzzing in realization. Why has this item not yet been returned? How exactly is it supposed to be returned? Should we go directly to the traffic police department? However, considering the nonsensical remarks made by Mo Fei yesterday, how will he explain this? Ji Xingyu's mind momentarily stalled for several seconds. Yet he ultimately decided to seek out Mo Fei first for a thorough discussion. Whoever commits the transgression must bear the consequences. Upon arriving at Mo Fei's residence on his motorcycle, Ji Xingyu could hear loud exclamations from within the house. He knocked on the door, and the cacophony ceased. After a brief moment, Mo Fei opened the door, covered in cat fur. "Oh, it's you again," Mo Fei remarked, spitting out a few strands of cat hair. "What brings you here?" Ji Xingyu silently observed the white t-shirt adorned with black cat hairs on Mo Fei, struggling to fathom what this person could possibly do at home. Perhaps conversing with cats? Noticing Ji Xingyu's silence, Mo Fei pressed on, "What's the matter?" Ji Xingyu contemplated the urgency of the situation and replied, "I would like you to accompany me to return the helmets." At this mention, Mo Fei recalled the issue at hand. However, upon noticing Ji Xingyu's empty hands, his expression shifted. "Did you leave the 2 helmets on your bike again?" Ji Xingyu hesitated. "You don't mean to suggest that they were taken again in such a short span of time?" Mo Fei shook his head and called out into the house, "I'm stepping out. We'll return in the evening." He then exited and closed the door behind him. "All right, let us go," he said. As Ji Xingyu followed, he cautiously inquired, "Were you speaking to your family or to your cat?" Mo Fei paused, turned, and flashed a sinister smile. "You know too much." Ji Xingyu took a step back, feeling cautious. "Just a joke." Mo Fei yawned lazily. "My dear little one has grown clever." Without waiting for Ji Xingyu's bewildered expression to settle, he proceeded downstairs. Ji Xingyu's motorcycle was quite striking, and they arrived just in time. When Mo Fei spotted his bike, an elderly lady was reaching for the white helmet on it. Mo Fei cleared his throat and shouted, "Hey!" The elderly lady jumped, rolling her eyes at Mo Fei. "What are you doing? You scared me. Can you afford to compensate for that?" Mo Fei gestured towards the motorcycle with a smile. "That bike belongs to my friend." He then pointed to the white helmet in the elderly lady's grasp. "That's a traffic police helmet. We are going to return it to the authorities shortly. If you like it, why not come with us?" The elderly lady frowned at this suggestion and slammed the helmet back onto the motorcycle. "What are you implying?" "I merely saw these lying here and thought no one wanted them, so I picked them up." "Are you suggesting I'm a thief?" Ji Xingyu, witnessing this scene for the first time, stood beside Mo Fei, unsure of what to say. The elderly lady, seeing him, began her performance. "Young lady, please arbitrate for me. I merely picked up some trash. Look at what he is saying. This is going to drive an old woman to despair." She wailed while slapping her thigh. Yet not a single tear fell. "Your acting is superior to mine. You should be the one pursuing a career in acting," Mo Fei remarked, giving her a thumbs up. "This lady is not just any young girl. She is the owner of this motorcycle. You took that helmet yesterday, didn't you?" Mo Fei turned to Ji Xingyu. "How much did you pay for that helmet?" "About 20 to 30,000. It was a gift from my brother when I bought the motorcycle," Ji Xingyu replied uncertainly. Mo Fei pondered Ji Xingyu's protective nature and nodded. "That means it could be worth upwards of 200,000 or 300,000, possibly even equipped with GPS tracking. This is a substantial amount and could warrant criminal charges." The elderly lady immediately protested, sitting on the ground and preparing to create a scene. Mo Fei pulled out his phone and dialed Officer Xiao Su, putting the call on speaker. When Officer Xiao Su answered, still sounding sleepy, "Hello, what is up? Are you taking reports of theft?" Mo Fei got straight to the point. "A significant amount, and the stolen item has a tracking device, making it easy to locate." Officer Xiao Su perked up. "What's the address?" Before he could finish, the elderly lady lunged forward, attempting to snatch the phone from Mo Fei. "What nonsense are you spouting?" I found it. Mo Fei skillfully evaded her, maneuvering around Ji Xingyu and casually saying, all right, you found it. You found it. Now that you know who the owner is, not returning it could constitute illegal possession." Officer Xiao Su, taken aback by the elderly lady's outburst, instinctively held the phone away from his ear, still puzzled. "You really studied criminal law, didn't you?" "I always follow through," Mo Fei replied politely, blocking the elderly lady's approach. "Hey, it's inappropriate for a young man to engage in such interactions. You're crossing the line. You. The elderly lady trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Mo Fei. "Officer Su, I will be visiting you shortly. I'll hang up now." After ending the call, Mo Fei turned to the elderly lady, a relaxed smile on his face. "You must consider carefully. Even at your age, being involved in a case worth hundreds of thousands will leave a record. It will be difficult for your relatives to pursue public service in the future. If you come to a realization, you can simply hand the lost item over to the kind officer without needing to seek us out." Mo Fei gently nudged Ji Xingyu, signaling him to push the motorcycle, and turned back with his trademark cheeky grin. "We have matters to attend to, so we want to keep you." A good Samaritan indeed. With that, he donned the white helmet and elegantly mounted the motorcycle, departing with flair. As a polite individual, he even remembered to wave goodbye to the elderly lady. She stood there, stamping her feet in frustration. This time, they were not in a hurry. Ji Xingyu did not accelerate and calmly arrived at the traffic police department. While parking, he looked at Mo Fei with admiration. "You're impressive. You managed to leave her speechless in an instant." Though he was inexperienced, he understood that among the types of people one should never provoke, elderly ladies held a significant position. Mo Fei, who could verbally spar with an elderly lady and physically confront human traffickers, appeared to Ji Xingyu as a warrior, a beacon of righteousness. Maintain a low profile. Mo Fei humbly waved his hand. A traffic officer, dressed in a reflective vest, approached them with a smile. I can't let you be too low-key. Aren't you the riders who tricked our colleague out of 2 helmets by claiming your father was critically ill? Ji Xingyu and Mo Fei exchanged glances. Oh no, we've been uncovered. Mo Fei flashed an ingratiating smile. Officer, does this count as a voluntary confession? Chapter 48. Do not forget your duties. Upon seeing the 2 young men's sheepish expressions, the traffic officer chuckled. This isn't a confession. And please don't call me uncle. I'm not that old. We heard about yesterday's incident. It was indeed a special circumstance. So we want to hold you accountable. As long as the helmets are returned, that's fine. They belong to the public and cannot be kept. Seeing that he genuinely had no intention of pursuing the matter further, both Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu were visibly relieved. They handed over the helmets, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, officer. The officer replied, all right, considering your cooperation in the investigation. He glanced at Ji Xingyu's motorcycle and asked, you've returned the helmet. But you didn't bring one for yourself? How will you get back later? No problem, Ji Xingyu replied cheerfully. I'll call someone to drive over and take the motorcycle back while I drive. This time, both Mo Fei and the officer fell silent. Although Ji Xingyu's motorcycle was evidently expensive, his casual remark about it felt rather showy. Please present your driver's license and vehicle registration. The traffic officer extended his hand towards Ji Xingyu, kindly adding that an electronic version would suffice. Ji Xingyu responded with surprise, realizing that this was not a personal inquiry directed at him. Such encounters typically involve routine checks. It was merely a matter of convenience at the traffic police station. After reviewing the documents, the officer did not engage further and returned to his post. Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu waited at the roadside for a moment when a black Mercedes-Benz drove into the traffic police station. Ji Xingyu grabbed Mo Fei and approached the vehicle. After exchanging keys with the driver, Mo Fei watched, wide-eyed, as the young man in a suit donned a soft yellow helmet and carefully navigated the motorcycle out of the gate at a leisurely speed of 20 kilometers per hour. The young man seemed somewhat familiar. Mo Fei sat in the passenger seat, utterly astonished. Ji Xingyu, while starting the car, explained, Xiao Wang is my brother's driver. He usually drives or rides an electric bike, and although he has a motorcycle license, he seldom rides, so he is quite cautious. Mo Fei pondered for a few seconds before chuckling. I suppose he obtained that motorcycle license for your sake, didn't he? Not entirely, Ji Xingyu replied, steering while keeping his gaze on the road. My brother mentioned that obtaining a nationally recognized license would increase his salary by 1,000. Since I've known him, he has acquired over a dozen licenses. Mo Fei calculated briefly and felt a pang in his heart. Doesn't our brother need assistance? I am available. I can do anything. Ji Xingyu offered a polite smile without responding. Mo Fei truly felt a sense of heartache. That stable salary could allow one to serve their employer diligently. Shall we head to the police station now? Mo Fei waved his hand, indicating he was not in the mood to engage further. Go wherever you wish. Ji Xingyu encouraged him verbally. Oh, actually, you are quite remarkable too. You are talented and good-looking. Becoming famous is just a matter of time. By then, you need not worry about making money. You don't understand, Mo Fei gritted his teeth. Being an actor means living from hand to mouth. Stability is exceedingly difficult. Becoming famous will bring stability, Ji Xingyu remarked, suddenly recalling the reason he initially sought Mo Fei. Right? I came to ask you about the lighting yesterday, but I got so busy that I forgot. Where can we purchase the lights needed for the crew? How much will it cost? Mo Fei gazed at his profile. His tone melancholic. You come to be a lighting technician, yet you lack lights? I only have a few supplementary lights for painting at home, which probably won't suffice. Ji Xingyu looked innocent. It was a sudden request. I have no experience, and you are the only person I know in the film industry. So I had to ask you. Mo Fei covered his face in despair. What a calamity. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have forgotten that I am an actor. Thank you. He then took out his phone to start messaging. Ji Xingyu caught a glimpse and inquired. Are you searching for information on site? I searched while at home, but my brother said there are many fraudulent ads online and suggested I ask someone familiar instead. Your brother said that? Mo Fei looked up at him. Ji Xingyu nodded, not fully understanding. Mo Fei's finger tapped the screen with renewed vigor. How could Ji Xingyu, who is so protective of his brother, be unaware of his own brother's social circle? Ji Xingyu had no connections in the lighting department. It was undoubtedly Mo Fei. This opportunist had actually passed his brother off to him. And to make matters worse, he wouldn't even offer additional payment. Mo Fei ground his teeth, his already foul mood worsening. He looked at Ji Xingyu, his expression of anger suddenly fading, replaced by a warm smile. In that case, during the upcoming shoot, I will be sure to look out for you. I will teach you how to navigate this chaotic world. Ji Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his smile pure and joyful. Really? Thank you, Xiao Fei. He added, is it alright if I call you that? Of course, Mo Fei responded gently, Xiao Yu. Ji Xingyu looked slightly awkward. Please just call me Xingyu. Xiao Yu sounds like a girl's name, which feels strange. Alright, Xiao Ji. Mo Fei lowered his head to continue tapping on his phone. Ji Xingyu opened his mouth, but ultimately abandoned his concerns about the name and focused on driving. Mo Fei was not messaging anyone else but Director Wang, who was wrapping up filming for his latest project. Director Wang had been riding high lately, since Mo Fei's departure from the crew. Although the performances still depended on the actors, at least there were no police involved. No dismembered bodies, no murderers, no corpses, and no police. It was magnificent. Having returned to a familiar rhythm, Director Wang's mood was excellent, and he had even gained a couple of pounds. Therefore, when he received Mo Fei's message at that moment, he felt an instinctive reluctance to engage. However, curiosity got the better of him. It had been several days since that unfortunate fellow had wrapped up. What could he possibly want? A request for a role? Seeking connections? Or perhaps asking for a loan? Director Wang had already resolved not to respond. No matter what the request was, unless Mo Fei's film officially concluded. When he opened the chat window, he was greeted by a courteous yet icy message. Hello, Director Wang. I am unsure if you could kindly provide me with the contact information for the lighting technician from the crew. Thank you. Director Wang was perplexed. Why would an actor reach out to a lighting technician after filming had finished? Could the lighting technician offer him scenes or resources? He couldn't comprehend it. But since it was not a pressing matter, he informed the lighting technician and passed along their contact information. Immediately, Mo Fei responded with a thank you and a cheerful animated emoji. Was that all? He was genuinely looking for a lighting technician? It wasn't a ploy to gain favor? Did he forget that he was an actor and that Director Wang was the director? Where was the initiative that an actor should possess? Chapter 49, A Faith Above All. When Ji Xingyu and Mo Fei arrived at the police station, the guard, noticing the unfamiliar license plate, intended to approach them, but halted upon seeing Mo Fei in the passenger seat. An acquaintance, no need for concern. Mo Fei frequented the police station more than he did his own workplace. Back again. The guard greeted Mo Fei, giving him a thumbs up. I heard about yesterday's incident. Impressive. Mo Fei smiled and waved back, just doing my part. It benefits both parties. Human traffickers are undoubtedly among the most despicable criminals in this world. Ji Xingyu observed the ease with which Mo Fei conversed with everyone at the police station, feeling a twinge of admiration. Being able to befriend anyone is a remarkable talent in itself. Officer Xiao Su was sifting through documents at his desk. Upon seeing Mo Fei, he waved him over without much enthusiasm, indicating a seat beside him. I need to clarify some details regarding yesterday's hasty return. Officer Xiao Su activated the recording function on his phone, presenting it to Mo Fei before placing it aside. Regarding how you discovered the trafficker's hideout, do you still insist that a cat led you there? Mo Fei blinked and pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Actually, I found that location because I had been observing that group of traffickers from the shadows. Through relentless effort and the assistance of some friends, I was able to locate their hideout. Hearing a more credible explanation, Officer Xiao Su perked up, eager to inquire further, only to be preempted by Mo Fei, who continued. My friends prefer to maintain a low profile, which is why they asked me to step in. They simply did not wish to interact with you. Officer Xiao Su could only express understanding. After all, they were not engaged in any heinous activities. They merely wished to remain anonymous. Subsequently, they proceeded through the usual inquiries. Officer Xiao Su turned off the recording device and exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Previously, Mo Fei's theory regarding the cat saving a person was simply unreportable. Now, the situation seemed significantly more credible. After negotiating for half the night with a reluctant informant, Mo Fei smiled faintly at the resolution they had reached. Many matters are indeed like this. A mere change in phrasing can be harmless yet convenient for others, requiring just a touch of artistic embellishment. By the way, what was the matter when you called me earlier? Officer Xiao Su inquired. Just a minor issue. Mo Fei indicated toward Ji Xingyu, explaining that his helmet had been stolen and he was in the midst of a debate with someone about it. Officer Xiao Su regarded Ji Xingyu, recalling his strikingly handsome features, which even surpassed those of many women. It was unfortunate for him. If an elderly lady comes by later to return the helmet, please keep it safe for us. It's rather expensive, Mo Fei added, prompting a peculiar expression from Officer Xiao Su. He gestured toward the entrance of the police station. Is the expensive helmet you mentioned that one? Mo Fei turned to look. A man with a buzz cut entered, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. A tattoo resembling an all-seeing eye graced his forehead. and he was carrying an incongruous black helmet. Ji Xingyu recognized it immediately. That's my helmet. Although he had spotted his lost item, his expression remained unenthusiastic. The notion of having his helmet taken by such a person rendered it feel tainted. Mo Fei's gaze fixated on the tattoo of the all-seeing eye on the man's forehead. His curiosity revolved around whether it was genuine or merely a painted design. If it were indeed a tattoo, he was eager to understand the man's mental state at the time of getting it. Officer Xiao Su, now more engaged, began searching for photographs of wanted fugitives on his computer. The buzzcut man threw the helmet onto the counter, stating, "My mom found this. I'm giving it to you." After muttering some curses, he made his way out, clearly perceiving the situation as unlucky. "Li Chong," Officer Xiao Su called out. The buzzcut man instinctively turned his head. Recognizing him, Officer Xiao Su swiftly apprehended him, declaring, "You are wanted for causing a disturbance at the barbecue place a month ago." As Officer Xiao Su moved, 2 or 3 police officers surrounded them. "No need to rush off. Let's sit down and chat." After handing the man over to his colleagues, he returned to his seat. Ji Xingyu looked on, astonished. Is this really allowed? Why wouldn't it be? Officer Xiao Su replied with a smile, half-jokingly. Some individuals become fugitives without even realizing it. Not because they haven't committed wrongs, but because they don't perceive their actions as wrongful. Li Chong had been involved with a group of ruffians at the barbecue place, failing to pay and harassing female patrons. Had it not been for the recent surge of human trafficking cases that hindered law enforcement, he would have already been apprehended. Mo Fei pointed to the helmet that a female officer had retrieved from the counter. "Perfect. You can reclaim your belongings now." Ji Xingyu nodded and proceeded with the necessary formalities. "To be honest, ever since you arrived, things have become quite lively around here," Officer Xiao Su remarked. His tone a mix of teasing and sincerity. Mo Fei refused to take the blame. "This isn't my doing. It merely indicates that the current state of public order still requires improvement." "You're right. Many still lack legal awareness," Officer Xiao Su sighed. "I would prefer to do nothing and maintain peace in the world." Mo Fei smiled, responding, "Officer Su, your ideals are commendable." Officer Xiao Su chuckled and looked earnestly at Mo Fei. "I have few friends outside of work. You are now one of them." Mo Fei raised an eyebrow. "Is that my honor?" Officer Xiao Su seemed to hold back words he wished to express, but ultimately refrained. Ji Xingyu returned with the helmet. "Shall we go see the lights next?" "See the lights?" Mo Fei displayed a pained expression. "You don't mean to buy a set, do you? Is that a problem?" Ji Xingyu questioned, puzzled by his reaction. Mo Fei shook his head while rising. He glanced at Officer Xiao Su. "I shall take my leave now." Go on. Officer Xiao Su waved his hand, refocusing on his computer screen. "I must attend to work." Mo Fei then walked alongside Ji Xingyu as they exited. "Do you have any idea how expensive a complete set of lights can be?" "Expensive? How expensive is expensive?" "Indeed." Through the glass, Officer Xiao Su observed the departing figures, his expression solemn. He had to admit that Mo Fei possessed a peculiar charm. Yet his mentor's wisdom resonated. Policing inherently involves skepticism toward every coincidence in the world. Regardless of whether Mo Fei's experiences were intentional or coincidental, as long as he remained law-abiding, they would be friends. Should he ever cross the line of legality, however, Officer Xiao Su would not hesitate to act. This belief transcended his own life and everything else. Chapter 50. The ruthless nature of wealth. The lighting technician in Director Wang's crew was exceptionally skilled, promptly sending over the equipment list requested by Mo Fei. At the end, the technician added, "If you have friends wishing to enter this industry, advise them to run." Mo Fei stared at the phrase run for a couple of seconds before decisively dismissing it. For ordinary individuals, choosing a profession is a significant matter, but for the affluent, it is merely a means of experiencing life. He searched for the prices of the lighting equipment recommended by the technician and read them aloud to Ji Xingyu, who was driving. None of the lighting prices fell below 4 digits, and with various accessories and lampshades. Mo Fei sorrowfully realized that these expensive lights paled in comparison to Ji Xingyu's helmet casually resting in the back seat. "Is this acceptable?" Ji Xingyu responded with a smile. "That stings. It truly stings." Mo Fei clutched his chest, feeling speechless. Ji Xingyu took Mo Fei to find Xiao Qian. As the director, he bore the responsibility of overseeing the entire production rather than merely delegating tasks to senior classmates and then letting himself become stagnant amid overly avant-garde art pieces. Xiao Qian appeared as though he had been drained of vitality, yet upon seeing Mo Fei, he extended a few additional greetings. "What an unfortunate incident last time. I thought you wouldn't return." Ji Xingyu inquired, "What incident?" "He encountered some wrongdoers after leaving here and was injured," Xiao Qian sighed. "That's why I say staying indoors is the safest." Mo Fei shook his head, exuding an enigmatic aura. Having a cat doesn't guarantee safety at home. The probability of being killed by a cat is low, but it does exist. Xiao Qian couldn't refute this logic. That makes sense. That's why I don't have a cat. Let's set aside those discussions for now. Ji Xingyu interjected, knowing that Xiao Qian's tendency to digress would lead to an endless conversation. How are preparations for the production going? Tremendous progress, Xiao Qian reported with a serious expression. The script is finalized, the lead actor is selected, and the screenwriter, lighting technician, cinematographer, costume designer, and makeup artist are all in place. The filming locations have also been chosen. Mo Fei mentally translated the tasks that had been delegated. He was ready to commence work. As the lead actor and screenwriter, Mo Fei felt it necessary to remind him. This film will require numerous luxury items and costumes. Is that truly acceptable? Xiao Qian nodded, affirming that everything had been purchased. Mo Fei, with a hint of skepticism, dug into his ear. Purchased? Indeed, Xiao Qian replied earnestly, nodding. I bought some, and acquired a portion from Good-to-Go. They are all brand new. The luxurious garments were pristine, alongside a new lighting set that was also being procured. Mo Fei's perception of the financial prowess of this crew was once again elevated. The filming location for the office scenes was set at the Twin Towers in the city center. Xiao Qian continued. I recall there is a floor that belongs to your family, so it will be quite convenient. Mo Fei's expression became blank. A floor in the city center skyscraper. Huh, are there no impoverished souls in this production crew? There are, he replied, and that would be me. He raised his hand to inquire. How much remuneration do you intend to offer me? And what about the screenwriter's share? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qian responded. I checked the current base salary for the leading male role. How does this figure sound? He gestured with his fingers, indicating an 8. Mo Fei cautiously asked, 80,000? If that were true, he could indulge in takeout daily. Xiao Qian and Ji Xingyu both froze. His intention was likely that Ji Xingyu also indicated an 8, 80,000. Xiao Qian nodded in agreement. 80,000 for the role, 200,000 for the script, totaling 1 million. If you have any objections. No objections. None at all. Mo Fei sprang up, shaking Xiao Qian's hand vigorously. Director Qian, President Qian, Master Qian. Should you need someone for future shoots, do keep Xiao Mo in mind. He recalled that in Director Wang's production, he was only cast as the 5th male lead for a mere 100,000. Yet here he was, 1 million in one go. He had never received such a high remuneration in prior years. Xiao Qian smiled, nodding, certainly. I will keep that in mind if the opportunity arises. Ji Xingyu observed, somewhat bemused. Mo Fei's overly eager demeanor seemed to clash with the kind, clever image he had of him. However, upon reflection, Ji Xingyu persuaded himself that Mo Fei was merely elated due to a promising career turn. After all, it was 1 million. Combined with LV Chuanxiu, their accounts had never harbored such wealth. With such a high remuneration, Mo Fei's spirit soared. Subsequently, Xiao Qian and Ji Xingyu prepared various equipment, lights costing several tens of thousands, cameras and monitors, purchasing without a second thought. Once the excitement subsided, Mo Fei belatedly inquired about Xiao Qian's reason for filming. After all, from his demeanor, it was evident that he was not motivated by financial gain. And given his tendency to evade responsibility, it was clear he was not pursuing an idealistic vision. So what was the true motivation? Because my mother pressured me. Xiao Qian sighed. Her greatest aspiration before marriage was to become a renowned actress. Mo Fei felt perplexed. If that were the case, she should have allowed you to become an actress instead. Xiao Qian's mother believed the path to becoming a celebrated actress was arduous. Yet if she could first establish him as a prominent director, it would indirectly lead to her own recognition as an actress. Ji Xingyu interjected. Xiao Qian nodded. I am making this film to convey to her that I am not cut out for mainstream directing. I simply wish to immerse myself in creation, fulfilling my dreams and aspirations. Xiao Qian spoke passionately, yet Mo Fei struggled to empathize, recalling the oddities that had been discussed. As the saying goes, the affluent possess the capital to be capricious. As long as they fulfill their responsibilities, that suffices. Therefore, as we proceed with filming, we shall take an acerbic approach. Xiao Qian slapped his thigh, stating, people love tales of valiant warriors slaying dragons, but I will depict a warrior being battered into submission, returning home to farm after enduring countless tribulations. Authenticity in the workplace, realism in the fashion industry, and the true nature of tyrannical superiors. I refuse to believe that after being exploited in this society, individuals will seek solace in watching another fall victim. Xiao Qian exuded confidence. Mo Fei immediately applauded. Well said. Your thoughts are clear and your demands precise. You have surpassed 99% of the secondary parties. Please continue to strive. As for whether this film would garner an audience, that was of no concern to Mo Fei. He only required the remuneration. As for fame, that was an ephemeral notion left to fate. Chapter 51. Fortune comes in twos. Noble sentiments serve as embellishments to the lives of the affluent, while Mo Fei, in a more conventional vein, thought of rewarding himself with a fine meal upon his newfound wealth. Thus, upon returning home, he ordered an extravagant serving of spicy hot pot, indulging in every item on the menu and even adding 2 pieces of bread. Considering his injuries, he specifically noted his preference for a non-spicy, mild flavor. After placing the order, he excitedly paced around his home while calling LV Chuanxiu. They were about to make a small fortune. As soon as the call connected, he was greeted by LV Chuanxiu's voice, tinged with excitement. Xiao Fei, how did you know I was about to call you? I have good news. I have good news too, Mo Fei replied, sitting cross-legged on the floor. A small creature leapt down from the coffee table, squatting in front of him. Its green pupils narrowed into slits. Let me go first. LV Chuanxiu cleared her throat. Director Wang's next film audition has confirmed your participation. Mo Fei's smile faltered momentarily. Huh? What do you mean, huh? This is a splendid opportunity. LV Chuanxiu's joy was palpable. You are either the second or third male lead, with significant screen time. Obtaining this audition slot is no small feat. You must put in the effort. While the role of the leading male in this web series was commendable, a director's reputation held greater weight. Even if Director Wang's acclaim were polarized, he remained an established figure in the industry, and even a fraction of his resources would suffice for their sustenance. Once Mo Fei completed his role as the leading male under Director Qian, it was likely that Director Wang would wrap up his current film and commence preparations for the next. LV Chuanxiu found it incredible that they had managed to avoid any gaps in their schedules. Hard work leads to prosperity. As long as Mo Fei exerted himself and refrained from pretending to be a normal person outside, how could he not soar to success? Mo Fei chuckled awkwardly. Indeed. That's quite remarkable. So what is your good news? LV Chuanxiu inquired, her mood buoyant. I discussed my remuneration with Director Qian today. Mo Fei recalled Xiao Qian with excitement. He said he could offer me 80,000. 80,000. LV Chuanxiu's astonished voice echoed through the receiver. 80,000. Mo Fei reiterated. He is also providing an additional 200,000 for the script. Isn't that 1 million? LV Chuanxiu gasped. My goodness, have we truly secured this remuneration? Despite the headlines showcasing first-tier celebrities earning millions, that was due to their popularity and fan base. For ordinary third or fourth-tier stars to command over 1 million was a remarkable feat for Mo Fei, a fledgling actor emerging from the shadows. To receive such a sum was akin to a meteoric rise. Typically, as an actor's development progresses, their remuneration increases. Thus, this 80,000 represented a significant leap for them. After the initial excitement, LV Chuanxiu quickly regained her composure. Xiao Fei, according to our contract, I am entitled to a commission from your remuneration. However, both Director Wang's and Director Qian's projects are ones you secured on your own, and my involvement is minimal. What nonsense? Mo Fei interrupted. Were it not for you introducing me to this industry, I would never have gained access to the crew. Moreover, without your assistance, I would have struggled to confront those producers. Mo Fei was acutely aware of his own laziness. Left to his own devices, he would easily become a lump of clay, unable to rise. LCH Qi smiled with a sense of relief. In this industry, she had witnessed numerous agents and artists fall out over profit-sharing disputes, and she wished to avoid any future discord with MFI. It appeared that this rascal had a modicum of discernment when it came to his words. We shall adhere to the contractual profit-sharing for the remuneration, and as for the script, you may keep that portion, I will not take a cut, she declared before abruptly ending the call, denying MFI any opportunity for idle chatter. Her spirits soared, knowing that one of her projects was finally on the brink of success, allowing her to indulge in the most luxurious face masks and enjoy a restful night's sleep. MFI gazed at the black screen of his phone, unable to suppress a foolish grin. Look at your meager ambitions, ETO, she sneered at him. You're elated over such paltry sums. MFI, unperturbed, lifted ETO she above his head. My little fortune bringer, with this money, I shall buy you a grand cat condo and a splendid climbing frame. How does that sound? ETO she's eyes widened with interest, her composure wavering. And a treadmill? Deal. MFI promptly agreed. Fresh beef? Absolutely. Fish oil? Consider it done. Observing MFI's foolish delight in fulfilling her every whim, ETO she narrowed her eyes, realizing that money indeed had a transformative power, turning the most impoverished into the newly affluent. MFI maintained this buoyant mood until he finished dinner, completed his nightly routine, and climbed into bed. As he glanced at the sutured wound on his arm, He suddenly remembered that the following day was the day to have the stitches removed. A week had already passed, and tomorrow would bring the emergence of a new card. I looked contemplatively at Eto Shi, who was curled up at the head of the bed. The card titled Great Detective was exceptionally useful and could be regarded as the most advantageous among the 3 cards he possessed. However, changing cards tomorrow would mean losing 3 skills. Compared to the previous 2 disappointing cards, this card's 4 skills were all beneficial in their own right. Yet only Best Partner could hear Eto Shi's voice. After a week of verbal sparring with this insufferable cat, the thought of possibly losing the ability to hear her insults stirred a twinge of reluctance within him. Observant was undeniably useful, but capturing individuals was not his primary vocation. As for the other 2 skills, one was utterly irrelevant, while the other was simply a smear against him. Retaining Best Partner could prove beneficial. While lost in thought, I absent-mindedly reached out to stroke Eto Shi. Ugh, my freshly groomed fur. Have you washed your hands? She shot him a glare before moving to the other side to resume her grooming. I withdrew his hand, resigned. Fine, keep your fur as you wish. It's not as if I need to listen to this insufferable cat's incessant chatter. With that, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next day, I rode his shared bicycle to the hospital to have his stitches removed. His wound had healed quite well, and the doctor assured him that in no more than 2 weeks, it would be entirely unnoticeable. After some commotion, I casually found a nearby eatery to dine at while waiting for the card refresh. As the Great Detective card began to fade, a silvery light converged. Identity, Phantom Thief active, voice change, not transformation but alteration. A bow tie is a child's toy, and adults must rely on themselves. Mastery of magic. When did magic become a prerequisite for becoming a thief? Passive, wall scaling. Is it a matter of not wanting to take the main road? Or is it an inability? A good skill should be employed during flight. Lifelong enemy. Thieves are the lifelong adversaries of the police. Their mission is to apprehend you. So be cautious not to be caught. Retain skills. Moth to flame. Mastery of human anatomy. Best Partner. Chapter 52. Phantom Thief. I pondered over the card for an extended period. Firstly, regarding the retained skills. It seemed that his entanglement with Eto Shi was truly inextricable. However, based on the previous investigation of the human trafficking den, as long as this esteemed companion was in a good mood, she could prove extremely effective. For now, it could be considered a beneficial skill. Next was the new card. Most of it was straightforward, all literal interpretations, except for the last skill, lifelong enemy. What could it possibly mean? Did it imply he appeared as untrustworthy as Jack the Ripper? I, puzzled, finished his meal and settled the bill. The patrons and the proprietor of the establishment were all perfectly normal, displaying no signs of fear or anger. It was only when he stepped outside, mounted his bicycle, and prepared to head home that he was stopped for questioning by 5 traffic officers, 2 patrolmen, and a retired gentleman playing chess on the roadside. Observing the vigilance of these officers, I realized the implication of Jack the Ripper being overtly untrustworthy, while Phantom Thief appeared dubious in the eyes of all types of law enforcement personnel, including even retired officers. The scope of this perception was staggering. Given his current frequency of encounters with the police, it was inevitable that within the week, Officer Tang or Officer Su would eventually restrain him, wouldn't he? A dismal thought indeed. He was merely a law-abiding citizen. With a heavy heart, I sent a group message to the 2 officers in his contacts. If I haven't done anything wrong, would you still arrest me? Officer Su replied swiftly. Are you craving the cafeteria food? Officer Tang took a bit longer, responding with a measured tone. If someone frames you, I will uncover the truth. 2 disparate responses. Yet I felt equally touched. Fortunately, the present-day officers were quite responsible. Had it been in the 70s or 80s, he would have been handcuffed and coerced into a confession for merely stepping onto the street, even if not for his own sake. To avoid adding extra work for the officers, it was prudent for him to refrain from unnecessary outings. At this moment, mingling with pickpockets and robbers would likely result in him being cuffed alongside them. With a sense of foreboding, I navigated homeward. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian was busy coordinating with his crew to find actors. The actual filming would still take some time. Seizing the opportunity, I decided to jot down a few dreams, thinking they might be sellable in the future. Even if he didn't have a buyer as affluent as Xiao Qian, earning a little would still be worthwhile. Since she had assisted him in locating someone last time, she had taken to frequent outings, claiming it was to socialize with her minions and assert her territory. I paid her no heed. This clever cat would return when she had matters to discuss. After writing for a couple of hours, he picked up his phone to check for messages. Aside from the unsolicited advertisements he was unable to block, there was indeed a message. LCH and Key informed him that director Wong's film had completed shooting and was now in post-production. Upon its official release, he might be invited to participate in promotional activities. Beneath her message was one from director Wong, inviting him to the wrap party that evening. I felt a twinge of complexity regarding the messages. His time on director Wong's set had been anything but leisurely. Yet here was the director graciously inviting him to dinner. Truly, a testament to his generosity. Out of respect for this kindness, I donned a cap and mask and resolutely stepped out of his home, opting for a taxi for safety's sake, as being stopped would be quite a hassle. The film crew's wrap party was arranged near the film studio, indicating they had returned to the soundstage for the latter part of filming. When I arrived, the banquet had yet to commence. The leading actor, Woo Mi-oh, donned a crisp white tracksuit, exuding youthfulness and vitality. He sat amidst a crowd of actors, holding a deck of cards, seemingly engaged in some sort of performance. As I approached, he overheard someone say, "Don't tell me which card you chose." In that moment, he realized the individual was performing a rather elementary card trick. Although the trick itself lacked complexity, the charm of the young, handsome performer and the well-crafted atmosphere made it a delightful spectacle. After W. Mi-oh's performance, he basked in the applause and admiration of his peers, momentarily squinting in satisfaction, until a hand snatched the cards from him. When he looked up, he was met with the face of the last person he wanted to act alongside in this production. I organized the cards and returned them to W. Mi-oh, greeting him with a smile. "Long time no see." W. Mi-oh paused for a moment before responding with a smile of his own. "Indeed, it has been a while." This time, seeing I again, he no longer felt the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by a predator. So, it was true that I had been fully immersed in his role. "Were you just performing magic?" I gestured toward the cards in W. Mi-oh's hands. "Yes," W. Mi-oh replied, looking at the cards with admiration. I flashed a sly smile. "Do you know what is most crucial in learning magic?" Intrigued, W. Mi-oh responded, "Is it sleight of hand?" I shook his head. "Performance?" Again, I shook his head. "Props." W. Mi-oh replied confidently, realizing that since it wasn't sleight of hand or performance, it had to be the props. "Correct," I exclaimed, producing a card from thin air, waving it near W. Mi-oh's ear. "Wow." W. Mi-oh's eyes lit up instantly. "How did you do that? Can you teach me?" I merely smiled in silence. Handing W. Mi-oh the Joker card. The most important thing for a magician is to never let the props slip from their control. He was being overly ostentatious, to the point that W. Mi-oh felt like giving him a couple of punches, yet he was undeniably charming. Holding the Joker card, W. Mi-oh's heart raced. "Did you hide this card while shuffling? How did I miss it?" "In that moment you produced the card with empty hands. How did you do it? Teach me, please." Undoubtedly, at least for now, I had become the most dazzling figure in W. Mi-oh's eyes. By the time director W. Ing arrived, the atmosphere of the wrap party had already been ignited by I. Not a single person acknowledged the presence of the director, which was rather absurd. W. Ing casually pulled aside a crew member to inquire, "What's happening?" The staff member, visibly excited and with flushed cheeks, replied, I is teaching W. Mi-oh magic." "Magic?" W. Ing asked, perplexed. He had seen W. Mi-oh playing cards around the set before, but hadn't intervened since it hadn't hindered their progress. Now, I was teaching W. Mi-oh magic? He was unaware that the young man had such a talent. With a skeptical attitude, W. Ing approached the crowd. W. Mi-oh, seated beside I, was playfully asked by a female actress, "Which card do you think suits me?" I performed a flourish, flicking a card that soared directly into her hand. The actress revealed the card, the Queen of Spades. "I know this one," W. Mi-oh exclaimed excitedly. The Queen of Spades represents Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare in ancient Greek mythology. "MG, your way of complimenting is truly sophisticated." The onlookers erupted in laughter. Such overt displays were merely a polite exchange among friends, meant for entertainment. Though I occasionally strayed from the norm, he would never let a girl feel embarrassed in such moments. "Can you guess why I gave you a Joker card?" I leaned closer to W. Mi-oh, lowering his voice. W. Mi-oh hesitated, his mind racing with thoughts of clowns. "In cards, the Jokers represent the sun and the moon," I chuckled, playfully patting W. Mi-oh's shoulder. "Stop thinking about clowns all the time." Realizing he had been guessed, W. Mi-oh felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. I scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on director W. Ing, who appeared slightly displeased, prompting I to exclaim, "Oh no, director W. Ing is here." With that, he stood up to greet him. In a film crew, the director often resembles a homeroom teacher, sometimes warm and approachable, other times stern and demanding. Yet the underlying truth remained. Students naturally felt a sense of unease in the presence of their teacher. WMO sat back, reflecting on MFI's earlier remark, suddenly envisioning that if there were a wild card in this deck, MFI might just flick one at him. Nevertheless, it was quite entertaining. The young man bore no grudges and happily pondered the techniques MFI had taught him. While MFI felt free to joke around with WMO, he became as quiet as a mouse in front of Director W. Ing, obediently greeting him. Director W. Ing. "Ah, Xiao M has arrived," W. Ing said, sizing him up with a teasing smile. "Haven't been causing any trouble lately?" Remembering the incidents that had transpired under W. Ing's direction, MFI felt his face heat up. "It's all a misunderstanding, and I owe you my gratitude for your support." MFI understood that had he faced a less forgiving director, he could have easily found himself blacklisted for the same missteps. However, W. Ing had chosen a different path, allowing him to audition for the next project, demonstrating that he indeed had a sense of compassion. "Oh, young man," W. Ing chuckled, patting his belly. "When I was held at gunpoint in my youth, your mother was just starting elementary school. Do you think such trivial matters can scare me?" He relished the inspiration that surged within him whenever he returned from a challenging experience, reminiscent of his younger self. At his age, with money and fame secured, he sought other pursuits beyond the fast food approach to filmmaking that had become prevalent. As for MFI, he was merely a child in W. Ing's eyes. A bit troublesome, perhaps, but ultimately of good character. W. Ing scrutinized MFI with a smile, his skepticism fading. He refused to believe that anyone could be so unfortunate and still thrive to such an extent. MFI squirmed under W. Ing's gaze, feeling as though he were an exotic specimen under examination. At that moment, the assistant director approached W. Ing. "Director W. Ing, everyone has arrived. Shall we begin serving the food?" Only then did W. Ing release MFI, turning to greet others. MFI let out a sigh of relief as WMO leaped onto him from behind. "MG, let's exchange contact information so we can learn magic together." The very mention of exchanging contacts made MFI instinctively want to decline. The more friends one had, the more complications arose, unless absolutely necessary. He preferred to isolate himself and remain in the comfort of his own thoughts. However, recalling LCH and Key's insistence on expanding his network, MFI hesitated and forced a grin. Sure. For many, the wrap party was not merely a feast but a gathering for those in the industry. With the work recently concluded, it was the perfect opportunity for sharing news and building connections. While others engaged in lively conversations and toasts, MFI sat quietly in a corner, reminiscent of a young person attending a gathering of adults, focused on enjoying his meal. It must be said that the food at the wrap party paled in comparison to that prepared by the cafeteria aunties at the police station. MFI internally scoffed, yet he continued to devour his meal at an impressive pace. Both W. Ing and the assistant director observed his eating habits, simultaneously affirming a singular conclusion. This kid was not simply fond of the crew's boxed lunches. He was passionate about food. It made sense, considering his tall stature. W. Ing raised his glass to begin his closing remarks. Everyone paused their chopsticks and turned to him. In MFI's eyes, this was the essence of leadership, to deliver a few words, typically reflecting on the past, striving in the present, and gazing towards the future, just enough to listen attentively. He understood the underlying message, yet maintained a serious expression. Director W. Ing's remarks followed suit, culminating in a beautiful sentiment wishing everyone a bright future. Such eloquence was merely a fade. MFI chose to focus on the meal before him, for a promising future is often beyond the reach of the impoverished. The restaurant owner, perceptive to the cues, understood when the main speaker had finished and promptly served substantial dishes to each table. "Come, taste our signature dish, wild mushroom stew with free-range chicken." The assistant director enthusiastically beckoned. The serving staff elaborated, "The chickens we use are free-range, locally sourced, and the wild mushrooms are freshly harvested, safe to eat." As the signature dish arrived, everyone graciously took a bowl. MFI tentatively sipped, instantly experiencing a flavor so exquisite it felt as if it would be swallowed by his very soul. In his eyes, the soup shimmered with a golden hue. There was indeed a reason it was a signature dish. Others also extolled the virtues of the soup, and the atmosphere once again turned harmonious. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful meal, some suggested heading to KTV for more entertainment, while others prepared to return home. It was at this moment that chaos erupted. A young girl suddenly collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Oh, for the past few days, I've dreamt of someone demanding me to return their hand. Do you know how I got here?" Everyone stood frozen, as if the world had hit the pause button. I recognized her. She was from the props team, the first to discover the severed limb on his first day at the studio. As he took a step forward, he sensed something was amiss. The entire world twisted and spun, becoming a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. I shook his head vigorously, slapping his forehead in an attempt to reboot his mind. Unfortunately, the reboot failed, and he remained enveloped in a bizarre world, the girl's cries fading in and out, ethereal in nature. Onlookers noticed I's disorientation, but it was too late. Chapter 54, Total Collapse. With the girl's wail as a starting signal, people began to uncontrollably laugh, dance, and even faint, unable to be revived no matter the effort. The ambience of the rap party swiftly morphed into a scene reminiscent of a gathering of the mentally unwell. The restaurant staff panicked. Such an incident had never occurred before. The actress holding the Queen of Spades was even more distressed, having abstained from the soup due to a mushroom allergy. She now watched in horror as her entire crew spiraled into madness. Momentarily, she questioned whether this was an elaborate prank aimed at her, contemplating whether to join the fray. Amidst the chaos, I stood still, appearing remarkably composed. The actress, regaining her composure, navigated past the uproarious WMO, the assistant director dancing with the tablecloth, and the script supervisor writhing on the ground, approaching I to quietly inquire, "Are you all right?" I swayed slightly and turned to her. The actress noted his pupils were distinctly dilated, causing her to stammer, "What's wrong?" I opened his mouth, but the sound that emerged was akin to a woman's lamentation, "Woo-woo." The actress exclaimed, "This is madness. We're cursed. We're going to die?" Trembling, she dialed her agent for help, only to receive a frantic response urging her to call the police and an ambulance. After regaining her senses, she clearly conveyed the address to the hospital and police. Given the scale of the incident, it was evident that food poisoning was the culprit. The actress was merely startled. She was not devoid of reason. With everyone else in distress and herself unaffected, the source of the problem could only lie with the wild mushroom stew. As the restaurant staff scrambled to assist the crew while attempting to eliminate any incriminating evidence, she held her phone aloft, recording a video while safeguarding a pot of chicken soup. Should the restaurant dare to accuse her of poisoning the crew, this would serve as irrefutable proof of her innocence. And it must not be discarded. Amidst the pandemonium, police cars with sirens blaring and ambulances with horns honking simultaneously arrived at the scene, a scenario they had not anticipated. The crew, comprising around 60 to 70 individuals, was present. This was still a reduced number due to some staff members not attending. Otherwise, transporting them to the hospital would likely require a large truck. The attending physician was already contemplating the need for such a vehicle. Descending from the police vehicle were Officer Shox and a colleague. The rarity of mass hysteria left them at a loss for how to proceed. Upon realizing this was a film crew, Officer Shox's gaze swept across the crowd, eventually settling on an individual clinging desperately to a post. Approaching, he was met with a sorrowful wail that oscillated between masculine and feminine tones, reminiscent of a dramatic performance. When he finally glimpsed the individual's face, he was not surprised to recognize a familiar face. It would be unusual for a police inquiry regarding the film crew to lack this individual. Sighing, Officer Shox conferred with the attending physician. With so many people, the ambulances certainly could not accommodate them all. They needed to arrange for a bus or a larger vehicle. At that moment, the only coherent actress from the crew presented a pot of chicken soup as evidence. Unsurprisingly, the restaurant manager was about to accompany Officer Shox to the precinct. The efforts required to transfer this group to the hospital were immense, and the emergency room that night was bustling. The seasoned emergency physician glanced at the actress's photo of the chicken soup, slapping his thigh in dismay. "Ah, that mushroom is not edible, it's dog urine moss. Compared to other toxic fungi, dog urine moss is rather inconspicuous, featuring a grayish, slender stalk, making it easily misidentified. Fortunately, small quantities of this mushroom are not lethal, though they may induce hallucinations, drowsiness, uncontrollable laughter, and wild gestures." Upon learning that there would be no fatalities, everyone exhaled in relief. Those requiring 4 drips received them, while others underwent gastric lavage. Despite the busy atmosphere, everything proceeded with remarkable order. Other affected individuals notified friends or family to come to the hospital, but Officer Shox, aware of MFI's circumstances, knew he had no relatives. Previously, his agent had been the one to come to his aid. Thus, Officer Shox opted to call LCH and Key, remaining at the hospital to oversee the situation with the dozens of individuals present. When LCH and Key received the call about MFI's food poisoning, she nearly experienced cardiac arrest, only finding solace upon learning there was no danger to his life. It was truly unbelievable that this young man had been hospitalized due to food poisoning. She could scarcely fathom it was not a scam call. Still overseeing another young artist's work, LCH and Key rushed to the hospital. Even at midnight, she was dressed in a sharp work outfit, her makeup impeccably done, showcasing her dedication. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries in the emergency department, MFI, quietly embracing a chair and silently howling, seemed comparatively composed. Beside him, WMO was in fits of laughter, his own agent, also a woman, preventing him from crawling towards MFI. LCH and Key observed their interaction with a sense of familiarity. If not for the untimely circumstances, it would have been prudent for Gao and D to exchange professional insights. Xiao Fei, El Chuanxiu perched on the edge of her chair, prodding Mo Fei's arm. Mo Fei drowsily opened his eyes, still feeling as though the world was spinning, and instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair. Ugh, Mo Fei opened his mouth, and El Chuanxiu deftly inserted a teething stick into it. The familiar flavor prompted him to nibble, despite his lingering dizziness. He gradually became more tranquil. Although his mouth was still injured, and he should theoretically avoid hard foods, the exceptional circumstances warranted a slight indulgence. El Chuanxiu felt utterly exhausted. Just one meal unattended had led to chaos, affecting the entire production crew. Fortunately, it was not her doing. Otherwise, even if Director Wang had a change of heart, he would have no choice but to blacklist her. She contemplated whether to terminate contracts with other artists and concentrate solely on Mo Fei. This boy demanded more attention than 3 others combined. Hello, a polite female voice interrupted. El Chuanxiu turned to see Wu Miao's agent. The woman pointed at the teething stick in Mo Fei's mouth and, somewhat sheepishly, inquired, "Is there any more?" Wu Miao had been incessantly laughing, and now his mouth was a torrent of incomprehensible ramblings. To prevent any potential slip-ups, it was wise to keep his mouth occupied. "Yes," El Chuanxiu replied, retrieving another from her bag and handing it to her. The woman replicated the process, albeit with a bit more force, causing Wu Miao to roll his eyes in exasperation. El Chuanxiu couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Chapter 55. After effects of poisoning. El Chuanxiu had heard that Wu Miao's agent was a family elder who managed him with an iron fist, and it appeared to be true. However, the tactic of feeding him had proven effective, as Wu Miao had settled down somewhat, busily gnawing on the teething stick. "Thank you," Wu Miao's agent sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude to El Chuanxiu. Now that she had managed to control her artist, she had the time to converse with El Chuanxiu. "Are you his agent?" "Indeed," El Chuanxiu replied, gently feeling Mo Fei's forehead and noting it was slightly cool. She decided to remove her suit jacket and drape it over him. The doctor had just informed her that Mo Fei had ingested the most poisonous mushrooms, suggesting he would feel the effects the longest. The woman gazed at her with a hint of sympathy, relieved that the mushrooms were not life-threatening. Once the effects wore off, he would be fine. El Chuanxiu blinked, glancing at Mo Fei, tempted to pry the teething stick from his mouth to prevent further consumption. He had been incessantly eating, and now he faced the consequences of food poisoning. Yet, she still couldn't comprehend the entire situation. How could such an incident occur at an established restaurant chosen for the wrap party? The woman shook her head, indicating she was unaware. "It's precisely because it's an established restaurant," Officer Xiao Su lamented as he reviewed recent messages. He approached the patients, holding his phone to show everyone images of the unprepared mushrooms discovered in the restaurant's kitchen. "This is a species identified as Amanita virosa, commonly known as the death angel." He swiped to reveal another image. "This one is the Galerina marginata, another mushroom frequently involved in poisoning incidents, with a 70 incidence rate of poisoning upon accidental ingestion and a 70 mortality rate." The restaurant owner claimed that business had been thriving, leading to a greater and more varied supply of mushrooms from farmers. Fortunately, the mushrooms selected for the chicken stew were of a slender shape for aesthetic appeal. The 2 types still in the kitchen were deadly if consumed. "We are currently working on notifying diners who ate at the same restaurant today to come to the hospital for checks. If you know anyone who has recently dined there, please inform them. Food poisoning is not a trivial matter." The relatives and friends accompanying the patients erupted into chaos, some demanding to sue the restaurant owner, others seeking compensation, and many expressing their fears without fully comprehending the officer's words, resulting in a cacophony. Officer Xiao Su found himself surrounded by several individuals querying how the situation would be handled, and he could only patiently reassure them. The most fortunate aspect was that the mushrooms consumed were not fatal. Had there been any fatalities, the situation would have escalated dramatically. The restaurant would undoubtedly face closure, and compensation would be necessary. Now it depended on the owner's willingness to accept responsibility and the victim's reactions. Chuanxiu sighed heavily, placing her hand on her forehead. This year has been particularly unlucky, encountering so many issues. Perhaps I should visit the temple to burn incense, stop by the Taoist temple to pray, and attend church services. A multifaceted approach seems necessary. I shall increase my efforts based on what proves effective. As Chuanxiu contemplated her plans, Wu Miao suddenly leaped up, startling both her and his agent. Wu Miao began to sway, as if his limbs were untrained, flailing about. His agent immediately called for a doctor, clearly eager to sedate him. Chuanxiu's gaze fell upon Mo Fei, who lay with his eyes closed, clutching his chair, and she suddenly thought he was not so difficult to manage after all. The one who had ingested the most mushrooms was the quietest of them all. Wait, could he be on the verge of dying from poisoning? Chuanxiu checked Mo Fei's breathing and sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was still alive. In truth, Mo Fei's tranquil demeanor stemmed from an overwhelming sense of dizziness. Even while holding on to something stable, he felt as though he had been thrown into a kaleidoscope. Specifically a washing machine version of one. Mo Fei feared he might vomit again. To ease his discomfort, he closed his eyes and clung to the chair, pretending to be as immovable as a piece of leather. Finally, Officer Xiao Su finished addressing the concerns of the accompanying friends and family. Those with milder symptoms did not require induced vomiting and could return home after receiving for fluids. Who would prefer to endure the scent of disinfectants in a hospital when they could rest in the warmth of their own beds? Gradually, the emergency room was left with only a few patients. Officer Xiao Su glanced at the time. It was nearly dawn. He approached Chuanxiu, asking, "Would you like me to drive you back?" Given that the patient's conditions had stabilized, he was free to leave. Chuanxiu, her eyes bloodshot but refusing to appear strong, nodded her thanks. That would be much appreciated. Officer Xiao Su reached out to assist Mo Fei, tugging at him but failing to budge him. Puzzled, he exerted more strength, lifting both Mo Fei and the chair together. When he released his grip, the chair crashed to the floor with a loud noise, serving as a wake-up call for those who had endured the night. Chuanxiu perked up, her eyes wide as she inquired, "What happened?" Officer Xiao Su wore a perplexed expression that was difficult to describe. "I don't know. He wouldn't let go of the chair, and for some reason, I felt an overwhelming urge to handcuff him upon seeing him." The previous night's chaos had obscured this impulse, but now that things had settled, it was impossible to suppress. Rationality told him not to treat an innocent person this way, while emotion urged him to act. Had he been influenced by his mentor? Officer Xiao Su felt a mix of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Mo Fei, who had been jostled, suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixating on Officer Xiao Su. Just as the officer felt a twinge of guilt, Mo Fei retched. Qi was taken aback and quickly called for a doctor. Fi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, I'm just feeling a bit nauseous." He covered his mouth, his complexion pale. Seeing him speak somewhat coherently, Qi felt relieved but reproached him. "The doctor said you ate the most. No wonder you're feeling the worst. Were you a starving ghost in your past life?" She moved closer to help him sit up. Wait, slow down." Fi raised both hands to stop her, slowly propping himself up. After catching his breath for a moment, he exhaled heavily, but the poisonous mushrooms were so fresh. As he spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips. This statement left both of them in silence. Now I understand the mindset of the first person to eat crabs. Officer, she couldn't help but shake his head. Not a starving ghost, but rather worse than one. Qi nodded in agreement, saying, "Now I also understand how the consumption of those toxic substances was studied. As long as you survive once, you try to survive every time after that." What a spirit. Chapter 56. Cat speaks. As they discharged Fi from the hospital, Qi and Officer, she supported him on either side, treating him as if they were attending to a royal. Qi couldn't help but murmur. The doctor said this time it was merely a hallucinogenic mushroom. If you had eaten something fatal, you'd better prepare for the feast. Fi, still a bit dazed, nodded slowly. Feast? Whose feast? Can it be packed? Seeing his state, Qi gave up her lecturing thoughts. It was futile to argue with someone acting like a fool. It only made her feel foolish too. Officer, she offered his opinion. "I see he lacks some common sense. Enjoying food is not a problem, but one must know what is safe to eat and what is not, right?" Qi wholeheartedly agreed, nodding. "If only my little F I had your awareness. I could buy him some books on this topic." Officer, she openly suggested that I should read more. After all, acquiring knowledge is never a bad thing. "You are right," Qi concurred with Officer Shi. "We could even quiz him from time to time, so he doesn't act mindlessly." Thinking of the various tests at her workplace, Officer Shi, for once, entertained a mischievous thought, teasing him that if he failed, he would be restricted from snacking. Qi raised an eyebrow, regarding Officer She with a peculiar expression. You two are friends, right? If you are friends, stab me in the back. MF, I suddenly interjected, gazing straight ahead with wide eyes, indicating he had not fully returned to normal. I have stabbed, Officer, she replied, unable to contain a laugh. LCH and Key also chuckled. Although she knew the experience of consuming toxic mushrooms was unlikely to be pleasant, it appeared amusing nonetheless. Officer, she helped LCH and Key escort MFI back to the old neighborhood before departing. LCH and Key stayed behind to look after him. YTOF Ing sat squarely in the middle of the living room, observing them quietly like a surveillance camera. LCH and Key found it somewhat intriguing to see the cat and crouched down to touch it. The black cat showed no signs of shyness, even stepping forward to allow her to pet it. LCH and Key laughed. I truly wonder how someone who can't even take care of themselves can manage to care for a cat. The black cat seemed to express agreement with this observation. It was her first encounter with such a human-like cat. After exchanging a few words, she felt a bit foolish and returned to the sofa to wait for MFI's mushroom-induced effects to subside. She pulled out her phone and noticed several unread messages. From JXNGN and Shio Chien. Shio Chien's message was straightforward, asking MFI to try on clothes when he had the time, in case any alterations were needed. JXNGN's message was rather perplexing. He had asked LCH and Key to inform MFI to reply to JX Ingy's message. LCH and Key was aware of MFI's habit of keeping his phone on silent, but now persuading him to respond normally posed a challenge. She briefly replied to both, mentioning MFI's food poisoning incident. After finishing her messages, LCH and Key finally felt a sense of completion and sighed as she lay back on the sofa. Exhausted, she thought to take a short nap, just a little rest. As her eyelids grew heavier, she gradually drifted off to sleep. When she awoke again, it was to a peculiar sound. As LCH and Key opened her eyes, she suspected her sleeping position was amiss or that MFI's condition had worsened. Otherwise, why would she see MFI conversing with the cat, displaying a most serious demeanor? Hearing the noise behind him, MFI turned and cheerfully waved at her. Elgia, you're awake. I ordered porridge from downstairs. We can have a bowl before we leave. LCH and Key looked at him, her gaze landing on his neck, puzzled. What is that? This. MFI pointed to the black leather-studded collar around his neck, answering nonchalantly, this is rock punk, a style. If you dare to tattoo your face, I will admit you are rock punk. LCH and Key shook her head. You are already peculiar enough. Do you really need to be more so? Seeing MFI's confused expression, she clarified, non-mainstream. Wearing that, I feel even the love of death style is more mainstream than you. LCH and Key did not hide her disdain for the shiny studs around his neck. MFI looked down at YTOF Ing. She says your taste is non-mainstream. YTOF Ing tapped his knee with a paw. Once you have received the approval of the Cat Master, the Cat Master will shield you. As for this minor issue, handle it yourself. MFI looked up, his expression earnest. Cat says your taste is lacking. It has superior taste. YTOF Ing meowed anxiously. Meow. LCH and Key glanced at the cat, her features contorting. No. I will not let such a thing poison my eyes and your aesthetic. Cat says you only boast. MFI continued earnestly. It believes you cannot find anything better than this. Meow, meow, meow. YTOF Ing's calls grew more urgent. You call that pretty? LCH and Key shook her head. You need to read more. Whether it was cultivating aesthetic taste or discerning toxic food, he required development. MFI pressed the cat's head down, standing up to continue his nonsensical chatter. Cat says I need to rest. Let me take a few days off. LCH and Key scoffed coldly. I understand now. This is not the cat speaking but you, right? Are you using the cat as a scapegoat? Shameless. Indeed, shameless. MFI replied calmly. The cat said it, not me. If you don't believe me, ask it. LCH and Key shot a glance at the cat and huffed. Do you think I can talk to a cat after eating poisonous mushrooms like you? She checked the time. It was already midday. Just then, the porridge MFI had ordered arrived, and they temporarily halted their banter. As LCH and Key sipped her porridge, she scrolled through her phone, opening a picture to show MFI. Isn't this more appealing than your non-mainstream subculture? She had selected a collar-style necklace from a niche luxury brand for men. The black necklace featured a small, thumb-sized Z bead at the front, exuding an exotic flair. MFI glanced at the price and gasped. I suddenly think the non-mainstream style is quite good. His current collar cost only 9 yuan for 2, including shipping, albeit it was a bit prickly. Otherwise, it was quite satisfactory. This time, it was LCH and Key who was displeased. No, you are currently at a level of being identified. It's time to prepare a set of camera-ready attire. Formal wear, sportswear, casual wear. Not asking for too much, but you should have a few sets ready. LCH and Key counted on her fingers, considering accessories like ties, tie clips, and watches to be prepared as well. You have not yet reached the stage of merely brushing past with a fade. Something must be done to bolster your spirits. LCH and Key nodded as he spoke. G is always involved in fashion. I shall inquire if he can offer a friendly price. In Chapter 57, Miracle MOMO. LCH and Key still harbored some concerns about MFI. Although he appeared articulate and coherent, showing no signs of aftereffects, he was conversing with a cat. What sort of rational person speaks to a feline? She pondered whether to take MFI for another examination at the hospital, fearing that he might have suffered cerebral damage from mushroom poisoning. MFI scratched his neck, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Remove this thing, he urged. LCH and Key, irritated by the sight of the studded collar, remarked, that was a gift I gave you to celebrate your first leading role. Upon hearing of a gift, MFI perked up. Is that true? LCH and Key sighed, indeed. In the next moment, MFI tore off the studded collar and cast it aside. The skin on his neck was reddened, and the areas he had scratched bore marks that were quite alarming. LCH and Key shook his head helplessly. MFI pulled out his phone and began tapping. I will leave him a negative review. It is absolutely warranted. While the price may be low, the discomfort is unacceptable. Just as he unlocked his phone, a call came through. JXingy. MFI was momentarily taken aback before accepting the call. Thank heavens I finally reached you. JXingy's voice came through the receiver, somewhat distorted. Are you all right? I heard you were in the hospital. MFI replied. I am fine. The mushrooms were quite delectable, and I would dare to indulge again. He was met with a disapproving glare from LCH and Key. JXingy paused, unsure how to assess MFI's persistent defiance, and finally said, if you enjoy mushrooms, I will take you to YNCHing another day. At least there. You will have access to the most professional mushroom poisoning treatment team. Thank you very much. MFI replied cheerfully. Is there anything else you need from me? Yes. JXingy responded earnestly. The film The Devil Wears Prada features a faux long take during the protagonist changing outfits on the way to work. Xiao-Chi-In intends to shoot that segment first. You should clear a few days to try on the costumes and film this scene. All right. MFI agreed enthusiastically regarding this lucrative opportunity, though he remained puzzled. But why choose to start with this segment? JXingy found the reasoning rather absurd. It is simply because we have yet to find other actors, so we can only film your solo portions first. MFI frowned for a moment, then acquiesced. Once he hung up, LCH and Key inquired from across the table, Are you the only actor? She grabbed her bag and scrolled through her phone. No, I must quickly get Chi in to finalize the contract. If they lose interest and disband, all our efforts would be in vain. As she dialed, she stepped outside, reminding MFI, You are not to leave home. Focus on recovering from that mushroom incident before considering work. And those dreadful studded accessories, dispose of them promptly. They are an eyesore. As she exited, her voice echoed back. Remember to eat dinner tonight. Do not skip a meal out of convenience. You are financially secure now. Understood. MFI responded loudly. With the door's closure, silence enveloped the room. MFI, let us discuss your misrepresentation of authority. YTOF-ing leapt onto the dining table. Its green eyes fixed intently on MFI. MFI groaned, clutching his head. Am I still half asleep, or is the mushroom's toxicity still affecting me? Am I truly seeing a cat speaking? This is absurd. YTOF-ing retorted. Those who lack shame are invincible. The following day, JXingy arrived to collect MFI for the costume fitting. Once in the car, MFI first replied to a comforting message from Officer Shiox, indicating his willingness to accept monetary compensation before shutting off his phone to focus on work. Filming this faux long take was neither particularly difficult nor entirely easy. Despite being a faux long take, it did not challenge the actors and directors as a genuine long take would. However, the crew was anything but conventional. For instance, at the outset, they encountered a snag. The makeup artist, a bespectacled young man sporting a bun, and a short-haired, tattooed young woman were at odds. The young man, a fashion design student, had chosen garments in a muted Morandi color palette to emphasize sophistication. The young woman, an oil painting student, opted for bold and avant-garde makeup. She criticized his selections as drab and uninspiring, while he countered that her makeup was impractical for daily wear. Neither party yielded, and the director, Xiao-Chi-In, observed their debate with amusement, suggesting that their clash of ideas might yield new inspiration. MFI found himself drawn into their conflict as they decided to pursue their individual visions for the initial tryout. Eventually, JXingy also became involved, as they wished to assess the lighting effects. MFI felt akin to a doll being dressed by children, devoid of sentiment. as they applied peculiar substances to his face. Amidst their bickering and frenzied photography, he changed into over 20 different outfits and accessories, feeling a remarkable transformation. He had never anticipated that dressing would be such an exhausting endeavor. Previously, he had envied models who earned commissions simply by standing still without reciting lines. Now it seemed that every profession had its unique challenges. During lunch, the two adversaries temporarily ceased hostilities, huddled together with takeout boxes, discussing the shots they had just completed. I had lost all desire for gossip. After sharing a meal, he looked up to meet a variety of curious gazes. I remarked, I have an unsettling feeling that I am being scrutinized. Their final resolution was to photograph everything. Each outfit and scene would be recorded, and the best results would be selected during editing. This plan, albeit time-consuming and costly for the actors, was deemed a fair compromise. Fortunately, both time and money were in ample supply. It was merely the actors who bore the brunt. I understood that he was compensated for this toil and had no right to complain. Even as exhaustion clouded his eyes, he persevered. Each extra earned 100 yuan a day, and considering the numerous extras involved, alongside rent and utilities, I felt a pang of guilt, even if the money was not his own. As the shoot neared its conclusion, a stylish woman in sunglasses and high heels approached the monitor. Observing the energetic I on screen, she smiled. This is truly impressive. Xiao Qian straightened up, somewhat flustered. Mother, what brings you here? I came to see if you were merely hiring random people to produce something subpar. Madame Qian replied gently, her tone amiable. Of course not. Xiao Qian forced a smile. You know my character. Once I commit to a project, I strive for excellence and never settle for mediocrity. That's good to hear. Madame Qian remarked, surveying the well-organized set. Removing her sunglasses, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. After filming, I shall treat these young talents to a meal. Xiao Qian glanced at I, who was still in front of the camera, and nodded resignedly. All right. Upon learning of the dinner invitation, the crew erupted in cheers. Eyes turned a vivid shade of green with hunger, and upon hearing Xiao Qian's call, he dashed outside without any pleasantries. Donning his theatrical attire and ready to embark on a culinary adventure, Mrs. Qian appeared somewhat unapproachable, and the restaurant she chose was quite modest. Nestled in a secluded corner that most would struggle to locate. The proprietor of this private dining establishment specialized in dog meat, having a background in running a dog farm. Familiar with the surroundings, Mrs. Qian ordered the dishes and beckoned everyone to take their seats. However, attention was captivated by the large yellow dog tethered in the courtyard. It resembled a native breed, adorned with 2 black spots above its eyes and a tuft of long fur on its chest, exuding an air of majesty and intelligence. The dog did not bark upon the arrival of guests, but merely sat in the courtyard, panting with its tongue lolling out, saliva pooling beneath it. It was indeed a magnificent creature. The female student from the oil painting department, noticing the animal, couldn't help but admire it, her gaze lingering, well-groomed and glossy. It was evident that the owner cherished it. Squatted before the dog, his eyes devoid of affection for the creature, instead filled with perplexity. He was a man who preferred to articulate clues when available and rely on intuition when they were not. At this moment, his intuition signaled that something was amiss with the dog. Although it bore an unpleasant odor, it was not the typical dog smell. And the way the dog looked at him made him uncomfortable. His own cat, which strutted around with an air of superiority, had never evoked such a feeling in him. With his appetite completely diminished, realized that his instincts were warning him against dining, indicating that the issue at hand was quite serious. He stood, shaking his head, cradling it in discomfort. What's wrong? Ji Xingyu quickly approached him, concerned. Is it your health still recovering, or are you fatigued? His complexion was pale, resembling someone on the brink of collapse. I feel a bit unwell, as if I've seen little people dancing, he remarked, extending his hand as if grasping at something in the air. This caused the rest of the crew to grow anxious. I'll take you to the hospital. Ji Xingyu glanced at Xiao Qian, recalling that he had only recently suffered food poisoning and had been hospitalized. No need for explanations, just go. Xiao Qian waved his hands urgently. You all enjoy your meal. Annie will take her leave. After exchanging farewells with Ji Xingyu and Mrs. Qian, they escorted out of the courtyard and into the car, speeding directly towards the hospital. Before could utter a word, he felt himself thrust against the seat by an overwhelming force. Apart from riding a roller coaster, he had never experienced such a powerful push against his back. Ji Xingyu shifted gears and pressed the accelerator smoothly, maneuvering the steering wheel with agility, transforming the vehicle into a racing machine. Gripping the handle of the door, curled up in the passenger seat, terror etched on his face as he shouted, "Slow down. Please slow down." Amidst the chaos, Ji Xingyu glanced at him, realizing that the speed might not be conducive for a patient, and gradually eased off the gas. As the sensation of being pushed back subsided, exhaled a sigh of relief. I'm fine. There's no need to rush me to the hospital. You're fine? Ji Xingyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Then what was with your earlier performance? Is there something wrong? Recalling's earlier antics in front of the traffic police, Ji Xingyu's expression turned serious. Is there a human trafficker around? Shakily retrieved his phone, shaking his head. It shouldn't be. There has been a crackdown on trafficking lately. They wouldn't be so brazen. I just feel that dog is problematic. Problematic? Is it stolen? Does it have rabies? Ji Xingyu slowed the car further, guessing. I don't know, but if it's enough to make me instinctively forego my meal, it must possess more than just a minor issue. Stated gravely, tapping on his phone to report to Officer Xiao Su. I believe that dog is certainly guilty of something. Ji Xingyu was at a loss for how to respond to this statement, asking, are we heading to the police station to file a report? Reporting that a dog might be committing a crime? Shook his head. The officers would think I hadn't had enough of my poison mushrooms. So what do you plan to do? Let us first find a place to eat something, replied, looking quite pale and genuinely hungry. Ji Xingyu felt helpless against him, fearing that if he treated this esteemed gentleman to a meal, he might collapse from mushroom poisoning halfway home. So he personally delivered him back to his doorstep. However, upon arriving at the entrance, both were stunned. The originally pig liver-colored security door had been splattered with red paint and doused with filth, and a closer inspection revealed that the keyhole was obstructed by a jumble of debris. This door is effectively ruined. The situation clearly indicated that someone had orchestrated this act of revenge. Ji Xingyu covered his nose and stepped back. Who did you offend? Looked more bewildered than him. I am straightforward. Who could I have offended? After saying this, he felt something was amiss and began counting on his fingers. Up close. There are human traffickers. Further back, there are those I've encountered committing theft, spying, robbery, or poisoning. Damn, do I have that many enemies? Cursed. The moral standards of people today are disappointingly low. Should we report this? Ji Xingyu also worried that it could be a deliberate act of revenge by traffickers. Those are a bunch of scoundrels who don't value human life. No need to report. A shadow emerged from the darkness. Looked closely and, upon noticing that it bore no paint or dirt, picked it up. Big brother, do you know anything? A cat with slit pupils, exuding an air of wisdom, replied. An old woman did it. I've seen her when I was scouting the area. She lives around here. An elderly resident nearby? Recalled one of the individuals he had previously crossed paths with. The old lady who stole the helmet. Her son was caught, and now she is seeking revenge? Pondered, perplexed. But this old woman lacks initiative. Why not confront me face to face that same night? Resorting to such underhanded tactics, dousing my door with filth, how disgusting. Ji Xingyu, accustomed to conversing with the cat, was unfazed. After witnessing return with a map to rescue someone, he began to believe that could genuinely communicate with the feline. Observing deep in thought, he inquired, do you know who did it? A bored person considered, realizing that he needed to find an opportunity to resolve this matter once and for all. The old woman, now over 70, could not be detained. If she continued this behavior sporadically, it would be never-ending. Chapter 59. The Moon Fairy and the Spirits that night, guided by the cat, located the old woman's residence. It's on the 8th floor. The cat sat on the ground, flicking its tail. Are you planning to kill her? We must abide by the law. How could we do such a thing? Methodically donned a pair of disposable rubber gloves and wrapped his shoes in fresh black cloth, intending to give her a minor shock with a hint of superstition. If the old woman dared to disrupt his door's feng shui, he would ensure her home was haunted, which seemed fair enough. If he were to kill her, it might even be seen as a service to the people. She is not exactly well liked. Looked at the cat in surprise. How long have you been here to gather this intel? The cat raised its head, its emerald eyes glimmering in the moonlight. No need for inquiry. During the day, I heard 8 people cursing her while wandering nearby. Impressive, remarked, assessing the distance between the floors before grasping the windowsill of the first floor and beginning his ascent. Abiding by the law yet committing trespass. The cat scoffed at its double standards. Unfazed by the cat's opinions, swiftly and silently climbed along the windowsills, pipes, and air conditioning units, making his way to the 8th floor with ease. Residents at this height typically refrain from installing anti-theft windows if there are no children or pets in the household, as thieves would seldom risk climbing to the 8th floor. A misstep could result in dire consequences. I attempted to push the living room window, only to find it securely locked from the inside, as anticipated. Undeterred, he resolved to search for the master bedroom window, contemplating a midnight haunting. After a fortnight of eerie howls and cryptic markings outside the window, along with a few dead mice and insects delivered through a crack, He was confident that the old woman would soon tire of his antics. Before he could depart, the glass window suddenly shifted. Squatting on the windowsill, MFI tilted his head and unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of clean, timid eyes. Both parties were momentarily startled. It dawned on MFI that, aside from the old woman, there were indeed others in the house, and he had no intention of causing harm to the innocent. The girl inside eased the window open slightly, revealing a gaunt face. With hopeful eyes, she whispered, "Are you the moon immortal? Have you come to take Xiao Wn and Mama away?" Observing the frail girl who resembled a shadow of a child, MFI suddenly grasped another unsettling reality. Given the old woman's disposition and her son's miscreant behavior, harassing female customers and dining without paying, how could such a wretch possibly have a wife and daughter? The girl's appearance suggested that her father was neglectful at home, a scenario that reeked of misfortune. MFI's expression softened only when he noticed Xiao Wn growing anxious. He spoke gently, "Can you help me open the window? Let us keep this a secret from the others." Seeing Xiao Wn's excitement, he raised a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. "This is our little secret." Xiao Wn nodded vigorously, covering her mouth, and slowly pushed the window open. MFI leaped into the living room and surveyed his surroundings. The house was tidy and immaculate, yet devoid of the warmth typical of a home. As he gazed down at Xiao Wn, MFI rummaged through his pockets and retrieved a chocolate, still clad in his theatrical attire, a brand new black long coat. With the chocolate having been bestowed upon him by a considerate makeup artist to stave off hunger. Luckily, he had forgotten to eat it amidst the chaos. He handed the chocolate to Xiao Wn, who accepted it with both hands, whispering, "Is this a divine elixir? The kind that allows one to ascend to the moon?" MFI was at a loss for words. Just as he crouched down to remind Xiao Wn to forget this encounter, he noticed her turning her head in another direction, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she softly called out, "Mama, the moon immortal." Following her gaze, MFI saw a young woman, weary and haggard, standing at the corner of the living room. Her expression was numb, yet a flicker of light sparked in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Wn. MFI froze in place. This was not his intent. He had merely aimed to frighten the old woman, and instead, he had inadvertently encountered family. The woman did not speak, but beckoned to Xiao Wn. The girl glanced back at MFI before slowly approaching her mother. The woman grasped Xiao Wn's hand, made a shushing gesture, and silently pointed to a door, mouthing two words, "In there." Afterward, she led Xiao Wn away, the sound of the door closing almost inaudible. MFI pondered. Was this what Ngz referred to when he said that the virtuous receive assistance while the wicked find themselves forsaken? It was no wonder that ancient revolts hinged on the sentiments of the populace. This feeling was exhilarating. Quietly, he approached the door indicated by the woman and gently turned the knob to enter. The spacious room was evidently the master bedroom, adorned with a wedding photo of T. New York NG and the young woman. Yet, the large bed, fit for a person of 1.8 meters, was occupied by an old woman, while the true occupants likely found refuge in the guest room. MFI assessed the room's layout and located the vanity. The vanity was starkly bare, with hardly any cosmetics, save for a severely worn tube of lipstick. MFI twisted open the tube, revealing its dwindling contents. Initially, he intended to scrawl the typical phrases found in horror films, "Return my life to take yours," but recalling the plight of the mother and daughter, a new idea blossomed. The child's emaciated state indicated a family that did not cherish girls, and households that favored sons. It was likely that the old woman had committed many immoral acts in her youth. Inspired, MFI inscribed the words, "I have returned," on the mirror. He then peered out the window to assess the situation outside, before standing at the bed's head and softly uttering in a girl's voice, "Sister, Mama, why did you abandon me?" The ethereal yet tangible voice resonated, and the old woman, already troubled, pulled her hand to swat at the sound, muttering curses under her breath. "Money-sucking wretch, little harlot, what are you making noise for?" However, her rebuke failed to achieve the desired effect, as the questions continued. Growing increasingly mournful, the old woman, roused by anger, opened her eyes to find not the women of her household before her, but a man in a black coat, whose face bore an eerie smile as he emitted the voice of a little girl. Startled and horrified, she let out a shrill scream. A ghost. MFI's grin widened, and leaning closer, he used the girl's voice to say, "I have returned." With that, he leapt backward onto the windowsill, spun, and vanished into the night. Chapter 60. Please choose to love and protect animals. The old woman nearly fainted from fright. Once she composed herself, she groped her way to the window and peered outside. Nothing but emptiness greeted her, as if everything had been a mere illusion. Are you looking for me? The innocent voice of the girl rang from above. The old woman looked up to see MFI dangling from the window, his eyes wide as he flashed a grotesque smile. The old woman's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. MFI quickly adjusted his posture. As he returned to the windowsill, he noticed that the master bedroom door had quietly creaked open. The young woman stood in the doorway, her gaze fixed intently on the old woman sprawled on the floor. Her eyes gradually shifted from the ground to MFI, revealing a complex expression that mingled between laughter and tears. She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. However, MFI deciphered her silent message. She was signaling for secrecy. This was a secret. They were accomplices. MFI smiled at her and climbed down the wall. After this ordeal, he planned to lodge a complaint regarding the ease of climbing such a wall. Upon returning home, he would ensure that his grandmother also had anti-theft windows installed. Once he departed, the young woman slowly closed the door. Bathed in moonlight, she retrieved a box of tablets from the deepest corner of the kitchen cabinet. The blue and white box bore the words sertraline hydrochloride tablets. She extracted 5 small white pills, crushed them with a spoon into a glass, and sat quietly in the kitchen, awaiting dawn. She had awaited this day for a long time. It was just one night. As sunlight bathed the earth, the woman heard screams and curses emanating from the master bedroom. A smile crept across her face as she poured warm water into the glass. Watching the powder dissolve before stepping out of the kitchen, donning an expression of anxious timidity as she knocked on the master bedroom door. The old woman lay on the ground for half the night. When morning arrived, she awoke with a sore back and aching waist. To her astonishment, she noticed blood-red characters on her dressing table, and in a fit of rage, she began to curse indiscriminately. In her youth, she had indeed abandoned children, but that was because they were all girls. The family could not afford to raise so many burdensome girls. Losing them was of no consequence as they simply did not have the fortune. As she cursed bitterly, her ire intensified upon seeing her timid daughter-in-law, who was bowing her head in submission. The woman offered a glass of water, gently urging, "Mother, please drink some water." The old woman, having tossed and turned throughout the night, was indeed parched. She took the glass and gulped it down, only to grimace and remark, "What a strange taste." Perhaps it was the disinfectant used in the morning water. The woman forced a smile of appeasement. The old woman frowned and resumed her tirade. "You can't even boil water without messing it up. What else can I expect from you? A harbinger of misfortune who can't even bear a son. My son is inside, and you can't even leverage your connections." She warned, "Let me tell you, as long as my son remains inside, you are not to go anywhere. If I catch you enticing someone outside, I will deal with you and that worthless scoundrel." The woman continued to lower her head, gripping the glass ever tighter. "Hurry, hurry." After dawn, Missouri Faye settled into a small hotel near the community, ever prepared for the old woman's retaliatory schemes. His appearance yesterday was deliberate, intended to lure the old woman into confronting him. Mo Faye was well prepared. Even if the old woman reported him to the police, she would find no evidence against him. Not to mention, both individuals in her household were of opposing views. Mo Faye felt quite secure. Yet, he waited and waited, but the familiar black and white police cars never appeared. Pondering for a long time, he found this situation puzzling. The old woman was not one to suffer in silence, which made it all the more strange. Just as he was deep in thought, a black sedan pulled up at the roadside. Officer Xiao Su, dressed in plain clothes, stepped out of the vehicle and smiled at Mo Faye. "I spotted you from a distance. What are you doing? Guarding the community?" Mo Faye shook his head vigorously. "I have my reasons." "Officer, do you handle cases of harassment?" Officer Xiao Su raised an eyebrow. "Please elaborate." Mo Faye recounted, without embellishment, how he had toiled throughout the day, only to return home, ready to embrace the warmth of his bed, only to find his door smeared with red paint and excrement. Officer Xiao Su's expression was difficult to describe, resembling a mix of confusion and discomfort. "What you describe indeed falls under our jurisdiction, but such matters are civil disputes. And you claim the perpetrator is an elderly woman." Officer Xiao Su shrugged, indicating that if she refused to apologize or compensate, there was little they could do. Mo Faye felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, this outcome was not entirely unexpected. Sometimes, people in Huagua are remarkably protective of animals. Numerous creatures around them thrive without issue. "What are you doing here, then?" "You aren't in uniform," Mo Faye remarked, his initial enthusiasm waning. "Just out for a stroll?" Officer Xiao Su, amused by his attitude, replied, "Do you think I want to be here? If it weren't for your bizarre report about a private restaurant owner's dog, I wouldn't need to work overtime on my precious day off." Mo Faye chuckled begrudgingly. "I was merely being prudent." "But why are you here if you're investigating?" Mo Faye questioned, perplexed. "It's quite a distance from here to that restaurant. If I'm working overtime, You think I can just leave? Officer Xiao Su retorted, lead the way. If you report a false alarm, I will handcuff you and take you back. Mo Fei's eyes widened in alarm. No, please. I have a job. Look. He pulled out his phone to show Officer Xiao Su his schedule. However, upon seeing a new message from Xiao Qian, he fell silent. Officer Xiao Su, noticing his stillness, approached to read the message. Due to your outstanding performance yesterday, you may take a half day off. Report back in the afternoon. After reading the message, Officer Xiao Su's smile broadened. I didn't know you could be so diligent. Mo Fei wore a pained expression. Even he had not anticipated this. How fortunate to encounter such a considerate film crew. Officer Xiao Su, with a brisk demeanor and no time for idle chatter, seized Mo Fei's arm and ushered him towards the car. It is only right for good citizens to cooperate. If you hesitate, you can order takeout at the station. He huffed. Don't you enjoy the cafeteria? I will place you on the blacklist. Mo Fei, trembling with indignation, fastened his seatbelt with quaking hands. If you don't feed me today, I will confront you. You wish to assault an officer? That's against the law, my friend. Officer Xiao Su took the driver's seat and tossed him a bag of steaming buns. Here's your meal. I will not be swayed by your sweet talk. Mo Fei grumbled, taking a bite of the cabbage and vermicelli filling. How delightful. Chapter 61. The dog kennel the previous day. Officer Xiao Su received Mo Fei's report shortly before his shift ended. Mo Fei's description was rather peculiar. What did he mean by encountering an unusual-smelling dog at a private restaurant run by a dog kennel owner? Officer Xiao Su stared at the message for quite some time, initially thinking Mo Fei wanted him to apprehend the dog, reasoning that this matter should be referred to the dog-catching unit. Officer Tang passed by, glancing at his phone screen, and chuckled. What is this guy trying to say? Asking if you know how to wash dogs? Officer Xiao Su shook his head. I have no idea. He caught a glimpse of Officer Tang's phone, noticing the familiar interface with yellow background and black text, and sighed. I really don't understand you. There are so many case files in our system. Do you need to browse the internet for more? Officer Tang switched off his phone screen and playfully tapped Officer Xiao Su's head. Are you really critiquing me? You have a day off tomorrow, right? Why not take a trip to check it out? He pointed to Officer Xiao Su's phone. Mo Fei's messages always had substantial meaning beyond casual chatter. Since he mentioned that the dog was problematic, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. After all, that was their duty, to eliminate potential threats. Remember to bring your equipment. Officer Tang advised as Officer Xiao Su prepared to leave. He playfully warned, if there are any issues, either apprehend that guy or someone else. Officer Xiao Su patted his waist, feeling reassured and amused upon touching the handcuffs. Technically, one should not carry police gear during personal activities. But Officer Tang's comment led him to inadvertently bring them along. He glanced at Mo Fei, who was intently devouring his buns in the passenger seat, and thought that perhaps it wouldn't be too problematic after all. In recent years, dog breeders were few and far between, and they could easily locate them with a simple online search. Upon arriving at the dog kennel, they could hear the cacophony of barking even before stepping out of the car. For those who feared dogs, this would be a veritable hell. As they approached the kennel's entrance, a young man appeared, holding a bucket, seemingly in the midst of his work. The man's demeanor was neither warm nor cold as he queried, What brings you here? To see the dogs, Officer Xiao Su replied with a smile, offering a cigarette. I heard you have Dobermans? I'm interested in purchasing one. The man accepted the cigarette, his expression softening considerably. We do have some. But the owner is not here right now, so I can't make any decisions. He opened the iron gate and stepped aside to let the two enter. You go in first and take a look. I will message the boss, he said. That would be troublesome, Officer Xiao Su replied, leading the way while Mo Fei lagged half a step behind. The yard of the dog kennel was vast, divided into several sections by barbed wire. A group of dogs, with coats of various colors, curiously regarded the unfamiliar visitors from behind the fence. Mo Fei gazed at the dogs and gradually came to a halt, and the dogs focused their attention on him, their eyes unblinking. The atmosphere between man and dog grew increasingly tense. Officer Xiao Su continued walking with the man, but soon noticed he was alone. Turning around, he saw that Mo Fei and the dogs were nearly at odds with one another. Through the layer of barbed wire, both man and dog assumed a standoffish posture. Officer Xiao Su could not comprehend what Mo Fei was doing. The man leading them stopped and turned to ask, What is the matter? The Doberman kennel is inside. Upon following Officer Xiao Su's gaze, the man chuckled. I have seen people who naturally attract dogs, and I have heard of those who repel them, but I have never witnessed it firsthand until now. He continued, The dogs in the outermost enclosure are generally more stable in temperament. I have never seen them act this way. The man raised a whistle from his chest and blew into it. The dogs inside the wire fence, upon hearing the sound, promptly turned and sat down on the other side. Mo Fei snorted, adjusted his collar, and casually walked over to Officer Xiao Su. Officer Xiao Su, with a forced smile, remarked, "Excited to see a long-lost brother? No wonder you insisted on coming to see the dogs. You feel too lonely living alone, don't you?" His implication was unmistakable. They were here on official business, not to create a ruckus. Mo Fei pouted in displeasure. "I feel like they are mocking me." "I think you've eaten too many poisonous mushrooms," Officer Xiao Su warned, pointing at him. "Don't move around too much. If you get bitten by a dog, you'll have to get vaccinated." "I know," Mo Fei replied, stuffing his hands into his pockets, his expression one of rebellion. Officer Xiao Su, feeling somewhat embarrassed, conversed with the man. The man, clearly entertained by the unfolding situation, waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. He led them to the back of the single-dog kennels. Compared to the previously fenced yard, the single-dog kennels were evidently much cleaner and tidier, with the dogs inside appearing glossy and vibrant. Officer Xiao Su observed for a moment and asked, "You have quite a few mixed-breed dogs here in addition to the purebreds." Even the single-dog kennels housed several robust rural dogs. "Those ones. The boss has his own preferences," the man explained. "He likes beautiful dogs and does not discriminate by breed. He loves any that are aesthetically pleasing." This was indeed true. Although the dogs in the single-dog kennels varied in breed, they all shared the commonality of being exemplary within their respective types. "So, do you keep these dogs confined here? Don't they get walked?" "They have time outside," the man replied, pulling out a set of keys and selecting one to unlock the kennel door. "Generally, they are let out from noon to afternoon." Inside this kennel was a striking Doberman, its coat sleek and body elegantly proportioned. The man entered first, carrying a bucket. "Come in, I need to clean up." As Officer Xiao Su followed him inside, the Doberman stood up, eyeing him warily. When Mo Fei was the last to enter, the Doberman bared its teeth and emitted a low, threatening growl. Mo Fei, standing by the door, did not approach, his face sour. "I told you they were targeting me. Shouldn't you reflect on why dogs dislike you?" Officer Xiao Su retorted lightly. He attempted to move closer to the Doberman, which reacted less vehemently to his approach. The man watched while cleaning, a smile on his face. Dobermans are like this. They are incredibly intelligent. If you earn their trust, they become brave, loyal, and protective. "I feel like it wants to bite me." Mo Fei shook his head. "Such dogs are undesirable. One day, I will have a confrontation with it. Do you have any with a gentler temperament? Or perhaps puppies?" The man thought for a moment and replied, "There aren't too many puppies. And if you want a gentle temperament, you'll need to consider other breeds." Chapter 62. An ominous foreboding. Mo Fei had always believed himself to be a good person. Even if he did not possess the charm of a forest princess that endeared him to small animals, he did not think he would be universally disliked by them. It was somewhat disheartening, though not excessively so. After all, when faced with small animals and a meal, he would still choose the meal. After the man finished cleaning the Doberman's kennel, he received a phone call, responding with repeated affirmations. After hanging up, he informed them that the kennel's owner would be returning soon, and any business could be discussed leisurely. Up until that point, neither Mo Fei nor Officer Xiao Su had perceived anything amiss with the kennel. It was only when the man guided them to the final section that they sensed something unusual. This area contained unpaved land where several large dogs were leisurely strolling. "These are our smartest dogs. They typically only heed the boss and ignore me," the man remarked with a hint of pride. "I am not boasting. You won't find such intelligent dogs anywhere else. It's as if they understand human speech." He called out, and the dogs, currently walking, turned to look at them. Officer Xiao Su estimated their shoulder heights to be over 70 centimeters, with one particularly wolf-like dog standing at least a meter tall, resembling a wolf. "These dogs are prohibited in urban areas, aren't they?" Officer Xiao Su inquired, pointing at the wolf-like dog. "Even if you wanted to keep one, the boss wouldn't sell it," the man scoffed. "These are the boss's beloved treasures, displayed but never sold." Mo Fei also gazed at the wolf-like dog. Its size and demeanor were such that even those unafraid of dogs would feel a twinge of trepidation. Although it did not exhibit overt hostility like the previous dogs, its tail hung low, and its eyes remained fixed on Mo Fei, moving slowly, an unmistakable sign of predatory intent. Mo Fei sniffed the air. In the front yard and single-dog kennels, there had been the familiar sense of dog odor and excrement, but in this unpaved area, he detected a strange, pungent smell, far stronger than what he had sensed on the previous dog. His heart raced, a sense of impending danger washing over him. He tugged at Officer Xiao Su's sleeve. "Buddy, I think there is a fundamental incompatibility between me and them." Before Officer Xiao Su could respond, the man interjected, "Are you consulting the dogs about compatibility?" "It's a matter of chemistry," Mo Fei swiftly amended. "I never imagined I would be so unappealing to animals." The man nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I have never witnessed anything like this. How about we explore another area? Mo Fei suggested, glancing at Officer Xiao Su. Officer Xiao Su immediately understood, laughingly chiming in, exactly. When it comes to dog ownership, it's essential to find a match in temperament. As he spoke, he turned to indicate the path they had come from. Thank you for your help. I never expected him to be so universally disliked by dogs. As Officer Xiao Su spoke, he offered the man a cigarette. The man hesitated but ultimately accepted, tucking the cigarette behind his ear as he led them back. Our dogs are the most perceptive. If they all acted like this, you wouldn't find a suitable dog anywhere. Mo Fei and Officer Xiao Su continued to engage in conversation, their pace quickening. Primarily, Mo Fei was urging Officer Xiao Su to leave, moving as if he had seen a ghost. Two individuals entered the vehicle, and before Officer Xiao Su could inquire about the situation, Mo Fei urged him repeatedly to leave the area first. His words effectively silenced Officer Xiao Su. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to start the car and head back to the city. On the way back, a white van nearly brushed against them. It was only after departing from the dog training facility that Mo Fei's racing heart began to calm. Can we talk now? Officer Xiao Su felt utterly perplexed. Mo Fei was the one who had raised concerns about the dogs, and now he was the one insisting on leaving. Was he playing games? It was hard to say. Truly hard to say. As Mo Fei felt his frantic heartbeat, he exhaled deeply. I can't shake the feeling that if we encounter that owner, it won't bode well. Moreover, I detected a foul odor in that backyard. Officer Xiao Su furrowed his brow slightly. Dog facilities are typically smelly. That's different. Mo Fei shook his head, speaking with conviction. It's definitely not the sort of smell one would expect at a dog facility. I've never encountered that scent before. It feels ominous. So, you're relying on intuition? Officer Xiao Su sighed. If I had come today to investigate this matter as an official case rather than taking a break, do you realize what that would mean? Intuition cannot serve as evidence. This is a false alarm, and I could detain you. Mo Fei grew anxious. Why don't you believe me? There genuinely is a terrible stench. It's not that I don't believe you, but listen to what you're saying. What part of it is credible? Officer Xiao Su responded helplessly. You keep insisting there's a foul odor, yet I haven't detected anything. Mo Fei slumped in the passenger seat, feeling defeated. How would I know? Officer Xiao Su glanced at him and shook his head. Let me take you back to the station. I'll treat you to a meal at the cafeteria, and then I'll drop you off at work in the afternoon. How does that sound? Fine. Mo Fei replied glumly, gazing out the window. The police station was as orderly as ever, with everyone diligently attending to their duties. When Mo Fei stepped out of the car, he immediately drew the attention of the crowd. All the officers focused their gaze upon him uncontrollably. Several of them instinctively reached for their handcuffs. It dawned on Mo Fei that he had been unable to visit the station comfortably in recent days. He swallowed hard and retreated slightly towards the back of the vehicle. Officer Xiao Su, unable to bear it any longer, pulled him out. Be bold. Without evidence, we won't handcuff you. If we could handcuff you without hesitation, I would have done so already. Indeed, as Officer Xiao Su had stated, the officers in the station were familiar faces. Although they eyed Mo Fei covetously, none stepped forward to apprehend him. Officer Tang was on duty that day, and upon seeing Officer Xiao Su return with Mo Fei, his expression turned serious. So, he finally committed an offense that you brought him back for? Mo Fei pouted, wishing he could throw a tantrum. However, this was the police station, not his home. Throwing a fit would only provide them a reason to detain him, so he held back. Officer Xiao Su found this misunderstanding truly difficult to bear and could only recount the events that transpired at the dog facility. Officer Tang listened intently until he heard Mo Fei mention the foul odor, at which point he raised his hand to interrupt. A foul odor? Yes, Officer Xiao Su nodded. But I didn't smell anything at all. Officer Tang stroked his chin in contemplation. I recall there was something similar mentioned in the highway case report. He then stood up and exited the office, reminding them, don't go anywhere. Stay here and wait for me to return. Chapter 63. Dog Nose. Mo Fei was utterly bewildered by Officer Tang's intentions. However, as he was within enemy territory, he did not dare to wander off and could only seek silent answers from Officer Xiao Su. Yet, Officer Xiao Su had only recently graduated from the police academy and was lacking in experience, but brimming with enthusiasm, so he was equally uncertain of Officer Tang's plans. Eventually, Officer Tang returned with a somewhat familiar middle-aged man and greeted him warmly. Old Zhang. It's him. Come and give it a try. Mo Fei exchanged a confused glance with Officer Xiao Su. Brother Zhang, our forensic expert, Officer Xiao Su explained briefly. Brother Zhang brought several glass vials and a packet of cotton swabs. He opened a glass vial containing a murky liquid and handed it to Mo Fei. Take a whiff. Mo Fei hesitated but leaned closer. Before he even reached the vial's opening, he detected a pungent odor that made him gag involuntarily. Clutching his chest and pointing at the vial. That's the smell. It's exactly what I encountered at the dog facility. The expressions of Officer Tang and Brother Zhang immediately turned serious. Officer Xiao Su, sensing the tension, inquired, "What is contained in this vial?" Officer Tang shook his head, choosing not to answer but instead turned to Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang nodded and began to busy himself with the cotton swabs. Tian Sheng, Officer Tang began but then reconsidered. "I'll handle this myself." He approached Mo Fei from behind, patted his shoulder, and smiled kindly. "Mo Fei, in a moment. Close your eyes and describe the scent you detect. We're going to conduct a little test, all right?" His smile sent shivers down Mo Fei's spine as he hesitantly replied. "But police-civilian cooperation?" Officer Tang applied a bit more pressure. This attitude startled Mo Fei, and he quickly replied, "No problem. I'm up for it." Officer Tang chuckled softly. "Close your eyes." Although Mo Fei felt uneasy, he obediently shut his eyes. Regardless of the group of officers surrounding him, he felt a sense of security. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something was off, as if they were about to present him with a cake and sing a birthday song. After Mo Fei closed his eyes, Officer Tang waved his hand in front of him before ultimately covering his eyes to prevent him from peeking. Once this was done, Officer Tang exchanged a glance with Brother Zhang. Officer Xiao Su watched as Brother Zhang took a cotton swab and rubbed it against the inner wall of a glass jar, then smelled it himself before shaking it and offering it to Officer Xiao Su. Officer Xiao Su began to understand their intentions. They were testing Mo Fei's sense of smell. He leaned in to sniff the swab but detected nothing and shook his head. Only then did Brother Zhang wave the swab in front of Mo Fei's nose, asking, "Can you identify the scent?" "It smells like rotten blood," Mo Fei answered honestly. Officer Xiao Su turned to look at the glass vial, which indeed contained a red-black semi-liquid substance. He picked it up for a closer inspection, noting the label "red toxic blood sample." Brother Zhang took Officer Xiao Su's finger and squeezed, using a disposable blood collection needle to prick his ring finger, extracting a few drops of blood, which he quickly pressed with a cotton swab. The scent of that small amount of blood was only detectable if one got very close. Otherwise, an average person would not perceive it at all. Officer Tang observed their actions and asked Mo Fei, "What do you smell?" "The scent of fresh blood." Mo Fei hesitated before asking, "What are you doing?" "I can pretend I don't know. Please don't silence me." Officer Tang released his hand from Mo Fei's eyes and gently patted the back of his head. "All right. I think you should read fewer novels. You truly do have a canine spirit. Not only do you resemble a dog, but you also possess a dog's nose." Officer Tang remarked, folding his arms and regarding Mo Fei with curiosity. Brother Zhang also found it intriguing. Dogs have 200 million olfactory cells, while humans only have 5 million. Some individuals are born with a keen sense of smell. I've never encountered one so acute. That's merely because you haven't seen enough. Officer Tang chuckled, reminiscing about the years when our fingerprint identification technology was not yet advanced. We relied solely on human eyes for comparison. I recall a person in the criminal police team who could discern fingerprints with just his keen gaze, capable of identifying thousands upon thousands. In the entire system, he stood alone in his ability, earning the nickname Shun Yan. As Officer Tang reflected on the past, a hint of nostalgia washed over him. Eventually, with the advancement of software and hardware, he retired gracefully. "Isn't that a bit discriminatory?" Mo Fei retorted. "They call him Shin Yin for his prowess, while I get labeled as Dog Nose for mine." Officer Tang laughed. "I was merely praising you, yet you seem displeased." He recalled the last time Mo Fei noted a scent of blood wafting through the air during the road case documentation, pondering if it was simply an excuse. To detect such a scent from hundreds of meters away, even with the wind, is quite rare. How could you have perceived it? Young Officer Su seized the essence of the conversation. "So, does that imply the foul odors he detected were genuinely present?" As this topic arose, the smiles on Officer Tang and Brother Zhang's faces faded significantly. What exactly was that odor? Officer Su picked up the bottle they initially presented to Mo Fei, scrutinizing the label. The label, well preserved beneath transparent tape, was clearly marked as corpse fluid. Suddenly, Officer Su shot a glance at Officer Tang. "You have only just begun your duties and lack his acute sense of smell. It's entirely normal that you can't distinguish it." Officer Tang sighed. "If there truly is an issue at that dog breeding facility, your return is indeed warranted. Just 2 unarmed individuals in a dog breeding ground. Should the owner harbor ill intentions, they need not lift a finger. Simply unleashing the dogs would suffice to bury them both." Mo Fei, unable to see the label, leaned in curiously. What is it?" "Young man, do not be overly curious." Officer Tang redirected his chair, signaling to Officer Su and Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang began to tidy up the table, I'll take my leave now. See you later. Officer Su also understood the underlying message. After all, Mo Fei was merely an ordinary individual. Startling him could lead to undesirable consequences. He would eventually learn the truth, but it was best to take a gradual approach. Rather than bluntly confronting him with the grim reality of detecting the scent of decay, especially with mealtime approaching. Mo Fei, still somewhat dissatisfied, muttered, "Old Tang. How is it fair that Xiao Su gets to know a little secret that I cannot?" "Not fair," Officer Tang retorted, slapping his meal card into Mo Fei's hand. "Today, it's on me. Is that fair enough?" Although they received meal allowances and the canteen's prices were reasonable, they typically did not exhaust the funds on their cards. Yet they felt compelled to cover meal expenses for guests. While they were uncertain about others, everyone in their department would contribute. Chapter 64. The canine breeding ground. The discovery of the putrid odor at the dog breeding facility could not be overlooked. Observing Officer Su escorting Mo Fei to the canteen, Officer Tang called his colleagues to gather and assign tasks. The presence of a foul odor undoubtedly indicated the existence of remains, which implied a victim. Officer Tang instructed everyone to cross-reference the dog breeding owner's social circle with the missing persons list to identify any overlapping names. Knowing the dog breeding owner and being a missing person greatly increased the likelihood of being a victim. Recently, there had been a surge in missing persons due to human trafficking, but with a defined social circle, the search would be considerably easier. He also requested to borrow some veterinary anesthetics from the veterinary station and suggested bringing along the equipment from the dog catching unit. Officer Tang contemplated further, adding, "We should also bring the police dogs." A young officer raised a hand to inquire. "But if we act on this and the dog breeding facility turns out to be innocent, won't we face complaints? Furthermore, does such a thing as dogs attacking people still occur? Such events seem too horrific for ordinary individuals, akin to plots found only in films or novels." Officer Tang shook his head. "If you were to search on your phone, you would find cases from 10 years ago abroad of people being fed to pigs. These are real cases, not mere literary fiction. Moreover, our most critical course of action is that someone has reported this matter." Officer Tang looked sternly at the young officer. "We are obliged to respond to every report, even if 80 out of 100 are misunderstandings or pranks. That still means we can assist 10 individuals, does it not?" The young officer's gaze hardened with determination as he nodded in agreement. In the canteen, while Officer Su dined with Mo Fei, he pondered how he would respond if Mo Fei inquired about the source of the odor. However, it was evident that he worried needlessly. Upon entering the canteen, Mo Fei switched into eating mode, his focus entirely on the meal before him. The elderly staff at the canteen always greeted Mo Fei with joy. A young man who wholeheartedly enjoyed his food and was handsome was universally adored by the elderly. After making a round at the counter, Mo Fei was generously given an extra bottle of milk. This was a benefit of not being a police officer. Otherwise, Mo Fei likely would not have been able to enjoy such a meal. Officer Su absent-mindedly poked at the rice in his bowl, his mind consumed by the matters concerning the dog facility. Though he was off duty, he could still return to the team and contribute. Officer Su sighed. Mo Fei, cheeks bulging with food, glanced up to see Officer Su's troubled expression. Eating should be an enjoyable experience. What was there to worry about? He swallowed his food, sipped the milk, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "This fish-flavored shredded pork is delightful." "Nothing." Officer Su snapped back to reality, shaking his head. "Where are you filming today? I can take you there." "Are you out of your mind?" "I'm not a child," Mo Fei replied, looking at him as if he were foolish. "If you have something to do, go do it. I can simply take a cab. I have savings now and can afford it." Officer Su's eyes brightened. "Really? What is not real about it?" "If you have work, go handle it," Mo Fei said nonchalantly, returning his focus to his meal. "All right." Officer Su smiled, noticeably increasing his pace of eating. The two quickly finished their meals and returned to their respective duties. Upon exiting, Mo Fei hailed a cab, while Officer Su sought out Officer Tang for assignments. In truth, Mo Fei had his own suspicions about the peculiar attitudes of the officers after they had encountered the container. What could possibly rob an officer of their smile and put them on high alert? It could only be matters of life and death. Thus, the scent he detected could either be that of a corpse or the stench of impending violence. Neither scenario was favorable. Mo Fei did not consider himself a person of high moral standing and had no desire to interfere with their work. Simply staying out of the way would be the best assistance he could offer. When he arrived at the filming location, Xiao Qian was already sipping iced tea and perusing the script. Upon seeing Mo Fei, he welcomed him. "You've arrived just in time. You are both the screenwriter and the leading man, so you should help interview the actors this afternoon." Compared to the frenzied costume changes during filming yesterday, merely sitting and watching the auditions would surely be far less demanding. Mo Fei laughed as he settled in, pointing to his black trench coat. I walked off with someone else's clothes yesterday. Should I wash them and return them? Xiao Qian glanced at him. No need, if you like. You can pick out a few more outfits from the wardrobe. They all fit you. Such new designer clothes could be taken without hesitation. As luck would have it, Lu Chuanxiu had recently insisted on outfitting him. This would save quite a bit on wardrobe expenses. Mo Fei beamed with gratitude. This was no ordinary Xiao Qian, but rather a prodigal son of fortune. You mentioned feeling unwell yesterday. I trust you are better now? Xiao Qian inquired, having sketched a few lines on the script. Mo Fei shook his head, indicating that he was experiencing some lingering effects from the toxic fungi, though nothing serious. That is reassuring. Xiao Qian looked up with a kind smile, reminding him that he is the backbone of their team, and they are counting on him to remain steadfast. Mo Fei chuckled, about to respond with a few polite compliments, but paused, sensing something amiss. Director Qian, are you attempting to flatter me? How could that be? Xiao Qian's eyes brimmed with sincerity, insisting it was all genuine. Indeed, that is true. Mo Fei nodded appreciatively. The correlation between missing persons and the dog kennel owner's social connections was revealed through the assistance of the Household Registration Police. A group of female officers sat together, diligently verifying the data, and soon the final results were delivered to Officer Tang. Upon review, it was discovered that 2 individuals related to the kennel operator, including relatives, were missing, along with one being the creditor of his girlfriend. The officer placed the materials beside Officer Tang and continued, stating they had an unexpected find. Officer Tang swiftly scanned the documents, his eyes racing through the lines. One female officer pointed out a particular entry. This individual, the brother of the ex-wife of the pig farm owner they previously rescued, had once operated a hotel and was a former collaborator with the dog kennel owner. They had maintained no public dealings, and had it not been for this inquiry into the connection between the kennel owner and the missing persons, they would not have dug so deep. Officer Tang exhaled, closing the file and smiling at the female officers. Your hard work has been immensely helpful. It is our duty. The officer replied with a smile. Do we still need to file another report? Officer Tang handed the documents to Officer Xiao Su, urging him to expedite the process. We have dismantled the blood pig farm. Now we must take down this bone dog kennel. Chapter 65. The actor's dilemma. The police operations were in full swing. While Mo Fei felt dizzy from the auditions, the competition among actors had always been fierce, with a single opportunity attracting countless applicants. Not to mention, Xiao Qian, who was not short on funds, offered quite an attractive remuneration. Xiao Qian was patient and respectful, attentively watching each auditionee's performance. Mo Fei felt quite uneasy beside him. It was not that he lacked respect for others. Rather, some actors did not offer him the same courtesy in their performances. A fashion mogul should not merely be a sharp-tongued critic. They must also exhibit unparalleled fashion sensibility. A supervisor who only disparages without the ability to elevate others is a reality many face, but not one they wish to see in the cinematic world. Mo Fei leaned back in his chair, his eyes vacant. Not being addicted to his phone, he was tempted to check it out of boredom. The 2 most crucial roles in this film were the protagonist and his formidable boss. Other roles could be filled, but these 2 were irreplaceable. After yet another audition, Xiao Qian kindly informed the actress, your performance did not align with my requirements. You may leave now. Mo Fei had never heard him use a different phrasing. It was polite, yet distant, straightforward. This time, he did not rush to call the next candidate, but leaned closer to Xiao Qian to ask, will this method not lower our efficiency? Xiao Qian, still perusing the actor profiles, remained calm. Is it? Indeed. Mo Fei recounted his experiences. In other editions, writers and directors typically review photos first, eliminating those who do not meet their aesthetic standards, followed by dismissing those with exorbitant demands, then calling in candidates to perform, swiftly processing through each in mere minutes. Previously, he had thought such additions might be a bit hasty, but now, sitting behind the desk, he understood the rationale behind this approach. Yet, what if someone possesses a transformative performance ability, capable of embodying the essence of a formidable boss even if their appearance is not a perfect match? Xiao Qian appeared genuinely inquisitive. Mo Fei paused, but we are in an industry that emphasizes physical compatibility. Xiao Qian shook his head. One's appearance is not something one can choose. However, one can decide how to transform oneself. We must provide them with an opportunity to showcase their talents, as everyone is striving to live earnestly. Mo Fei supported his chin with his hand, contemplating for a moment before asking, where did you learn such wisdom? In the comments section of fans, Xiao Qian chuckled, revealing that he had spent days observing the insights shared by various stars. Finally, Mo Fei comprehended the essence of this brainwashing phenomenon. The fans expressed such sentiments in hopes of granting their idols more opportunities. Unexpectedly, a director had taken these words to heart, intending to offer all actors a chance. While the sentiment was not without merit, the investment required would be substantial, and most would overlook this aspect. Moreover, judging by Mo Fei's previous experiences on set, Xiao Qian, though seemingly mild-mannered, held high standards for the work, embodying the adage that good things come to those who wait. If they continued at this pace, a delightful film might not even finish shooting by next year. You carry on, I will browse my phone to refresh my mind, Mo Fei said, shaking his device. Xiao Qian nodded in agreement. Mo Fei propped his head up, opening his phone, though he was uncertain of what to engage with. A game? Not interested. Videos? All focused on acting techniques, which were unsuitable for the current context. Chatting with someone? Mo Fei scrolled through his contacts. The officers were certainly unavailable, busy with their duties. He could only reach out to others. He must not let El Chuanxiu discover he was slacking off. Mo Fei discreetly messaged Director Wang. Dear Director Wang, do you know of any reasonably priced, talented actors who embody the essence of a stylish mogul? After sending it, he quickly copied the message, omitting the salutation, and sent the same to Wu Miao. Both being in the film industry, these two constituted his most significant connections. Since the last incident involving the toxic fungi, their chat had been eerily silent. Mo Fei did not have an online addiction, while they likely felt awkward and refrained from initiating conversation. Wu Miao, embodying the energy of youth, responded quickly. Are you planning to film something, Mo Ge? Finding a stylish mogul can be quite challenging. You know how scarce resources are for actresses of a certain age in our industry. Just as Mo Fei began to reply, his phone buzzed again. Director Wang had replied. But Wu Miao was even faster. This young man seemed to have an uncanny speed at typing. As a flurry of messages appeared, if you genuinely wish to find someone, I can inquire with my sister. By the way, you probably don't know, but my older sister is my agent, dear. Last time, some paparazzi claimed she was my secret girlfriend, which was hilarious. When can we gather? Let us skip the fungi this time. I want to learn magic. No, wait. I meant magic tricks. Coach, I want to learn. Mo Fei stared at his phone, wondering if he had stirred a hornet's nest. Since they had exchanged contacts and entered the hospital, they had not had the chance to converse. He had not anticipated that Wu Miao would be such a chatterbox. With all these light-hearted yet trivial messages, Mo Fei chose to set them aside for the moment, suspecting there would be more to come. For now, he turned his attention to Director Wang's message. In contrast to the youthful exuberance of Wu Miao, Director Wang appeared far more composed. Initially sending a string of ellipses to express his disbelief before following up with 3 words, Hui Tianxin. The 3 words illuminated Mo Fei's thoughts directly. Indeed, this senior has always been a skilled performer, possessing commendable physical attributes, and most importantly, her fees are not exorbitant, with no outrageous demands reaching hundreds of millions. If someone could assist in making connections, it would be quite stable. Just then, Xiao Qian concluded another interview, and Mo Fei opened his phone to inquire with Hui Tianxin through Qiandu. Director Qian, what do you think of this actress? Xiao Qian scrolled through the introduction page, nodding in agreement. She does appear to be quite impressive, but would someone of her caliber consider joining our humble troupe? Mo Fei felt a sense of gratification at Xiao Qian's self-awareness, then waved his hand dismissively. No worries, we can negotiate. What remuneration are you willing to offer? Probably the same as yours at most. Xiao Qian shifted his gaze from the phone. She is indeed formidable, but I believe you are of greater significance. We cannot afford to make you uncomfortable. If that doesn't work, I can continue sifting through the sands. Xiao Qian's sincerity was palpable, and Mo Fei was genuinely moved. Ming Jun. He began to understand why loyal ministers were willing to sacrifice everything for a wise ruler. Generosity, reasonableness, and consideration for subordinates. How charming. After receiving Xiao Qian's offer, Mo Fei asked Director Wang for Hui Tianxin's contact information. Director Wang provided it, but pondered what kind of image he projected in Mo Fei's eyes. Typically, when actors approach directors, it is either to establish rapport or to tentatively inquire about available resources. However, Mo Fei was asking about resources that were not typically in an actor's purview. Director Wang found himself curious and tempted to ask if Mo Fei was transitioning into a producer role, but he refrained. Following the incident involving the poisonous mushrooms, Director Wang felt there was something sinister about Mo Fei. Although interacting with him did bring considerable inspiration, it always felt as though he was striking a deal with the devil, as if exchanging personal safety for creative insight. Never mind, a gentleman's friendship is quite sufficient. Hui Tianxin, also from the Zijing region, had won the Best Actress award many years ago, but her life had been fraught with challenges, having nearly succumbed to depression. She was in dire need of quality projects, and if Mo Fei's remuneration or script stood out, she would not refuse. Director Wang also wished to lend a hand to a fellow townsman. Mo Fei and Xiao Qian spent a considerable amount of time crafting their words, eventually leaving the phone call to Xiao Qian. In front of Hui Tianxin, they were both juniors, and Xiao Qian spoke with great humility and respect. Their humble troupe appeared to be one that churned out poor films, leaving Hui Tianxin somewhat disinterested. Upon hearing the offer, she seemed to relax slightly, expressing her desire to review the script before deciding on her involvement. For Mo Fei and Xiao Qian, this felt like a near confirmation. Victory was within reach. They exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. The subsequent additions for other actors proceeded much more smoothly, with the most crucial and challenging aspect resolved. They only needed to perform at a satisfactory level for the rest. After Xiao Qian treated Mo Fei to dinner, he announced the end of the workday, promising to meet again the following day. However, for Mo Fei, the day did not truly conclude. He still had unfinished business. The red paint at his doorstep, the blocked lock, and the litter scattered about remained unresolved. Mo Fei found it curious that the elderly woman had not made any noise. In the evening, he approached her home, this time not climbing through the window, but rather carrying a box of milk and knocking on the door with sincerity. The woman who opened the door appeared to be in a poor mental state, wearing an apron and seemingly preparing a meal. Upon seeing Mo Fei, her eyes brightened, and after shaking her head to indicate he should remain silent, she called into the house. "Mom, we've run out of cooking oil. I'm going to buy some." After a moment, a muffled response came from within. The woman stepped outside and conversed with Mo Fei at the staircase corner. "You came about last night, didn't you?" She seemed a bit shy. "It's all right, I've managed it." Mo Fei was taken aback. "Managed it? How did you handle it?" "I gave Mom some medication," she said, her fingers twisting nervously. "My mother-in-law has poor sleep quality, so I gave her a bit of a sedative and calming medicine. I figured it wasn't too much. Just a meal of 2 types, 5 pills each, for meals a day. This amount won't be fatal in the short term. It just helps keep her calm." Mo Fei listened without perceiving anything unusual and handed her the milk. "This is for Xiaowen. That child seems too thin. I can't accept this," the woman said. Flustered, "You've already helped me so much. It's too much." "I haven't helped you much." Mo Fei shook his head. He merely pretended to be mysterious. If the elderly woman did not stir up trouble, he would not inconvenience her innocent family. The woman forced a smile. "You've already made up my mind." "That is a great help." This statement sounded strange, and Mo Fei was puzzled. "What decision?" "My mother-in-law is averse to seeking medical help and refuses to take medicine." She looked down, appearing very gentle. "I've always hesitated to push her, and now I realize managing her and ensuring she takes her medication is the right thing to do. Indeed, patients should be treated this way." Mo Fei nodded in agreement. "She must take good care of herself." "I will take care of her," the woman affirmed, her smile becoming sincere. "I'm unsure how to address my benefactor. I am Mo Fei, and I live in another unit of our community." "Mr. Mo," the woman said, gently bowing, "my surname is Wan." "Miss Wan." Mo Fei felt somewhat uncomfortable with her profound respect, sensing it was peculiar, and pointed toward the hallway. "I still have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Noticing his hurried demeanor, Miss Wan reminded him. "Mr. Mo, there's an elevator. I prefer to exercise." Mo Fei replied, continuing on his way. Once he was out of earshot, Miss Wan turned back home. She placed the milk in Xiao Wen's room. Xiao Wen was lying on the floor drawing and, upon seeing the milk, was delighted, running over to hug her mother. "Mom, did the moon fairy come again?" "Yes." Miss Wen gently patted her little head. "The moon fairy said Xiao Wen is the most adorable and well-behaved child, and that mommy should take good care of you." Xiao Wen closed her eyes happily. "The moon fairy is wonderful. He made daddy disappear and made grandma better." Upon hearing this, Miss Wen's expression suddenly turned serious. "Xiao Wen, the moon fairy doesn't like others to speak of him. If you say it, he will never come again, and he'll bring back daddy and take mommy away." Xiao Wen looked alarmed. "Mom, I won't say that anymore, all right?" Miss Wen extended her pinky. "From now on, this will be our secret, pinky promise." Xiao Wen nodded vigorously. Their little fingers intertwined, providing mutual support. Miss Wen's expression softened. After her husband was imprisoned, when Xiao Wen asked where daddy had gone, she spun a tale about the moon fairy. To Xiao Wen, it was also the fairy who took daddy away. Little did she expect that someone would truly descend from the moon to assist them. She asked for little, just a safe upbringing for her child. Miss Wen hummed a tune while preparing soup, the small pills boiling and dissolving in the pot, the white medicine bottle nearly empty. A relaxed smile adorned her face. "Miss Wen, not Madam Li, how wonderful." Upon confirming that the elderly lady required rest at home and had no time to create disturbances, found himself troubled by the disarray of his own front door. How was he to clean this up? Zhang Nainai leisurely climbed up from downstairs and, upon seeing, smiled. Little Fei, you're back. I was just thinking of you yesterday, wondering about the state of your front door. With a troubled expression, replied, Grandma. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend? I could pay for some help. Zhang Nainai gestured an okay sign. I was afraid you might want to leave the scene to sell a sad story to the police, so I didn't touch anything. Waiting for you to say that. Chapter 67. Night raid on the dog kennel on a dark and windy night. While it may be a time for criminals to commit heinous acts, for the police, it is a time to apprehend wrongdoers. Officer Xiao Su is renowned for his swift report writing, and once a significant case is submitted, it does not matter whether the approver is at work. Even if the chief is snuggled in bed with his wife, he must be roused to sign off. Midnight operations yield the quickest approvals. All personnel were equipped and set forth. This operations challenge lay not in the humans involved, but in the dogs. Given the kennel's scale, they had borrowed all the anesthetics from the veterinary clinic, yet it would still likely be insufficient. The quantities used are not large, and the clinic's reserves are limited. If the kennel owner cooperated, it would be manageable. If not, the dogs could inflict considerable harm. Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang sat in the same vehicle, watching as he loaded bullets into the magazine. You should take these. Officer Tang handed several live rounds to Officer Xiao Su. Master, Officer Xiao Su queried. What do you need me to do with these? Officer Tang, focused on his task, casually replied. Last time we apprehended a murderer, there were plenty of guns, so it was quite safe. This time, we are dealing with beasts that lack humanity and cannot comprehend human speech. You should be well prepared. And you won't carry any? Officer Xiao Su asked. I'm getting older. I can't shoot as accurately as you youngsters. Officer Tang inserted the magazine back into his firearm. Then you wouldn't use only blanks, would you? Not even rubber bullets? Officer Xiao Su leaned over, concerned about friendly fire. Officer Tang elbowed him playfully and retorted, Nonsense. I'm your master. I could subdue you without a gun. Despite the jest, Officer Xiao Su pondered as he loaded bullets. The intel indicated that the kennel manager resided on-site daily and frequently paraded large dogs around, which suggested a guilty conscience. In any case, it was impossible to quietly infiltrate the kennel to apprehend anyone. Officer Tang, serious, gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, stating that the sooner they captured the target, the better. If the dogs were released, a fierce battle would ensue. The kennel, located in the suburbs, spanned several hundred square meters. As the police vehicle approached within 100 meters, the sound of barking dogs erupted. Initially, there were 1 or 2 barks, followed by a cacophony. Well-trained dogs possess strong alertness and territorial instincts. To minimize casualties, the officers refrained from a direct assault and instead sent Officer Xiao Su to deceive the kennel personnel into opening the door. The man they had encountered at the kennel during the day appeared, yawning and clearly impatient. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. It's me. We met during the day, Officer Xiao Su replied, standing at the entrance, flanked by armed colleagues. He greeted with a smile. I thought about it. And I want to buy a puppy to raise from a young age. It might do me good. There's no need to rush. It's the middle of the night, the man grumbled. From inside the kennel, another voice inquired. Who is there? Buying a dog, the man scratched his head, sighed, and opened the door, muttering about the oddities of these people. As he opened the door, Officer Xiao Su stepped inside and secured the iron gate. Before the man could react, the officers stationed on either side surged in. They quickly subdued him, preventing him from shouting, while others rushed into the dog kennels to apprehend individuals. The officers acted swiftly, aiming their weapons at the kennel manager before he could release the dogs. However, the large dog that had been by the manager's side lunged, attacking the lead officer with ferocity. The dog's assault was expertly executed, aimed directly at the throat. Had the officer not raised his arm in defense, it could have resulted in a fatal injury. Seizing the opportunity, the kennel manager attempted to flee, but officers behind him fired warning shots, and several rushed forward to restrain him and apply handcuffs, while others worked to subdue the attacking dog. Upon the gunfire, an uproar erupted in the dog kennels, with all the dogs becoming agitated. Officer Xiao Su, familiar with the terrain from his earlier visit, dashed toward the back area and spotted a woman in pajamas attempting to open a door, while dozens of green eyes within the enclosure stared at him. A chill ran down his spine as he shouted, Stop! I'm a police officer. Stop! Just as he grasped the woman, the gate swung open. Unlike the barking dogs in the kennel, the large dogs in the enclosure remained eerily silent, emitting low growls akin to wolves. Shadows darted forward, knocking both Officer Xiao Su and the woman to the ground. Officer Xiao Su felt excruciating pain as the dogs bit into his arms and legs. The leading wolf dog lunged for his throat, and he could count its fangs. Ignoring the pain, He thrust his hands forward to grasp the dog's jaws, attempting to redirect his firearm toward the beast. Tang Sheng. Officer Tang rushed in, witnessing the scene, and without hesitation, he fired at the pack of dogs. 3 shots rang out, momentarily stunning the group. Seizing the chance, Officer Xiao Su pressed down on the gun, and though the first few rounds were blanks, at such close range, the wolf dog was severely injured. After Officer Tang had subdued the pack, he did not check on Officer Xiao Su immediately, but strode forward to close the enclosure gate. Other officers soon arrived, and several large dogs that had been unleashed were shot on the spot, while 3 injured officers were taken away in an ambulance. The injuries sustained by the officers primarily affected their limbs, while the woman who had released the dogs was not as fortunate. She sustained severe wounds to her abdomen and face. Those needing urgent care were sent off, while those needing handcuffs were detained. Officer Tang and several colleagues remained at the kennel to manage the aftermath, but the thought of those vicious dogs almost being unleashed filled him with fury. He kicked the iron gate, causing a loud clang. Damn. Not only is this person suspicious, but the fact that he resisted law enforcement and attacked officers warrants severe consequences. Anyone without a guilty conscience would not instinctively release the dogs in a crisis. One officer took notes on the events of the night, sighing as he reflected on the dogs surrounding them, both in front and behind, with the latter being dangerous breeds that were prohibited from being kept. If they had not been well equipped and decisive, even a handful of strong men would have been devoured by the dogs. Moreover, the dogs' demeanor suggested they were intent on causing harm. Another young officer, holding a camera, expressed his lingering fear. They went for the throat. I doubt these were trained. Officer Tang's facial muscles twitched. Dig up that back area right now. Chapter 68. Mei Yi's escape route. This operation was executed with remarkable speed. While ordinary citizens carried on with their daily lives, the officers remained awake throughout the night. With the assistance of police dogs, law enforcement unearthed a substantial number of human bones from the back area. According to forensic evaluations, the majority of the bones unearthed belonged to adults, with a few fragments from children. Over 30 complete sets can be reconstructed, raising the question of how many relatives and loved ones are entwined in this grim narrative. This matter is of grave significance. The dog kennel's manager and staff were interrogated throughout the night. Previous human traffickers were tight-lipped, revealing nothing. However, this manager has provided some valuable information. His testimony indicates that many of the bodies buried beneath the soil were disposed of at the behest of a trafficker known by the codename Mei Yi. Engaged in human trafficking for over 2 decades, Mei Yi has trafficked individuals ranging from children to women, often utilizing her connections to capture victims from illegal mining sites. The bodies discovered in the soil represent those who were deemed unyielding by Mei Yi, alongside others who were weak and ill. Some appeared outwardly unremarkable, yet would succumb to illness at the slightest fright, leaving her with no choice but to dispose of the corpses. And then you fed them to the dogs, did you? The officer responsible for the record scoffed. Such claims are hardly credible. Could Mei Yi's trafficking extend to the creditors of his former girlfriend? The dogs at the kennel are managed by the ex-girlfriend of the manager, who seems to have maintained a complicated relationship even after their separation. The officers meticulously presented the evidence they had gathered. With so many bones excavated from the dog kennel, if the manager fails to disclose substantial information, he would face multiple charges, including desecration of corpses, assaulting an officer, and resisting arrest. Should the officers uncover evidence of his involvement in the death of the unfortunate creditor, he would be further charged with intentional homicide. Given the severity of the situation, execution would be a likely consequence. It is clear that the manager is aware of this reality, demonstrating a cooperative attitude, confessing everything except for the claim of not having committed murder. This includes information about Mei Yi's whereabouts. According to him, after the police intensified their crackdown on human trafficking, Mei Yi fled, reportedly heading to a Southeast Asian country, though he was unaware of her means of departure. Furthermore, as he has never met Mei Yi in person, he is unable to provide a description. This indicates the cunning nature of Mei Yi. Officer Xiao Su is in worse condition than his colleague, with several stitches in his arms and legs, and has received rabies vaccinations. The police department granted him a few days off to recuperate. Had he not discovered someone attempting to unleash the dogs, the consequences could have been dire. Ultimately, all the dogs that had consumed human flesh were put down to prevent public panic. This incident will not be reported until the final verdict is reached. It can be seen as the removal of a malignant tumor. In another part of the city, Mo Fei, busy changing locks at his front door until midnight, awoke to the sound of his alarm. His eyes opened slowly, and his expression was blank. A seam crept across the floor. You're up. Mo Fei rubbed his face in a futile attempt to awaken himself. How strange. It feels like I just lay down when the alarm went off. It indicates a problem with your brain. There's no hope left. Just wait for death. Came the reply. I believe I can still be saved. Mo Fei rose from his bed to wash up. After splashing cold water on his face, he felt significantly more alert. A knock at the door was followed by Lu Chuanxiu's voice from outside. Xiao Fei, open the door. I brought you breakfast. Mo Fei felt invigorated and hurried to open the door for his morning meal. As Lu Chuanxiu entered, she observed the newly changed lock. When did you change the lock? It wasn't tea like this when I came a few days ago. Mo Fei replied as he bit into a bun. Grandma Zhang downstairs helped me change it. She felt the previous one was unsafe. You certainly should be more mindful of your safety now. Lu Chuanxiu nodded in agreement. But does Grandma Zhang possess such skills? She helped me pick the lock. Mo Fei took a sip of soy milk through a straw and inquired, why did you come over so early? Lu Chuanxiu sat on the sofa and retrieved a gift box from her bag, saying with a hint of annoyance, what do you think I came for? Mo Fei clearly had forgotten their earlier conversation. In recent days, he had been busy reporting the dog kennel, assisting with interviews, and cleaning the entrance. He was nearly at his wit's end. Lu Chuanxiu pulled out a heavenly bead collar from the gift box and waved it at Mo Fei. Mo Fei squatted down before her, allowing her to adorn him with it while simultaneously munching on a bun and sipping soy milk. The deep brown leather cord threaded through the heavenly bead and rested on Mo Fei's neck, exuding a wild, untamed beauty. This fellow seems to be growing increasingly rebellious. While Lu Chuanxiu found it visually appealing, she also felt that her artist was straying further from elegance. Mo Fei turned to Yi Tiaocheng and asked, brother, are you satisfied? Yi Tiaocheng nodded modestly. Get me one as well, and I'll be content. Mo Fei nearly choked on his bun. You want one too? Do you know how expensive this is? He counted on his fingers. It's thousands, tens of thousands. It's not like you're the one paying. Lu Chuanxiu rolled her eyes, pulled out her phone to take a picture, and said, I'll show this to the brand. Perhaps I can snag a freebie or a discount for endorsement, and it will also boost my familiarity. Mo Fei began searching online for alternatives, such as plastic heavenly beads with loose leather cords. He estimated that making one himself would cost less than 10 yuan. Yi Tiaocheng clearly saw through Mo Fei's intentions and quickly interjected, it has to be authentic, original, identical to yours. If it's not the same, how can it represent the person it adorns? Mo Fei found both the bun and soy milk suddenly unappetizing. A genuine money-eating beast, indeed. However, it seemed to attract wealth, so he decided to follow through with his word. Lu Chuanxiu stared in disbelief as Mo Fei genuinely began placing an order on his phone. Curiously glancing out the window, is the sun rising from the east today? She then reached out to pinch Mo Fei's face. Or did someone swap that miserly ghost? Stop joking. Mo Fei turned his face away, focusing intently on the screen of his phone. A promise made must be fulfilled, even if it involves a cat. That is a virtue. Lu Chuanxiu raised an eyebrow, pleased by Mo Fei's spirited demeanor. If he had poor character, she would not be inclined to support him despite his quirky nature. Leaning back on the sofa, Lu Chuanxiu smiled and said, I have some good news to share with you. Care to take a guess? Mo Fei's eyes sparkled. Did you strike it rich? Lu Chuanxiu shook her head. Did I strike it rich? Mo Fei continued, shaking his head in response. Mo Fei's interest waned instantly. Then what good news is there? I've terminated contracts with most of my other artists and will focus solely on you from now on. Isn't that good news? Lu Chuanxiu said with a bright smile. Shall I move in with you on the upper floor? I seem to have noticed that the upstairs is available for rent, Lch remarked, gesturing towards the upper level. This way, it would be more convenient for me to take care of you. Before I could voice his objections. Lch decisively concluded, what a splendid idea. I shall contact the landlord upstairs right away. With that, she grabbed her bag and exited. Mfi, bewildered, finished his soy milk and pondered, what just happened? Yto she, lounging nearby, licked its fur and quipped, I now have another dining venue, and you another father. Mfi felt a hint of discord in Yto she's words, yet found himself unable to counter them. He had not anticipated Lch's decision to terminate her contract with other artists, as this placed all attention squarely upon him. Mfi sensed the weight of responsibility on his shoulders intensifying. He opened his phone to check today's work schedule, only to be bombarded with a flurry of messages. WMO inquired, do you have any work lately? Followed by, have you finished metabolizing the toxin? And how about I come to observe your work? My sister has given her approval. He added, I assure you, it is not merely for the purpose of learning magic. Mfi silently replied with 4 words, you better do so. Upon receiving his response, WMO grew more animated. Then it settled. Send me the address, and I shall come to observe. He continued, I have purchased numerous decks of cards and diligently practiced, ensuring I shall not disappoint you, my teacher. MFI frowned at his phone screen, astonished at how he had suddenly become a mentor. This child was quite adept at taking advantage of opportunities. In truth, MFI did not fully comprehend that WMO, having acted since childhood, had few friends his age, mostly girls, and felt a bit lonely without companions. Even though MFI often wore a stern expression while filming, his impressive skills at the rap party were undeniably captivating. No boy could resist the allure of performing magic with empty hands, rivaling even that of a towering excavator. Through their interactions during breaks on set, WMO discovered that beneath MFI's fierce facade lay a congenial individual, and they shared a camaraderie forged over the consumption of toxic fungi. Moreover, how bad could a food-loving boy truly be? WMO yearned to befriend him. His older sister, who worked as his manager, had encountered MFI and LCH at the hospital and deemed them harmless despite their obscurity, thus granting WMO permission to associate with them. LCH returned after noting the landlord's contact number, glancing at her phone and urging MFI, "Don't you have work today? Pack up and let's go." "Should I prepare some snacks to entertain him?" MFI inquired, holding up his phone, uncertain due to his lack of experience in hosting. "Who is coming to observe?" LCH squinted at his screen, and upon seeing the contact name, exclaimed, "WMO? He holds a far greater status than you. And he wishes to observe you?" LCH incredulously questioned MFI, "What kind of leverage do you have over him?" MFI's mind raced. Arriving at the conclusion, "My charismatic allure must be shining brightly." "I see you are merely fortunate." LCH shook her head. "It seems your luck has improved recently." MFI pointed to YTO, she lounging nearby. "Zumo dispels evil, as stated by the veterinarian. He did not deceive me. Enough with the superstitions. I shall handle the arrangements for WMO." LCH raised her wrist to glance at her watch. "You have half an hour. Make haste." MFI sprang up from the floor, understood. Today, Xiao Qian's work agenda involved interviewing a few other actors. After sharing the script with Hu Tnxn, he ceased the auditions for the role of the fashion mogul. He held a firm belief in the script's quality. Although it might not be groundbreaking, it was undoubtedly above the passing mark. There was no reason for rejection. Upon their arrival, Xiao Qian greeted MFI and LCH with a wave. "Good morning." "Good morning," MFI replied, taking a seat beside him. "What stage are we at now?" Xiao Qian flipped through his notebook. "Renovations." MFI raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Renovations?" "Indeed, most actors have been selected. And once the office set is renovated, we can commence filming." Xiao Qian sighed. "We need to speed up that segment." "That's rather uncharacteristic of you." MFI chuckled. "Why the sudden urgency?" Xiao Qian closed his notebook. "That floor was previously occupied by employees. They were given paid leave while we revamped the layout. Once filming concludes, we must restore it. And if we delay too long, the employees may voice their discontent." MFI shook his head. "You clearly do not understand the working class. The longer the paid leave, the better. In our establishment, we provide self-service lunch, afternoon tea, a lounge, a gym, a media room, and even pet care." Xiao Qian stated calmly. "Bonuses are based on efficiency, and aside from year-end gatherings, team building is non-existent." Xiao Qian continued. "If they work from home, they must prepare their meals, and consequently, work efficiency declines, leading to reduced bonuses. No wonder they are displeased." MFI nodded thoughtfully, recognizing it as a paradise for those eager to excel. Xiao Qian concurred. "I have witnessed their working demeanor. If I were placed in their position, I would not last a day." MFI and Xiao Qian exchanged a knowing glance, reaching a mutual understanding on the futility of competition. "Then let us expedite the filming process and return the space to them." MFI remarked with a hint of melancholy. He could not hinder others from prospering simply because he chose not to compete. That would be unethical. "Have you provided insurance for the employees?" MFI inquired. Xiao Qian replied serenely. "Yes, regular health checks are also conducted. After all, the goal of a business owner should not be to profit at the cost of lives." As they engaged in casual conversation and interviewed several actors, noon approached. MFI received a message from WMO, stating he was nearing the audition location. MFI intended to meet him, but WMO insisted it was unnecessary, revealing he had disguised himself to evade paparazzi, asserting MFI would not recognize him. This revelation piqued MFI's curiosity. What sort of disguise could possibly elude my watchful eye? A figure clad in a sweatshirt, baseball cap, and mask, with only a pair of eyes visible, appeared near the filming site, peering about. Such individuals might seem out of place elsewhere, yet within the vicinity of a film set, their presence was entirely reasonable. Actors, after all, varied only in fame. LCH and Key noticed and approached the person, calling out, WMO? Startled. WMO instinctively denied. You must be mistaken. Still in denial? LCH and Key laughed. You are here to find MFI, right? Follow me. WMO, feeling somewhat awkward, responded. Oh, you must be MG's manager. Yes, my surname is L. LCH and Key recalled their previous encounter at the hospital when WMO had suffered from toxin poisoning, and an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. How have you been feeling lately? It was evident WMO had heard from his manager about that incident, for if not for the mask, his face would be crimson. He replied, I am completely recovered. Such an incident of toxin poisoning affecting the entire crew had not occurred since the establishment of the film city. Ever since, the restaurant walls had been plastered with food safety reminders. They had certainly left their mark in the film city's history. Upon seeing MFI, WMO jogged over. Go, I have arrived. MFI observed his suspicious attire. Contemplating how Officer T-Ing would surely apprehend him if he caught sight of him, he resolved to provide WMO with a warning in the future. Nevertheless, he rose to greet him. Welcome. This is the director of my current project, Mr. Chien. And this is WMO, a former child star turned seasoned actor. Xiao Qian extended his hand towards him, appearing rather composed. I have heard of you. My grandmother is quite fond of the dramas you star in. Wu Miao shook hands with him, saying, Director Qian, it is a pleasure. Neither of them sought to expand their network. After their introduction, they tacitly ignored one another. Wu Miao tugged at Mo Fei, retrieving a brand new deck of playing cards from his hoodie pocket. Mo Ge, look. He extended his hand to demonstrate, but the cards flew out of his palm. That is how it is. Wu Miao felt a bit disheartened as they continued to escape his grasp. Xiao Qian picked up one of the cards from the ground, pinched it between his fingers, and with a flick of his wrist, sent the card flying. With a sharp thud, it embedded itself into the leg of a wooden chair, much to Wu Miao's astonishment. Mo Fei gazed at him with admiration, giving a thumbs up. Impressive, you have quite the skill. I practiced a bit during my free time, Xiao Qian replied with a shy smile. He had once considered using cards to carve sculptures, but realized that paper cards could only be embedded in wood, not shaped, and ultimately abandoned the idea. Wu Miao attempted to retrieve the card from the chair leg. The card was made of paper, yet the mark it left was undeniably real. That is so cool. I want to learn too. Wu Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Xiao Qian. Performing card tricks with bare hands was indeed impressive, and he yearned to master it. Xiao Qian pondered for a moment. But I have to shoot a film. I want to have time to teach you. Mo Fei shrugged as well. I'm the lead actor in this group and about to start filming. I can't teach you magic either. Can I join you? Wu Miao blurted out eagerly. Both Xiao Qian and Mo Fei were taken aback. Standing nearby, El Chuanxiu felt a pang of anxiety for her fellow agent and reminded, Teacher Wu, perhaps it would be wise to consult your agent before making a decision? Wu Miao then realized and took out his phone. Oh right. I'll call them now. Watching Wu Miao move to the corner to make the call, El Chuanxiu quietly approached Mo Fei. Do you know who I thought of when I saw him? Mo Fei stroked his chin, guessing your brother? I don't have a brother. Your ideal type? Mo Fei grinned mischievously. Sister, if you like younger guys, you could find someone with a baby face. The age gap could create some distance. Shut it. El Chuanxiu nudged him. I thought of you when I saw him. The two troublesome individuals exchanged glances. From now on, report any developments to me, understood? Don't just act on impulse. Mo Fei felt wronged, rubbing the spot she had nudged. Fine, fine. After a brief conversation, Wu Miao returned with his head down, visibly chastened by his agent. I have some promotional work to attend to later, so I might not be able to join you. Promotional work? El Chuanxiu asked curiously. Is it for director Wang's film? Has it been edited so swiftly? Wu Miao nodded, then shook his head. It's that film. But since it only requires editing and some basic post-production, it's relatively quick. However, it's not that fast. It's merely to assist with the promotion. He added, a hint of envy in his voice. Mo Ge is the fifth lead. It doesn't matter if he goes or not, but I can't escape my obligations. That is still a good thing. El Chuanxiu smiled, patting Mo Fei. This is your first time as the lead, so since Teacher Wu is here, why not let him give you some guidance? Wu Miao smiled shyly. We can learn from each other and improve together. They had lunch together, and by the afternoon, most of the crew had arrived. They needed to discuss the upcoming work arrangements. Wu Miao initially intended to keep a low profile, but no one seemed to mind his presence. Even Xiao Qian waved for him to sit down and listen for any areas that might require improvement. Wu Miao had never encountered such a crew before. While it was surprising, it was also somewhat refreshing. However, as the discussions progressed, his expression became increasingly numb. What kind of crew was this? Was there not a single professional among them? The lighting technician was poring over the instruction manual. The makeup artist still donned in paint-splattered overalls, the costume designer was sketching on a tablet, and the cinematographer was measuring proportions with his thumb. The only somewhat reliable individual was Mo Fei, yet as a professional actor, he lacked expertise in other roles, leading to many assumptions that were fundamentally flawed. The most absurd was the director, who, while listening to Mo Fei, was fervently taking notes, embodying the eager student. Wu Miao pinched his thigh, feeling the pain. So this was not a dream. Such a crew truly existed? What kind of place had spawned these wealthy descendants with too much money to burn? Or was it money laundering? In any case, it seemed they had more funds than they knew what to do with. El Chuanxiu was equally shocked by the crew's work ethic, feeling the impact just as strongly as Wu Miao. She had anticipated that this crew might be unreliable, but she hadn't expected it to be this unprofessional. Thankfully, the contract was signed, and the payment had been received. Otherwise, El Chuanxiu would genuinely worry that one day these people might decide to shoot for outer space. After listening for a while, Wu Miao could no longer endure it and raised his hand to speak. May I offer a few suggestions? Chapter 71. Shooting accelerates. The entire crew was in a state of confusion, and they welcomed any suggestions. Xiao Qian led the applause. Let us welcome Teacher Wu to share his invaluable insights. The others joined in enthusiastically. Having started acting at a young age, Wu Miao was accustomed to the spotlight and thought nothing could embarrass him. However, since meeting Mo Fei, he had felt awkward on 2 occasions. Once when he was humiliated in front of others, and now. Mo Gu was truly a remarkable person, surrounded by a group of equally extraordinary friends. Clearing his throat, Wu Miao spoke up. First, I suggest you hire a lighting assistant so that he doesn't have to keep flipping through the manual. He pointed to Ji Xingyu, who was frantically thumbing through the instruction book. Ji Xingyu had only used basic fill lights in the past, and the most complex operation he had performed was changing a lampshade. It was impossible to operate such a large machine without consulting the manual, yet the instructions were overwhelming. After Wu Miao made this suggestion, Ji Xingyu calmly closed the manual. I believe he is correct. I can cover the assistant's salary. You needn't worry about that. Hiring an assistant is simple. I will handle it, Xiao Qian noted as he jotted down the task in his notebook. Any other suggestions? Wu Miao posed a profound question. Do you have a script supervisor? Though often overlooked, the role of a script supervisor is indispensable in a film crew. Simply put, they manage everything, ensuring that nothing goes awry. Every crew requires a motherly figure like a script supervisor. Having worked as a script supervisor in such an environment would surely be a commendable addition to one's resume. If this crew can function well, what could a script supervisor not handle? Xiao Qian pondered for a moment. I believe the class monitor could. I don't think that's feasible. Ji Xingyu set the lighting manual aside. The class monitor went abroad last year and is currently a war correspondent. You've forgotten? Xiao Qian suddenly recalled. Oh, right. We visited him after he was hospitalized from an explosion. He then frowned. But the only person I know who can untangle all these chaotic matters is the class monitor. Wu Miao watched from the sidelines, hesitant to speak. In this situation, no matter which script supervisor he recommended, he felt he would be pursued by that individual. Clapped his hands. I have a candidate. All eyes turned towards him. Past experiences indicated that apart from the class monitor, there was another individual capable of organizing matters, who raised a finger and asserted, Mom. The venue fell into a profound silence. Surveyed the room and sighed. If anyone here has a mother, please raise your hand. Took 2 seconds to react before promptly raising his hand high. Also slowly lifted his hand. The most peculiar sight was the girl with short hair and tattoos, whose hand hovered uncertainly, torn by indecision. Noticing the gazes upon her, she furrowed her brow and inquired, does a mother who has severed ties with her daughter still count as a mother? Was astounded. How remarkable. With so many people in this crew, they couldn't muster 2 mothers. What a hellish joke. No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. It felt as though nothing could surprise anyone in this group anymore. Resignedly nodded. I suppose I must consult my mother about her thoughts. His mother had previously worked in a theater and also had experience in administrative management. If she were willing to assist, it would pose no problem. Reassured him. Others nodded in agreement. The director possessed admirable qualities, generous, eager to learn, and good-natured, though somewhat slow in temperament. If only someone decisive were present, the progress might be expedited. Your opinion is invaluable. Thank you. Expressed his gratitude to while clutching his notebook. Chuckled awkwardly. No worries, no worries. Just don't mention that the suggestions were mine. It would be rather embarrassing. As for, he had long since grown numb to the antics. This arrangement, akin to child's play, was acceptable as long as it was legal and ethical. One shouldn't impose overly high expectations on the naive youngsters. After finalizing the candidate, wasted no time in contacting people. Before the official shooting commenced, hadn't forgotten his purpose for being there, inquiring about any techniques from while holding a deck of cards. Was forthcoming, sharing everything he could. Playing with cards, concealing cards, shuffling, and so forth. Essentially, the art of card tricks hinged upon swiftness. Other forms of magic bore similar principles. You either had to be quick or rely on trustworthy props in grand settings. Magic was a form of deception, albeit with a focus on aesthetics. The hand speed of the was undoubtedly the fastest among the cards acquired thus far. In fact, should so desire, he could snatch his phone from his pocket in a fleeting moment. However, that would be unlawful. Had no intention of becoming a criminal. After warmly seeing off, arrived at the scene upon call, she appeared quite pleased with her ability to contribute to the filming. Held his notebook, explaining the duties of a script supervisor. After listening, succinctly summarized, just a jack of all trades? Was momentarily at a loss for words. It doesn't matter. Rolled up her sleeves and laughed. Good thing I'm wearing something convenient for movement. Your mother has done all sorts of work before. Although harbored aspirations of becoming a renowned actress, she wasn't solely fixated on that role. Following her organization, the entire crew became remarkably orderly. Even the new actors signed by were well arranged. Such execution and integration skills were exceptional. Leaned over to and inquired. I haven't asked, what was your mother's previous occupation? Chief Executive Officer of the company, the Queen of Efficiency, replied, reflecting on his mother's demeanor at work, feeling somewhat melancholic. Now that she's here, we have no choice but to keep up with the pace. A bittersweet smile graced his face. He was well aware of his mother's capabilities. Previously, he hadn't considered inviting her to avoid adding pressure on himself. However, it became clear that they couldn't obstruct others' ambitions simply for their comfort. The eager workers at the company were awaiting their return to action. Is this the result of all your hard work over the past days? Scrutinized the notebook. Her brow furrowed tightly. If I had an employee as sluggish as you back in the day, I would have sent you back to play. Come here. I'll assign you some work. Wore a serene smile as he approached, under the watchful gaze of, who looked on with admiration. Munching on sunflower seeds. Stood beside. Why is there such a stark contrast in personality between mother and son? Before could respond, called out. Male lead, come over. Begrudgingly tucked the seeds into his pocket. Coming. Chapter 72. Joker. After joined the production team, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As the director's mother, she naturally exerted a commanding presence over the staff. As an elder, she also held considerable sway over the group of senior students that had gathered. In summary, with this esteemed figure on board, the filming process not only became smoother, but the smiles vanished from everyone's faces. And the cinematographer continued to bicker over visual matters. An art student and the cinematographer, a photography student, both pursued the aesthetic quality of the visuals. Lighting, character positioning, and camera angles significantly impacted the final product. They were determined to ensure that every frame of the film could stand alone as a masterpiece. Even did not oppose such a meticulous approach. However, it was taxing for the actors, who had to endure repeated angle tests and reshoots. Expressed her willingness to join the filming the day after reading the script. Although she was still in at the time and only arrived at the crew 2 days later. By then, had already single-handedly eradicated the lethargy within the crew, and everyone appeared particularly spirited and motivated. Initially assumed that a little-known grassroots troupe would be amateurish and had mentally prepared herself for chaotic direction. Yet, in truth, she found herself in sync with. Both were exceedingly serious about their work, addressing issues with straightforward efficiency. When problems arose, they tackled them head-on, and greatly appreciated this former film queen, resulting in a harmonious relationship. Consequently, the atmosphere within the crew became even more intense. During breaks in filming, found himself unable to resist chastising himself. What a notion to ask for his mother's assistance. Who could have guessed that mild temperament would be matched by a mother who was a veritable powerhouse? He had expected a gentle mother instead. As the filming progressed at a frenetic pace, also encountered a new round of card swaps. It was an unremarkable afternoon when, while relishing his boxed lunch, he noticed colorful lines intertwining to form a brand new card. Identity, Joker active, demolition expert, art is, sophistry, as long as you can rationalize it. Your words will gain persuasive power. Passive, smile, a smile is a life attitude. Those who smile often won't have too much bad luck. For those with poor luck can't smile. Fear aura, as a legend, no one can escape the shadow of fear under your intent to intimidate. It's quite effective for scaring children. Retain skills, moth to the flame, proficient in human anatomy, best partner, master of magic, the skills of the card, aside from lifelong rival, were all commendable, and the retained skills pleased as well. Yet, he found the Joker card somewhat perplexing. It appears there are no particularly disappointing skills. Yet an inexplicable strangeness lingers. He set down his boxed meal, and 2 playing cards materialized in his hand. The Joker? Ji Xingyu inquired in confusion. Are you thinking of playing Do Diju? Mo Fei slowly shook his head. These are my identification card and its photocopy. Lu Chunqiu, seated across from him with his meal, merely offered a polite smile upon hearing this. If you make such cold jokes outside, I shall toss you and your playing cards into the trash bin. Mo Fei immediately sobered, stowing the cards away and continuing his meal. Recently, his life had been relatively tranquil, although he bore the burdensome state of Fei Yifu Hua. It seemed that, like a magnet requiring iron nearby, perhaps the multitude of individuals previously apprehended had left his surroundings quite clean, thus temporarily rendering Fei Yifu Hua unable to interfere with Mo Fei. Within the production team, he had learned a great deal from the experienced Hui Tianxin, and having a reliable mentor was indeed a blessing. Once he changed into the Joker costume and concluded his shift, Lu Chunqiu and Mo Fei shared a taxi home. Inside the car, Lu Chunqiu alternated between glancing at his phone and observing Mo Fei, unable to resist asking, "Are you particularly happy today?" Mo Fei was lost in thought, gazing out the window at the scenery, and responded with confusion, "It's just ordinary. The shoot went smoothly, so I shouldn't be upset." "Ordinary, yet you smile so brightly?" Lu Chunqiu raised his phone, activating the front camera and presenting it to Mo Fei. "I thought you found money." Mo Fei took the phone and looked at the screen. There he was, his familiar handsome face adorned with a radiant smile, one he had not even realized he was displaying. His eyes widened in surprise, mirroring the astonishment reflected back at him from the screen, yet his smile remained undiminished. He rubbed his face, pressing his lips together. Lu Chunqiu watched as his expression twitched before returning to calmness, though a faint smile lingered, impossible to erase. In that moment, Mo Fei understood why Xiao Mian Xiang Ying was a passive expression. To refrain from smiling required an active effort to control facial muscles. Thus a smile was indeed a state of passivity. This card was not merely a jest, but a source of discomfort. What if he were to smile at a funeral or while passing by someone unfortunate? Being scolded would be the least of his worries. Avoiding a beating would be a fortunate outcome. The last traces of his smile faded amidst a gentle sorrow. Lu Chunqiu had grown accustomed to Mo Fei's intermittent whims and retrieved his phone to check the upcoming work schedule. Once Director Qian wraps up, we can seamlessly transition to Director Wang's audition. If you pass the audition and join the cast, we will avoid any gaps in our schedule. Lu Chunqiu beamed. If all goes smoothly, I will arrange a break for you to go out and have fun with your friends. Upon hearing about the break, Mo Fei perked up. Really? Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Chunqiu nodded. Apart from Yunsheng, you can go wherever you wish. I will grant you a few extra days to enjoy yourself. In that instant, Mo Fei's smile blossomed, unable to be suppressed. His good mood persisted until they returned home. Lu Chunqiu watched as Mo Fei bought a toy racing car, a box of building blocks, and a doll. The first two could be attributed to a nostalgic yearning for childhood, but what was the significance of the doll? Surely, it couldn't be intended as a gift for someone? Lu Chunqiu directly questioned Mo Fei about the toys. Mo Fei scratched his head. Well, there's a family in our community where the husband was arrested, the elderly are ill and still taking medication, and the child is quite young. Only one woman is holding the family together, and I felt pity for the little one. The crux of the matter was that the husband of that household was indirectly sent to prison by Mo Fei, and the elderly woman had been frightened to illness. Miss Wen was considered his accomplice. How convoluted this sounds, Mo Fei thought. In any case, you will understand once you see them. The child is truly adorable. Mo Fei downplayed the situation, gazing earnestly at Lu Chunqiu. It would be best if you could assist me, as it is not appropriate for me to visit alone. Lu Chunqiu found himself with a handful of toys, momentarily unsure whether to feel gratified that Mo Fei had finally learned to avoid misunderstandings or to be annoyed that he was once again being overly kind-hearted. Chapter 73. The number one fan regardless of the era, being a good person is never an easy task. However, Lu Chunqiu understood that he could not dissuade Mo Fei. This child, once struggling to fend for himself, had always been the type to help an elderly lady cross the street, now that life had improved. It was unsurprising that he would lend a hand to someone else in difficulty. Kindness is not a fault, but a lack of discernment in kindness can be problematic. Given that Mo Fei had come to realize that his impulsive visits could cause distress to others, it was a sign of growth. And Lu Chunqiu felt more reassured than anything. This child had a mind, but rarely applied it to serious matters, allowing it to rust. Lu Chunqiu approached the household Mo Fei had mentioned, cautiously knocking on the door. It was opened by a somewhat timid and wary woman. The door was only ajar, and Miss Wen revealed half her face as she inquired, "May I ask who you are looking for?" Lu Chunqiu raised the items in his hand as a gesture. "I am Mo Fei's manager, here to deliver some items. Upon hearing Mo Fei's name, the door opened fully. Miss Wen, with one hand concealed behind her back, smiled as she invited Lu Chuanxiu inside. "Ah, you are Mr. Mo Fei's manager. Please come in." The shift in her demeanor was quite stark. As Lu Chuanxiu entered, she could not help but ponder internally. How many times had that kid helped her? The mere mention of his name seemed to hold great power. "These are the toys Mo Fei bought for the children," Lu Chuanxiu said, placing the toys on the living room floor, turning to converse with Miss Wen. "I was wondering if you..." Lu Chuanxiu's words faltered. She had just revealed the hand she had kept hidden, now brandishing a kitchen knife as she walked towards the kitchen. Miss Wen noticed Lu Chuanxiu's gaze and cheerfully pointed toward the kitchen. "I was just cutting vegetables. I grabbed it for convenience. Please have a seat. I will be right with you." She indeed entered the kitchen. Through the transparent glass door, Lu Chuanxiu could see Miss Wen bustling about, appearing quite virtuous. That unsettling feeling was likely just a figment of his imagination. Sitting on the sofa, a little girl peeked out from a room. The girl appeared shy, and when Lu Chuanxiu waved at her, she retreated back into the room. "My apologies, Xiao Wen is quite shy," Miss Wen said as she emerged from the kitchen. Pouring a glass of water for Lu Chuanxiu, "Mr. Mo Fei is truly too kind." Her gaze fell upon the assortment of toys, and a hint of confusion crossed her features. "That racing car, is it for Xiao Wen as well?" Lu Chuanxiu, uncertain of her circumstances, hesitated for a moment before replying. "If there are no other children in your household, then it is likely intended for that little girl. I have only Xiao Wen as my daughter," Miss Wen stated, her expression softening at the mention of her child. "Xiao Wen, come out to meet our guest." The little girl emerged from the room, softly greeting, "Hello, Auntie." Only then did Lu Chuanxiu notice how emaciated the girl appeared. Even her clothes seemed ill-fitting. Upon seeing the toys, Xiao Wen's eyes sparkled, yet she wisely looked to Miss Wen for approval. Miss Wen gently patted Xiao Wen's head, speaking softly, "These are gifts from the moon. You may accept them." But Xiao Wen beamed, executing a deep bow towards Lu Chuanxiu. "Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Wen will treasure them dearly." Qi was taken aback by the child's maturity, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good child, go play with it. There's no need for this, truly not." Xiao Wen glanced once more at Miss Wen, and upon receiving a nod, she chose the smallest packaged building block puzzle from a pile of toys and returned to her room. Such a considerate child. The upbringing must have been exceptional. Qi, having encountered many mischievous children, had never seen such a well-behaved little girl. Miss Wen smiled softly as she sipped her tea, showing no reaction to her comment. It is the nature of children to love play. Such maturity undoubtedly stems from external influences. If given a choice, Miss Wen would prefer Xiao Wen to be a more playful child, for such children are nurtured solely in love. After expressing her thoughts, Qi's gaze fell upon the incongruous racing car. Thus, this household only had one girl. For whom had MFI purchased this car? For the child's mother? Or perhaps for the elder? Qi found it perplexing, yet Miss Wen, following her gaze, chuckled upon spotting the racing car. "I believe I understand why Mr. MFI asked you to bring this," she clarified, her eyes sparkling with understanding. "I remember when I was young, I adored four-wheel drive cars and robots. Yet everyone insisted those were toys for boys." Miss Wen admired MFI's perspective, remarking, "Mr. MFI truly is a gentle soul." Hearing such sincere praise for MFI made Qi feel a touch awkward, akin to witnessing one's pet transform into a responsible adult. She couldn't help but question whether they were indeed speaking of the same person. "Did you just say you are Mr. MFI's agent?" Miss Wen set her teacup down and turned to Qi. "Ah, yes," Qi introduced herself. "My surname is L. Miss L." Miss Wen inquired curiously, "Is Mr. MFI an actor?" The role of an agent typically accompanies actors. "Indeed," Qi replied, her fatigue forgotten. "Xiao Fi has recently participated in several films, which will be released shortly." Miss Wen's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. "Oh, I shall certainly show my support when the time comes." She seemed to come alive, adding, "I will be Mr. MFI's #1 fan." With a shared topic, the two women instantly found joy in each other's company. At that moment, however, a heavy breathing sound suddenly emanated from the master bedroom. Surprised, Qi lowered her voice. "Is there someone else in the house?" "It's my mother-in-law," Miss Wen replied, her smile still warm. "She has been ill and has not improved despite taking medication, so she is resting at home." "I see. Then I shall not disturb you." Qi realized MFI's words were indeed true. A widowed mother with a sick elder, this household truly relied on this seemingly fragile woman. The arrival of guests could indeed add to the burden, and she hastily prepared to take her leave. Miss W.N. did not insist she stay, instead rising to see her out. Once the guest departed, the house fell silent. Xiao W.N., put the toys away. Mama needs to feed Grandma. Miss W.N. called out, carrying a bowl of soup. Xiao W.N., with her short legs, dragged the large and small boxes from the coffee table back to her room, her face radiant with happiness. Miss W.N. smiled gently, opening the door to the master bedroom. The curtains were drawn tightly, allowing no light to enter the room. Miss W.N. softly called, "Mama, it's time to eat." Chapter 74. A difficult sutra. When LCH and Key returned to M.F.I.'s home after completing her task, Grandma Zich-ing was present, carrying a food container. "Those friends of my son are back to deliver food again. I, an old woman, am being gifted beef. I really don't understand their thinking," she remarked while serving dishes to M.F.I., urging him, "Eat more, and if you can't finish, don't let it go to waste." LCH and Key's demeanor softened in Grandma Zich-ing's presence, sweetly addressing her, "Grandma Zich-ing, you've come to bring Xiao F.I. food again." "Indeed." Grandma Zich-ing responded cheerfully, "You should join us. Young ladies shouldn't be dieting. Look at how thin you are." M.F.I. never needed prompting to eat. He was already at the table, ready to dig in. Upon seeing LCH and Key return, he managed to inquire, "Did everything arrive?" "Yes," LCH and Key replied while washing her hands. "You were indeed correct. That household is somewhat pitiful." Grandma Zich-ing raised her head. "Whose family?" "The one in the 3 back buildings on the 8th floor," LCH and Key explained, serving herself a half bowl of rice as she sat down. "The elder is ill, and the child is still so young." "That is a good thing," Grandma Zich-ing chuckled. LCH and Key widened her eyes in surprise. "How can that be a good thing? You all don't know the situation? I've lived here for many years. How could I not be aware?" Grandma Zich-ing shook her head, wearing an expression of secrecy. Gossip is a human trait, and LCH and Key and M.F.I.'s eager expressions clearly delighted Grandma Zich-ing. The daughter-in-law from that family is from a family that prefers sons over daughters. They essentially sold her for a bride price and severed ties with her. That family is not good either. The elder is sharp-tongued, and the son who makes the decisions is abusive. There was a time when that woman couldn't even leave the house due to the beatings. How pitiful. Grandma Zich-ing shook her head, her tone filled with regret. LCH and Key asked, "Then why doesn't she divorce?" "Divorce?" Grandma Zich-ing scoffed. "If she dares to, she'd be killed. This is not just my opinion. That little beast said so." With a sigh, Grandma Zich-ing continued, "That woman has no money. All her documents are in that man's hands, her ID, marriage certificate, and later, she even had a daughter, making life even harder." "You say that elder from that family is sick?" "That's excellent news." Grandma Zich-ing clapped her hands. "I heard her son has also been arrested. No wonder the neighborhood has been so quiet lately." Hearing this made LCH and Key feel uneasy, as she poked at her rice, trying to think of a solution. "Surely there must be a way to rescue her?" Grandma Zich-ing seemed to sense her thoughts, shaking her head to dissuade her. "Don't think about it. Even if divorce is difficult now, if she manages to escape the clutches of that little beast, she would still face being dragged back by her family to be sold again. Some people are like leeches. Once attached, they are hard to shake off." M.F.I. nodded in agreement. "In our Hugu, after so many years, issues with parents are the hardest to resolve. You know this well. We can help if we can, but if we can't, there's nothing we can do." LCH and Key shot him a glare. "Just eat your meal." "However, it's better now." Grandma Zich-ing smiled. "Since her man is inside, and the elder is sick, no one can control her anymore." "In that case, it truly is a good thing," LCH and Key murmured. "A great blessing. No wonder I noticed she seemed in better spirits when buying groceries a couple of days ago." Grandma Zich-ing urged them, "Enough chatting, eat up." After finishing their meal, LCH and Key and Grandma Zich-ing tidied the dishes before heading downstairs to wash up. M.F.I. initially intended to assist, but was halted in place by a glance from LCH and Key. If he went to Grandma Zich-ing's home, the snacks would be halved. "I'm back." YTO, she elegantly leaped down from the windowsill, her entirely black coat accentuated by a conspicuous jewel around her neck. "Big brother is back. Did you have fun?" MFI picked up YTO to wipe her paws. "It was mediocre. Just a persistent little kitten kept asking me where such a large stone came from." YTO, she contentedly squinted her eyes. "By the way, I have some bad news for you. That sharp-eyed human officer hasn't been to work for several days." "Sharp-eyed human officer?" MFI pondered momentarily. "You must mean Officer X." "It should be so." Tiao Feng, lazily lounging on the sofa, turned over and remarked, "When I went to the police station to boast, I encountered a foolish dog. It mentioned that a certain individual had not shown up for several days after starting work. expressing concern that this person might have passed away and asked me to help find them. Speaking of which, it had indeed been several days since he last saw Officer Sue. Mo Fei opened his phone and sent a message to the other party. Recalling the last time they joked that if he died, someone would come to collect his body, he clasped his hands in prayer, hoping that the situation would not reverse. Organizing a funeral would indeed be quite troublesome. His phone vibrated. Officer Sue had replied. Mo Fei, you haven't passed away, have you? Officer Sue, typo? Huangdo was puzzled. Mo Fei patted his chest in relief. Fortunately, you can respond, so you must be fine. Mo Fei, no, I heard you didn't go to work, just checking in. Officer Sue, thank you for your concern. I sustained a minor injury while handling some dog-related matters, but I should be back in a few days. Huangdo's canine head nodded in understanding. Mo Fei showed the phone screen to Yi Tiaofeng and assured that foolish dog not to worry. Hoping for Officer Sue's swift recovery, Yi Tiaofeng remained silent, turning its back on him. If he is recuperating, should I not visit him out of human social etiquette? Mo Fei pondered as he gazed at the phone screen. If he were unaware, it would be one thing. Knowing yet not visiting would be rather unkind. But what should one bring when visiting an adult male? Cigarettes, alcohol, or tea? Would that be too mature? Would a simple red envelope suffice? Officer Sue might be accused of accepting bribes. Mo Fei scratched his head and decided to go downstairs to buy a toy excavator. The top-of-the-line excavator, surely. He could not be deemed impolite. After making a decision, Mo Fei messaged for the address. Where are you recuperating? I'll come to see you. Officer Sue, just a minor injury, no need. Huangdo, okay. Mo Fei earnestly replied. This is etiquette, etiquette. He was not truly lacking in intellect. He was well aware of what actions were appropriate. He occasionally just let his mind take a break. Officer Sue, all right, then just come to my house. Officer Sue, location information. This matter was best addressed without delay. Mo Fei leapt up, grabbed his coat, and headed outside. Yi Tiaofeng called out, I'll go too. Mo Fei turned back, scooping it up onto his shoulder. All right, we'll go together. As they descended the hallway, they coincidentally encountered El Chuanxiu, who called out upon seeing their hurried demeanor. Where are you off to? Chasing a cat. Meow? Chasing a person. Chapter 75. Visiting the injured. The address provided by Officer Sue was located in the city center. Mo Fei, with a cat perched atop his head and a large excavator in the bicycle basket, pedaled a shared bike for over an hour before arriving. Officer Sue resided in a community, and it seemed he had informed the security guard. As the guard readily opened the door upon hearing that Mo Fei was there to see him, Mo Fei knocked on the door according to the floor number. Feeling somewhat anxious, he had never visited a friend's home before. Before long, a middle-aged woman dressed in casual attire opened the door and, upon seeing Mo Fei, beamed with joy. Oh, you must be the friend Tian Sheng mentioned. Come in, come in. Hello, Auntie. Mo Fei pulled a cat head from his coat and inquired, Annie, can it come in too? Su Mama paused for a moment. It was evening, and Yi Tiaofeng's pupils were round. It softly mewed as if asking for permission. Su Mama nodded repeatedly. Come in, come in. Mo Fei handed the excavator to her. This is a gift for Officer Sue. Oh dear, you only need to visit him. Why bring a gift? Su Mama's reproachful words were cut short as she noticed the large yellow excavator on the packaging. Indeed, a young friend, she murmured. Had it been nutritional supplements, she might have graciously accepted them, at most suggesting he take some fruit with him when he left. However, if it were precious supplements, Su Mama would certainly refuse. That would be inappropriate. But what about an excavator? Was it considered expensive or inexpensive? Could it be accepted? Su Mama hesitated while holding the excavator. Mom, is Mo Fei here? Officer Sue emerged from the room, clad in blue and white striped loungewear. Compared to his usual casual attire and the authoritative police uniform, he appeared considerably younger in pajamas, his hair tousled and falling over his face, looking like a well-behaved child from someone else's family. However, Officer Sue, having just entered the workforce, was indeed still quite young. Mo Fei waved Yi Tiaofeng's paw at him. Hi. Officer Sue chuckled. Why did you bring a cat with you? It was worried about you coming. Mo Fei replied with utmost seriousness. Have a seat. Officer Sue gestured towards the mahogany sofa while he hobbled to the fridge. What do you want to drink? Soda? Anything is fine. Mo Fei observed his limping gait and grew curious. Is this what you call a minor injury? Just bitten by a dog a couple of times. How serious could it be? Officer Sue was unfazed, placing 2 cans of soda on the table. Mo Fei recalled the large dogs he had seen at the dog training facility and remained skeptical about Officer Sue's claim of just a couple of bites. You're still drinking cold beverages? Su Mama placed a steaming cup of tea in front of Officer Sue, glaring at him. Drink hot water. All right, Mom. Officer Sue obediently took the cup and sipped it in small gulps. Mo Fei pressed further. Are you really okay? Really okay? Officer Sue shook his head, explaining that he had received over 20 stitches and a few tetanus shots, but if he healed well, he would be back to bouncing around soon. Over 20 stitches, and you call that nothing? Mo Fei touched his arm. The last time I got cut, I only had a few stitches. Su Mama, holding a plate of snacks, beckoned him. Young man, come eat something. Don't be shy. Treat it like your own home. Thank you, Auntie. Mo Fei hurriedly expressed his gratitude. No need to trouble yourself. I just wanted to check on him, and we'll leave soon. All right, you young people chat. I won't disturb you. Su Mama smiled and returned to her room. Officer Sue, beaming with joy while holding the teacup, remarked, I wasn't mistaken. You only respond well to soft approaches, and it takes someone like my mom to handle you. Mo Fei rolled his eyes. Is this your attitude towards friends? Not impressed. Not impressed is fine. Officer Sue shrugged. You probably haven't encountered any issues recently, or you wouldn't be contacting me today. Mo Fei contemplated. Being forced to roll up his sleeves was likely not within the purview of the police, so he shook his head. All is peaceful in the world. Officer Sue nodded. I can see that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be smiling so brightly. Mo Fei touched the corners of his mouth, which had unknowingly turned up again. Feeling somewhat weary. This was merely a visit to an acquaintance. If it were someone unfamiliar, they might think he was reveling in their misfortune. How soon will you recover? Very soon. Officer Sue calculated with his fingers. I'll be back to work in a few days, and after sitting for a while, I can go back to field duty. You seem quite dedicated. Mo Fei marveled at his level of commitment. Over 20 stitches. Those are real stitches on flesh. Not on a doll that can be fixed immediately. The wound is still very much present. Officer Sue's expression turned serious. The bureau is short-staffed. You mentioned peace in the world. I see no peace at all. Do you know what lies buried in the dog training facility? Corpses? Upon seeing Officer Sue's astonished expression, Mo Fei felt exasperated. I'm just too lazy to think. I'm not foolish. Besides, you all are just a step away from slapping the answer on my face. Officer Xiao Su raised an eyebrow and jested. My apologies, I nearly forgot. Before Mo Fei could voice his objections, he quickly steered the conversation back. Most of the corpses found at the dogfighting arena are actually missing persons who were abducted beforehand. Mo Fei's attention was successfully diverted. Is there a connection between the dog arena owner and the traffickers? Indeed, Officer Xiao Su affirmed, the traffickers' leader has already fled, and the person in charge of the dog arena has revealed that he is about to escape to Southeast Asia. Moreover, the codename of the traffickers' leader has been confirmed. Mei. He sighed. You know, it is perplexing that while women and children are typically the main targets of trafficking, there are still women engaging in such heinous acts. Mo Fei reassured him. Those capable of committing such acts are hardly normal individuals, so it is entirely reasonable to be baffled. The newly inducted officer possessed a greater capacity for empathy than his seasoned counterparts, making it easier for him to become ensnared in convoluted thoughts. Officer Tang, on the other hand, never pondered what went through the minds of such criminals or what they had experienced. Regardless of their past misfortunes, it was no justification for inflicting suffering on others. Once such actions were committed, they were deemed scoundrels, and it was only right to apprehend them for legal retribution. Such a shift in perspective required time and experience accumulated through cases. It could not be rushed. Mo Fei's gaze swept across the living room, seeking to change the subject, finally resting on a black and white photograph on the wall. Who is this? Typically, black and white photographs are memorial portraits, but this one appeared somewhat peculiar. The image seemed to be a cropped half-body shot, with the subject's face being distorted by a pair of hands. Additionally, the photograph's pixelation rendered the man's features indistinct. That's my father, Officer Xiao Su replied, casting a glance, his demeanor lacking vitality. He has passed away. Chapter 76. Card analysis. It seemed that everyone harbored their own stories. After uttering that his father had died, Officer Xiao Su perked up, even teasing Mo Fei about wearing matching necklaces with a humanoid dog. When Mo Fei revealed the necklace's price, Officer Xiao Su's expression transformed from amusement to concern. This was undoubtedly the most expensive cat necklace he had ever encountered, surpassing all others. Noticing that his mood had improved, Mo Fei took his leave. It was inappropriate to linger in someone else's home at night, as it would disrupt the patient's rest. I see you're not in the best of health, a sharp voice quipped, perched on Mo Fei's shoulder. You buy so many things on a whim, yet hesitate to take a taxi. The journey back and forth takes over 2 hours, quite a strain. Shared bicycles are hardly a reliable mode of transportation, Mo Fei retorted. I call it energy conservation and environmental protection. You wouldn't understand. The cold wind billowed his trench coat as he strode forth, with a black cat perched on his shoulder. If only he could trade the shared bicycle for a motorcycle, he would surely cut a dashing figure. Unfortunately, This fellow was merely one to ride a bicycle to the bar, never spending a dime more than necessary. The following morning, Mo Fei was awakened by the relentless vibration of his phone. Groggily, he reached out to silence it, only to recall that he had not set an alarm. The frequency of the vibrations suggested either an incoming call or an avalanche of notifications. Concerned about missing work arrangements, he reluctantly rose to check his messages. Wu Miao Mo Gu. Director Wang's audition is scheduled for this afternoon. I need to go for the interview. You should join too. El Chuanxiu, don't forget the audition this afternoon. I've arranged with Sister Qian to give you the entire afternoon off, so get ready. Wu Miao, my sister says this project is fantastic. Let's do our best, Mo Gu. Wu Miao, I wonder if we'll be auditioning for the same role. Regardless, I want to lose out if we do. Wu Miao, I've already mastered playing without cards. Next time, please have your friends guide me on throwing cards. Wu Miao, Mo Gu, Mo Gu. Mo Fei expressionlessly flipped his phone face down. Noisy, truly noisy. El Chuanxiu had remarked that he was difficult to deal with. If only she could switch him with Wu Miao, she would understand who was truly challenging. The morning's filming proceeded as planned. During breaks, Mo Fei deftly manipulated the cards in his hands, captivating onlookers with his skill. Through this period of exploration, he had begun to grasp the essence of the card retention abilities. The thief possessed several defining traits: agility, the ability to change voices at will, rapid hand speed, and a propensity for thievery. These characteristics were reflected in various active and passive skills. Among them, Master of Magic represented hand speed. Retaining Master of Magic also preserved his hand speed, extending beyond mere sleight of hand. The skills he had previously acquired corresponded to specific characteristics of other card identities. For instance, Moth to Flame mirrored the troublesome nature of the Buddhist child, suggesting that while he might appear unfortunate, a trip to the prosperous neon-lit land of Japan could yield fortune or misfortune. Master of Human Anatomy corresponded to the essential conditions required by Jack the Ripper in committing crimes. Yet as the user, Mo Fei could employ this skill to harm or to save. Best Partner reflected the characteristic of always having a sidekick with the great detective, and after retention, the sidekick did not solely assist, but at times would also launch personal attacks against him. Considering this, the methods of utilizing these skills could be viewed from multiple perspectives rather than merely surface-level interpretations. Hand speed proved useful not only in magic, but also in pen spinning, knife twirling, and rope tricks. By combining hand speed with human anatomy knowledge, acquiring a skill to stabilize his hands could potentially enable him to save lives in emergencies. However, it was advisable to obtain certification before performing such acts, for Mo Fei had no desire to be apprehended for practicing medicine without a license. Moreover, he deduced that certain cards bore similarities, akin to the criminal passive of Jack the Ripper and the archenemy of the thief. To some extent, these two passives shared certain resemblances. Did this imply that in the future, he might encounter identical skills across different cards, or even obtain the same card? While it might be premature to contemplate such matters, Mo Fei felt it prudent to prepare mentally for the possibility. After all, the cards he had recently acquired had grown increasingly sinister. The demolition expert, aside from using firecrackers to blow up latrines, left him pondering what else he could legally detonate without an explosives permit. If the skills he retained reached a level that even Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang would wish to restrain him for, he might have to consider relocating to another planet. As Mo Fei mused, he flicked the cards between his fingers with force. The cards spun elegantly in the air before fluttering softly to the ground. It appeared that even among playing cards, distinctions existed. Meanwhile, in another corner, a novice named Qian clumsily twirled a handful of cards. Mo Fei balanced himself. Clearly, there were barriers between card skills. Practice was essential. After all, throwing cards was undeniably impressive. When El Chuanxiu arrived to escort Mo Fei to the audition, she spotted Mrs. Qian reprimanding her son with a handful of cards. It seemed he was facing a scolding. Xiao Fei, let us go, El Chuanxiu declared, fully aware of the appropriate time to observe and when to withdraw. This moment was certainly not ideal for greetings. A swift exit was all that was necessary. Mo Fei, after a long absence, settled into El Chuanxiu's car, somewhat surprised. Sister, didn't you vow never to drive again? Have you broken your promise? El Chuanxiu started the car with a smirk. There is one thing in this world that can compel 90% of people to break their promises. I know. Mo Fei eagerly interjected. It's money and love. So I calculated the costs of taxiing you around for the foreseeable future. LCH&Key revealed a smile that bore a hint of fatigue, prompting me to feel a shadow of psychological impact, though its lethality was rather limited. A mere group of mortal beings, whom one could easily vanquish, could hardly compare to poverty. Were such a situation to arise again, she would simply crush through. I felt a sense of relief. Sister, you have finally come to an understanding. Much like himself, it was not that they could not afford a car, but rather that a shared bicycle offered greater value. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way to the film studio. Director W. Ng's new film auditions were being held there. This time, his audition requirements were somewhat peculiar. Apart from gender, there were no restrictions. And even the script was not provided. The actors auditioning only knew that he intended to create a film that diverged from his usual style. W. Ng's previous works were characterized by fast-paced narratives and absurd comedies. So could it be that he was venturing into serious drama? All the actors waiting for their auditions were filled with skepticism. W. donning a mask and a duckbill cap, brightened instantly upon spotting MFI. Had it not been for his agent tugging at him, he might have sprinted over for a bear hug, allowing MFI to experience the thrill of trending online. Chapter 77. The audition scene. Before matters escalated further, MFI took the initiative to approach WMO. WMO raised his hand to reveal a card trick. Look, I've mastered it. MFI smiled broadly and congratulated him. Wonderful. With this skill, you can begin learning flourishes and card throws. WMO paused, suddenly composed. Oh right, there is still much to learn and practice, but it's really quite challenging. Finally, WMO's agent, having regained some control, cast a grateful glance at MFI. Since WMO's incident with the toxic mushrooms, he had seemingly activated some peculiar switch, becoming increasingly lively. As the elder sister, she naturally welcomed this transformation in her younger brother. However, as his agent, she desperately needed a leave of absence for work-related injuries. LCH and Key approached her for a conversation. What is the content of director W. Ng's film? Any spoilers? None. WMO's agent replied, lowering her voice, but I've heard that the male roles are substantial, and there are many of them. So it should be similar in theme to the last film. After exchanging words, they shared a knowing smile. With a wealth of male characters and significant roles, the competition between WMO and MFI would be considerably reduced. It is preferable to maintain connections with friends in the industry whenever possible. After a brief wait, the auditions commenced. At this point, the second peculiarity of this audition became apparent. The staff called for pairs to enter for auditions. And as one pair went in, another was summoned before the first had even exited, resulting in several groups waiting together before concluding. MFI calculated that a maximum of 5 groups, or 10 individuals, could be inside at once. What did director W. Ng intend to do with so many people? Form an idol group on the spot? Yet, these actors did not share a common style. MFI pondered this, but found it did not hinder his enjoyment of the unfolding spectacle. Those who emerged exhibited varying degrees of confidence, while others appeared utterly bewildered. However, they all shared a common trait. None disclosed the audition's content to those waiting outside, embodying an attitude of I have suffered, so you must too. Nevertheless, this behavior was quite understandable. Soon it was WMO's turn to audition. Unsurprisingly, he chose MFI as his partner. Agents were not permitted to accompany their artists during the auditions. The two agents stood together, silently praying that their respective artists would not falter. They hoped that the previous incident with the toxic mushrooms had not left them daft. Yet, the others seemed unaffected. The agents' earnest hopes did not reach the two performers. But they understood the need to maintain appearances, entering the audition room with smiles. Seated behind the table were familiar faces. At the center sat director W. Ng, flanked by his trusted assistant director and screenwriter. Upon seeing the duo enter, W. Ng, who was sipping water, choked and coughed. The assistant director, recalling the myriad unforeseen events that had transpired, cleared his throat and awkwardly announced, "There are 2 roles available, a serious, upright police officer and a cheeky criminal. You two may allocate roles and improvise." WMO and MFI exchanged a glance, each arriving at a mutual decision. MFI raised an eyebrow, his smile blossoming into a radiant expression. "Officer, arresting someone without evidence is something I can sue you for." With this single line, W. Ng felt his heart race. Goodness, this was precisely the audacious behavior exhibited by the various criminals in the old Zijing series. Disdain for authority, contempt for the law, and arrogance towards the police. This young man's acting had indeed improved. WMO, a seasoned child star, adeptly caught MFISQ. His expression icy as he glanced at his empty hands. Without evidence, you wouldn't have been invited back. With the other hand, he mimicked flipping through files. Are you quite confident in yourself? As MFI leaned back, his upper body swaying as if reclining against the chair. He lowered his head and gazed up at WMO, his smile taking on a different tone. It is not confidence in myself, but rather in you, officer. You were once very good friends. Director W. Ng watched, adding to the scene's context. WMO's expression shifted from coldness to anger. His fist clenched. Do you think I cannot catch your flaw? Do you believe you understand me better than I understand you? I laughed outright. Don't be foolish. How many times have you ever won at the capture game since childhood? But this time, it was not a game. WMO fixed his gaze on MFI. Indeed, MFI tilted his head, his demeanor turning flippant. This time, it concerns a life. WMO's facial muscles twitched, and he calmly closed the imaginary file, exiting through a non-existent door while gently closing it behind him. However, once the door was shut, his expression unraveled, and he mouthed a curse. Upon witnessing his departure, MFI's smile faded considerably, and he muttered to himself, "Good luck, officer." With a nod of approval, Director W. Ng remarked on the splendid performance. Not merely splendid, MFI's smile had not diminished. It bore a multitude of layers. Yet, the paradox lay in the fact that he laughed without true joy, an exceedingly rare feat. To simultaneously smile and lack genuine happiness was a skill not often manifested so vividly among those present. Having collaborated once before, Director W. Ng decided to dispense with any pretense. He closed the script before him, stating, "The script I am preparing is one you both can perform." Following their previous collaboration, WMO's acting and dedication had earned W. Ng's respect, while MFI's slightly eccentric demeanor and commendable acting were also fitting. In fact, one could say MFI was one of the inspirations behind this script. However, Director W. Ng introduced a twist. If no more suitable candidates come forward, you two will be it. For now, return and await further notification. Observing the youthful duo's expressions shift from joy to concern, W. Ng felt immense satisfaction. Who decreed that only actors could direct? He had had his fair share of cameos in films during his youth. Yet, he spoke from the heart. If more suitable candidates emerged, W. Ng would indeed hesitate before casting MFI, as this individual was undeniably eccentric, creating chaos during filming and attracting another batch of toxic mushrooms post-production. Nevertheless, W. Ng surmised it was unlikely he would find a more fitting candidate. For MFI was the source of inspiration and his acting was passable. Beyond him, others would merely suffice. He was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Clutching a faint glimmer of hope, Director Wong eagerly anticipated the emergence of a remarkable actor. It would be even better if they possessed overwhelming talent. Outside the audition venue, two agents rushed to greet their artist as he exited, inquiring about the situation. Wu Miao pondered for a moment before responding. "I think it went reasonably well. What about you, Mo-go?" Mo Fei lazily raised his hand to signal an okay. "I think it was slightly better than that." "How pretentious," Wu Miao grimaced, then broke into a silly grin, finding him quite handsome. Chapter 78. Once a youth. Now a youth, how to elegantly and subtly showcase one's prowess is a skill every adolescent in their rebellious phase yearns to master. Wu Miao seemed to have been brought late into this phase by his friend Du Junzi, and he looked up to Mo Fei for guidance. His agent, feeling utterly embarrassed, swiftly pulled him away. Lu Chunxiu was not faring much better, his face flushed with shame. These two troublesome youths together only served to embarrass their parents. Mo Fei, however, remained remarkably calm, advising Lu Chunxiu, "There's no need for such a strong reaction. This is merely a facet of life, an experience." If you had suppressed that gleeful smirk before uttering this line, I would have found it more credible. Lu Chunxiu shot him a glare. "This is truly a misfortune. If we lead a perfectly normal child star astray," Lu Chunxiu dared not imagine the repercussions. A double dose of Mo Fei? What a terrifying tale that would be. "You best secure a role in Director Wong's film," Lu Chunxiu sighed, recognizing the rarity of the opportunity. Success lies in human effort, but the outcome is determined by fate. Mo Fei nonchalantly chewed on a toothpick, mimicking the act of exhaling smoke, sighing, "Ah, life." Lu Chunxiu was amused by his feigned profundity, bursting into laughter and playfully swatting him. "Let us head home." Director Wong's auditions unfolded as anticipated, with a lack of smoothness. After witnessing the performances of Wu Miao and Mo Fei, the subsequent actors seemed rather inadequate by comparison. The dynamic between a police officer and a criminal is inherently oppositional. Yet, they must also be portrayed as good friends. Any excessive force in either role could distort the performance. Conversely, if the emotional conflict is too intense, it risks depicting the officer as a potential lawbreaker and the criminal as seeking redemption. Ultimately, Director Wong managed to select a few actors who barely caught his eye, flipping through their profiles while consulting with his assistant director and screenwriter. "Let me speak candidly," the screenwriter remarked, shaking his head as he perused the materials. "The police officer's role is manageable, but for the criminal, we've defined him as a high-functioning sociopath. He cannot be overtly menacing, otherwise we risk reverting to the simplistic narratives of black and white thrillers. He tossed a profile onto the table. This one looks too fierce, P.S. unsuitable. Director Wong nodded in agreement with this assessment. Then I shall voice my thoughts as well, the assistant director interjected, swiftly producing several profiles. If you wish to direct your own film, I support you, but we must consider the budget. These actors, while skilled and with a history of success, may not offer the best cost-effectiveness. Had they not encountered Mo Fei, they might have reluctantly proceeded, but having seen the more economical and efficient Mo Fei, they found it hard to ignore. As a newcomer with whom they had only collaborated once, Mo Fei's greatest advantage lay in his affordability. This film was a transformative piece imbued with director Wong's hopes, and it was only right to select the finest talent. Choosing Mo Fei would allow them to save enough funds to negotiate with Wu Miao's agent. After all, one of these roles must draw in some star power. The assistant director thoughtfully noted, considering how beneficial it would be to have both of them audition together. Perhaps Wu Miao could even lower his fee. Director Wong found himself swayed by this argument. The costs of filmmaking are indeed substantial. Although the crew members were generally willing to assist as long as their basic needs were met, expenses related to equipment maintenance and venue utilities still loomed large. Careful consideration of the actor's cost-to-value ratio was essential. Yet, there was something oddly unsettling about Mo Fei. Director Wong finally voiced his most conflicted concern. You all have seen the footage, amputations, murderers. Come now, screenwriter, the assistant director coaxed, elongating his words. These actions are not attributable to him. If he directs it, it will be released, right? As for what you mentioned, we can record it and utilize it as free material. The assistant director nodded in agreement. Previously, we had to consider the investors' perspectives. Now that we are working among ourselves, as long as we can film it, we can release it. We can even generate some buzz to save on promotional costs. Director Wong's expression shifted to one of complexity as he regarded his two long-standing collaborators. Being the primary decision-maker meant he no longer had to appease the investors. Although they had become poorer, their power had grown. With a sigh, Director Wong conceded, "Let us proceed as you suggest." With these words, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Capturing the essence of his inspiration is a privilege for every filmmaker. And embarking on thrilling adventures is a desire shared by all youths. Everyone has once been young. He had thought that the daring and risk-taking youth had long been extinguished by the harshness of reality. Wow, Lu Chunxiu exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as he held up his phone. We made it. We passed. Calm down, sister, calm down, Mo Fei observed from the side, feeling as though a flea was bouncing before him. Grandma Zhang is still at home. Don't make her think there's an earthquake. You know nothing. Lu Chunxiu beamed, thrilled that being cast by director Wong indicated that he had caught their attention. This would also serve as a noteworthy addition to his resume for future collaborations with other directors. Mo Fei found this situation somewhat peculiar. Logically, given his track record of mishaps while working with director Wong, a rational individual would avoid choosing to collaborate with him again. Could it be that his charm was genuinely that compelling? Or perhaps director Wong simply relished the thrill? Heaven help us. Lu Chunxiu clasped his hands together in a mock prayer, invoking divine intervention. It seems that my prowess is the key. Mo Fei raised his hand, attempting to take credit. Lu Chunxiu barely heard him. I'll offer incense later. It's a must. Mo Fei retracted his hand, feeling somewhat disgruntled, and wrapped his arms around himself. A cat named Yi Tiao Feng trailed after Lu Chunxiu, changing directions, and soon felt dizzy from the excitement of the catnip. Mo Fei shot a glance at it. I advise you to remain silent for now. Yi Tiao Feng, undeterred, meowed loudly. Lu Chunxiu turned and spotted it, elatedly scooping it up and spinning in circles. Little fortune cat. Mo Fei's claims were not mere boasts. This mystical cat was indeed a harbinger of wealth. Finally, he had nurtured a useful creature at home. Yi Tiao Feng's fur bristled. Help me, Sun Zhe, it exclaimed. Mo Fei feigned ignorance, gazing up at the ceiling, which appeared remarkably like a ceiling. Having enjoyed his excitement, Lu Chunxiu called to Mo Fei. Hurry and call Grandma Zhang. I'll treat us to a meal out. Dinner? Mo Fei perked up, instantly standing. What shall we eat? He inquired, wondering if they would go for hot pot or barbecue, both of which seemed unsuitable. Lu Chunxiu waved his hand dismissively. To a restaurant. Chapter 79, Serendipitous Street Photography. When it comes to dining out, Mo Fei recalled that problematic private kitchen. Although it was later confirmed that the owner used meat from properly raised dogs, it was impossible to say he was entirely unperturbed after such an incident. Fortunately, Madame Qian and the crew remained oblivious to the events that transpired, merely aware that the private restaurant was inexplicably closed. El Chuancio, observing the pallor on Mo Fei's countenance, mistakenly assumed he harbored a disdain for dining out. "Do you possess a superior suggestion?" he inquired. "None," Mo Fei replied, shaking his head. "Anything besides Hangbang cuisine will suffice." El Chuancio chuckled and set the cat down on the floor, prompting a small creature to dart beneath the coffee table. "Is it all right? Surely, it hasn't consumed any catnip?" During moments of others' excitement, one must allow space for them to flourish without interruption. Mo Fei shared his wisdom, emphasizing the importance of avoiding collateral damage. Otherwise, when people extend their arms in joy, one might inadvertently become the unfortunate soul to be struck. "Aren't you excited?" a small creature asked, halting Mo Fei's thoughts. "Excited? A little, I suppose," he admitted, reflecting on how he had never anticipated Director Wang's resolute choice to include him. At times, he pondered whether El Chuancio had threatened Director Wang, though Granny Zhang might not comprehend the significance of securing a film role for Mo Fei. Her happiness blossomed upon witnessing their joy. When El Chuancio proposed treating them to a meal, Granny Zhang insisted on paying for herself. Ultimately, the two walked ahead, playfully tugging at each other while Mo Fei trailed behind, a cat perched on his shoulder, watching helplessly. As twilight enveloped the pedestrian street, a throng of people emerged for an evening stroll, clad in casual attire and stylish outfits, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Those wielding cameras aimed their lenses at particularly striking individuals among the passers-by. The click of a shutter was faint, yet after enduring numerous harrowing experiences, including confrontations with criminals, Mo Fei had long since shed his earlier naivete. He detected the source of the sound and cast a cold, warning glance. The photographer's hand trembled, resulting in another click. Approaching with a smile that belied the chill in his eyes, Mo Fei greeted, "Hello?" The photographer swallowed hard, his hand shaking uncontrollably, and stammered, "Please allow me to explain." Mo Fei nodded with a smile, "Go ahead." The photographer's legs began to weaken. His expression and demeanor were hardly indicative of someone unconcerned. El Chuancio, noticing the absence of her following companion, turned back to investigate, only to find Mo Fei in a standoff with the photographer. She stepped forward, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The photographer, now somewhat composed, explained, "Hello, I'm merely a part-time street photographer. I inadvertently captured your image and assure you I won't publish it without your consent." El Chuancio, bewildered, pointed to herself, "You captured me?" Mo Fei closed his eyes briefly, exhaling with resignation. "Indeed, you were photographed." This time, he deliberately employed his aura of dread. The effect was far more potent than that of a rogue. By exuding malice, he could instill fear in others without indiscriminately imposing pressure, saving considerable time in resolving minor disputes. In today's society, some individuals delight in bullying those who appear amiable and approachable. "You captured me?" El Chuancio's interest piqued. "Show me." The photographer hastily presented his camera, still explaining, "I truly didn't mean to, and I'm not afraid of being ridiculed. My main profession is as an entertainment journalist, essentially a paparazzo. I usually photograph all sorts of chaotic subjects, hence my occasional foray into street photography." His camera displayed entirely ordinary images, attractive individuals, elderly faces imbued with stories, and even stray cats and dogs. The paparazzo lamented his recent misfortunes. His primary career was already struggling, and he had recently encountered individuals suspected of illicit activities. After a bout of work, he sought to indulge his passion for photography, only to capture a prominent figure in public. A single glance nearly rendered him paralyzed with fear. Childhood traumas threatened to resurface as adult anxieties. El Chuancio scrolled through the photographs he had just taken. The setting sun illuminated a man clad in black, accentuating his well-proportioned physique. With hands in his coat pockets and a pleasant smile adorning his face, he appeared remarkably relaxed, even as a small creature perched on his shoulder. In the subsequent photograph, the man gazed into the lens, his expression still smiling, yet now sharp and intimidating. The juxtaposition of his languid demeanor and the sudden intensity of his gaze was unsettling. Complemented by a dark cat peering from behind him, its green eyes resembling sharp needles, both fixated on the camera. El Chuancio examined the two photos, her face alight with wonder. "These are splendid. May I have a copy?" When viewed together, the images suggested that the subject might spring forth to confront the photographer at any moment. Were it not for the photographer's presence, El Chuancio would have inquired whether the shooter survived after capturing such a shot. The atmosphere brimmed with tension. The paparazzo, now flattered, smiled bashfully, Sure. I also wanted to ask if I could submit these two photos for publication." "Submit for what?" El Chuancio, still puzzled, turned to show Granny Zhang the small screen displaying the images. "Look, Our little Faye looks so dashing. For magazine submissions, the paparazzo explained, retrieving his phone. Sometimes, when I capture appealing images, I discuss with the subjects about submitting them. If selected, the prize is split. He scrolled through prior conversations, revealing a list of contacts discussing photos. I must say, Mo Faye interjected, feeling as though he might soon be overlooked. Shouldn't you consult me regarding such matters? The paparazzo shivered slightly, cautiously diverting his gaze back to Mo Faye's face, only to find him seemingly no longer angered, prompting a smile. Of course, he exclaimed, raising his thumb in praise. These are undoubtedly the most satisfying photos I have ever taken. They are worthy of submission to a fashion magazine. El Chuanchio returned the camera to him, saying, all right, let us exchange contact information first. The paparazzo, overjoyed, exchanged phone numbers, thus resolving the matter. Granny Zhang tugged at El Chuanchio's sleeve. Please send me a copy of that photograph. It vaguely resembles how your grandfather looked when he was younger. Her expression was complex. I want to share it with my son. Neither El Chuanchio nor Mo Faye had inquired about Granny Zhang's past experiences. Yet it was evident that she too had her own story. El Chuanchio paused, then nodded with a smile. Certainly. This small interlude was of little consequence to them. As they departed, Mo Faye cast a glance at the paparazzo. Stay safe. Engaging in such photography could lead to encounters with unreasonable individuals. The paparazzo felt a chill run down his spine. Yet having captured his most cherished photo, he hastened home for editing, choosing to return with his findings. Chapter 80. International collaboration. The celebratory dinner was remarkably peaceful. The restaurant was immaculate, and the ingredients were undeniably fresh. Aside from being somewhat pricey, there were no faults to be found. Upon returning home that evening, Mo Faye received a message from Wu Miao. Brother Mo, did you pass the audition? Wu Miao continued. I've succeeded on my end. You should have as well. But the sister said I must review the script before confirming my participation. Wu Miao added. She mentioned that I've already played the lead in director Wang's previous work, so taking on another role might be redundant. Wu Miao concluded. If you decide to join the cast, I wish to join as well. Mo Faye's lips twitched as he read the message. He was elated to have received an acceptance notification, while others were still deliberating. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. He collapsed onto the sofa and replied, confirmed. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall join the cast. Wu Miao responded eagerly. Then I shall go too. Wu Miao, I shall now confront my elder sister. Wu Miao, wait for me. Mo Faye's emotions were somewhat complex. Was he truly like a middle school student who required a companion, even for a visit to the restroom? How childish. Yet, it was rather amusing. If you keep laughing so heartily, your face might just split apart. A stray cat on the coffee table licked its paws, unabashedly expressing disdain towards Mo Faye. I shall demonstrate to you that not only will my face remain intact, but my mouth shall also feast upon cats. With a swift motion, Mo Faye sprang up and engaged in a rather mild chase with the stray cat. Downstairs, Granny Zhang, adorned with a sleep mask, slumbered soundly. The next day at the police station, the officers passing by were taken aback upon seeing a figure in the office. Xiao Su is back so soon. With such severe injuries, why didn't he rest a few more days? A female officer placed a bottle of milk on his desk, inquiring with concern. The station is short-staffed, so I thought it best to write some reports here. Officer Xiao Su replied with a smile. Thank you, Officer Wang. His desk was already cluttered with various snacks and beverages, and colleagues had taken turns to express their greetings. The female officer remarked, young man, do not overexert yourself. Your mentor, in his heyday, neglected rest and care, and now he is left with a rather unremarkable apprentice like you. Officer Tang entered the room, unapologetically snatching a piece of bread from Xiao Su's desk. As he munched, he critiqued, he sustained some injuries. It's not like he is retiring. You're treating this like a funeral. If one didn't know better, they might think he was as saintly as Guan Eryi. The female officer rolled her eyes and threw Xiao Su a teasing glance. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Officer Tang waved dismissively. Be safe on your way out. He directed Officer Xiao Su, insert that yogurt for me. Not only did Officer Xiao Su comply, but he also held it up to hand it to him. Did you not eat breakfast? Wrong question. Officer Tang shook his head. I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. You pulled an all-nighter again. Officer Xiao Su regarded his mentor as if he were an alien. Do you even remember how old you are this year? Aren't you afraid of collapsing? Officer Tang blocked his ears with 2 fingers. Enough. You may begin speaking. Officer Xiao Su couldn't help but chuckle at his mentor's stubbornness. Sat in silence for a moment, then turned to his computer. Send me the work you did today. Go rest now. Officer Tang stood, glancing at him. How many stitches did you get? Don't lie. I will strip you of your clothes to count them. 13. Officer Tang took a sip of yogurt. Leg injuries? 25. Officer Xiao Su turned back in resignation. What's the matter? With those two numbers, you might as well lose an arm. Officer Tang finished the yogurt in one gulp, crumpled the box, and tossed it in the trash. That woman is dead. Officer Xiao Su was taken aback. How could that be? Wasn't she rushed to the ambulance immediately? Do you think you can control everything, including her suicide? Officer Tang shook his head. She was already a co-conspirator facing imprisonment, and a substantial chunk of flesh was bitten off her face. In the dead of night, she jumped out the bathroom window while others were resting, dying instantly. Officer Xiao Su bit his lip and lowered his head. Silly boy, do you really think that if you had acted faster to stop her from opening the door, she wouldn't have been bitten by the dog and wouldn't have committed suicide? Officer Tang pulled up a chair. Doesn't she know herself how her deaths disappeared? Didn't she open that doghouse door herself? If you truly intend to continue in this line of work, then stop self-reflecting and start blaming others. Officer Tang waved his hand in front of him. Hey, do you know where I went yesterday? Officer Xiao Su shook his head in confusion. That remains a threat. The higher-ups have decided to initiate international cooperation, and we are one of the starting points. They will select a few individuals from us to join. Officer Tang smiled as he witnessed the spark in Officer Xiao Su's eyes, then quickly doused the enthusiasm. You've turned into a rag doll and are still dreaming of cross-border cases? Wake up. Then why are you telling me this? Officer Xiao Su's expression fell as he turned back to his work. Hey, Officer Tang waved. This kind of thing doesn't just happen overnight. Take care of your injuries. Who knows, by the time you recover, you might be able to go. Really? Officer Xiao Su regarded him skeptically. Do you think I would deceive you about something like this? Officer Tang unwrapped a candy and tossed it into his mouth. Your performance has always been the best here, and your practical skills are commendable. If you truly recover, who else would I send? A smile finally graced Officer Xiao Su's face. Thus, after a discussion among their colleagues, Officer Wong, unexpectedly returning, stood beside them, brandishing a sick leave note. We've all approved your leaves. Let us head back together. Officer Xiao Su looked at Officer Tang in bewilderment. Did you arrange this? Officer Tang was equally perplexed. What are you talking about? Let us go, let us go. Officer Wong waved her hands as if shooing flies. Do you think we can't function without the two of you? Old Tang, you just right. Take your precious apprentice along. Hurry, hurry. As the two were pushed into the car and hurried away, Officer Tang sat in the driver's seat, still trying to comprehend the situation. Does this count as fatigue driving? The weary Officer Xiao Su in the passenger seat silently observed him. Should I take the wheel? As the guards urged them to leave, Officer Tang resignedly started the car. Why am I not welcomed anywhere? Why rush me like a plague? Officer Xiao Su nodded in agreement, then shook his head. If you were to die heroically here, that would truly be a disaster. Pooh pooh pooh. Children speak without restraint. Officer Tang glared at him. I should first get you, who nearly died in the line of duty, back home. Does your mother know you have over 40 stitches? Keep it a secret. Otherwise, I will inform your mentor that you pulled an all-nighter without eating. Then we shall both perish together and see who can endure longer. Bring it on. Hey, you little rascal, wait until you recover before we compare. I want to go easy on you. Chapter 81. The True and False Demon King. The filming progress of Shao Qian's movie has already advanced significantly. After all, the film does not involve explosions or action sequences, nor does it require green screens or special effects. Aside from the luxurious scenes, there are indeed no substantial technical difficulties. Originally, according to Shao Qian's plan, it was to be a gradual process, but who could have anticipated that his mother would join the fray? Hui Tianxin had dyed her hair a shade of gray, adding 2 streaks of white at her forehead, styling it slicked back, exuding a clean and polished appearance. She donned a black and white contrasting suit, adorned with metallic accessories, and donned 10-centimeter heels, striding confidently into the office building as the crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. Upon her entrance into the elevator, a young woman already inside instinctively apologized before exiting to take another elevator. As the elevator reached the designated floor, with a soft ding, the doors slowly opened, and Hui Tianxin stepped out, removing her sunglasses. Apologies, Sister Linda. A young man in casual attire, clutching a notebook, approached her. I am perplexed as to why confirming a time is so challenging. I apologize, Sister Linda. I genuinely attempted to make contact. I have no interest in the details of your ineffectual work. Inform Jordan to replace the models in the sports section. I want young, clean, and rhythmic girls, not dirty and ugly mud. Reply to Mr. Lin that I will attend his gathering. Instruct the driver to drop me off at 8:30 and return to collect me at 8:45. Please call Hua Xian Bingshi and request that they substitute the cream cake with a fruit cake, ensuring no blueberries, cranberries, or any berries are included unless they change suppliers. Contact my ex-husband to remind him that he has a parent-teacher meeting for our middle school child tonight. And then call my husband to arrange for him to meet me for dinner at the place Billy and I frequented. Tell Richard that I have seen the photos of the female racing drivers he sent over. They are exceedingly slender, and their racing suits hang on them without a hint of muscle definition, as if they might break upon impact. Is it too much to ask for a beautiful, healthy girl with a toned physique who can wear a racing suit without looking bulky? The young man, jotting down notes while responding, remarked, "Of course." Hui Tianxin, observing his flustered demeanor, inquired, "Can I then reach for the moon?" "Of course not." After confirming he was indeed listening intently rather than merely offering casual responses, Hui Tianxin continued, "Moreover, I would like to see the outfit John selected for Chris's second cover test. I wonder how much weight she has lost and who he is." Her gaze fell upon Mo Fei, who was awkwardly seated outside the office. The young man stepped forward, blocking Mo Fei's view, stating, "He was sent from HR to assist. I've already interviewed him, and he is entirely unsuitable for this place. I will handle it myself." Hui Tianxin cast a glance at him and replied, "Your previous selections have not been particularly impressive either. Let him in." "Understood." With a clap, Xiao Qian, seated behind the monitor, began to applaud, offering a beautiful long take. "Well done, senior." Hui Tianxin's tension eased, and she smiled kindly, saying, "It's no trouble. It's what I should do." The actor playing the assistant chimed in, "Truly impressive. You memorized such a lengthy monologue in one go. I barely dared to breathe beside you." Hui Tianxin humbly expressed her gratitude. Indeed, she was remarkable. Yet this did not justify the time wasted by others here. Madame Qian, holding a folder and with her hair pinned up with a pen, was preparing for the next scene, directing the camera change and makeup touch-ups while adjusting the lighting. The atmosphere on set shifted dramatically. Mo Fei seized a moment to sip tea, unable to suppress his thoughts. The fierce Hui Tianxin during filming and Madame Qian, the formidable figure in the theater. Why would such talent aspire to be an actor? They excel at everything. If he had voiced his question, Madame Qian would have plainly answered, "I have dedicated my life to experience a lifestyle where I can simply sit and earn money without any effort. What's wrong with that?" However, after observing the daily life of an actor up close, Madame Qian concluded that being a star suited her better. Yet, the fastest route to stardom was through financial investment, followed by gaining the endorsement of well-known figures. Thus, it was imperative that her son first achieve fame, as it was all interconnected. As they concluded their daytime shoot and prepared for the night scenes, the bored makeup artist suddenly began to zoom in and out of an image on her phone. "Oh my," she exclaimed, slapping her thigh and showing her phone to the costume designer beside her. "Look at this. Doesn't it resemble Mo Fei?" The costume designer glanced with a grimace, furrowing his brow. "I'm not sure about the face, but that outfit is the one he took from us." Ji Xingyu, freed from chores with the arrival of a lighting assistant, approached upon hearing Mo Fei's name, asking, "What is going on?" The makeup artist held up her phone for him to see. "Does this person look like Mo Fei?" Ji Xingyu's eyes widened in surprise. "It's him." "Where did this photo come from?" "From an electronic magazine. It has quite a decent circulation," replied the makeup artist, scrolling her phone to show them the magazine cover. "Fashion salon. I have a feeling this photo will end up in the hands of a marketing account, spun into 1,000 tales of a gang leader." She gleefully cradled her phone. "You wouldn't expect Mo Fei to be so silly. He has this side too. I wonder if the photographer who captured this shot is still alive." Ji Xingyu recalled Mo Fei's audacity in photographing even a murderer and found it not entirely implausible. Meanwhile, the crew's photographer had also pulled out his phone. He subscribed to numerous electronic magazines, and flipping through them during a brief respite was hardly time-consuming. To his surprise, a familiar face jumped out at him as the magazine opened. Unlike others, being a professional photographer, he immediately recognized the male lead he had been filming for some time, despite the drastic change in his demeanor. "Hey Fei, you're not being fair," the photographer exclaimed, nearly lamenting. "If you had this photographic presence, you should have told me. I would have filmed you." Mo Fei, taken aback by the sudden exclamation, responded, "What?" The rest of the crew was drawn in by the photographer's excitement, their gazes converging on them. The photographer, consumed by thoughts of having missed a muse, displayed the photo to Mo Fei. "This is you, right? Don't tell me it's your twin." Mo Fei recognized the familiar image and nodded. "Yes, that's me. What's wrong? Such a wild vibe. You would make a fantastic model." The photographer slapped his thigh. "I must shoot you. Let me do it for free." Chapter 82. Photography and modeling. There is a saying often used to jest about the filming industry. The 3 essentials for a photographer: a stunning model, and yet another stunning model. While merely a joke, it underscores the importance of the model in portrait photography. Mo Fei, not being a professional photographer, was puzzled by the excitement, asking, Haven't you always been shooting me? Not with this sort of wild essence, the photographer replied, gesturing towards the photo, like this. Give me a fierce look. Mo Fei had never heard such a peculiar request in his life. Considering he was a colleague from the same crew, he reluctantly acquiesced to the request, envisioning removing the photographer's eyeballs. The photographer had once feared the legend of the cat-faced old lady, but with age, he learned that such a creature did not exist and gradually let go of his fear. Yet, now, gazing at Mo Fei, who still bore a smile, yet had a glint of malice in his eyes, the photographer abruptly recalled the pure terror of his childhood. It was a primal instinct of a creature sensing threat. Mo Fei attempted a fierce expression, noticing the photographer's stunned reaction and worried he might frighten him, asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The photographer's eyes lit up. "My thesis project, hello?" "Huh." Mo Fei's face was a canvas of confusion. "What did you say?" In the end, it was a group of fellow alumni from the crew that clarified the matter. These classmates, summoned by Xiao Qian for assistance, were mostly still in the throes of their final projects, save for the senior responsible for costumes, who had already graduated. This final push was the thesis project. "I've been busy with it at home too." Ji Xingyu empathized with the photographer's feelings, "but I have already selected my theme. I just need the time." The makeup artist, also an art student, expressed envy. "I don't even have a direction yet. So, for my thesis, could you help me?" The photographer looked at Mo Fei with eager eyes, akin to a child gazing at a Gundam. "For a fee. Name your price." Mo Fei pondered for a moment. "But you've said so much, I still don't know what your thesis entails." "It's quite simple." The photographer enthusiastically opened his phone. "My focus is portrait photography. But I want to capture not just pure beauty or commercial photos. It was actually inspired by our class monitor. I want to depict the coexistence of danger and beauty, creating images that evoke fear and shock." He showed Mo Fei some photos, which were likely taken by his class monitor, showcasing desolate ruins and even a close-up of a building exploding. As Meng Fei contemplated the commander who had been bombed into the hospital, his admiration for this unacquainted hero soared to new heights. However, he firmly declared, "You cannot blow me up. I fear death." His sincerity was palpable, causing the cameraman, who feared that the opportunity was slipping away, to hastily clarify, "I would never blow you up." Previously, I was at a loss for where to find a model who is both dangerous and alluring. I certainly could not resort to selecting someone from prison. Yet, the essence captured in your photograph resonated perfectly. Although the screen dulled the intimidating aura that enveloped Meng Fei, it was still sufficient. If we could merge your image with some universally joyous representations, the cameraman mused while sizing Meng Fei up, already beginning to conceive ideas in his mind. The earlier fright had sparked newfound inspiration. By juxtaposing you with images that evoke happiness in the public's perception, we could create a remarkable contrast, he continued, nodding in agreement. Initially motivated merely to complete his graduation project, he now genuinely yearned to bring the visions in his mind to life. No photographer could resist the allure of their own muse. Meng Fei, upon hearing this description, glanced at his current state card and inquired, "Are you suggesting I resemble a clown?" "How did you know?" the cameraman exclaimed, leaping up with the excitement of a child. "What a brilliant idea." Meng Fei found it challenging to respond. He had once dreamt of a man who had fallen to the depths of misfortune only to transform into a clown. Before his metamorphosis, he was a failure, and afterward, he became a nightmare. It was indeed thrilling, yet he had yet to encounter similar works or depictions. This could be a splendid subject. Perhaps I shall consult Director Wang to see if he would consider this script. There are myriad representations of joy. Why must you both resort to the clown? The makeup artist interjected with confusion, referencing the various figures from theatrical clowns to fairy tale princesses and princes, as well as deities from our folklore. I require the most visceral contrast. The cameraman asserted, clenching his fist. All those ideas can be captured. We can create a series. A voice from the periphery emerged, questioning earnestly, "Have you consulted Meng Fei's own opinion?" The cameraman, momentarily dazed with excitement, turned to Meng Fei and noticed his wandering gaze and awkward expression. The others appeared similarly caught, as if they had been caught gaming by their parents. The cameraman regained his composure and looked again, noticing El Chuanxiu standing beside Meng Fei, observing him with a smile. Realizing he had finally noticed her presence, El Chuanxiu displayed a slightly apologetic expression. "Apologies, but Meng Fei's schedule is quite full. He may not have time to assist you. Once we finish here, he must join Director Wang's team. There won't be any spare time." Had she not kept a close watch, Meng Fei might have carelessly agreed, leading to a situation where he would be stretched too thin. The cameraman's eyes widened as he quickly grasped the situation. "It's perfectly fine. I can adjust to his availability. I will handle all the preparatory work. and as long as he has 1 or 2 days free, we can shoot a series. Meng Fei, with his hands tucked into his pockets, inquired, "Is there overtime pay?" El Chuanxiu shot him a glare. "Don't complicate matters." "Yes, of course." The cameraman gestured, recalling the considerable investment his classmates had made for their projects. El Chuanxiu hesitated slightly. 1,000? 10,000. The cameraman replied gravely, calculating by the task. "Oh, come on. We're all students of Director Dao. Why be so polite?" El Chuanxiu laughed, her spirits lifting. "Now that we've reached this point, how can we not assist? We will definitely help." The cameraman breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Ji Xingyu. "Lighting technician?" Ji Xingyu nodded silently, indicating his willingness to lend a hand. He then turned to the makeup artist. "Makeup?" The makeup artist raised her thumb in approval. "I am curious to see what you can come up with. Besides, I find this theme intriguing. It seems I have found inspiration for my own graduation project." The protagonist, Meng Fei, who had been overlooked, treated himself to a sweet. Well, one must grow accustomed to it. Chapter 83. The managerial crisis in the past, El Chuanxiu had only worried about her artist struggling to find work. Now, with Meng Fei's schedule brimming with engagements, it was a different kind of worry, one tinged with happiness. She had successfully negotiated a price with the landlord upstairs, and soon she would move in to care for Meng Fei more closely, preventing him from engaging in any mischief. After seeing Meng Fei off, El Chuanxiu returned to her small rental apartment, exhausted. She lived in a cramped cubicle, having been unable to afford a better room when Meng Fei's reputation was still budding. Although Meng Fei's career was now flourishing, she was still burdened by debt, making it impossible to save any money. As El Chuanxiu fumbled for her keys, she was startled by a voice behind her. "Sister El, are you really not taking us with you?" Turning around, she saw an unremarkable man standing behind her, his head slightly bowed. "Oh, it's you." El Chuanxiu sighed in relief. "Old Zhao, it's not a matter of whether I can take you. As you can see, magic is no longer in vogue. With the rise of short videos, information overload followed. Many of the principles behind magic tricks had been thoroughly exposed, and props were readily available for purchase online. To become a renowned magician in such an era, one had to either stage grand performances or innovate new tricks. The problem was that they had neither the funds for grandeur nor the creativity to devise new illusions. Continuing on this path would lead them to a dead end. "Old Zhao, if it weren't for your persistence, I wouldn't have supported you for all these years." El Chuanxiu spoke earnestly. "It's time to wake up. Am I the one who needs to wake up, or have you found another way out?" Old Zhao retorted, lifting his head, his eyes bloodshot. He raised his phone, revealing a street photo of Meng Fei on the screen. "He is your subordinate, right? Now that he has found success, you've cast aside us old folks?" El Chuanxiu's brow furrowed, her expression turning serious. "Our matters are separate. Even without Meng Fei, we would eventually part ways." Sensing his increasingly unstable demeanor, she instinctively heightened her guard. "What are you doing with your hands?" Old Zhao's gaze fell upon El Chuanxiu's hand, which was reaching into her pocket. Was she calling for help or seeking assistance? Taking a deep breath, El Chuanxiu was about to continue her negotiation when Old Zhao suddenly struck her squarely in the face. The blow was swift and forceful, causing El Chuanxiu to stumble backward and collide with the door, producing a resounding crash. Pain surged through her face, and her mind spun like a blur. Old Zhao extracted a sealed plastic bag from his pocket, inside which lay a damp handkerchief. He pressed the handkerchief over El Chuanxiu's mouth and nose, and within moments, she fell silent. Old Zhao rummaged through El Chuanxiu's bag, unlocking her phone with her fingerprint. He scrolled through her contacts and sent a message to the director at the top of the list, stating that she was unwell and needed a day off. He then searched for any messages with Meng Fei. The phone screen illuminated his face, reflecting a packed schedule that pierced his heart. For performers, a busy schedule was not daunting. The real fear lay in being overlooked. Using El Chuanxiu's phone, Old Zhao sent Meng Fei a message about being unwell and needing a day off. He then opened the door to her rental apartment, placing her handbag and phone inside before finally leading El Chuanxiu away. The recipients of the messages either paid no heed or were left bewildered. Madame Qian casually replied with a good, while Director Wang was perplexed as to why an actress agent would request leave when the previous production had concluded and the next one had yet to commence. He felt it was a mistake and decided to disregard it. Mo Fei stared at his phone, his expression one of utter despair. "What on earth is that expression?" A passerby commented as they walked by and took a seat on the other side. "It feels like the end of the world, even worse than that. Sister L said she is ill and needs to take leave." Mo Fei frowned at the screen of his phone. "You arrived late and don't understand. I have known her for so many years and have never seen her take sick leave. Once, she had a fever of 39 degrees, but was still contacting people for work. If it weren't for a kind-hearted individual noticing something was off, she might have collapsed. Mo Fei sensed something was amiss. She had seemed perfectly fine when she dropped him off. In fact, she even reprimanded him for eating spicy snacks in the car. How could she suddenly be so ill? Worry gnawed at him, and he began to put on his jacket. I need to go check on her. The passerby tugged at his clothes. Let us go together. Mo Fei, one hand clutching a cat and the other holding a U-lock, hurried out the door. This time, he opted for a taxi instead of public transport. El Chuanchio's rented cubicle was situated in the city center, a location far superior to the old neighborhood, but correspondingly more congested. What typically took half an hour had now doubled due to traffic. When Mo Fei arrived at El Chuanchio's doorstep and knocked, no one responded for a long while. He called her, only to hear her phone ringing faintly through the poorly soundproofed walls. Could she have fainted inside? In a fit of desperation, he raised the U-lock and struck the door several times. As the doorknob bent, he stepped back and kicked the door. With a loud crash, it burst open. The passerby dashed in first, and when Mo Fei followed, it had already scoured the room, concluding that no one was there. Mo Fei's gaze fell upon the phone still lit on the sofa, and an ominous feeling enveloped him. In today's world, it is virtually impossible for anyone to leave home without their phone. Moreover, for El Chuanchio, whose work revolved around communication, her phone was like an extension of herself. Never far from her grasp, Mo Fei felt a deep sense of foreboding. He promptly dialed Officer Tang's number. When the call connected, Officer Tang's voice was hoarse, as if he had been abruptly awakened from a deep slumber. Hello? Officer Tang, this is Mo Fei. I need to report a missing woman. Upon hearing the words missing report, Officer Tang became alert, the sound of fabric rustling through the receiver. What is the location? When did she go missing? It shouldn't have been long ago. We saw each other 2 hours ago, but after she sent a strange message, she vanished. Mo Fei emphasized the key points. Her phone and handbag were still at home, and she had previously narrowly escaped being abducted by human traffickers, managing to fend them off. Mo Fei's implication was clear. With her belongings left behind, the situation was evidently abnormal, and the strange message coupled with her prior brush with danger suggested this might be an act of retaliation from criminals. Send me the address. I'll head over immediately. After Officer Tang finished speaking, he abruptly hung up. Chapter 84. Suspicious individuals. Officer Tang sped to El Chuanchio's residence. His appearance was disheveled, clearly having rushed out in haste. Upon witnessing the violently breached door, Officer Tang's expression grew serious. Who did this? He inquired, stepping inside to question Mo Fei. I did, Mo Fei replied honestly. When I arrived, I heard her phone ringing inside, but no one answered. Fearing she might be in trouble, I kicked the door open in a moment of panic. Officer Tang felt a bit relieved. While the action was not ideal, it was understandable under the circumstances. Now, tell me what happened. Officer Tang pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and began to document Mo Fei's account. The unusual message and the absence of her phone were not direct evidence, but they certainly indicated that El Chuanchio's disappearance was indeed suspicious. Does she have any enemies? Officer Tang inquired rapidly. Mo Fei furrowed his brow. She might have offended some traffickers, but beyond that, I'm not sure. If it were me, I could list dozens of people I've crossed. But El Chuanchio has always been diplomatic. I can't think of anyone she might have antagonized. Officer Tang paused, his expression darkening. The most challenging aspect was that the missing person was an adult female, and there was no direct evidence to suggest she was in danger. Although a report could be filed, it had not yet reached the threshold for an official case. Officer Tang moved to the window to survey the outside. Neon lights flickered, and traffic flowed below. He scanned the streets and storefronts, attempting to identify a surveillance camera that could capture the building's entrances and exits. In this type of cubicle arrangement, there were over 20 units on each floor, housing a variety of businesses, nail salons, cat CAFs, and board game shops. The foot traffic was mixed, and only a few cameras were situated near the elevator. Come with me to find the building manager. Officer Tang surveyed the room, not discovering any other irregularities. As they exited, Mo Fei glanced at the door he had kicked in, feeling a twinge of guilt. What about the door? What if we find her, only to discover the house has been robbed? We need to find someone to keep watch, Officer Tang replied, having no other solutions. No one would be around to replace the door at night. They needed someone to watch over the place in case El Chuanchio returned and could alert them. I'll check my contacts, Mo Fei said, realizing his limited social circle might not yield much help. Officer Su is injured. Should we call Ji Xingyu? No need. Officer Tang replied, looking down as he sent a message. I'll have my wife come over. This situation is still unclear, and I don't want to trouble other colleagues. It's easier to rely on family. You wait here for her. I'll go contact the manager. After sending the message, Officer Tang instructed Mo Fei and hurried away. One could hardly expect a competent manager in such a building. Waiting around could lead to endless disputes later. Mo Fei anxiously waited outside, and after about 20 minutes, a serious-looking middle-aged woman with short hair approached him. She glanced at the damaged door and spoke. "I'm Tang Xin, Officer Tang's wife. I'll handle this." Mo Fei took a moment to comprehend that Tang Xin was Officer Tang's wife, and quickly nodded. "Thank you." With someone to guard the home, both Officer Tang and Mo Fei could pursue El Chuanxio's whereabouts without concern. Mo Fei found Officer Tang in the lobby on the first floor. "What is the update?" Officer Tang's expression was far from pleasant. "I'm waiting for someone to come unlock the door." When he called the person in charge, they informed him that the manager had already left for the day. It wasn't he until he identified himself and requested cooperation that they finally agreed to send the manager to unlock the door and review the surveillance footage. In such places, safety was virtually non-existent. Mo Fei found this absurd as well. While older neighborhoods weren't particularly secure, they weren't quite this bad. At least the elderly security guards were usually around, patrolling the entrance daily. The two individuals waited for quite some time before the middle-aged administrator finally appeared, displaying an expression of impatience on his face. "What do you want at this hour?" Officer Tang did not indulge him, promptly presenting his badge. "Police. Someone has gone missing in this building. Please cooperate with the investigation." Upon seeing the badge, the administrator slightly adjusted his demeanor, muttering about the residents being troublesome, suggesting that the missing person might have simply left on their own. He leisurely opened the door to the monitoring room. Inside, a large television displayed numerous surveillance feeds divided into small squares. The footage from the 12th floor around 7 o'clock in the evening was displayed. Mo Fei provided the time and location. The administrator sighed and began to retrieve the footage as instructed. The images from the elevator and the elevator lobby appeared normal. El Chuanxio exited the elevator accompanied by several residents, yet fast-forwarding revealed no sign of her thereafter. Switching to the lobby, Officer Tang intently focused on the screen, commencing playback from the moment she ascended, at 8 times the normal speed. The administrator, perplexed by their method, thought it futile to watch at such a pace where one could hardly discern a face. Nevertheless, as an officer, he reluctantly complied with the request. The building's surveillance had poor resolution and clarity. After a few minutes of scrutiny, Officer Tang suddenly shouted, "Stop! Rewind 5 minutes and play at double speed." It was evident he had made a discovery, causing both the administrator and Mo Fei to tense up. The footage reversed as commanded. A janitor wearing a hat pushed a cleaning cart across the screen, an unusual sight since cleaning typically occurred in the morning or afternoon, rarely at night. After all, this was not a public street. Residents preferred not to hear the noise of garbage collection at night. "You janitors are more dedicated than I thought, working at this hour," Officer Tang remarked, glancing at the time on the monitor. It had only been 10 minutes since she exited the elevator, indicating the individual was prepared. He patted the administrator and inquired, "Is there surveillance outside?" The administrator nodded vigorously. "Yes, there is one. But it was damaged a few days ago by someone using a laser pointer. Such equipment could go months without being utilized, and thus they had not prioritized repairs." "You're quite something," Officer Tang remarked, switching his phone to video mode aimed at the television and recording the segment. Afterward, he planned to retrieve all elevator lobby footage from the past 10 minutes, starting with the 12th floor. The administrator was momentarily stunned, and Officer Tang sternly shouted, "Did you hear me?" He then snapped back to reality, confirming, "Yes, yes." Chapter 85. Explosion, Explosion. The number of surveillance cameras in this building was limited. Yet Officer Tang, with his rich experience and keen intuition, managed to piece together the overall narrative from the information relayed by several cameras. Initially, El Chuanxio exited the elevator after work, leaving her handbag and phone at home, which presented 2 possibilities. Either she was taken by an acquaintance who knocked on her door upon her return, or someone outside knocked her unconscious and used her keys to enter, placing her handbag and phone inside. From the information Mo Fei received, it seemed that her assailant was familiar with her work and home address, yet lacked a deep understanding of her character and her relationship with Mo Fei. This indicated that the person was likely someone close to El Chuanxio, but not someone Mo Fei knew well. This effectively ruled out the possibility of a human trafficker's revenge, as such individuals would not care whether El Chuanxio's belongings were left at home or discarded in a trash bin. Next was the timing. After El Chuanxio exited the elevator, Officer Tang reviewed the surveillance from the other floors and noted the appearance of a janitor on the 14th floor 7 minutes later. By that point, the individual had already entered the elevator with a garbage cart, and judging by his movements and the direction of the cart, it was evident that it contained something. Thus, it was highly likely that this person, disguised as a janitor, had attacked El Chuanxio, rendered her unconscious, and concealed her in the garbage cart for removal. Unfortunately, the individual was fully covered, and the surveillance footage failed to capture his face, only confirming that he was of average build, approximately 1.7 meters tall. The sheer number of individuals entering and exiting the building, coupled with the presence of a shopping center entrance, made matching surveillance footage nearly impossible. Officer Tang ventured outside the building to search for any cameras aimed in their direction, but the results were disappointing. As the night deepened, most residents had finished their evening routines and were either settling into bed or staying up late on their phones. Officer Tang circled the building, asking Mo Fei, "Do you know if she has any other relatives or friends nearby?" Mo Fei furrowed his brow, reflecting, "Since I met Jia, I have never heard her mention family." He continued, "As for friends, she had a few artists under her management besides me, but they recently terminated their contracts." Terminated contracts? Officer Tang halted, turning to Mo Fei. "Was it due to moral failings or economic disputes?" "Neither," Mo Fei replied. Jia said she wanted to focus on mentoring me, which is why she let them go. He followed Officer Tang's line of thought, adding, "We were not well known previously, but as my career began to flourish, Jia decided to part ways with them. Perhaps someone harbors resentment over this matter." However, he noted that he had never met them, estimating that there were roughly 6 individuals under Jia's management before him. Human jealousy and reasoning can often be inscrutable. If only there were more personnel at the police station, they might not feel perpetually understaffed. Officer Tang resumed making phone calls. After dialing, he asked Mo Fei, "Is her phone with you?" Mo Fei nodded just as the call connected. Officer Tang nodded while conversing. "Hello? Ah, Xiao Lu. It's me. Can you come to the station right now? It's urgent." "All right, see you soon." He hung up and beckoned to Mo Fei, "Get in the car." The station's guard recognized Officer Tang's vehicle and was somewhat surprised by his late-night return. Upon seeing the serious expression on his face through the car window, the guard understood that a case had arisen. The few officers on duty that night were astonished to hear the commotion, having just sent personnel home for the holidays, only to see them return. However, their expressions turned grave upon witnessing Mo Fei exit the passenger seat, indicating that something serious was amiss. Officer Tang's straightforward demeanor prompted the on-duty officer to approach him with inquiries. Officer Tang decisively issued instructions. "Take him to file a report and open the information room. Xiaolu will need it shortly." Filing a report? For unlawful detention. Officer Tang's brow furrowed deeply. Time was of the essence to locate the missing person. "Do you have her ID number?" Mo Fei rummaged through his handbag and produced Chuanxiu's identification. "Yes, let us file the report." Officer Tang waved his hand. He had already violated protocol by reviewing the surveillance footage, as typically police action could only commence post-report. Yet, rules are rigid, and life is dynamic. Adhering strictly to regulations would inhibit adaptability. Mo Fei completed the registration process, feeling an unsettling sense of anxiety. He worried that this incident might have stemmed from his actions, fearing that Chuanxiu might suffer due to him. The last time he was accosted, it had been similarly disastrous. Contemplated whether it would be more prudent to seek a secluded place for his cultivation, thus sparing others from potential entanglements. I dispatched my subordinates to seek assistance. A shadowy figure stealthily entered through the door, leaping onto. Yet, this time, the challenge of locating a single individual proved rather formidable. It is quite uncommon for a group to be confined. When one individual interacts with another, the objective becomes less discernible. Remain silent. Gently stroking the soft fur of the creature. Before Officer Xiao Lu's arrival, the police station received yet another emergency call. The caller reported an explosion near a residential building, which, although resulting in no casualties, had incited considerable alarm among the residents. The on-duty officers promptly responded to the call. The already desolate police station grew even more silent. Approximately 15 minutes later, an electric vehicle arrived at the station. The occupant dismounted without removing the key, hurriedly racing indoors. "Captain Tang, I have arrived. This phone needs unlocking." Officer Tang, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, handed over Chuanxiu's phone for him to examine the contact list. Officer Lu inspected the phone's exterior and glanced at the charging port. "Is there a Type-C data cable available?" Officer Tang rummaged through his desk and produced a rather grimy white data cable, which he handed to him. Officer Lu took the cable, connected the phone to the computer, and began his operation. "Give me 10 minutes. Observed for a moment and remarked, "I can do this as well. I taught myself while struggling to recall my phone's password." Unwilling to spend money on unlocking it, thereby saving several dozen yuan, Officer Tang cast a glance at him. Remembering that although he was an actor who did not resemble one, he was also a student in the computer science department. Jailbreaking and decoding should be a piece of cake for him. As characters danced across the computer screen, A sudden explosion echoed outside the police station, startling everyone within. Officer Tang rushed to the forefront, pushing behind him. Xiaolu, you continue. Do not come over. I will go outside to assess the situation. He pointed at, and, as he exited, conveniently closed the door behind him.